Chapter 1: Pampering someone's wife or being pampered.
My baby will have his full moon celebration tomorrow, you must come.
Note: Sheen Yu's stupid ex-girlfriend. Just seeing the pop-up avatar made Linny feel inexplicably irritated.
Sheen Yu was his girlfriend of 4 years in college. They broke up after graduation, and Sheen Yu only left him one sentence.
You can't give me what I want. I deserve a better man. Linny is not a bootlicker, so of course he didn't try to keep him.
But because Linny let go so easily, Sheen Yu felt very embarrassed and has been holding a grudge against Linny ever since. Less than 2 weeks after the breakup, Sheen Yu got into the BMW 325 owned by Linny's roommate He Chang.
In less than a month, the two got married.
When they got married, Sheen Yu and He Chang also invited Linny to attend the wedding. Linny was also young and energetic at the time, and he also gave a gift of 8,888 yuan. On the surface, the classmates all praised Linny for his generosity and broad-mindedness. Behind Linny's back, they all called him an idiot, a poor cuckold, and a poor loser who was eager to give money to others. This incident gave Linny a great shock. From then on, he concentrated on his work, determined to achieve great success. Finally, 2 weeks ago, Linny was laid off by the company. The reason was that Linny was too handsome and affected the company's performance. Linny was puzzled. Does selling health products to old men and their wives have anything to do with his handsome looks? Later, it was a kind-hearted senior who told him. Having a good image is important in their line of work, but one also has to look honest, not seem to be deceitful, and be approachable.
Linny's handsomeness is the kind of aggressive handsomeness. At first glance, it makes people feel that he is trying to seduce someone's wife. Who would dare to buy the health products he sells?
Later, no one knew who leaked the news, but the news that Linny was laid off spread throughout the university class group. What is even more coincidental is that at this critical juncture, Sheen Yu's baby's full-month celebration invitation was also sent to the group.
Everyone expressed their blessings, except Linny, who pretended to be dead and said nothing. Linny thought he could get away with this. But who would have thought that Sheen Yu would actually chat with him privately? We've only been married for less than 9 months, and the child is already 1 month old. Now she still has to invite me to the banquet. Isn't she afraid that He Chang will suspect that the child is mine?
Linny was already devastated by his unemployment, and now he is even more upset.
He retorted casually. Are you so short of my gift money?
I didn't expect the other party to reply immediately.
Oh, I forgot, you were laid off. You can't even come up with this little gift money, right? You gave us 8,888 when we got married, so this time it should be at least 6666, right? After all, we have such a good relationship, you must come. Suck. Linny was hurt. This bitch knew his pain very well. Let alone 6666, Linny couldn't even afford 600 yuan. After lying down at home for 2 weeks, he had no money left for food. It's enough to do stupid things once. I will definitely not be a sucker this time. But it's quite frustrating to just be a coward.
Linny's veins bulged on his hands and he almost crushed the phone.
Suddenly, a pleasant sound rang in my ears.
The wife-loving cashback system has been successfully bound. Please marry a virtuous wife as soon as possible and start a perfect life.
Base. Linny sat up from the bed, his eyes wide open. System? Did God give me a cheat? No, pampering my wife and giving me cash back. I don't have a wife, but they want me to get married as soon as possible. The betrothal gift in our 4th-tier city is at least 280,000 yuan, and I can't afford it even if I die. Do they want me to squat in the Civil Affairs Bureau? Pick up second married women at a bargain price?
But I have no money in my pocket, so I can't pick up such a bargain.
Just relying on my handsome face? Those bad women will be irresponsible if they get my hands on me. I won't be fooled again. Knock, knock, knock.
The knock on the door interrupted Linny's crazy fantasy.
Linny, my sister-in-law is coming.
The sweet voice of my sister-in-law Song Xinshuang came from outside. Now there are only Song Xinshuang and Linny's uncle and sister-in-law in this house.
My parents and eldest brother were all medical workers. 3 years ago, they went to the city where the epidemic was most serious, but they never came back, leaving only my uncle and my sister-in-law to depend on each other. The one who suffered the most was the eldest brother. He had just got the marriage certificate and hadn't even held the wedding, but he passed away. 3 years have passed since this happened, and the house in my hometown has collapsed long ago. Linny is truly homeless.
Fortunately, sister-in-law Song Xinchuan had a house and took Lin in.
Otherwise, he would have nowhere to live.
Without waiting for Lin to respond, Song Xinchuan pushed the door and walked in. Lin subconsciously pulled the corner of the quilt.
Hey, sister-in-law, I'll get up right away.
Song Xinchuan, who is 172 centimeters tall, has a pair of perfect long legs, a slender waist and a very impressive upper body circumference. Her neat short hair and exquisite makeup make her exude the temperament of an urban elite woman, but in fact she is a nurse. Song Xinchuan crossed her arms helplessly.
Lin, you can't do this. You are so young, how can you just lie down? Find a job quickly. Sister-in-law believes that you will have your own career.
After saying that, she picked up the clothes that Lin had thrown beside the bed and prepared to wash them.
Lin snatched back his pants awkwardly.
I can do it myself. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yi's mind. You can get cash back for spoiling your wife, but it doesn't mean it has to be your own wife.
Can you spoil someone else's wife?
Do it as you think. Lin Yi grabbed Song Xinchuan's hand.
Hey, Lin, what are you doing?
Song Xinchuan quickly pulled her hand back, her pretty face blushing.
Lin looked anxious. Sister-in-law, lend it to me. Song Xinchuan became even more panicked. I'm your sister-in-law, how can I lend it to you?
No, I meant to borrow my sister-in-law's cell phone. Lin finally spoke a complete sentence. Song Xinchuan also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately handed the phone to Lin.
Please explain clearly, it's so scary. Lin didn't care about Song Xinchuan's reaction. He quickly opened Song Xinchuan's payment code and scanned 2,000 yuan. Song Xinchuan quickly snatched the phone back. Lin, why did you give money to your sister-in-law?
This was paid with Huabei. The system prompt sounded in Lin Yi's ears. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, with 20,000 yuan in the account.
Done.
Lin was so excited that he almost jumped up and danced. Just because he was afraid of scaring Song Xinchuan, Lin suppressed his excitement and said affectionately, Sister-in-law, ever since my parents and my eldest brother got into trouble, I spent all your money on college.
Now that I'm unemployed, I'm still living with you. That's outrageous.
Consider this money as rent.
Don't worry, I will definitely find a job.
After I make enough money, I'm going to buy you a big house. Song Xinchuan was moved by Lin Yi's sincere words, and tears sparkled in her beautiful eyes.
You little brat, you can't even afford to eat, but you're still trying to make your sister-in-law happy. Okay, I'll return the money to you. I'll transfer another 2,000 yuan to you. You have to get up and find a job.
After saying that, Song Xinchuan went out with the clothes in her arms.
Lin was almost moved to tears by his sister-in-law.
She was closer to him than his own sister.
Now that he has a system that can make money, how could he still rely on his sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, I can't take your money anymore.
Song Xinchuan turned around and scolded him. Also, don't say those sensational words in the future.
We are all family. I am your sister-in-law, and it is my duty to take care of you.
Lin was about to turn over and chase after him when the pleasant system prompt sound rang in his ears again. Congratulations to the host for being loved by the wife, with 100 times cashback and a deposit of 400,000 yuan.
What the hell? 400,000?
Lin opened the account and saw a length that he had never reached before.
420,165.45 yuan.
My life has finally started to blossom. No, it has blossomed. Lin was so excited that he almost burst into tears. I couldn't wait to transfer 20,000 yuan to my sister-in-law.
System prompt tone.
It is detected that the number of cashbacks per day for the target wife has reached the upper limit.
Please select a new target. I'll choose your sister again. How can I, Lin, be a coward who feeds off my sister-in-law?
This money is my pocket money for my sister-in-law.
Lin, put the clothes in the washing machine.
My sister-in-law has gone to work. After saying hello, Song Xinchuan left the house. It seems that my sister-in-law didn't notice that I transferred 20,000 yuan to her.
I think I was a little impulsive.
She knew that I had no money, but I suddenly transferred 20,000 yuan to her.
How can I explain the origin of this money later?
Lin felt a little regretful, but he swore that it was not because he felt sorry for the money, and it was definitely not because the cashback limit had been reached.
DD.
The message from his ex-girlfriend Qin Yu popped up again on his phone.
Lin, you can't really afford even this little gift money, right? Ha, it seems that my decision back then was 100% correct. If I follow a man like you, I will never be able to turn things around in my life. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Send a message back quickly. I will definitely be there tomorrow, and you must be afraid to accept the gift money I give you then. Xinyu, ha, if you are not afraid of being embarrassed, then come on, I will take any gift money you give me. Chapter 2 Cashback Cap and Multiples. Xinyu threw her phone away and pushed He Chang. You're so annoying. You're eating again right after your son has finished. Also, why did you insist on having Lin Yi come? He's been laid off and is a poor guy. How can he give us any gift money? He Chang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and sneered. Hey, it's because he insisted on showing off and giving me 8888 when we got married. My classmates laughed at him for a whole year. Ha, it's so fucking satisfying. This time, let's see if he can still show off. Xinyu panted and said, he actually agreed to come tomorrow. Stupid men just don't learn their lessons. He Chang gave a lewd smile. What's the matter? Are you still feeling sorry for me? That's right, after all, you two have slept in the same bed for 4 years. You're so annoying. You just wanted me for your side because you like me and I followed him. Xinyu's face flushed. Hee, this is the feeling I want when I sleep with someone else's wife. Come on, Xiao Ye. I'll love you. Lin Yi certainly couldn't have imagined that his ex-girlfriend and her husband would play such a perverted game. However, He Chang would never have imagined that during the year they had been married, Xinyu had secretly sent many private messages to Lin Yi. There were a few times when I sent voice messages while drunk. They were all complaints about how He Chang's second brother was useless. Lin Yi was also very particular. He never replied to the other party, let alone thought of going back to her, nor did he plan to expose Xinyu's private messages to him. After all, he had taken the opponent's first blood and slept for more than 3 years in vain, so he still wanted to save some face for this woman. But the other party treated him as an idiot time and time again, and Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. 1 year after graduation, I have 400,000 in savings. Even among the rich second generations of my class, I guess not many of them have that much. He Chang's family has a little money, but they still have to pay off the mortgage every month for the house they bought in the city. If they ask him to come up with 400,000 yuan, there's no way he can succeed. But this is not enough. This little money is not enough to make a big difference. We must make them realize that the gap between them and me is an insurmountable class oppression. There is no need to show off in Lin Yi's eyes, but he is full of desire for money. This anger must be vented. I can no longer swipe money from my sister-in-law. At present, it seems that this wife can also swipe cash back, but there is a limit to the number of cashbacks per day. I'd better be safe and try to find out the upper limit of the number of cashbacks per day. Wearing a refreshing sports suit, Lin Yi went downstairs and headed straight for the supermarket next door. The hot proprietress is still dressed seductively. Seeing Lin Yi coming in, Wang Mei deliberately sat down and put her upper body on the counter. The blinding whiteness made it clear that she was deliberately showing off to Lin Yi. Hey, handsome boy, are you willing to come to my place? Buy some cigarettes? I'll treat you. Being handsome may not necessarily earn you a living, but there is nothing wrong with getting some free cigarettes. But I was afraid that after the free cigarettes were finished, I would have to ask the boss lady for a cigar. Sister May, stop teasing me. I smoked a lot of cigarettes from you. Today I'm here to repay you. Lin Yi came here to test the system's cashback limit, not because he was teased by the proprietress. He greeted her and scanned the QR code on the counter. 1,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alipay account. Wang Mei was surprised when she heard the amount of money that came into the account. Handsome boy, you've made a fortune. Why did you spend $1,000? Are you going to spend the night at my place? I have to say, this wife in her 30s is really as fierce as a wolf. Lin Yi didn't dare to say anything, he could only smile awkwardly. Ha, Sister May is good to me, I remember it in my heart. Now that I have money in my pocket, I will definitely use it to pay for the cigarettes I bought earlier. As he was speaking, a system prompt sounded in his ears. It is detected that the target wife's attraction to the host has reached 100%, triggering a cashback multiplier critical hit 100. The cashback amount of 100,000 yuan has been credited. Lin Yi was shocked. 100%? Does Sister May really want to sleep with me? And there's a cashback multiple critical hit?
100 times the cashback, 1,000 becomes 100,000, my god.
It's hard not to get rich.
The excitement caused by the money made Lin Yi's face flushed.
Wang Mei thought Lin Yi was just shy. She liked seeing Lin Yi as a pure and innocent little boy.
With her husband away on a boat all year round, Wang Mei has no shortage of men with bad intentions coming to flirt with her, but only Lin Yi can make her feel itchy.
Brother, is this really cigarette money? Isn't it too much? Tell me the truth, do you have any plans for your sister?
Wang Mei stood up and leaned towards Lin Yi. The visual impact of the snow-white color made Lin Yi retreat repeatedly.
Sister Mei, stop teasing me. I'll scan it again and it will be stored here with you.
Lin Yi had not forgotten his purpose and scanned another 1,000 yuan.
1,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alipay account.
When Wang Mei heard the sound of money being deposited into the account, she started licking her lips.
Brother, we are all adults now. I understand everything. Go upstairs first. I will cook dumplings for you after I close the shop. Lin Yi couldn't stand this and subconsciously dodged backwards.
At the same time, the system prompt sounds. The number of cashbacks for the target married woman in a single day has reached the upper limit.
Ding!
It is detected that the target wife's heartbeat value for the host has reached 200%, the upper limit of cashback times is +1, and the multiple critical strike cannot be triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback of 10,000 yuan. It seems that the maximum number of cashbacks a married woman can get in a single day is only once. If the other party pampers me, I can only get cashback once. But if the heartbeat value is off the charts, the number of cashbacks can be increased.
That is to say, Sister Mei's daily cashback number has become 2.
From now on, I can get cashback from her at least twice a day. Lin Yi quickly made a summary of the test, but then fled out of the supermarket without even looking back.
Brother, why are you running away? Ha, sister has made dumplings for you, come and eat anytime. Wang Mei's charming laughter came from behind.
Lin Yi felt like he had escaped from the spider cave, and he felt relieved only after getting on the bus. Although the upper limit of Sister Mei's number of times has been increased, it is still risky to make money from her.
If I am not careful, I will get myself into trouble. No, I have to be cautious. The end of King Zhou is a warning to me. I can't do anything reckless even if there is a cheat. When I checked the account balance, there was already 500,000.
This made Lin Yi feel lighthearted, and he couldn't help but figure out how to spend the money. But when the budget for the garage was placed in front of him, Lin Yi immediately shrank his neck. No, this money is the startup capital for cashback, we can't spend it carelessly.
Making money is the kingly way, our ancestors never lied to me. It's just, who should I find to spoil my wife next?
Oh, and I have to try a cashback method that doesn't involve giving money directly.
Can I get cashback if I give something of equal value?
Soon, Lin Yi put his career ambition in the right place. I happened to see a pregnant woman getting on the bus and struggling to take out her bus card. Lin Yi hurried over and said, "Let me do it, sister.
You sit next to me."
While giving up the seat, he also helped to swipe the card. The pregnant woman seemed a little surprised that such a handsome guy like Lin Yi was so kind. After sitting down, she stared at Lin Yi with a smile. That look made Lin Yi feel a little uncomfortable.
Congratulations to the host, 20 yuan cashback will be credited to your account. I just spent 2 yuan and got a 20 yuan cashback. It seems that the normal cashback multiple is only 10 times.
Handsome guy, have a Snickers bar. The pregnant sister directly handed Lin Yi a Snickers bar. Lin Yi's mouth twitched.
Do I look like a hungry person?
Congratulations to the host for receiving the favor of the married woman.
A cashback of 500 yuan will be credited to your account.
For a 5 yuan Snickers bar, the basic cashback multiplier for being spoiled by a married woman is 100 times. That's right, the basic cashback multiples have been figured out.
Thanks, sis. I took advantage of you.
The bus fare was only $2, and this Snickers bar cost $5. Lin Yi put the Snickers in his pocket and swore in his heart that he was not doing it for the 500 yuan cashback. The pregnant sister was amused by Lin Yi's action of putting away the Snickers and smiled, then gave Lin Yi a charming look.
Brother, what's the point of taking advantage of me? I like you. How about adding WeChat? The other party took out his mobile phone on his own initiative. How could Lin Yi refuse, so he added the pregnant sister's WeChat. This scene also attracted a lot of eye rolls.
Even a bald guy sitting behind the pregnant woman muttered something in dissatisfaction.
The world is really going downhill. Nowadays, gigolos don't even let pregnant women go. They really don't care about morality anymore. Linny naturally didn't bother to pay attention to this ugly loser with red eyes. Instead, the pregnant woman frowned.
As the bus stopped at the next stop, the pregnant woman stood up and hailed the driver.
"Master, please stop for a while, I want to get off."
The driver waved his hand to indicate that he would stop for a while to make it easier for the pregnant woman to get off. As soon as the car door opened, a girl in a small suit quickly came up and supported the pregnant woman.
"Boss Lon, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault for driving too slowly and for letting you get on the bus.
Please drive slower."
This scene attracted the attention of everyone in the car. Linny was also stunned.
Didn't he expect that this pregnant sister was actually a boss? But the $1 million Mercedes limousine parked in front of the bus can't fool anyone. Rich man.
Many people showed envious expressions, and the bald man's eyes were so excited that they turned bloodshot and red.
Chapter 3 Sister-in-law, please come out and see me.
The pregnant sister seemed to feel that the stimulation to the bald man was not enough. Before getting off the car, she turned around and smiled sweetly at Linny.
"Brother, do you want to get in your sister's car?"
Now, Linny became the protagonist of the whole scene. Everyone felt that this was an opportunity for Linny to strive for 20 years.
It's buy one get one free, you can be a husband when you get on the bus and a father when you get off. This kind of multiple choice question is too easy for young people today.
The bald man was so jealous that he almost peed blood, and he wished he could accept the pregnant sister's invitation on behalf of Linny. But Linny just smiled and waved nonchalantly.
"Oh, no, please be careful, sister.
You are pregnant now, you must take care of your health."
"Okay, let's talk on WeChat later."
The pregnant sister got out of the car and just waved to Linny with a lost look in her eyes. The bus started, and the bald man's mumbling was heard again from the back.
"You are such an idiot. You don't even know how to get close to the rich woman in front of you.
You deserve to sit on the bus for the rest of your life."
Linny completely ignored the bad comments and looked out the window at the Mercedes-Benz driving away thoughtfully.
It seems that the fat man's wife is always clamoring to buy a car. When he got married, he had to ask others to collect the money for the betrothal gift.
The old Santana in the family really needs to be replaced.
The fat guy is called Joe Tao, a true childhood friend. From elementary school to university, the two were in the same class and their relationship was as close as that of brothers. Before the fat man got married, they both wore the same pair of pants.
Linny has had a miserable life in the past 2 years.
Before getting married, he borrowed 20,000 yuan from Fatty, and he hasn't paid it back yet. This matter has been weighing on Linny's mind for a long time, and he still feels bad about it. The fat man's wife was already a little annoyed with Linny, and after the fat man got married, the two brothers hadn't seen each other for half a year.
The main reason is that Linny is too embarrassed to see the fat man.
"Now that I'm rich, Fatty, it's time for you, a henpeck man, to rise up and sing. I'll help you spoil your wife." With an idea in mind, Linny got off the bus at the next stop and then called the fat man's wife Zhao Hongwan.
But Linny definitely didn't expect it.
At this moment, the fat couple were arguing about the 20,000 yuan that Linny owed.
"Fatty, what kind of bad friends do you have?"
"They are childhood friends. I owe you 20,000 yuan for such a long time and you still don't pay it back.
If I hadn't looked through your account book and saw the IOU, were you planning to hide it from me forever?"
Zhao Hongwan put her hands on her hips, looking aggressive. She has a plump figure, is nearly 1.7 meters tall, and weighs about 150 pounds. But that face is very delicate, and you can't see fat at all. Only mature men know how beautiful this kind of plump beauty is.
Fatty Zhou Tao is not fat at all.
After 6 months of marriage, he lost 60 kilograms. From nearly 200 kilograms, he directly dropped to 140 kilograms. You have to know that this kid is 1.82 meters tall. It can be seen that marriage is a butcher's knife, scraping off the fat of a fat man bit by bit. But Zhou Tao is a henpecked wife, and when the truth is revealed, he can only try his best to coax her.
"Wife, don't be anxious. Linny is not someone else.
Besides, he lost his parents 3 years ago. He is also a poor man. This money is also my small contribution to him.
Don't worry, Linny will definitely pay me back. When the time comes, I will give you every penny of this 20,000 yuan and buy you a big gold chain, okay?"
Zhao Hongwan wouldn't listen to the fat man's nonsense. Buy a shit. With these 20,000 yuan, I can get another 30,000 yuan and give you a car as a down payment.
Isn't it good?
That broken Santana, when the wheels start to move, the steering wheel will turn with it.
Aren't you afraid of getting in a car accident and getting killed?
It can be heard that although Zhao Hongwan scolded the fat man as if he were her grandson, she was still concerned about him in her heart. This made the fat man feel even worse.
Wife, I know you're good to me, but Linny is having a hard time right now.
He just lost his job a while ago, and just today, his ex-girlfriend invited him to a full moon party.
This is taking money out of his pocket. He's having a hard time even eating right now, so why should I ask him for money at this time? Zhao Hongwan became even more annoyed. You fat bastard, tell me, are you still planning to help your childhood friend without telling me?
He's just a gigolo, a poor loser. His girlfriend was snatched away by his roommate, and it looks like he's been flirting with other women.
You get the money back immediately and don't have any contact with him anymore. The fat man's face suddenly turned gloomy. Zhao Hongwan, this is too much. Linny is my brother, you have to show him some respect.
Besides, things change over time.
I, your brother, will definitely turn things around one day.
Zhao Hongwan almost spit on the fat man's face. Pa, a stinky salted fish, it's still a salted fish even if it turns over.
Beep, beep.
The ringing of a cell phone interrupted their quarrel. Zhao Hongwan took it and looked at it, and was stunned.
Linny? Why is your good brother calling me?
Zhao Hongwan glared at the fat man. The fat man also scratched the back of his head, and his eyes moved like a revolving lantern. I don't know, maybe he wants to borrow money but is too embarrassed to ask me.
That must be the case. He must be afraid that you will scold me, so he just asks you.
This time he really threw his face on the ground. As he said this, the fat man was about to kneel down to Zhao Hongwan.
Wife, please give me some face. Linny wants to borrow money, please don't hit him in the face. Give him some money. Zhao Hongwan couldn't stand seeing Fatty like this.
It was because Fatty was too nice to his brother Linny that Zhao Hongwan became even more disgusted with Linny. She even suspected for a while that the two were gay friends. Zhao Hongwan finally softened her heart, raised her hand to stop the fat man from kneeling down, and gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I get it."
Just as she was about to answer the phone, Zhao Hongwan took a deep breath and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Your brother looks like a scumbag. He might have set his sights on me. If he wants to do something shameless, don't blame me for being merciless."
The fat man breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Impossible, Linny doesn't like fat people."
Zhao Hongwan almost exploded with anger. Fatty, you don't want to live anymore. Thump.
This time, the fat man knelt down firmly and urged Zhao Hongwan to answer the phone with a pleading look on his face. Zhao Hongwan finally calmed down, answered the call and turned on the speakerphone.
Hello, is this my sister-in-law?
Lin Yi's voice came out.
Zhao Hongwan responded, Linny, are you looking for Fatty?
Linny hurriedly said, No, sister-in-law, I'm just looking for you. This made the fat man's heart skip a beat.
Zhao Hongwan also glared at the fat man, holding back her breath and said, Looking for me? Haha, what's the matter? I have something to say. Sister-in-law, this has to be done in person. Oh, don't tell Fatty. I'll send you an address, come find me.
Lin Yi's tone was filled with excitement, unable to conceal his anticipation of giving people a surprise. But the fat guy's face turned green.
Chapter 4 Fatty collapses. What things have to be done in person? Linny is going to kill that person. Sister-in-law, are you listening to me? I sent you the address, come over quickly. Linny was still impatiently urging, Oh, by the way, don't forget to bring your ID card. ID card? Now, the fat man's eyes turned green.
Zhao Hongjuan's face also turned red.
She glared at the fat man and then replied with a fake smile. What do you want to do? Do you have to bring your ID?
Of course you have to bring your ID card, otherwise this thing can't be done.
Sister-in-law, remember, don't tell Fatty. Otherwise, it will be exposed.
Lin Yi's voice sounded very excited, and the excitement was like stealing someone. The fat man almost snatched the phone away, but he held back and said nothing. He just shook his head desperately at his wife Zhao Hongwan. The meaning is very clear, of course, he wants his wife to reject Lin Yi's excessive invitation. But when Zhao Hongwan saw that the fat man could still hold back from speaking, she felt even more embarrassed and annoyed, so she smiled and replied instead. Okay, sister-in-law will bring her ID card and come to find you right away.
The call was hung up. The fat man hugged Zhao Hongwan. Wife, please don't go. You can't be impulsive.
Zhao Hongwan pushed the fat man away and said coquettishly, I'm not impulsive, I'm very rational.
But you, fat man, you are so patient.
Your childhood best friend seduced your wife to get a room, and you dare not even fart.
Disgusting. Pa.
The fat man's head was shaking like a rattle. No, it's impossible, there must be a misunderstanding here. Linny is not the one who seduces the second sister-in-law.
Zhao Hongwan felt even more embarrassed and angry. Asshole, fatty, you're an asshole. Well, you are still obsessed with this childhood friend, right?
Very good, then I will go find your childhood friend now, and I will help him today. After I'm done, I, as your sister-in-law, will make some dumplings for your brother-in-law, and I'll let you watch him eat. After saying that, Zhao Hongwan angrily waved her ID card in front of the fat man, stuffed it into her bag, turned around and walked out.
Hey, wife, please don't mess around.
The fat man was chasing after him, but under the intimidation of Zhao Hongwan, he didn't dare to enter the elevator. I could only run down the stairs to chase him.
But stairs are not as fast as an elevator. When the fat man chased to the gate of the community, Zhao Hongwan had already got into a taxi.
The rear window of the taxi rolled down, and Zhao Hongwan leaned out and scolded.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. Your phone's location tracking is turned on. You'd better chase after them quickly, or you won't be able to catch them in time.
The fat man was so anxious that he almost went crazy, but he didn't dare to yell at Zhao Hongwan at the gate of the community. He could only rush into his old Santana.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. When you are unlucky, even drinking water will get stuck in your teeth.
This old Santana that has been on duty for more than 20 years suddenly went on strike today and won't start no matter what.
Hurry up and light a fire.
If you don't light a fire, my wife will be killed.
Oh my God. The fat man was so anxious that he was about to cry.
Seeing the taxi disappearing around the corner, the fat man had no choice but to abandon the car. He picked up a shared bicycle from the side of the road and started pedaling like crazy.
The cell phone positioning showed that the taxi Zhao Hongwan was riding in was driving very fast, and the fat man couldn't help but curse. Hurry up and reincarnate, that's my wife, whoa, my wife. Soon, Zhao Hongwan's positioning stopped. The fat man looked down and said, 7 days hotel. Damn it, Linny, you are not a human being. When did you develop the habit of liking other people's wives? Come on, you dead leg, kick. My wife is gone, there's no point keeping you around.
The fat guy had already kicked the bicycle chain to produce sparks, but he was still 2 blocks away from the 7 days hotel. After Zhao Hongwan got off the car, she saw that she was at the entrance of the hotel. She panicked a little, looked back, and her family's broken Santana did not catch up with her. Now, Zhao Hongwan became even more panicked.
Hey, sister-in-law. You came pretty fast. Lin Yi's sudden appearance scared Zhao Hongwan. Ah.
I saw that you were in a hurry, so I rushed over, that. Zhao Hongwan subconsciously took 2 steps back, too nervous to look Lin Yi in the eye.
Lin Yi, why did you suddenly call me out? Why do you need to bring your ID card? Lin Yi smiled brightly. Sister-in-law, you are asking even though you already know the answer.
Of course, you need to register if you bring your ID card. As he said this, Lin Yi moved closer. From Zhao Hongwan's perspective, Lin Yi pounced towards her with a lewd smile on his face.
Ah! Don't come over here. You rascal, you're worse than an animal. Fatty treats you as a brother, and you actually want to sleep with me. Lin Yi was also frightened by Zhao Hongwan's shout.
Seeing that he had attracted the attention of passers-by, Lin Yi hurriedly went over and covered Zhao Hongwan's mouth.
Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I know you have a prejudice against me, but you wouldn't call me worse than a beast, right? There are so many people watching us. If someone doesn't know, they might think I'm planning something bad to you.
Zhao Hongwan was still struggling, but when she heard Lin Yi's next words, she was stunned.
Okay, sister-in-law, I'll let you go. Don't scream anymore. It's embarrassing.
Lin Yi let go of Zhao Hongwan's mouth. However, Zhao Hongwan still kept a distance from Lin Yi cautiously.
You asked me to bring my ID card, don't you want to check in with me and do something bad to me? Zhao Hongwan had a questioning look on her face. Lin Yi's eyes widened, and he almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I asked you to bring your ID card so that you can register your car purchase information. Haven't you always wanted to replace the fat guy's old Santana?
When Zhao Hongwan heard this, she was completely stunned.
What? You asked me to buy a car.
Linny slapped his forehead speechlessly.
Of course, I've owed Fatty 20,000 yuan for a long time.
He got married, and I didn't help him much. Now that I have some money in my pocket, I must do something.
Zhao Hongwan felt like she was dreaming.
When she came to her senses, her face turned red.
Am I really overthinking it? Did I really misjudge this pretty boy Linny? Is he really not a scumbag? Isn't he obsessed with his voluptuous figure?
Zhao Hongwan looked back at the hotel entrance in a daze, and her eyes instantly regained clarity.
Linny, you are talking nonsense. Buying a car? Do you want to come to the hotel to get a room to buy a car?
Linny pointed speechlessly at the 4S shop next to him. Sister-in-law, there's a 4S store next door, and the tea and snacks there aren't as good as those in the hotel lobby, so I'll wait for you here.
I didn't expect you to misunderstand me. The corners of Zhao Hongjuan's mouth twitched. Is what you said true?
Linny turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation.
Is it true? You will know after you buy the car.
Zhao Hongwan bit her lower lip lightly and looked back again, but she hadn't seen the broken Santana from her family coming over yet.
He said in embarrassment, "This is not good, let's wait for Fatty to come, and then you can go buy it with Fatty."
Linny became anxious when he heard this.
What? Sister-in-law, did you tell Fatty to come see me? Is he behind us? Come on, let's go. If we run into him, the surprise I prepared will be wasted.
Without waiting for Zhao Hongwan to react, Linny dragged Zhao Hongwan into the nearest Mercedes-Benz 4S store.
No, Linny, this is not good. These are all Mercedes-Benz cars, very expensive. Hey, Fatty called.
Seeing that Linny didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Hongwan became even more reserved. However, Linny snatched Zhao Hongjuan's phone and turned it off.
Don't worry about Fatty. Let sister-in-law bring her ID card so that the car can be registered in her name. Whether Fatty has the right to use the car in the future depends on your mood. Zhao Hongwan was so nervous. If the fat man couldn't find her and Linny, she would go crazy. Bang!
In front of the hotel, the fat man threw away the shared bicycle with a broken chain and pressed his cell phone desperately.
Damn it, why is the location gone? Zhao Hongwan, your phone is turned off. Linny, you're a beast, you killed my wife. Bastard, bastard. Chapter 5 Sister-in-law's eyes are drawn. Hey, sir. You have to register before you can go upstairs to see someone. The crazy fat man was stopped by the hotel front desk. But the fat guy was so anxious that he was crying, so he didn't have time to register. He was howling with snot and tears. Don't stop me. My best friend has called my wife to get a room. If it's any later, I'll be a cuckold.
This short sentence expressed all the sadness and made the hat green.
Everyone looked at the fat man with pity. The lady at the front desk also felt sorry for the fat guy and took him by the hand to comfort him. Sir, even if you rush over in such a hurry, you may not be able to find anyone. When the fat man heard this, he became more sober, grabbed the hand of the girl at the front desk, and said excitedly, "Yes, you're right. Come on, help me check the room number my wife booked. The bastard asked my wife to bring her ID card here. It must have been registered." The lady at the front desk was frightened by the fat man and quickly waved her hands to explain. "No, sir. We have a rule that we cannot disclose customer information. You won't tell me? Then I'll die here with you. I'll make your hotel haunted." The fat man lay on the ground and started to act like a rogue. He really had no choice, he was forced into a desperate situation. Linny and Zhao Hongwan had already forgotten about the fat man. Zhao Hongwan was a little reserved at first. After all, she had misunderstood Linny, and she was embarrassed to ask Linny to buy her such a good car. But as the salesperson introduced the car model and asked Zhao Hongwan to go for a test drive, Zhao Hongwan was completely immersed in the joy of picking up a new car. "Sister-in-law, if you drive it yourself, you can just buy a Mercedes-Benz A-Class. This car is cheap now, less than $20. Linny held his chin and analyzed very professionally. When Zhao Hongwan heard this, she quickly interrupted. 200,000. That's not cheap. It's too expensive, too expensive.
Linny waved his hand. Hey, sister-in-law, it's unfair for you to marry Fatty.
You still have to consider having children in the future.
You must have a family car.
The Mercedes-Benz E-Class is too small. You must at least get a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. It will be more prestigious for you to drive it out normally.
Zhao Hongwan had just tried a Mercedes-Benz C-Class.
The interior was so beautiful that she was fascinated by it. Linny, this Mercedes-Benz C-Class is very expensive, right?
Linny directly threw the card to the salesperson. It's the Mercedes-Benz C260L that my sister-in-law just test drove.
I think the options are good enough, and it's only 300 kilometers.
It's no different from a new car.
I'll take it. Swipe the card. The sales staff were naturally delighted.
But Zhao Hongwan panicked, and hurriedly stopped the salesperson and asked nervously.
That car is expensive, isn't it?
The salesperson smiled and responded, Ma'am, only expensive things can show your lover's love for you.
Don't worry, I will give you the best price. It only costs 340,000 yuan to land it.
What?
340,000? No, this is too expensive.
Zhao Hongwan blushed when she heard the first half of the sentence and wanted to explain her relationship with Linny.
But the price in the second half of the sentence completely shocked Zhao Hongwan. That is 340,000.
Based on their current family income of 80,000 yuan a year, they still cannot afford this car even if they don't eat or drink for 4 years.
But Linny was very satisfied with the price and casually handed Zhao Hongwan's ID card to the salesperson.
Hurry up, we're waiting for the car.
Okay sir, don't worry, our efficiency is guaranteed.
The salesperson was in a hurry to swipe the card, but still turned around and said something to Zhao Hongwan.
Ma'am, I really envy you.
Your husband is not only handsome, but also loves you so much. Zhao Hongwan was confused and turned around to explain.
He's not my husband.
Linny, I admit that I have a prejudice against you. From now on, I will never doubt your brotherly relationship with Fatty again.
Forget about the car. It's too expensive.
Linny raised a finger towards Zhao Hongwan.
Shoo, sister-in-law, don't talk.
We should discuss how to give Fatty a surprise later.
Do you think we should prepare a bouquet of flowers for him? How about putting them in the trunk?
When Zhao Hongwan heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up.
The fat man would definitely be very happy with such a big surprise. But this is too expensive for Linny. He would be so happy to be able to drive this car, why would I prepare flowers for him? Linny, are you really going to buy this car for me?
Zhao Hongwan bit her lower lip lightly, not daring to look at Linny. As a woman, her mind is delicate and sensitive, and she is prone to wild thoughts. In her opinion, a man would never buy her such a luxury car for no reason.
To put it bluntly, she's not worth it. As for the brotherhood between Linny and Fatty, it's even less worth it.
Therefore, Zhao Hongwan still felt that Linny must have some interest in her. She was also worried that if she really accepted the car, then if Linny asked her to show her ID card again in the future, she would not be able to refuse Linny.
Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Fatty and I are best brothers.
Since you followed Fatty, I, as your younger brother, cannot let you down.
This car must be in your name. Also, if Fatty bullies you, you can drive back to your parents' home and he won't get angry at all. Sister-in-law, don't you think this makes sense?
Linny had a flattering look on his face. His idea was very simple. You can get cashback from the sister-in-law and at the same time curry favor with her, so that Fatty can come out more often to eat skewers and have a couple of drinks with you in the future.
Zhao Hongwan was almost moved to tears. Brother Linny, you are so kind to your sister-in-law.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Linny's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully cashing back 3.45 million yuan.
More than 3 million.
Linny was so excited that he couldn't express it. He tried his best to suppress his emotions, but he still needed an outlet. So, Linny inexplicably pulled Zhao Hongwan's white and tender little hand.
Sister-in-law, we are one family, so we should not have different opinions.
Zhao Hongwan shyly pulled back her hand and said coquettishly, Hate you, brother Linny, you are not honest at all. Zhao Hongwan's reaction made Linny a little confused. Soon, the car and the big green book were delivered. Zhao Hongwan saw her name clearly on the green book and couldn't help but become even more excited.
I actually have a Mercedes-Benz C. Fatty only gave me a dowry of 88,000 yuan, but another strange man gave me a luxury car worth more than 300,000 yuan.
Zhao Hongwan sat in the driver's seat, looking back at Lin Yi's handsome face in the rearview mirror. Her eyes were a little dull.
Sister-in-law, call Fatty and see where he is. He will definitely be satisfied with this surprise. Let's find a place to have a drink and celebrate your new car.
Lin Yi couldn't wait to see the fat man's face that was about to smile like a chrysanthemum.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhao Hongwan responded.
He drove the car out of the 4S shop and subconsciously parked it in the parking lot in front of the hotel, and then called the fat man's cell phone.
Beep, beep, beep.
As soon as the phone call was made, Lin Yi in the back seat looked into the hotel and muttered something.
Hey, is there some kind of event going on in the hotel lobby? Why are there so many people? Chapter 6, Fatty, let's break up. Zhao Hongwan subconsciously glanced towards the hotel lobby.
It was indeed very lively inside. Several security guards went up and grabbed a man, as if they were going to throw him out of the door.
Boring, why are there people causing trouble in someone else's hotel lobby?
Zhao Hongwan rolled her eyes, looked away, and waited for the fat man's call to be connected. But the other party didn't answer at all. At this time, a hand was placed on Zhao Hongwan's shoulder and squeezed.
Hey, sister-in-law, sister-in-law.
At the same time, Lin Yi's call came.
Zhao Hongwan quickly hung up the phone, her face blushing with embarrassment. Hey, what are you doing? Stop picking on my sister-in-law.
Lin Yi pointed outside the window.
Sister-in-law, look quickly, is that person fat? Zhao Hongwan was startled and quickly looked back.
I saw a ragged fat man being thrown out of the hotel by several security guards.
He rolled down the high steps with blood on his face. Oh, my husband. My husband. Zhao Hongwan screamed in anxiety. She had no time to think about giving a surprise. She just opened the car door and ran over.
Lin Yi's movements were not slow either, he caught up in 3 or 2 steps. But before I could see the fat man's face clearly, I heard him pointing at the hotel security guards and crying and cursing.
You are a bunch of cold-blooded animals. You won't let me catch you cheating. You would rather destroy a temple than a marriage. You are really committing a sin. Catching an adulterer? Lin Yi's mind was full of question marks.
But before Lin Yi could figure out why the fat man had encountered this situation, Zhao Hongwan had already helped the fat man up with all her strength.
Hubby, are you okay?
After expressing her concern, Zhao Hongwan pointed at the security guards at the hotel entrance and cursed them.
You are crazy. Why are you hitting my husband? I will sue you.
The fat man stood up and looked at his wife beside him in confusion. He looked back at the hotel gate, then turned to look at his wife Zhao Hongwan, puzzled.
When did you come out?
Zhao Hongwan was also confused by the question.
What do you mean by coming out or not? Honey, your head is bleeding. Did you get beaten, stupid?
Zhao Hongwan was just about to wipe the blood off the fat man.
The fat man pushed Zhao Hongwan away and cursed, Don't fool me, I'm not stupid, I saw the location at the hotel. Damn, how bastard is Lin Yi?
Zhao Hongwan squatted on the ground, completely dazed.
How dare the fat guy attack her? Isn't this the opposite of Tiangang?
Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly grabbed the fat man.
Fatty, are you crazy? Why are you fighting with my sister-in-law?
When the fat man heard this, he suddenly turned around and glared at Lin Yi's handsome face. Without saying a word, he punched him angrily.
Fuck you.
Lin Yi, you bastard, I treat you as my best brother, and you even wear my pants.
You fucking killed my wife, I'll chop you into pieces.
Before Lin Yi could hear clearly what the fat man was cursing, he collapsed to the ground dizzy and was kicked twice by the fat man. This guy was born with big feet, and those size 48 big feet are extremely lethal. Lin Yi felt like his internal organs were shattered. But the fat man was still not satisfied and looked for bricks everywhere, ready to beat Lin Yi up. But Zhao Hongwan came to her senses at this moment, and she immediately realized why the fat man went crazy. The fat guy actually suspected that she had checked into a hotel room and slept with Lin Yi. Embarrassed and angry, Zhao Hongwan jumped up and gave the fat man a big punch on the face.
Bang! The resounding sound of the slap echoed across 2 blocks.
More and more passers-by gathered around. The fat man was stunned by the slap and looked at Zhao Hongwan as if he had seen a ghost.
You hit me? Zhao Hongwan blushed and said angrily. I'm hitting you. Fatty, you actually suspected that I slept with your best friend. Are you a human being? The fat man had never seen Zhao Hongwan so angry, and he immediately shrank his neck. But how could the anger in his heart be suppressed so easily? Don't yell at me. If you can do it, I'm not afraid of losing face. The location of your phone disappeared here, and you turned it off. Aren't you feeling guilty? The fat guy dared to question. Zhao Hongwan was so angry that she swung her arm and gave the fat man another big punch. Bang! The fat man covered his face, becoming even more confused. What the hell is going on? My wife cheated on me, and you still dare to hit me? Is there any justice in this world? At this moment, the fat man felt that he was the most pathetic cuckold in the world, and he wanted to jump into the river. Tired, exhausted, this world. Goodbye. But don't wait for the fat man to take action. Zhao Hongjuan's delicate voice rang out again. You fucking bastard. Fatty. Listen to me. My phone was turned off by your good brother Linny. Your good brother wanted to give you a surprise, so he took me to the 4S store next door to buy a car. The fat man's head was buzzing and he looked in the direction Zhao Hongwan pointed. Mercedes-Benz 4S store? This is fucking impossible. How can a poor loser like Linny have the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz? The fat man cursed subconsciously. Linny also climbed up, holding his stomach, and raised his hand to give the fat man a big pocket. Bang! The fat man was even more confused. Linny, you hit me? Linny gnashed his teeth and said, Nonsense. Your father is the one who beat you. I prepared a surprise for you and spent more than 300,000 yuan to buy a car for your wife. Not only did you not kneel down and acknowledge me as your godfather, but you also gave me a big foot. My bladder is about to be broken by your kick. The fat man was dumbfounded. Spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy a car? When Zhao Hongwan saw Lin Yi's pale face as he covered his stomach, she also panicked and hurried over to support Lin Yi's arm. Brother Lin Yi, how are you? Do you want to go to the hospital? He turned around and cursed at the fat man. Fatty, are you a human being? Open your eyes wide and look at what that car is over there, and look at what this is. After saying that, Zhao Hongwan took out the big green book she had just received from her bag and threw it at the fat man's face. The fat man grabbed the big green book in panic, opened it and saw his wife's name in it. Mercedes-Benz C260L, Zhao Hongwan. How the hell is this possible? The fat man looked at Linny as if he had seen a ghost. You bastard, have you turned over a new leaf? Linny was inexplicably shocked and became angry. He raised his hand, took out 20,000 yuan in cash from his trouser pocket and threw it into the fat man's hand. Oh. I never thought that you would suspect me of sleeping with your wife, even though we grew up together. I owe you 20,000 yuan, and the car I gave to my sister-in-law is the interest. From now on, we are done. After saying that, Linny covered his stomach and turned away. At this moment, the fat man felt that his world was shattered again. Zhao Hongwan panicked. Brother Linny, don't be angry, this is all Fatty's fault, he is not a human being. I asked him to kneel down and apologize to you. You can't leave like this, otherwise I will not live with Fatty anymore. At this time, the onlookers also started to curse angrily. What a bastard. It makes me so angry. He has such a good brother, but this fat guy actually suspects that he seduced his wife. That's right, don't you see how handsome this guy is? If he wants to seduce my sister-in-law, does he need to buy her a car? I'm so angry that I'm about to get mastitis. A man who doesn't trust his wife and betrays his good brother is worse than an animal. Hey, what are you yelling at? Who is the fat guy? The guy with blood all over his face is not fat. What's going on? Did he catch someone having an affair? The last guy was obviously a new arrival and was a member of the crowd who didn't know the truth. And all these words reached the fat man's ears. It was like a nail, constantly piercing the fat man's heart. I am such a not human being. The fat guy wanted to slap himself a few times. Chapter 7 My brother was tortured. Lin Yi. The fat man suddenly called Lin Yi. Lin Yi also heard the discussions of the people around him, especially when someone questioned who the fat man was. Lin Yi still felt a little sad. Brother, you have lost weight and become haggard. The fat guy probably hasn't had a good day since his marriage, which makes Lin Yi feel distressed. Even though this fat guy misunderstood me today, we have been brothers for decades after all. How could I give up on that? So, when he heard the fat man's call, Lin Yi stopped and turned back and said impatiently, Why are you calling me daddy? Thump! Unexpectedly, the fat man knelt directly in front of Lin Yi. Godfather, I was wrong, Godfather. I am not a human being. I shouldn't doubt our brotherhood. You can't be so petty, right? He. Bang bang bang.
The fat man slapped himself a few times, and his face was full of wrinkles. Linny finally saw the chrysanthemum-like smile on the fat man's face. But this was not because of the surprise or touching smile brought by the Mercedes-Benz car. Instead, it was a smile of guilt, flattery, or even flattery and sadness. At this moment, Linny only felt distressed and guilty towards the fat man. Linny turned around and helped the fat man up, with tears in his eyes.
Fatty, you're not fat anymore, you've become so skinny that you're unrecognizable. You're not cute at all. Before he finished speaking, Linny hugged the fat man.
When the fat man heard this, he also started crying with a sour nose.
Linny, I'm so miserable. I'm under so much pressure, and I'm having a hard time.
At this moment, the fat man was like a wronged child who finally found a shoulder to lean on and began to vent his anger without restraint. If it was just the pressure accumulated from the past, it really wasn't worth the fat man's breakdown and loss of composure. The key point is that he had just experienced such a terrible thing, and the ups and downs and emotions really drove him crazy. The fat man didn't faint on the spot, which showed that his heart had a strong endurance. Zhao Hongwan, who was standing next to him, wanted to scold the fat guy. But when she saw the fat boy lying in Linyi's arms, crying like a grandson, crying like a child, Zhao Hongwan also softened her heart.
After we got married, I did put a lot of pressure on him.
I asked him to make money, lose weight, and prepare for pregnancy. I even forced him to collect debts from his good friends.
Zhao Hongwan also realized her mistake.
She loved Fatty very much and hoped that Fatty would be better and that this family would be better. She usually has high demands on herself, and relatively speaking, she has even higher demands on fat people. But she ignored many of the fat man's feelings. He was just a young man of about 24 or 25 years old, a newly married man.
Losing 60 kilograms in half a year is an extraordinary perseverance that surpasses people of the same age.
It is also enough to prove the fat man's love for her and his sense of responsibility towards the family. But she still felt that the fat man didn't do enough. Guilt made Zhao Hongwan's eyes red and she shed tears. Then, Zhao Hongwan also opened her arms and hugged the two big boys. Many people around were also in tears.
What's going on? Are you filming a movie?
Oh, I'm so touched.
This is a good ending. I see, brotherhood and love shouldn't be divided into opposites, they should be harmonious like this. Mad, what kind of drama are they filming? Where's the camera? The actor's acting is so good, it made me cry. Acting?
Fatty really hoped that this was an act. But this is what really happened. The fat man, who had recovered, wiped his tears quickly and hugged Zhao Hongwan in his arms.
I'm sorry, honey, I wronged you.
Zhao Hongwan also punched the fat man's chest with her small fist.
Fatty, you doubt me. I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death.
Sister-in-law, if you don't want to use your strength, I'll help you. Although the fat man has lost weight, his body is very resistant to beatings. Linny joked from the side, he really couldn't stand the fat man showing off his love to him.
Hate it, brother Linny, did the fat guy hurt you? Quick, let's go to the hospital. Zhao Hongwan dragged the two men, one in each hand, into the brand new Mercedes-Benz. Sister-in-law, there's no need to go to the hospital. I'm really fine.
After Linny got in the car, he began to resist going to the hospital. Zhao Hongwan shook her head and said, no, we must go check it out.
And the fat guy, his head is bleeding.
The fat man also knew that he had just hit Linny too hard, and hurriedly said, yes, we need to check it out.
Linny, don't blame me, brother. I think too much.
Linny twisted the fat man's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Without waiting for the fat man to cry out in pain, Linny lowered his voice.
Go to the hospital.
You just have a scratch on your head, and it's already dark after all the tests at the hospital. I'll prescribe cephalosporin for you later.
Then can we too still drink? The fat man's eyes widened, drinking?
When the fat man uttered these two words, his saliva was about to drop. When Linny saw the fat man's appearance, he felt sad again.
What kind of situation is this for my brother? Nonsense, why else would I spend so much money to buy a car for your wife? I'm not a sucker.
Linny continued to whisper to the fat man.
This car can shut your wife up. From now on, when your friends ask you to go out and have fun, your wife won't be able to stop you, right? The fat man's eyeballs were about to pop out of his sockets. The way his head clicked was like there was a bug. But when he thought about it, the fat man felt embarrassed. Isn't this price too high? Oh, by the way, you've made a fortune. How come you have so much money? You bought a Mercedes and paid me back. Linny was speechless. Nonsense, my buddy won the lottery, I have plenty of money in my hands, and I can help you get rich in the future. Today is the day when your family's status rises. In the future, when you have money in your pocket, you will become more and more powerful. The fat man felt longing and his face flushed. Zhao Hongwan, who was driving, finally noticed the whispering of the two people in the back seat. Fatty, what did you whisper to brother Linny about? The fat man suddenly stammered in panic. Wife, I didn't say anything. Linny, however, remained very calm. Sister-in-law, I'm talking to Fatty about work. The home appliance company he's working for now isn't doing well, so I plan to ask him to resign. Zhao Hongwan became anxious when she heard this. Resign? No way. How can I make money if I don't work? I still have to raise children in the future. Linny interrupted, Sister-in-law, I'm planning to start a business recently. Fatty is my best brother, and I'm definitely going to get him to work with me. The initial benefits may not be good, but I can also give him a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. If you don't believe me, we can sign an employment contract later, and we'll sign a 3-year contract first. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Zhao Hongwan was so excited that she drifted and braked her newly bought Mercedes-Benz on the road. Brother Linny, what did you say just now? 10,000 a month? In this small 4th-tier city, earning over 10,000 yuan a month already makes you an elite talent. And it's a 3-year contract. Even if Fatty doesn't work with Linny after 3 years, he can still earn 360,000 in these 3 years. The mortgage can be paid off, and Zhao Hongwan no longer has to worry about not being able to raise a child. All the current difficulties have been resolved. How could this not make Zhao Hongwan excited? Chapter 8, The Liberated Serfs Sing. Sister-in-law, do you think 10,000 yuan is too little? Then I'll increase it a little bit. Linny said this deliberately. He still had a firm grasp of Zhao Hongwan's psychological activities. Sure enough, Zhao Hongwan waved her hands quickly. No, quite a bit. I'm just worried that Fatty won't be able to help you. Linny laughed and said, Sister-in-law, you underestimated Fatty. His physique, he's thinner now, which is a bit of a shame. If he had his previous physique and was my bodyguard, I would have paid him 10,000 yuan. This was originally a joke, but Zhao Hongwan took it seriously. Zhao Hongwan frowned. Fatty is too thin now. Brother Linny, if you really need a bodyguard, then let Fatty eat more. He gets fat very quickly. The fat man waved his hand quickly. No, wife, I have finally lost weight and I still have to prepare for pregnancy. Zhao Hongwan cursed, bullshit, just get pregnant during this period, and you can eat your food. He turned around and gave Linny a smiling face. The speed of face changing is even faster than that of Sichuan opera. Brother Linny, I've always wanted to ask, how did you suddenly become so rich? Also, what entrepreneurial project are you going to start? The fat man answered quickly, Linny won the lottery. Zhao Hongwan's smile suddenly froze. Win the lottery? Isn't that just a nouveau riche? No wonder he spends money lavishly. According to Linny's current spending, he will probably be poor again in no time. If this is the case, Zhao Hongwan naturally cannot let the fat man follow Linny and fool around. Maybe it won't be long before Linny won't be able to pay Fatty his salary. Linny naturally noticed the change in Zhao Hongwan's expression and immediately covered the fat man's mouth. Ha, sister-in-law, winning the lottery is just fooling Fatty. After all, when a poor person suddenly becomes rich, it's easy to make people jealous. In the future, in front of outsiders, you should also tell them that I won the lottery, so that it's not easy to make people jealous. Zhao Hongwan was startled and asked doubtfully, so, you didn't get your money from the lottery? Linny also lied without blushing. How can I have such good luck? Forget the lottery. The most I've ever won from a scratch card is 10 yuan. The fat man also opened his mouth and quickly agreed. Yes, that's right. We bought it together. We spent $10 to buy a big bowl of ramen. That is? Zhao Hongwan was still asking suspiciously. She had to make sure that Linny's so-called entrepreneurship was a serious matter, otherwise how could she feel at ease letting the fat man follow Linny?
Linny raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, to put it bluntly, it's e-commerce, but it also involves import and export trade."
To put it simply, it's selling our good products to foreigners.
Zhao Hongwan was still suspicious and asked, "Oh, so this is the case?
Is this business very profitable? Oh, by the way, didn't the United States impose tariffs on us recently? Has this industry been affected?" Linny curled his lips and said, "Tisk, why don't we just not do business with them?"
"I mainly do business in Southeast Asia, island countries, and those countries bordering the western regions.
Only in this way can the profit be high. Otherwise, how could I possibly make millions in just 1 year?"
Zhao Hongwan saw that Lin Yi's words made sense and had already believed most of it. When she heard that Lin Yi had earned several million, her pretty face turned red.
Millions a year? That's how much money they make.
Lin Yi shrugged. It didn't work at first, and it was too tiring.
I have to go abroad occasionally. Why don't I come back and ask Fatty to work with me? He can help me share a lot of pressure.
Zhao Hongwan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Fatty is very reliable. You two are childhood friends and good brothers. Brother Lin Yi, you must take care of our Fatty in the future.
You're too polite, sister-in-law. This is what I should do. Lin Yi looked generous. The fat guy next to them was stunned. Is this still the Lin Yi I know? The one who brags without thinking? The fat man would never believe the nonsense Lin Yi said. But I still have to agree.
Wife, see, I told you that Lin Yi would definitely be able to turn his life around.
Zhao Hongwan immediately spat. Pa, you are the one who is incompetent.
Stop talking nonsense and go to the hospital to bandage your head.
The fat man wiped the blood off his forehead and said quickly, "Oh, wife, I'm fine. I just broke a piece of skin on my forehead. It's not all blood, but mostly sweat. That won't work either. We need to bandage it." Zhao Hongwan was about to start the car again. The fat man stopped him and said, "Why are you going?"
My brother is kind enough to take me to make money. I have to hurry up and understand the content of the job. After saying that, the fat man leaned close to Zhao Hongjuan's ear and whispered, "Wife, hurry up and drive your new car to meet up with your bestie. I haven't seen Lin Yi for half a year. It's rare that this good brother still remembers to help me. This is an opportunity to change our lives, I must grab it. He said he wants to meet a big client later, so I have to accompany him. He can't drink much, so I have to stop him from drinking.
If the deal is done, my job here will be secure."
Zhao Hongjuan's eyes lit up and she quickly replied in a low voice,
"Husband, you are right.
You are a great brother, but you also need to take care of your health. Making money is important, but health is more important." The fat man said with a straight face, "That's nonsense.
I definitely know the importance of it. However, we have to fight today. Honey, have fun.
From now on, I will be responsible for making money to support the family, and you will be responsible for being beautiful and driving a Mercedes-Benz." Zhao Hongwan was so moved that she kissed the fat man on the face.
"Hubby, you're so nice." The fat man was a little bit elated.
After getting married, this was the first time for him to rise up and sing about his life. It was so beautiful. It was not until the two got out of the car and Zhao Hongwan drove the Mercedes-Benz away around the corner that the fat man grabbed Lin Yi, who was beside him. Lin Yi was startled and hurriedly supported the fat man.
"Hey, fatty, stand still. You're not really bleeding too much, are you?
I see the amount of blood coming out of your forehead is not even as much as a woman's period."
"Don't scare me."
The fat man steadied his steps and grinned.
"Brother, I was right about you. You really made me proud. Do you know how I've been living for the past 6 months? I want to eat pork elbow." The fat man almost cried again. Lin Yi patted the fat man's back twice. "Brother, you've lost weight. Come on, let your godfather take you to eat pork elbow."
"Go to hell, you can be my dad just because you have money," the fat man cursed with a smile.
Lin Yi teased, "Do you want money?"
"Yes, godfather, please accept my son's greetings."
Ha ha ha. The two of them walked into a restaurant, talking and laughing.
After a hearty meal, the fat man's face finally had some color, but he hadn't drunk for a long time, so his eyes looked a little blurry.
"Grandson, tell me the truth, how did you make your fortune?" Lin Yi laughed and scolded, "What seniority are you talking about?"
Then he said seriously, "Don't worry about the money.
We will definitely make some money in the future.
You just need to know that the money in my pocket is enough for us to spend." The fat man curled his lips, still trying to be mysterious.
Okay, I won't ask anymore. You are the boss because you have money. I will follow you from now on.
To show his sincerity, the fat man performed a chien air beer trick for Linny, spinning a bottle in one breath.
Hiccup, what's going on tomorrow? Are you really going to attend Chin Yu's son's full moon party?
Hey, tell me the truth, is Chin Yu's son yours?
The fat guy has been thinking about the invitation from Lin's ex-girlfriend.
This clearly meant that Linny was going to be made a laughingstock, and the fat man subconsciously wanted to stop him. Chapter 9 Sister-in-law, please respect yourself. Fuck you, I didn't break her for half a year before graduation. Linny spat and waved his hand with a gloomy look on his face. Maybe she broke up with me because I didn't break up with her for half a year. Anyway, her son has nothing to do with me.
The fat man got the answer he wanted and was immediately relieved and joked. You kid, you've been with her for more than 3 years, right? Isn't there a chance of an accident? Hey, did she have a miscarriage?
Linny rolled his eyes at the fat man. Before, the fat man would not gossip with him about his ex-girlfriend Chin Yu.
However, Linny didn't mind. What ex-girlfriend?
Linny had long moved on from that relationship.
Fuck, Buddy has a good aim.
Besides, this woman is greedy and she doesn't even know when to land. Lin Yi's smile shrank a little. Seeing that Linny could tease Chin Yu easily, the fat man laughed even more happily. He knew that his brother had completely recovered from his failed relationship.
Damn it, that's a bargain for her, she'll be eating and drinking with you for years. Linny shrugged, it doesn't matter. It's not like this thing can't reproduce. With this handsome face of mine, how can I lack women?
The two of them smiled obscenely at each other and put the past behind them. But we have to face the matter before us. However, the fat man was no longer worried and started to give advice with a sly smile on his face. Linny, let's drive our Mercedes to celebrate Chin Yu's son's full moon tomorrow.
I want to see which grandson in the class dares to laugh at my brother. Ha, Chin Yu will definitely regret it.
Linny curled his lips, as if he was disgusted with the fat man's bad idea.
A Mercedes C-Class can shut up those cowards? He Chang drives a BMW 3 Series. The fat man frowned. You can't say that. Isn't He Chang's BMW 3 Series a second-hand one? Even if it's new, it's not as expensive as a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, right?
Linny patted the fat man on the shoulder.
You are too narrow-minded. Fatty, you are too narrow-minded. Ah.
The fat man was dazed. Linny drank a glass of beer and sneered, what I want is not an evenly matched competition, but absolute restraint and suppression. The fat man didn't understand, but he felt that Lin Yi's words made his blood boil. His face turned red and his neck became thick, and his breathing became rapid. Lin Yi continued speaking. Mercedes-Benz is a bit old-fashioned, and Maybach is not suitable for people of our age.
The fat man glared and said, are you going to buy a Porsche? The convertible version of the 718? Damn, that's my dream car. Linny pouted and said, you are too small, fatty. The fat man looked down subconsciously, I'm not small. Linny continued, I say you are narrow-minded. Young people nowadays don't drive a cow or ride a horse. Even if they park on the side of the road, no girls will come up to you and ask you for VX. The fat man's breathing became more rapid. Huff huff. You mean a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? Holy shit. Bro, do you have that much money? That would be millions. Fortunately, the two of them were in the box, otherwise the fat man's noise would definitely attract onlookers and he would be doomed in a matter of minutes.
Linny curled his lips, money is just dirt, there is plenty if you squeeze it. The fat man swallowed hard, his mind was really too narrow, this was a luxury car that he couldn't even think about, not even dream of owning.
Linny has already started choosing his favorite car on his mobile phone.
But as soon as he found Ferrari's entry-level convertible sports car, Linny was a little dumbfounded.
This thing costs 2.76 million? Adding a convertible will cost $500,000? More than 3 million. Is this the power of rich people? If I spend more than 3 million to buy a car, I will become poor again? Muttering to himself, Linny quietly put away his phone. But this also further strengthened Lin Yi's inner thoughts. You must buy a luxury car, otherwise you will let the system down for choosing you. The more you spend money, the more you have. Lin Yi, you are not really doing anything criminal, are you?
Although it feels good to be rich, I have to advise you, brother, you must not do anything criminal.
The fat man patted Lin Yi's shoulder earnestly. Also, duck, you can't be a duck.
Although I admit that you have a handsome face that can be used to make a living, if you really hook up with a rich woman, then I will cry to death. Lin Yi mercilessly exposed the fat man's true psychology.
You are jealous of my good looks.
The fat man sighed, alas, I am quite handsome when I lose weight.
It's a pity that I am not blessed with a rich woman.
I just want to take care of my little family, make more money, and let my wife give birth to a son for me. It doesn't have to be fat for nothing, as long as it is my biological child. While mumbling to himself, the fat man actually fell drunk. Lin Yi was stunned for a long time, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. You can drink 3 kilograms of liquor without nodding your head, but you got dizzy after only 6 bottles of beer today. It seems that you have suffered a lot in the past 6 months. The fat man's married life may have its ups and downs, but Lin Yi mostly saw the bitterness, which made him resist marriage. If you don't have money, you have to make do, both in terms of people and in your heart. But if you have money, you will definitely have more choices, so you won't have to put yourself in a difficult position and make your future miserable.
Ding dong.
Lin Yi carried the skinny fat man on his back and rang the doorbell of the fat man's house.
Zhao Hongwan, who was wearing a facial mask, opened the door, and seeing Lin Yi carrying the drunk fat man on his back, she hurried in to greet him.
Hey, how come you're so drunk?
And you asked your brother Lin Yi to carry this fat guy back? That's totally wrong.
Seeing that Zhao Hongwan was about to slap the fat man to wake him up, Lin Yi hurriedly stopped her. Sister-in-law, Fatty is tired and sleeping soundly.
You can't wake him up, so let him sleep.
Zhao Hongwan subconsciously grabbed her collar, her eyes a little flustered. Then please take him to the bedroom.
I'll get you a glass of water.
Lin Yi responded, and after settling the fat man down, he returned to the living room. The fat man's house is not big, just a small 3-bedroom apartment of over 90 square meters with a floor height of only 2.8 meters, which makes people feel a little depressed.
Brother Lin Yi, please sit down and drink some hot water.
Zhao Hongwan greeted Lin Yi warmly, but for some reason, after pouring the water, Zhao Hongwan sat at the other end of the sofa, far away from Lin Yi. Moreover, they didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yi, as if they were worried that Lin Yi would do something bad to them.
Lin Yi's eyes also hurt because of Zhao Hongwan's shaky white thighs. Oh, sister-in-law, I won't sit down. Today's business talks went smoothly.
Fatty has made a great contribution.
The 20,000 yuan is a reward for him. You can help him keep it.
He is a married man now, and you can't let him spend money recklessly. Lin Yi gave another 20,000 yuan in cash. Zhao Hongwan, who was originally far away, hurried over and took the money with both hands.
The body is honest, but the mouth is polite. Oh, brother Lin Yi, you are too polite. You have given your sister-in-law such an expensive car.
It is only natural for Fatty to help you.
Why do you still want money?
Lin Yi glanced in the direction of the bedroom, then turned and spoke seriously to Zhao Hongwan.
Sister-in-law, you should take this money.
When Fatty wakes up tomorrow, you should take him to buy a decent outfit. He can't wear something too shabby when meeting clients.
Besides, we have to attend a full moon banquet tomorrow and will meet many classmates. We can't let our classmates look down on Fatty.
Zhao Hongwan quickly responded, yes, brother Lin Yi, you are right. Fatty is just too unkempt.
When he follows you to do big business in the future, he must pay attention to his image.
I will prepare something for him tomorrow morning.
Okay, I'm leaving now, sister-in-law. Lin Yi left without looking back.
Zhao Hongwan walked him to the door and then to the elevator, waving and smiling as she said goodbye to Lin Yi. The heart that had been hanging in the air suddenly dropped, and I felt inexplicably empty.
Could it be that the fat guy is right? Lin Yi doesn't like fat women at all? This is the best. I'm the fat man's wife, and I can't have any ambiguous relationship with his good brother. Chapter 10, Sister-in-law is not a husband killer.
After going downstairs, Lin Yi took out his cell phone and hailed a taxi.
This feeling is wonderful and weird.
He spent over 300,000 yuan to buy a Mercedes for someone else, but he still had to take a Didi to get home. I finally had some time to look at my phone, and suddenly a series of messages popped up on it. It's my sister-in-law Song Xinshuang.
Lin Yi, where have you been? Why haven't you come home yet?
Lin Yi, come back soon, I have something to ask you.
Where have you been? Where did the 20,000 yuan come from? Answer the phone.
Then Linny saw a series of missed calls. The series of bombings made Linny slap his forehead in pain.
I knew this matter couldn't be fooled. I have to make up an excuse. It's hard enough to live.
Now that you have money, you still have to find a reason for where your money came from.
It's too hard.
Although he was full of complaints, after shaking his head, Linny quickly sent a message back. Sister-in-law, Fatty, and I just finished drinking.
I made all the money myself. It's reasonable, legal, and compliant. Don't think too much about it. Everyone has their own secrets. I've grown up too. I hope you can understand me. The tone is sincere and the story is told in a leisurely manner.
When Song Xinchuang saw the news, he suddenly felt like his mouth was gagged. He tapped on the phone for a long time and finally sent a message to Linny. You have grown up, and your sister-in-law can understand you, but you can't find your sister-in-law annoying. After all, your sister-in-law is the closest person to you in this world. Sincerity is always a killer move. This sentence almost made Linny bury his head in his crotch in shame. But Linny would not impulsively confess the secret that he had a system and used plug-ins.
Sister-in-law, go home and tell me in person.
Good. After a brief conversation, Linny began brainstorming again. When getting off the car, Linny had a clear mind and had thought of all the excuses. But as soon as I got off the car, I stepped on dog shit. Before I even reached the door of the unit, the street lights went out. As soon as I pressed the elevator button, it suddenly reported a malfunction and stopped operating. Linny could only be patient and climb up to the 7th floor step by step. When he reached the door, Linny put his hands together to his mouth and swore secretly.
God, I know I was wrong. The bad luck I've been through is a revelation from you. Don't worry, I have money now. No matter who I forget, I will never forget my sister-in-law.
I will move her out of this shabby neighborhood tomorrow.
Click.
The door was suddenly opened, and before Linny could even take out his key, Song Xinchuang's beautiful face appeared before him.
What are you doing standing there like an idiot? With your hands clasped together, are you praying to a god? We don't have any gods in our house. Don't be superstitious.
If there really were gods, our parents wouldn't have gotten into trouble, and your brother wouldn't have died so young. Song Xinchuang joked casually, and it was obvious that she had let go of the death of her loved one. Of course, this relief might be pretended in front of Linny. After all, Song Xinchuang is Lin Yi's sister-in-law.
A sister-in-law is like a mother.
She is Lin Yi's only relative and elder.
She must support the family. She will never allow Lin Yi to indulge in the grief of the past.
Linny scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and tried hard to force a smile as he walked into the house.
Sister-in-law, actually my brother is gone, there is no need for you to take care of me. Bang! Song Xinchuang slapped Lin Yi on the back of his head. If you say anything stupid again, I'll beat you to death.
Song Xinchuang's eyes are big to begin with, and they become even bigger when she glares, which is quite intimidating. Linny rubbed the back of his head and smiled bitterly. My sister-in-law still treats him as a child. Song Xinchuang seemed to realize that what he did was not right inside.
Don't say these things in the future. I'm an orphan. I've had no relatives since I was a child. I really want a family, but I'm unlucky.
As soon as I married into your family, my parents and your eldest brother died.
Fortunately, you're lucky. You're my only relative. Unless you get married, I won't leave you. Song Xinchuang's eyes were a little gloomy, but very determined.
Linny felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. He knew very well that there were often rumors about his sister-in-law in the hospital where she worked. Most of them said that my sister-in-law was born to be a lonely woman, and anyone who got close to her would be killed.
Some even blamed Song Xinchuang for the deaths of Lin Yi's parents and eldest brother.
Fortunately, Song Xinchuang has a cheerful personality and usually ignores these rumors. But today Linny realized that his sister-in-law cared. My sister-in-law cares too much about what those people say, and even more about Linny's attitude. Speaking of which, my sister-in-law is also a poor person. She was born as an abandoned baby, grew up in an orphanage, and studied part-time. She finally succeeded in her studies and was admitted to the 3rd hospital of the city. But during the internship, the internal staff almost squeezed out all the positions for regularization. If Lin Yi's parents were not both veterans of the hospital and had some say in helping his sister-in-law get a permanent job, it's likely that his sister-in-law would not be able to become the head nurse of the department now. Perhaps it was the first time that my sister-in-law felt the warmth of family love. After their blind date, it was natural for her to marry my eldest brother.
Unfortunately, after getting the certificate in the morning, my eldest brother followed his parents to the epidemic-stricken area in the afternoon.
When they came back, only cold bodies were left. My sister-in-law didn't even get to take a last look at them before their bodies were cremated. This was definitely the most painful thing in her life. Perhaps in the sister-in-law's heart, she also began to believe that she was the one who killed the 3 members of the Lin family. They were her benefactors and relatives who gave her a warm home, but she killed them. This kind of pain is always deeply buried in my sister-in-law's heart. Lenny gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law, don't listen to outside rumors. The death of my parents and my eldest brother has nothing to do with you.
I know who they are best.
They are doctors whose mission is to save lives and heal the wounded. Otherwise, they would not have taken the initiative to apply to go to the city with the most serious epidemic."
Song Xinchuang smiled bitterly and shook her head.
She was conflicted inside. On the one hand, she firmly believed that she was not destined to be a husband killer, but on the other hand, she could not let go of those heart-wrenching and tragic past events. She shouldn't have said these words, but after saying them, she felt a lot more relieved.
It was as if Linny was being asked to make a choice.
If Linny was afraid of being killed by her and chose to leave, she would definitely let him go.
Okay, I won't say this anymore.
Linny, come and eat dumplings, but you should drink less wine. Song Xinchuang changed the subject and brought out 2 plates of dumplings and a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge from the kitchen. Linny felt warm in his heart, but after sitting down he spoke seriously. "Sister-in-law, if anyone in the hospital talks nonsense again, you should slap them in the face, don't indulge them. Also, don't be sad about the death, we all have to look forward." Song Xinchuang sat opposite Linny, smiled and nodded. Okay, Linny has really grown up and knows how to care for his sister-in-law. Then, Song Xinchuang placed the phone in front of Linny. "But you still need to explain the 20,000 yuan matter to your sister-in-law.
When you left home this morning, you used Huabei to pay. You didn't use Huabei to pay the 20,000 yuan, did you?"
Linny took a deep breath, and all the words he had prepared were thrown out of his mind at this moment. Linny directly opened his account balance and placed it in front of Song Xinchuang, then started eating dumplings without saying a word.
Song Xinchuang took the phone with a puzzled look on his face.
The moment she saw the account balance clearly, her hands trembled and she almost dropped her phone.
Song Xinchuang opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Linny in disbelief. "More than 3 million? This money is yours?" Chapter 11. Sleep well, my sister-in-law.
Linny replied incoherently with a mouthful of dumplings.
"Well, I earned it.
I didn't steal or rob."
Song Xinchuang still couldn't believe it and quickly looked through Linny's phone. Finally, it was confirmed that this is not some scam account balance generating software. "So much money, Linny, aren't you unemployed? How did you make this?"
Song Xinchuang subconsciously returned Linny's phone and explained cautiously.
"Don't think I'm nagging, I'm just curious." Linny stood up and looked like he was about to leave. Song Xinchuang quickly pulled him back. "What are you doing?" "Sister-in-law, I just want to eat some garlic."
Linny smiled helplessly.
He really didn't want to lie to Song Xinchuang. His sister-in-law is really his only relative in this world.
Song Xinchuang pushed Linny back to his seat and waved his hand, saying, "I'll go get it, you continue eating. Oh, by the way, I'll pour you some vinegar." This period of time gave both of them space to think and calm down. After Song Xinchuang brought the vinegar and garlic, he stopped asking questions.
Linny didn't rush to answer. He just ate bite by bite.
He finished a plate of dumplings and a bowl of porridge.
Song Xinchuang quickly stood up. "I'll serve you another bowl of porridge."
Linny suddenly reached out and grabbed his sister-in-law's wrist.
"Sister-in-law, stop busying yourself, I want to talk to you."
Song Xinchuang then sat back in her seat, but she looked at Linny with a somewhat unfamiliar look in her eyes, as if she had just met Linny for the first time. Linny didn't dare to look Song Xinchuang in the eye because he was going to lie again.
"I'm doing e-commerce part-time.
I started doing it before my graduation internship, and it's overseas." Before Linny could finish his words, Song Xinchuang interrupted nervously.
"Overseas? Linny, you are not committing fraud, are you? You are not doing any of those Myanmar parks?"
Linny was amused by his sister-in-law's train of thought and quickly waved his hands.
"How can that be possible? We just sell our Chinese products abroad.
The profit is still good, so this is what I earned this year, and there is still a large part of the money that has not been received. Song Xinchuan was obviously not that easy to fool, and stared at Linny and asked.
Overseas e-commerce? Cross-border e-commerce, right? I've heard of it, but making a few million a year is too much, right?
Linny, you can't lie to your sister-in-law. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, then he sighed and put down his chopsticks. Sister-in-law, whether you believe it or not, I have made money, and after I recovered the funds recently, I will stop doing this business and plan to start a business with Fatty.
I can make more money in the future.
If you are worried about whether I am doing a serious job, you can keep an eye on me. This time, Linny stared at Song Xinchuan with a firm look. This eased Song Xinchuan's doubts.
Really? I remember Xiaopang had a stable job. Why would he start a business with you? His wife wouldn't agree to his resignation, would she?
Linny said frankly. This is very simple. I bought his wife a Mercedes-Benz. I also closed a deal tonight and rewarded the fat man with 20,000 yuan in cash. Naturally, his wife agreed.
Song Xinchuan was shocked. Mercedes-Benz? You also gave Xiaopang a 20,000 yuan reward?
Linny stuffed the rest of the dumplings into his stomach in a few bites. Actually, he was already very full, but he still couldn't let his sister-in-law down.
Sister-in-law, if you don't believe me, you can ask Fatty later. Even if Fatty and I colluded to deceive you, his wife wouldn't be involved, right?
In order to avoid Song Xinchuan from continuing to ask questions, Linny changed the subject in time. Also, I plan to buy a new house tomorrow.
Song Xinchuan's heart tightened. You want to move out? Before Linny could answer, Song Xinchuan bit her lower lip and stood up.
Yes, now that you have money, buying a big house for your wedding is the right thing to do. After saying that, Song Xinchuan walked towards the bedroom.
Linny looked puzzled. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Wait me a moment.
Song Xinchuan's face was pale and his eyes were dim, as if he had suddenly lost the purpose of his life. Linny immediately realized that his words might have caused his sister-in-law to misunderstand. My sister-in-law must have thought that Linny was worried about being cursed to death, so he bought a new house and moved out to get away from her as soon as possible. Without waiting for Linny to go in and explain clearly, Song Xinchuan stuffed 2 passbooks into his hands.
Linny was startled. Sister-in-law, what is this?
Song Xinchuan forced a smile. The ICBC note is the money left by your parents and your brother, as well as the compensation, a total of 960,000 yuan.
The banknote from the agricultural bank is my own savings, only 200,000 yuan. I plan to use it for your marriage. If you want to buy a house, use the money from it.
You still have to keep your own money for starting a business.
Linny was stunned.
When his sister-in-law found out that he had a huge sum of more than 3 million yuan, not only did she not take any advantage of him, she even took out all her savings? At this moment, Linny realized the meaning of relatives. His wide eyes were sparkling with tears.
However, Song Xinchuan misunderstood Lin Yi's look and explained with evasive eyes.
I'm sorry, I know you must think that the compensation from your parents and your brother is too little. For the same experience, other people received 700,000 or 800,000 yuan in compensation, but the 3 of us in my family received less than 1 million yuan in total.
But I swear.
Linny, I swear that I really didn't touch the money.
The hospital really only gave this much compensation. If you have any doubts about the amount, I will hire a lawyer to sue the hospital and get back all the money that should be taken back.
Song Xinchuan's eagerness to explain revealed his grievance.
Linny took a deep breath.
He knew very well that his sister-in-law was a widow, weak and alone, and was already under the pressure of rumors. It would be extremely difficult for her to get the full compensation. I'm afraid my sister-in-law only got this 960,000 yuan compensation after she fell out with her employer and made a scene.
And who is my sister-in-law doing all this for? All for Linny, the only remaining member of the Lin family.
My sister-in-law didn't touch a penny in the passbook, and even saved money by living frugally to save 200,000 yuan for Linny. Linny was so moved that his whole body trembled, and he grabbed his sister-in-law's weak shoulders with his backhand.
Sister-in-law, I am a man. I will support this family from now on. I will protect you. No one will be able to bully you for the rest of your life.
After saying that, Linny hugged Song Xinchuan tightly. Song Xinchuan was stunned, and then she couldn't bear the accumulated emotions inside, and completely broke down and cried.
This kind of catharsis is a detoxification and healing process for the body.
Perhaps Song Xinchuan was under too much pressure for too long, and she fell asleep after crying so hard. Linny was startled and confirmed that his sister-in-law was just asleep, then he carried her to the bedroom.
Cover my sister-in-law with a quilt.
Linny saw a tear falling from the corner of his sister-in-law's eyes.
Those tears pierced into Linny's heart like a bayonet.
Linny helped his sister-in-law wipe away her tears with concern, but when he turned around, a strong sense of hostility emerged in his eyes.
You bully my sister-in-law.
You even dare to steal the money my parents and my eldest brother earned from their lives. I, Linny, will not let you bastards pay the price.
You are unworthy of being my father's son. Chapter 12. Things have changed, re-establishing new roots.
Money can solve 99% of the problems in this world. In the past, Linny had no money and could not even think about some things. He could only live his life with his neck down.
But now it's different, I have to use a cheat.
He would never allow himself to be bullied again, and he would certainly not tolerate others bullying his relatives.
No way.
Place the 2 passbooks neatly next to your sister-in-law's pillow. Then, Linny took out the handbag that his sister-in-law had used for 3 years and took out the ID card inside. That's right, Linny is going to buy a house for his sister-in-law tomorrow. A big house must be under the name of my sister-in-law.
Firstly, you can get cash back, so that you can spend more money.
Secondly, Linny vowed to let his sister-in-law live the best life and let her say goodbye to the loneliness and helplessness of the first half of her life.
Sister-in-law, you've had such a hard time in the past 20 years. From now on, I will take care of your happiness.
After putting his sister-in-law's ID card in his pocket and putting the handbag back to its place, Linny stared at the handbag for a long time. I remember this was the bag my eldest brother and sister-in-law bought on the day they got their marriage certificate.
They didn't even have time to buy wedding rings.
My sister-in-law has been carrying this bag for more than 3 years. Sister-in-law, it's time to say goodbye to the past. We have to let ourselves go.
However, we will never let go of those bastards who are harming us.
After returning to his room, Linny lay on the bed but couldn't fall asleep for a long time.
Did you eat too much? Still afraid to sleep? Linny laughed at himself. He was really worried that when he woke up, the cashback system would become a dream.
I was even more worried that the more than 3 million yuan in the card would be zero when I woke up.
However, sleepiness still came.
My emotions fluctuate greatly throughout the day, which is really exhausting. The next morning, Linny had never woken up so early.
6:15.
When Linny saw the time on his phone, he was shocked. After confirming the date, confirming that the account balance had not changed, and receiving a response from the call system, Linny finally breathed a sigh of relief. After getting out of bed, washing up, changing into a refreshing sports suit, and fixing his hair in front of the mirror, Linny found that his smile had returned to the sunny and bright one he had when he was 17 or 18 years old. It is true that young people do not know the taste of sorrow.
The ancients were not wrong. Long time no see, me.
Without appreciating his handsome face too much, Linny quietly pushed open his sister-in-law's bedroom door. My sister-in-law was still sleeping soundly on the bed, but the passbook on the bedside had fallen to the ground. She was still hugging her pillow, or rather, sleeping soundly with the pillow between her legs. Linny picked up the passbook and put it back, then looked at his sister-in-law who was sleeping soundly.
She was so beautiful. The only flaw is a hint of wrinkle between my sister-in-law's eyebrows. Sister-in-law, I will slowly soothe the sorrow between your brows. Don't worry, I will never leave you for the rest of my life.
Linny reached out and wanted to help his sister-in-law smooth the scattered hair on her forehead.
But in the end, he didn't do it. His rationality overcame the impulse. It was still inappropriate to touch his sister-in-law.
It would be even more embarrassing if she woke up at this time. After leaving a note for his sister-in-law, Linny carefully closed the door.
Knock.
Hearing the door closing, Song Xinchuang, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. She picked up the piece of paper next to her, which had a line of words written on it.
Sister-in-law, we will never be separated.
Song Xinchuang smiled, but tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. She carefully put away the 2 passbooks, stood by the window, watched Linny walk out of the community and get on the bus, then slowly closed the curtains. Linny, you have really grown up, but I am afraid that your sister-in-law will not be blessed to accompany you forever. The murmured words were filled with sadness. Song Xinchuang slowly squatted down, hugged her legs, and sobbed softly. But Linny had no idea that his sister-in-law had woken up, and he didn't understand why she was crying so sadly.
Linny got off the bus at the 3rd Municipal Hospital Station, which is the city center.
Not only does it have a grade A hospital like the third hospital, but it also has the best key middle school in the city. Therefore, the housing prices here are also very expensive. Even though Wei City is just a fourth-tier city, the housing prices in this area are over 10,000.
Even the price of a good apartment can reach 20,000. Glancing at the age-old east gate of the 3rd Municipal Hospital, Linny basically grew up here when he was a child. At that time, Linny and his brother were raised by their parents in the staff quarters behind the 3rd Municipal Hospital. But now this place makes Linny feel very unfamiliar. After my parents died, they no longer had a place to live in the staff quarters, and the dilapidated house in their hometown had long been uninhabitable. If Song Xinchuang didn't have an old and dilapidated house, Linny would really have no place to live in this city. My family has sacrificed everything for you, but now this is the result. City 3rd Hospital, you owe our family too much.
Linny withdrew his resentful gaze and turned to head towards a new-looking building on the south block. Weizhou Prefecture. 3 years ago, the housing prices here soared to 15,000. At that time, my parents' only thought was to buy a wedding house for my eldest brother here, but they couldn't even raise enough for the down payment. The housing prices here have dropped to around 10,000 yuan now.
New houses are cheaper than second-hand houses, so not many people are buying them.
Due to the influence of the overall environment, the nature of houses has completely changed, and the real estate speculators of the past no longer exist.
Many people would rather return to their hometown to build a house than buy a house in the city.
But for a kid like Linny who has no roots in his hometown and grew up in a small city, buying a better house is still a necessity. Originally, Linny wanted to ask Fatty to come over to choose a house together. After all, it would be helpful to have more people to give advice. But it's only 7 o'clock now, it's too early, and the fat guy probably hasn't sobered up yet. Even in front of the sales office of Weizhou Mansion, there were only a few scattered cars parked. Linny remembered that 3 years ago, there were a lot of salespeople here, and they would line up and shout slogans early in the morning every day. However, this did not hinder Linny's desire to buy a house, and he pushed the door and entered the sales office. The sales manager, who was drinking soy milk and eating buns next to him, just glanced at Linny and greeted him casually.
"Sir, feel free to look around. If you find any apartment you like, please call me anytime."
Although there was no compliment in the greeting, it was still considered polite.
Moreover, Linny was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked so young, so he didn't look like someone who could close a deal. The sales manager was very professional in not rolling his eyes at Linny.
"I checked out our neighborhood on the real estate app and I'm interested in the villa at the back.
It's a 6-story duplex with fine decoration, ready for you to move in. I think it should be still available, right?" Linny gave his request very naturally. Now, the sales manager stopped stuffing the bun in his hand. He wiped his hands, stood up and greeted.
"Yes, but the price of the loft at the back is still a bit expensive. After all, it comes with a large terrace." The sales manager paused and added with a smile. "Oh, other places say they give away terraces for free, but that's probably just to fool customers. Our terrace is on the 7th floor, and the downstairs is also your house, so it's completely private property, and you can renovate it legally and reasonably."
This manager is quite honest.
Linny nodded with satisfaction. "I'm interested in the 286 square meter one, which should be what you said."
"Give me the best price and I can buy it now." "Buy now? Is this young man so capable?" Chapter 13 Chinya.
"Don't worry, this is definitely the most favorable price.
You can ask around. My name is Zhang Chao.
1/3 of the owners who move in here made their deals with me.
I'm definitely not cheating people."
The sales manager handed his business card to Linny with both hands.
Linny took the business card. I didn't expect that this person is also a top seller?
However, with the other party's attitude and affinity, it is normal to be able to close so many deals.
Don't I need to ask the boss for a price? Linny asked in a half-joking tone.
Although this was his first time buying a house, he had watched many videos of house transactions in the past and was very familiar with some sales tactics.
Zhang Chao also laughed. "Ha, you're kidding. I won't play any tricks on you."
I was able to sell so many houses and the owners didn't complain after I lowered the price because I gave them the most favorable prices from the beginning.
If it doesn't work out, I can just give some of my commission to the owners. Linny nodded.
The sales manager in front of him looked to be less than 30 years old. He was 4 or 5 years older than Linny, but it was obvious that he was much more mature. Linny also had a good impression of Zhang Chao and thought he was a talented person.
The right person can make more money. This person may be useful in the future. Muttering to himself, Lin Yi also said happily. Okay, I believe you. Name a price. If it's suitable, I'll take it. Zhang Chao hesitated slightly and then quoted a price. I can lower the price to 12,000 yuan and give you 3 years of property rights. Oh, the apartment you bought comes with the right to use a parking space. It was originally 5 years, but I can increase it to 10 years. What do you think? Lin Yi nodded. This man really didn't fool him. What he gave him were real things. It's much more practical than giving away small appliances, soft furnishings, and the like. Okay, that's the price. Lin Yi directly handed over the bank card. Zhang Chao was stunned for a moment, then took the bank card with both hands and asked with a smile. Are you planning to pay in full? Yes, pay in full, as soon as possible. I remember that after the contract takes effect, the property ownership certificate can be issued in 7 days at the earliest, right? Lin Yi said casually that he was not impatient to get the house, but impatient to wait for the cash back. Zhang Chao was beaming with joy. He had never expected that he could get a big order so early in the morning. They always say the early bird catches the worm, and today I really had my fill. However, before swiping the card, Zhang Chao can't be too happy too soon. Yes, I will help you contact some acquaintances and get the property certificate as soon as possible. After that, you will also have to prepare to pay the deed tax. Or, you can borrow less money, so that the pressure will not be too great. There was still something else he hadn't said. It is not easy for young people to make money nowadays. Maybe he was worried that Lin Yi was a low-key rich second generation and that if he talked too much, Lin Yi would feel disgusted, so he took back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Lin Yi urged with a smile, get the contract done as soon as possible. I will move in tomorrow at the latest. Oh, and use this ID card. Zhang Chao took Song Xinchuan's ID card and only took a glance at it. He knew it was a woman and didn't ask for any other information. No problem, I'll give you a contract right away, please wait. Zhang Chao responded and greeted the girl sitting at the counter. Xinya, please help me entertain this gentleman while I go to open the contract. Oh good, Manager Zhang is awesome. He opened the order so early in the morning. Xinya's voice was charming, and she walked towards Lin Yi with a cup of tea. Lin Yi also sat down and muttered something. Xinya? This name sounds familiar. Just when I was wondering who this person was. Xinya also walked in front of Lin Yi in her black silk stockings and high heels. Ah. It's you. Lin Yi was also stunned when he saw the face that was 70% similar to Qinyu. Yes, Xinya is Qinyu's sister, only 3 years older than Qinyu. During the summer vacation of college, Lin Yi and Qinyu would rent a house outside. Xinya even lived in Lin Yi's rental house for several days. Lin Yi didn't have a very good impression of Qinya, his former sister-in-law. Xinya married an old man who drove a Mercedes-Benz when she was 18 years old. He was almost 40 years old and could be Qinya's father. Within 2 years, the old man was driven bankrupt by Qinya. In addition, the child Qinya was pregnant with was not her biological child, so the old man dumped Qinya. Afterwards, Qinya took her child back to her hometown and married an honest man. The honest man was a fish pond owner. Qinya was not a contented woman. After giving birth to a son for him, she went to the city again to find a job. She said she was looking for a job, but in fact she was just looking for an old man and hooking up with all kinds of rich old men. Private life is quite messy. Even in Lin Yi's rental house, Qinya wanted to attack Lin Yi several times. If it weren't for his sister Qinyu watching over him, Lin Yi would have been ruined long ago. Now that I think about it, Qinyu and Qinya are indeed sisters. In the end, Qinya chose to marry a man who was richer than Lin Yi, and he is Lin Yi's college roommate. This is so disgusting. Are you Lin Yi? Are you here to buy a house? The house here? Qinya was surprised, and then her eyes began to become suspicious when she looked at Lin Yi. I didn't realize you've become rich. The lowest price of a house here is 9,800 yuan. You can afford a house here. If my good sister knew about this, she would be so regretful. Having said that, Qinya put down the tea and sat on Lin Yi's lap very naturally. After not seeing this woman for 2 years, she did not become mature and charming, but more wanton. Her every move exuded a lewd smell that Lin Yi resisted. How could Lin Yi let Qinya take advantage of him, he said hurriedly. This house wasn't bought for me. I just came here to swipe my card. When Qinya heard this, she quickly withdrew her butt. Oh, you bought it for your boss? Your boss trusts you enough to give you such a large sum of money.
Linny saw through Chinya's true nature, and his heart was filled with disgust and disdain.
What's wrong with leaving it to me? Am I unreliable? Chinya curled her lips and said, besides being handsome and having a good body, what else is reliable about you? You just don't have a good brain, and your good looks are wasted. Sister has advised you a long time ago that even if you don't become a male model, you can find a rich woman and you won't have to worry about food and drink in your next life. There was no sense of incongruity when these words came out of Chinya's mouth. As she spoke, she leaned closer, feeling a little itchy, and lowered her voice. How about it? Do you want me to introduce you to some rich women? You have good conditions, but before you meet a rich woman, I still have to test your skills and teach you how to make women leave you. Linny could almost smell the stench coming from Chinya's mouth and subconsciously covered his nose. Chinya became a little angry when she saw this. What do you mean, kid? Don't be ungrateful. Linny hasn't even given her a bad look yet, but she's already gotten angry out of shame? Stay away from me, or I'll report you for harassment. If the order just now doesn't work out, Manager Zhang won't let you go, right? Linny said with a wry smile. Although the tone was calm, it was full of threats. Chinya's face suddenly darkened, and she snorted coldly, "Humph, just wait and see." Turning back to the counter, Chinya found her sister Chin use WeChat and sent her a message. I saw your ex-boyfriend, a pretty boy. He actually bought a house in Weizhou City. My dear sister, you are wrong this time. Chin Yu replied immediately. This is impossible. Linny just got laid off. He can barely afford to eat right now. How can he possibly afford a house in Weizhou Mansion? Chinya glanced at Linny with an even more disdainful expression. She carefully took a secret photo of Linny and sent it directly to Chinyu. Good sister, can I still lie to you? Our manager has gone to open the contract. Chapter 14 How can you have millions? Chinyu was stunned. This kind of stimulation was too great for her. How could a poor loser like Linny afford a high-end house in Weizhou Prefecture? You know, although Chinyu and He Chang's wedding house is also within the second ring road, the price is less than 8,000 yuan. Now the house prices have dropped significantly, and there are even second-hand houses in their community that are sold for 6,000 yuan. However, the houses in Wisconsin-Madison are high-end residences with a unit price of over $10,000. Comparing it to this, Chinyu must be regretting it to death. If she could live in Wisconsin, would she still hold her son's full moon banquet in a hotel? Inviting friends to your home for a meal is such a great honor. I have to say, sisters are of one mind, and elder sister Chinya knows Chinyu too well. Chinya was not living a good life, and she didn't want Chinyu to live a good life. Hello? My dear sister, why are you silent? Chinyu saw Linny clearly in the photo, and when she heard her sister's sarcastic tone, she became furious and hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up, but Chinya was not unhappy at all and almost laughed out loud. Linny also immediately received the message from Chinyu. Above is the photo that Chinya took secretly of Linny. There is also a sentence below. Linny, my sister said you bought a house in Weizhou Prefecture. Is this true? Have you made a fortune? Linny just took a look and couldn't help feeling nauseous. These two sisters are really capable of doing anything. Buying a house for themselves would be a real thrill for them. Linny was also very clear that Chinya was deliberately provoking Chinyu. Although Linny was happy to see his ex-girlfriend Chinyu regretting her feelings, he was unwilling to become Chinyu's tool. Therefore, Linny did not reply to Chinyu's message. But Chinyu kept sending messages. Linny, tell me the truth, have you become rich? Or did the compensation money from your parents and your eldest brother fall into your hands? That must be the case. I've long said that your sister-in-law is a bad woman. You should have snatched the compensation money from her long ago. I heard that the compensation for one person is hundreds of thousands. You must have received at least 1 million, right? With so much money, you should spend it frugally. By the way, you must come to our son's full moon party. I'll be waiting for you. Linny, say something, don't pretend you can't see. Ding ding dong dong. Chinyu actually sent a video call directly. How could Linny not know what this money-hungry woman was thinking? This woman has long been eyeing the compensation for Linny's parents and elder brother. Chinyu mentioned this before graduation. But at that time, Linny reprimanded Chinyu in a tough manner. Now that I think about it, that was the trigger for Qin Yu to break up.
Perhaps Qin Yu wanted to test Lin Yi, but in the end, Lin Yi let her go without hesitation. After that, Qin Yu had no choice but to get into Yi Chang's car. How could Lin Yi, who had completely seen Qin Yu's true face, waste time talking to her?
Directly blocked all messages from Qin Yu. Unexpectedly, this woman would persist in calling Lin Yi. Lin Yi readily put her on the blacklist.
This time, Qin Yu almost went crazy.
What a bastard man. What's so great about him?
He's just a dog man that I've ridden before. Even if you have more than $1 million, you'll be poor again after buying a house.
I don't care about you.
In a daze, Yi Chang heard Qin Yu scolding and turned over.
Xiao Yaya, who are you scolding?
I'm tired today, please don't bother me doing morning exercises. Qin Yu turned around and glared at Yi Chang, muttering through gritted teeth.
Do your sister's morning exercises. Yi Chang started snoring again, obviously not hearing Qin Yu scolding him. After such a commotion, Qin Yu couldn't sleep.
Fortunately, her son, who had just turned 1 month old, was being taken care of by her parents-in-law. Qin Yu has breakfast after waking up, and can take a nap after eating. This happy life still brought some comfort to Qin Yu's heart.
How could that poor loser Lin Yi possibly afford a house?
My sister must be playing a trick on me by trying to seduce Lin Yi.
Humph, slut, I knew you were after Lin Yi's body.
After comforting herself, Qin Yu felt much better. On Lin Yi's side, his sister Qin Yu was getting ready to make trouble again. After the sales manager Zhang Chao handed Lin Yi the purchase contract, Lin Yi signed it and it became effective.
A pleasant system prompt sound also sounded.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, earning 34.32 million. Although Lin Yi was prepared, his breathing was still a little rapid.
More than 30 million. Lin Yi will actually become a multi-millionaire one day.
Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the distinguished owner of our Weizhou mansion.
If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Zhang Chao's attitude towards Lin Yi became even more respectful and polite.
The moment he successfully swiped the card, Lin Yi was already regarded in Zhang Chao's mind as a wealthy and low-key second-generation rich man.
Lin Yi took back the bank card, got the contract and the key, and smiled indifferently.
Excuse me, Manager Zhang.
Don't forget about the property certificate.
Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will take care of it. When Zhang Chao saw Lin Yi standing up, he hurriedly prepared to see him off. But at this time, Qin Yu came over.
Ha, Manager Zhang, what type of apartment did my brother buy here? Zhang Chao was stunned and looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Mr. Lin, do you know Qin Yu?
Lin Yi didn't expect that this woman was such a pushover, and he responded rudely. I know her, but I'm not very familiar with her.
I'm definitely not her brother.
Zhang Chao noticed the change in Lin Yi's attitude and quickly turned around to scold Qin Yu. Qin Yu, don't disturb Mr. Lin, and go back to your work.
Unexpectedly, Qin Yu sneered and pointed at Lin Yi. Him? Mr. Lin? Ha, Manager Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, this house is not bought in his name, right? Zhang Chao's forehead was covered with sweat. He didn't know what was wrong with Qin Yu. It was obvious that she was targeting Lin Yi. Does this have anything to do with you? Qin Yu, stop messing around.
Qin Yu shrugged, I'm not kidding, I just can't stand seeing Lin Yi, a poor loser who got laid off, acting like a decent person in front of you, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, this guy is not worth your bowing and scraping to entertain him.
He is just an errand boy. He just swipes the boss's card and buys a house for the boss. Without waiting for Lin Yi to react.
Zhang Chao was furious.
Shut up. What do you know? What do you mean by running errands for the boss? I handled both the contract and the payment. Don't I know whose card was used? Will your boss put a few $1 million into your card so you can buy a house?
Qin Yu, you should apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Otherwise, the company will definitely deal with this matter seriously, and I won't be able to help you then.
Qin Yu was stunned and stared at Lin Yi as if she had seen a ghost. What? Millions? Your own card? How is this possible?
My sister clearly told me that you were just laid off by the company and that you have trouble eating.
How can you have millions? Chapter 15 Sisters Battle. Qin Yu. Apologize to me right now.
Zhang Chao was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick.
He is considered a very cultured person. But Qin Yu's attitude really deserves a beating. This even made Zhang Chao clench his fists. How can a person who can easily take out more than 3 million in cash to buy a house be short of money? Is that someone you, a receptionist earning over 3,000 yuan a month, can afford to offend? You offend people happily. I'll be the one to clean up your mess later, but it's me, Zhang Chao, and it's the company. If Linny is unhappy and spreads the news about the service attitude problems at the sales front desk of their Weizhou mansion, then the house, which is already hard to sell, will be even harder to sell. The consequences are quite serious. Xinya also saw Zhang Chao's furious look clearly, and she shrank her neck in fear. But Xinya was unwilling to give in and could only stare at Linny. Linny, stop pretending. How can you afford a house worth millions? Linny shook his head in disdain. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Xinya, I would not bother with people like you, but you are asking for death, so don't pray that I will let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Linny showed the chat history on his phone to Zhang Chao. Manager Zhang, these are the photos Xinya secretly took of me, and she also sent them to others. Does this count as an invasion of customer privacy? If this gets out, you should be aware of the consequences, right? Zhang Chao was about to explode with anger, but he still suppressed his anger and forced a smile at Linny. Mr. Lin, this is all Xinya's personal behavior. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with her. Don't worry, I will fire her immediately, and I promise you that from now on, all practitioners in the same industry in our city will blacklist her. Never hire her again. Turning around, Zhang Chao yelled at Xinya. Get lost. Xinya, you are asking for trouble, don't bring trouble to the company. From now on, if this incident has any impact on the company will sue you until you go bankrupt and end up in jail. These words scared Xinya so much that she burst into tears on the spot. No, please don't. Manager Zhang, I know I was wrong, please don't sue me. Zhang Chao was even more furious. Will begging me be of any use? Apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Your behavior is illegal. If Mr. Lin pursues the matter, our company will fully cooperate. Xinya's entire body began to tremble. She looked towards Linny with great difficulty. After just one glance, she quickly dodged his gaze. She was worried that she would not be able to suppress the hatred in her heart and would scratch Linny's handsome face. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Please forgive me this time. Linny knew Xinya very well, so he naturally knew that her crying and pretending to be pitiful were 100% fake. Although she apologized verbally, this woman probably hoped that Linny would be hit by a car and die as soon as he went out. Once. Oh, Xinya, this had better be the last time you mess with me. Otherwise, I will expose all your actions of secretly photographing me and insulting me. I believe that Weizhou Prefecture will cooperate with me and hold you accountable. Zhang Chao immediately responded, yes, our company will fully cooperate. Mr. Lin, we are very sorry that you had a bad service experience. Xinya was also nodding her head rapidly and sobbing. If one didn't know, one would think that Linny was bullying others by taking advantage of his power. Linny was too lazy to pay attention to Xinya and turned around to pat Zhang Chao on the shoulder. Brother Zhang, don't be nervous. I am very satisfied with your service. I hope that next time I come here, I won't see those people who make me feel bad. Zhang Chao nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will never let you see Xinya again, I will let her go immediately. Just like that, Zhang Chao and Xinya bowed and nodded as they escorted Linny out. Xinya was fired from the sales department the next moment. Zhang Chao was not polite to Xinya. After explaining the seriousness of the consequences to Xinya, he asked Xinya to sign a contract. The general content is that any future behavior of Xinya that offends Linny will have nothing to do with the company. Xinya left the sales office with a heart full of humiliation, turned around and squatted on the roadside to light a cigarette, then dialed Xinya's cell phone in shame and anger. Xinya hasn't spoken yet. Xinya's impatient voice came out. Xinya, are you done yet? Linny is an unemployed poor loser. What's the point of buying a shitty house? Stop fooling me. Even if he has money, I don't care. My parents-in-law are retired and get a salary to help me take care of the kids. My husband also has a stable job in a public institution. I don't know how happy I am at home. I know you're just jealous of my good life, but you don't have to use a poor loser ex-boyfriend to provoke me. Those are things I don't want, you can take them if you like. Just like that, I'm dead. I have to hold a full moon banquet for my eldest son at Zhongshan Hotel tonight. As an aunt, if you don't give me the gift money, don't come. Xinya's mouth was like a machine gun, firing at full force, and Xinya's face turned even darker.
It seemed that Xinyu was about to hang up the phone. Xinyu quickly scolded, "Xinyu, you dare to hang up the phone? What's wrong with you living a good life? You know that He Chang slept with me. I just don't want to compete with you. If you really want to tear our relationship apart, I will make you leave the house with nothing." Unexpectedly, Xinyu on the opposite side was not angry, but laughed. "Ha, my silly sister, you are really stupid. Of course I know that He Chang slept with you, but you definitely don't know that I asked He Chang to do it. After all, I am pregnant and it is inconvenient. Sleeping with you is more cost-effective than sleeping with a lady. After all, you are free." When Xinyu learned the truth, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "Xinyu, you bitch, you actually teamed up with He Chang to play tricks on me. I'm your sister." Xinyu was even more proud and sneered with disdain. "Sister, oh, sister, you are jealous of my good life. Who else can I play with if I don't play with you? Oh, I forgot to tell you, He Chang stopped looking for you after he slept with you 3 times. It's not because you were having sex with other old men during that time, but because He Chang thought you were too smelly, and you were too loose and not fun at all." Beep, beep, beep. After Xinyu delivered a fatal blow, he hung up the phone directly. Xinyu went crazy and called back frantically. "What? You want overnight money? If you're not afraid of losing face, just expose this to the public and see how you can beat this old man in the future." Xinyu was still full of energy. Xinyu panted heavily and said, "Xinyu, you are really my good sister. It's fine if you let your husband play with me, but your ex-boyfriend also caused me to be fired from the sales department." Xinyu became curious when she heard this. "Linny caused you to be fired from the sales office? What happened? Were you two filmed doing things in the sales office?" Xinyu sneered and said, "It's you, my dear sister. You told me that Linny was laid off and was so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat, right? Yeah, he was laid off anyway. All of us college classmates know about it. What does this have to do with him causing you to get fired?" Xinyu was a little confused. Xinyu cursed, "Bullshit, how could a poor loser who was laid off have millions in his bank account?" Xinyu sat up immediately. "What do you mean millions? You said Linny has millions? This is impossible. His parents' compensation shouldn't be that much." Xinyu continued to curse, "What a bullshit compensation. Linny has become rich and spent more than 3.4 million to buy a duplex in Weizhou Mansion. It's 280 square meters with a huge terrace. And I also saw the contract. The card used was Lin Yi's, but the property title was registered in the name of a woman. Her name was Song Xinchuan." Xinyu's voice suddenly rose 8 times. "What did you say? He bought a duplex worth more than 3 million, and he bought it for Song Xinchuan?" Xinyu was very satisfied with her sister's reaction, which gave her an outlet to vent the anger she had been holding in. "That's right. Ha, Xinyu, my dear sister, are you regretting your decision? Your ex-boyfriend, who you treated like a poor loser, has become rich. He can easily buy a 3 million mansion for his girlfriend. Ha, my dear sister, you really are blind. Ha ha ha." Xinyu smiled like an old witch. Xinyu's face was pale and his whole body was trembling. This battle between sisters ended with Xinyu's miserable defeat. She didn't want to continue showing her defeat in front of her sister, so she hung up the phone again. Chapter 16 Godfather, listen to me. Ha, Xinyu, oh Xinyu, you will live in regret for the rest of your life after dumping Lin Yi, a potential explosive stock. How can you be happy? You are so fucking happy. Ha ha. Xinyu was standing on the street laughing crazily, and those who didn't know her would have thought she was taking drugs. I have to say, jealousy between women is definitely one of the most terrible things in the world. Lin Yi inexplicably came to the front of the ATM. Then he inserted his bank card into it. Then, a series of numbers appeared before my eyes. 34,521,314.23. 34.5 million. I should be considered a rich man now, right? Lin Yi took back the bank card and walked down the street, his steps still light and graceful. Lin Yi couldn't wait to go to the 3rd Municipal Hospital. Before I even reached the door, I called my sister-in-law Song Xinchuan. It's 8:30 now, and my sister-in-law should have gone to work. The call was quickly connected. Lin Yi, is there something wrong? Song Xinchuan's voice was as gentle as ever. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel excited. Sister-in-law, are you in the department? I'm at the 3rd Municipal Hospital.
I have a surprise for. Before Linny could finish, Song Xinchuang interrupted anxiously.
Oh, Linny, don't go to the hospital.
I'm not feeling well today, so I'm asking for leave. Linny stopped walking. Sister-in-law, are you sick? Are you at home?
Song Xinchuang nodded subconsciously, but then shook her head and said, No, I want to go out for a walk and relax. I haven't given myself a holiday for a long time.
Oh, is that so? Sister-in-law, do you need me to accompany you? Linny asked cautiously.
Maybe it was because I mentioned my parents and elder brother to my sister-in-law last night, which made her feel bad, so she chose to go out and relax.
Oh, no need.
Linny, just go and do your own thing.
You should save money when you have it. I still say the same thing. I believe you will have your own career. Come on. Song Xinchuang cheered Linny on.
Without waiting for Linny to respond, Song Xinchuang suddenly added, The car has arrived, I'm hanging up.
Ah? When will you be back, sister-in-law? Linny asked subconsciously.
He suddenly felt a little tight in his chest, but he didn't think much about it. He just felt that the surprise of buying a house for his sister-in-law was not given out as he wished, so he felt a little aggrieved. But the other party had already hung up.
Beep, beep, beep.
On the other side, Song Xinchuang was already at Wei City railway station. She walked to the ticket office and began to rummage through her handbag, only to find that her ID card was missing.
What happened? It was still there when I resigned yesterday, how come it's gone? Could it be? Song Xinchuang suddenly had a bad guess. Did Linny take my ID card?
At this moment, Song Xinchuang seemed to have lost all his strength. He struggled to walk to a row of seats in the waiting room and sat down.
Is it not possible for me to leave peacefully? World, do you hate my resistance so much? Is this your punishment for my resistance to fate? But Linny is innocent. Why do you have to involve everyone in the Lin family? Do all those who are good to me have to pay the price?
Song Xinchuang spoke word by word, his breathing became rapid, blood began to flow from his nostrils, his vision gradually blurred, and finally he collapsed in the waiting room.
Maybe it's because Song Xinchuang is very beautiful that she has attracted the attention of many people.
So, as soon as Song Xinchuang fell down, someone came up to check on her condition.
Some people also want to take advantage of the opportunity.
But when they found that Song Xinchuang's face was covered in blood, they panicked and retreated away. If this person died, they were afraid of being held jointly liable. But some kind-hearted people called an ambulance. Linny didn't think much about his sister-in-law's sudden trip to relax, and turned around to call Fatty.
Hey, Fatty, are you sober? The fat man's voice was very excited. I woke up early. My wife took me to buy a set of Balino. Hee, my man, don't mention how handsome this outfit is now.
Linny was also infected by the fat man's mood and greeted him with a smile on his face.
Okay, where are you? Come over here and discuss what's going on tonight? The fat man responded readily, No problem, send me the location.
Linny sent the location and the fat man replied.
Wait for me 10 minutes. Linny just squatted next to the hospital's electric vehicle parking shed, smoking and waiting.
He looked no different from a young street urchin. And who would have thought that the young man squatting here was actually a wealthy man with tens of millions in cash? At first, Linny wanted to show off to others that he was rich, but he quickly suppressed this vanity. When you really have money, you will find that money is not the most important thing. This may sound a bit Versailles, but it is Linny's true mood.
10 minutes passed quickly. The fat man also jumped out of a brand new Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Zhao Hongwan, who was in the driver's seat, also got out of the car and waved at Linny with a sweet smile. Brother Linny, I have done everything you asked me to do. Do you think this fatty's outfit is okay?
Linny looked at the fat man whose hairstyle had been changed into a slicked back hair.
He really had a completely new image.
Good, very good, sister-in-law is really reliable. Linny praised him and made a self-deprecating remark at the same time.
Now that fatty is standing next to me, he looks more like a boss.
The fat guy felt embarrassed by the praise. Zhao Hongwan still has high emotional intelligence and smiled.
How could that be? Brother Linny has the temperament of a big boss, so the more casual and relaxed he dresses, the more it highlights his status.
These words really touched Linny's heart. After a few pleasantries, Zhao Hongwan drove to work. The fat man held Linny's hand and sang with a moved look on his face.
I always ask for things from you, but never say thank you. Linny shook his hand away.
Go to hell, don't use the father-son relationship to hold my wallet hostage. The fat man had a big smile on his face and didn't care about Lin Yi's joke at all. In the fat man's opinion, even his own father was not so kind to him, casually taking out 20,000 yuan to buy him clothes.
This is not a godfather, he is actually my biological father.
Okay, boss, what's your schedule today?
The fat man saluted Lin Yi like a security guard. Lin Yi quickly waved at the fat man.
Stop it, stop it.
The way you salute me is obviously that of a puppet soldier.
The fat man scratched the back of his head and said,
Well, can I quit my job first? The factory still owes me 2 months' salary. Even though it's not much money, I have to get it back, right?
Lin Yi's mouth twitched. You want me, a big boss, to go with you to collect the debt? The fat man chuckled. As the saying goes, fathers and sons fight together, and brothers are close when collecting debts.
My brother is so rich, and I have face too, right?
You come with me, so that I can gain face in the factory.
Don't mention how miserable I have been during this period.
Lin Yi was amused by the fat man.
Even if he had money, he couldn't show off his account balance to others everywhere, right?
Looking at the clothes he was wearing, it was $100 suit, and anyone could tell it was street-stall merchandise.
So I followed the fat guy to the electrical appliance factory to resign.
Not only would I gain face, I would definitely be embarrassed along with the fat guy.
Fatty, I asked you to get your wife's ID card last night, didn't you forget? Lin Yi has already started thinking about the next cashback amount. Chapter 17. A fat guy, also drive a Maybach. Here I am. How could I forget what you told me to do? The fat man took out Zhao Hongjuan's ID card like a magic trick.
Then he asked with shining eyes,
What are you going to do? Are you going to use my wife's ID card to buy a car again? Lin Yi was shocked. Fuck, you guessed this?
The fat man raised his head and smiled evilly.
I've long felt that there's something wrong with you. Your money must have come from some illegal source, right? Let me make it clear first, don't harm my wife. Lin Yi pouted. Put away your dirty thoughts. I don't know how clean my money is.
The reason why I registered the car under your wife's name is because I am a low-key person and I don't want people to find out if I have any luxury cars or mansions under my name. The fat man put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders.
Don't give me that. You are so rich, so whatever you say is true. My wife asked her friends in the police station to check you last night. You have a clean record, and you don't even have a past due Huabei payment. You definitely can't do anything like murder or arson.
Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat when he heard the fat man's words.
Okay, fatty, check me out with your wife, right?
The fat man realized that he had let something slip and quickly waved his hands. Hey, this has nothing to do with me.
I drank too much last night. You know it.
It was my wife who mentioned this to me early in the morning. I have to say that Zhao Hongwan is a smart woman and she is very cautious in her actions. But this did not make Lin Yi feel disgusted. Instead, it made Lin Yi more certain that there was no way that the money he received from the system's cashback could be found to be problematic. Stop talking nonsense and go buy a car. Lin Yi took the fat man straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store they had visited yesterday. But neither of them noticed that when they took a taxi to leave, an ambulance drove into the 3rd Municipal Hospital. When they arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, the fat man started asking questions before he even entered the door.
Lin Yi, I remember you said yesterday that you disliked the old-fashioned Mercedes-Benz and wanted to buy a supercar, right? You also wanted a Ferrari. Lin Yi was speechless. Is there a Ferrari 4S store in our small town?
There are only a few in first-tier cities across the country.
This Mercedes-Benz 4S store is lucky to have a Maybach S-Class.
Besides, this car is registered under your wife's name.
In other words, it's yours to drive. Aren't you secretly happy about it?
When the fat man heard this, he reflexively held Lin Yi's hand and started singing.
I always want you to give me something, but I never say thank you. Get lost.
Lin Yi shook off the fat man's hand and directly greeted yesterday's salesperson.
Because I completed a deal yesterday, I become a familiar face to you. Today the sales staff's attitude was even more respectful. Lin Yi didn't waste any time and specifically asked for the Maybach S680 in the store.
When the salesperson heard this, he immediately shouted.
Soon, many sales ladies gathered around.
That miniskirt, that figure, that look, that seductive smile. The fat guy has been obsessed with it and turned into an idiot.
Lin Yi quickly adapted to this treatment.
After selecting the car and swiping the card, the total cost was 3.68 million. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving 10 times cashback, with a deposit of 36.8 million. Linny doesn't care whether he buys it at a high price or not, the more expensive the better. His account balance is approaching the 100 million yuan mark. However, when the fat guy heard that he spent so much money, he was so shocked that he pushed away the sales lady who was clinging to him. He took 3 or 2 steps and moved closer to Linny's ear.
Oh my god, brother, are you serious?
Yesterday, the Mercedes-Benz C-Class cost over 300,000 yuan and it surprised my wife.
But the car you bought today is 3.68 million yuan.
If my wife knew about this, she would be terrified.
Linny curled his lips. Your wife is so easy to pee? Stop talking nonsense, this car is for you. Don't ask me where the money comes from in the future. You can't do without your elbow every day, you understand?
The fat man immediately saluted the puppet army again.
I understand.
There is an old Chinese saying that goes, he who knows the current situation is a hero. The fat guy drove a Maybach, put on sunglasses to look cool, and even left the windows open, enjoying the envious looks of passers-by.
Soon, the car arrived at the electrical appliance factory on the outskirts of the city.
Before, Linny had always called this place an electrical appliance company to give him face. In fact, it just has a few factories and does not have its own retail stores in the city.
In addition to an old brand of kettle that has been on sale and has some fame in the local market.
This electrical appliance factory is basically left with producing spare parts for other large electrical appliance companies. But even so, the performance of this electrical appliance factory is bleak, and it is probably even more critical now. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the fat guy to be owed 2 months' salary.
Fatty, I heard that your long-legged cousin is the financial officer of the electrical appliance factory, right? Why is she still owing you wages?
Linny kept bringing up things that were not relevant. I really have a deep impression of the fat man's long-legged cousin, although she is now 35 or 36 years old. But when the 2 brothers were young, this cousin cultivated a good concept of beauty for them. This beauty, first of all, must have a pair of beautiful long legs. You have to be fair, slender, straight, and without scars or anything like that. After all, it was adolescence, so it was inevitable that there would be some hormonal impulses. The fat man still has a strong sense of ethics and immediately reminded Linny.
You kid, you won't really be infected with the problem of liking to be someone's wife, right? My cousin is now in a happy family with 3 children. Even if you have money, you can't do anything reckless.
Linny scratched the back of his head and scolded with a smile, nonsense, you are so rude. When we were little, our long-legged cousin often bought us egg-filled pancakes. I treated her like a sister. I haven't seen her for so long, and I miss her a little bit. You kid, the fat man spat, but soon sighed. The factory's performance is not good, and many employees have not received their wages for the past 2 months. I cannot let people gossip about my relationship with my cousin. After all, it was my cousin who introduced me to the factory. The fat man shrugged immediately and said, but now I'm done with this job, so I have to pay them.
They can't say anything.
I'll treat my cousin to a meal later.
Hey, I can treat my cousin to a meal. Linny started to grab the order. The fat man glanced at the rearview mirror warily. You really have some of the temperament of a thief.
Nonsense, I respect my sister just like I respect my mother.
Linny started talking nonsense. And just like that, Maybach arrived at the factory door.
The doorman jumped up from the recliner immediately.
Hey, where did this big boss come from?
Xiao Zhou, why is it you?
This car is a Maybach, are you rich now?
The security guard saw clearly the fat man driving the car and was so frightened that his teeth almost fell out.
The fat man enjoyed this feeling very much and laughed heartily. Ha, Uncle Nyo, how can I be rich? I'm driving for my new boss. This is the latest Maybach S680, which costs 3.8 million. Linny almost burst out laughing when he heard this in the back seat. This fat guy is really good at bragging.
The more than 3.6 million was exaggerated by him by tens of thousands.
Oh, that's great, Xiao Zhou, you finally made it to a big factory. Are you looking for a gatekeeper? You've made it, but don't forget Uncle Nyo. The security guard started handing cigarettes to the fat man.
The fat man casually stuffed the cigarette next to him into the security guard's hand.
You always beat me up, let's talk later. Please let me in first. I'm here to resign today. Resign? Zhou Tao, if you say you want to resign, I have to do it for you right away, right? Your position is vacant, and I have to find someone to take it. Not only do I not want you to compensate for the losses of my factory, but you are also asking me for money. In the factory director's office, a bald old man pointed at Zhou Tao's nose and cursed him. That's just like training a grandson. Lin Yi, who was standing next to him, was so frightened by this scene that his eyes flickered. What kind of life is my brother living here? Chapter 18. Don't do it, let me do it. Director Fu, what do you mean by this? The fat man tried to suppress his anger, but his eyes were about to pop out. Fu Jinkui, the deputy director of this electrical appliance factory, is also the fat man's immediate superior. Usually, Fu Jinkui is in charge of the management of the factory, and he is also in charge of personnel transfers. Therefore, if Fatty wants to resign, he must come to him to go through the formalities. Normally, Fatty seldom came into contact with Fu Jinkui, mainly because he had heard that this guy was very mean, vulgar, and lustful. There is even a legend that Fu Jinkui has some feelings for the fat man's cousin. So, the fat man tries to avoid this guy as much as possible on weekdays. I was really worried that I would lose my temper and just beat this guy up. It is also because of the lack of contact. So the fat guy had no idea that Fu Jinkui had a taboo. He was very unhappy to hear others call him Director Fu. It was like reminding him at any time that he, Fu Jinkui, was just the deputy director of this factory. What do you mean? Fu Jinkui curled his lips in disdain, lay back in his seat, lit a cigarette, and pointed at the fat man's outfit. You're still wearing Baleno. It's a branded product. You've already found a better job, why do you still care about this little money? Get out of here and pursue your bright future. Ridicule, contempt, humiliation. The fat man was on the verge of exploding with anger. So, you just want to default on my salary and not pay me, right? Bang! Fu Jinkui slammed the table and stood up, looking like he was going to hit someone. Fuck, you don't understand what I'm saying? If your cousin Zhou Jingjing wasn't the company's financial officer, I would have beaten you up a long time ago. Get out of here and stop getting in my way. If you want money, ask your cousin to come to me. As he spoke, Fu Jinkui scratched his crotch in a very obscene manner with a hideous grin on his face. If your cousin can make me happy, maybe I can give you 1,000 or 800. This time, the fat man couldn't bear it anymore. Fuck you. The fat man's fist, which was as big as a casserole, hit Fu Jinkui's head directly. Bang! Fu Jinkui fell to the ground and screamed. Ah! Murder, someone come. Someone come quickly. There is a murderer here. The fat man's mouth twitched and he looked at his fist. I didn't hit him hard enough, how come he fell down so quickly? The fat man didn't see it clearly, but Lin Yi, as a bystander, saw everything clearly. Fu Jinkui has been waiting for the fat man to take action from the very beginning. As long as the fat man takes action, Fu Jinkui will not have to pay the fat man his salary. You can even extort some money from the fat guy. Although the fat guy acted quickly enough just now. But Fu Jinkui was prepared, so he fell to the ground early and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Such acting skills and such a set of procedures are really incredibly skillful. Obviously, this is not the first time this grandson has used this trick. Lin Yi also hurried over to hug the fat man and advised, "Hey, fatty, don't be impulsive, fighting won't solve the problem, and hitting people is wrong." The fat man became even angrier when Lin Yi hugged him. Fuck, this guy is just pretending, I didn't even hit him hard. Okay, I know, stop hitting me, let me do it. Lin Yi shouted, turned around and kicked towards Fu Jinkui who was about to get up. Bang! Fu Jinkui's nose was broken by Lin Yi's kick. Phew! Blood spurted out of his nose, the back of his head hit the wall, he felt dizzy and forgot to scream like a pig being slaughtered. But Lin Yi still didn't feel relieved, and he went up and kicked him again with electric cannon. You bully my brother, who the hell do you think you are? You want to take advantage of my long-legged cousin? I'll castrate you. Beating and scolding at the same time, it feels so good. Finally, Lin Yi even kicked Fu Jinkui in the crotch. Ah! Fu Jinkui howled miserably, covering his lower body and dodging backwards repeatedly. One hand was waving desperately at Lin Yi. Stop fighting. If you continue, someone will die. Just when Lin Yi stopped, the office door was suddenly pushed open. At this moment, several burly security guards, number 7 or 8, rushed in. When they entered the room, they saw Fu Jinkui's face covered in blood. He looked so miserable that they were all stunned. What is going on? Normally, Fu Jinkui is the bully in this factory. Who could beat Fu Jinkui into a grandson in the factory?
Fu Jinkui was delighted to see so many security guards coming in, but when he saw those security guards looking at him in confusion, he felt embarrassed and angry.
Fuck, what the hell are you guys still standing there for?
Kill these two bastards, and I'll take responsibility if they're killed. Fu Jinkui's voice was filled with murderous intent.
He really wanted to kill Linny and the other two. When had Jinkui ever suffered such a great injustice and lost so much face? If he didn't teach these two people a lesson, how could he survive in the factory in the future?
The fat man reacted long ago and picked up a chair from the side immediately.
He looked like he was ready to fight someone to death.
The security guards on the opposite side also drew out their batons one by one. Seeing this, Linny raised his hand to stop the fat man.
This factory has also delayed your wages, right? How much does a security guard make a month? 2,000, 3,000? Is it worth it to become a murderer for such a small sum of money?
Moreover, this idiot named Fu Jinkui has delayed your wages, and you are still rushing to work for him.
Isn't that stupid?
Linny was still very rational and did not choose to fight with these irrelevant security guards. It is not a principle of compromise for the happy.
I really don't think it's worth it.
What's more, why should I shed blood and sweat for something that can be solved with just a few words?
If that isn't stupid, then what is?
Sure enough, when the security guards on the opposite side heard this, they all looked at each other in surprise. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Fu Jinkui. At this time, Fu Jinkui also stood up, covering his crotch and started cursing.
Are you fucking idiots? Are you listening to this kid trying to sow discord? Hurry up and do it for me. Not only will I make up your wages, I'll also give you bonuses.
Upon hearing this, the security guard's eyes lit up.
Lin Yi's face darkened.
He had forgotten that it was useless to reason with some brainless guys. The fat man subconsciously protected Linny behind him, gritting his teeth and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. Damn, I didn't expect that quitting a job would lead to such a situation.
Now that I think about it, it's really not worth it. It's just a few $1,000s.
Linny, if a fight breaks out, find a chance to run away.
Even if Fu Jinkui has total control over the factory, he won't dare to kill me."
Just as the fat man was shouting and preparing to swing the chair at the security guards,
the office door was kicked open again. A delicate rebuke was also heard at the same time. "Tauzi, stop it. And you, so many people are beating up two people, do you want to kill people?"
Everyone stopped what they were doing. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, he looked in the direction of the voice, and subconsciously muttered a few words.
Long-legged cousin. Chapter 19. Fu Jinkui wants to run away. Cousin, I.
The fat man put down the chair in his hand, looked ashamed, opened his mouth, but stopped talking. He was the one who caused such a big mess. Before leaving, he even caused trouble for his cousin.
The fat man felt like a piece of shit.
Zhou Jingjing didn't blame the fat man, and walked in dressed like a beautiful urban lady. Those long legs were not wearing any stockings or fishnet stockings, but their skin was as white as snow, and the rose-red high heels on their feet were very eye-catching.
Lin Yi's eyes widened. She is still the long-legged cousin in my memory. Not only does she not look old at all, but she is even more mature and attractive. Zhou Jingjing obviously noticed Lin Yi's burning gaze. She walked up to the two of them and patted Lin Yi. "Shaoyi, what are you looking at?"
Lin Yi smiled awkwardly and subconsciously raised his hand to wipe his mouth. "No, long-legged cousin, long time no see." Zhou Jingjing rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and asked naturally, "I heard from the security guard, Uncle Niu, that Tauzi came here in a Maybach.
Is the car yours?"
This straightforward question made Lin Yi feel a little embarrassed, but he still scratched the back of his head and nodded in acknowledgement.
"Great. You've become successful. No wonder Tauzi quit his job without even saying hello to me."
Lin Yi grinned, "Now that I have money, I must not forget Fatty." But then, Lin Yi put away his smile and glared at Fu Jinkui.
"That's right.
I didn't expect that my brother's life in this factory is worse than that of an ox or a horse. Not only did this bald guy not pay his salary, he also insulted the fat guy in every way. He even plans to use Fatty's salary to force you, my long-legged cousin, to sleep with him." Lin Yi's words were very straightforward. Zhou Jingjing's pretty face turned red instantly, and then she looked at Fu Jinkui with anger. Fu Jinkui, however, had a grim smile on his face. Zhou Jingjing, who usually looks like a saint, turns out she already has a gigolo. "You're so poor, but you still drive a Maybach.
Zhou Jingjing, why don't you find a decent excuse to scare me?
Apparently, Fu Jinkui thought that Linny was wearing cheap clothes and concluded that Linny was just a poor boy. Turning around, Fu Jinkui started yelling at the security guards.
What are you still standing there for? Get started. Especially this pretty boy, hold him down. I'm going to castrate him.
Fu Jinkui received the last kick from Linny, and his crotch still hurts a little.
Naturally, he wants to take revenge on Linny severely. He must turn Linny into a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingjing became even more embarrassed and angry. He turned around and ordered all the security guards. Just give it a try. I'm in charge of finances. Without my signature, you can't expect to get the money.
Now, the security guards could only stand there in a daze, feeling awkward. Fu Jinkui became even more furious when he saw this.
Fuck, why do I keep you bunch of losers? I'm paying you out of my own pocket. Stop wasting time or I'll beat you up.
This time, the security guards looked fierce again. Zhou Jingjing pointed at Fu Jinkui's nose and scolded him.
Fu Jinkui. You dare to be so violent. Don't think that no one knows about the dirty things you did in the factory. Since you can't touch the public funds, you secretly sold the factory's orders to other factories. This directly led to our factory having no income for 2 months. You are committing a commercial crime. Fu Jinkui's mouth twitched and he subconsciously looked towards the door. There are already quite a few workers gathered outside. Many people even glared at Fu Jinkui with murderous eyes. Obviously, everyone heard what Zhou Jingjing said just now. Fu Jinkui quickly walked to the door and started cursing at the workers outside. What the hell are you looking at? Go back to work, or I'll fire you. You and your family will be out in the cold. Damn it! Bang! After cursing, Fu Jinkui slammed the office door shut. Turning around, Fu Jinkui glared at Zhou Jingjing with a ferocious look on his face. Zhou Jingjing, I didn't realize that you are such a cruel woman. You were the one who called these 2 idiots here today, right? I beat you up and broke your nose. You just want to make a big fuss so that the people in the factory can force me to step down, right? Zhou Jingjing gritted her teeth and didn't bother to explain. Fu Jinkui, what you did will be exposed sooner or later. If the factory closes down, you will have to go to jail too. Fu Jinkui had a grim smile on his face. Go to jail? Bah. You said I committed a crime, so I committed a crime? Are you the judge? If you say something without evidence, it's just a false accusation. Do you believe I will send you to jail? Zhou Jingjing was furious and pointed at Fu Jinkui's nose and cursed. You beast. Keep on being so proud. Director Feng has already privately found the manufacturers you sold orders to and has collected evidence of your crime. Just wait to go to jail. When Fu Jinkui heard this, he felt panic. Impossible. Director Feng has been negotiating a loan at the bank these days. The factory is about to close down. How could he possibly find fault with me? Moreover, those manufacturers will not cooperate with his investigation. It is against their interests. Zhou Jingjing said disdainfully, those big manufacturers don't even look down on the small orders you give them. Besides, don't forget that the contacts you made were all given to you by Director Feng in the past. At this point, Fu Jinkui's legs felt a little weak. He ran to the desk, bent down, took out 2 gold bars from underneath, put them in his bag, turned around and was about to run out. Several people were stunned by Fu Jinkui's actions. But the fat man reacted quickly, kicked Fu Jinkui to the ground, and subconsciously called the security guard. Hold this grandson down. He has been drinking our blood for the past few months. No matter how stupid those security guards were, they figured out what was going on. In just a few moves, Fu Jinkui was pinned to the ground. Ah! You traitors, let me go. I can go back to work in a big factory. You want me to go to jail? You're dreaming. Bang bang bang. A young and inexperienced security guard started slapping Fu Jinkui's face violently. That mouth is like not wanting money. He beat and cursed at the same time. Fuck you, you keep yelling at your dad every day and you still owe us wages. If you run away today, your dad will take your last name. Fu Jinkui was beaten beyond recognition. He also started crying. Stop fighting. If you continue, someone will die. The lines are quite familiar, but this time Fu Jinkui is not acting, he is really about to be beaten to death. This factory owes the bank a lot of money and can't pay it back. It's going to close down soon. Then you'll be unemployed too. Why are you still fighting for the factory? If you kill me, you'll go to jail too.
Fu Jinkui actually used his brain to reason with these security guards.
But how could the angry security guards listen to him? We won't get paid anyway. We can kill you and vent our anger. That's right. I must make you miserable today. You've ruined 1/3 of the women in the factory. We don't have a share. Today, I'll make you, you bastard, pay the price. Yes, this is the retribution for this grandson. All 3 of his legs must be broken. It looks like someone is going to die if this continues. The office door was pushed open again.
When Zhou Jingjing saw who was coming, she called out, "Director Feng, you're back."
Fu Jinkui is trying to run away.
Chapter 20. How much does the factory cost?
Feng Ming is the director who founded the electrical appliance factory. At the age of 50, he looked 60 due to overwork. His square face was full of fatigue, but his eyes were very bright, staring at the inhuman Fu Jinkui with extreme sharpness. Fu Jinkui also panicked and shouted tremblingly, "Director Feng, help!"
Feng Ming took a deep breath and raised his hand to greet the security guards.
"Let him go. If someone dies, you will also be held responsible."
The security guards still let go of Fu Jinkui obediently, but the young security guard still spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Fu Jinkui's face.
"Bah! If Director Feng hadn't said that, we would have killed you, you bastard."
Although Fu Jinkui was released, he looked at Feng Ming with fear on his face and took several steps back trembling.
"Director Feng, our factory doesn't have many orders anyway. Even if I don't sell those orders, this factory won't last for a year or 2. Look how exhausted you are. I'm just trying to help you out." Feng Ming was so angry that he laughed at Fu Jinkui's words. "Ha, you're sharing my worries?
You really are an old employee who has been with me since the beginning.
You really care about me.
You know I'm too tired to keep the factory running, so I want to just shut it down and let other big factories buy it at a low price.
In this way, I can retire, right?" Fu Jinkui quickly forced a smile. "Hey, this is what I should do." "Fu Jinkui, you are such a beast.
Director Feng trusted you so much that he made you the deputy director, managing thousands of employees, and you actually did such a treacherous thing.
You deserve to die." Zhou Jingjing couldn't bear it anymore and sobbed and scolded Fu Jinkui.
That look also made Lin Yi feel distressed.
But factory director Feng Ming was still comforting Zhou Jingjing. "Xiao Zhou, stop crying. This is all my fault. I hired the wrong people and that's why everyone is in trouble."
After saying that, Feng Ming called out to the outside, "Comrade police, the person is inside."
"Sorry to bother you."
Upon hearing this, Fu Jinkui was so scared that he knelt on the ground.
"Director Feng, please don't. I can't go to jail. I have a wife and children, Feng Ming kicked Fu Jinkui in the face and yelled, "You have a wife and children? Don't other workers have families? You beast. You deserve it." Finally, the old factory manager exploded. But it made everyone feel inexplicably happy. Even Uncle Hat didn't stop Feng Ming.
The uncle in the hat who was leading the group ordered people to handcuff Fu Jinkui and take him away, and he also said something comforting to Feng Ming.
"Old Feng, there's no point in getting angry. Deal with the factory as soon as possible, settle the employees, and don't escalate the situation. The evidence you provided is sufficient. This Fu Jinkui will never get out in this lifetime."
Feng Ming nodded. "Captain Lu, thank you for your trouble.
I will treat you to a drink later." "Okay, see you later." Uncle Hat led the team away.
But Feng Ming suddenly collapsed. Zhou Jingjing hurried forward to help, but the fat man got there first.
"Director Feng, are you okay? Don't be angry.
All the colleagues in our factory know that this is Fu Jinkui's fault.
We won't blame you. I don't want my salary anymore."
The fat man kept comforting him and helped Feng Ming to his seat. Feng Ming tried hard to keep himself steady, then he forced a smile at the fat man. "Xiao Tao, your cousin has worked in my factory for 15 years, from her early 20s until now. She dedicated her entire youth to the factory, but in the end,
I ruined the factory. I feel so ashamed of your cousin. I feel so ashamed of the old employees who followed me." As he spoke, Feng Ming was already in tears. Zhou Jingjing even squatted beside Feng Ming, sobbing and comforting him. Director Feng, please don't be like this. You have taken care of me all these years. If you hadn't worked so hard for the development of the factory, we old employees wouldn't have cars, houses, and happy families. Don't worry, I've discussed this with several directors. We will all pay for the workers' wages. As long as we can get through these few months, our factory will definitely survive. As a bystander, Lin Yi was also moved by the scene before him. It can be seen that Director Feng is highly respected. Zhou Jingjing and a group of old employees are also very loyal and righteous. However, Fu Jinkui was just a bad apple that spoiled the whole barrel. The factory was still dragged down and collapsed. Feng Ming couldn't stop crying and just waved his hands at Zhou Jingjing. No, I can't let everyone take responsibility for my mistakes. Besides, our factory's operation is indeed in trouble. I don't have the ability to keep it going. This piece of land in our factory has long been targeted by someone. Fu Jinkui was bribed. Although Fu Jinkui has been arrested, our factory has collapsed. There is only one way to go now, which is to sell the factory to the other party. In this way, all of you old employees will be resettled. Xiao Zhou, it's time for me to retire. After Feng Ming finished his last sentence, he felt as if his whole body was relaxed. But the light in his eyes also disappeared. Zhou Jingjing cried even harder. The fat man was also crying silently beside him, and it seemed that the outcome could not be reversed. From Feng Ming's tone, it can be known that their factory had been set up by someone a long time ago, and the other party was so powerful that they had no ability to resist. The most they could do was to vent their anger on Fu Jinkui. However, they all ignored Lin Yi, the bystander, the outsider. How much does the factory cost? Lin Yi suddenly asked. The sound was so abrupt that it instantly stopped the sad atmosphere of Feng Ming and the others. Including Feng Ming, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yi. The fat man was the first to react and jumped directly to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi, do you want to buy a factory? Zhou Jingjing also came back to her senses and thought of the brand new Maybach S680 outside. Lin Yi bought a luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan just because he said so. He must be rich. However, this electrical appliance factory is not comparable to a luxury car. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Taking over a factory is not something that most people can do. Zhou Jingjing also hurriedly advised Lin Yi. Xiao Yi, stop messing around. The electrical appliance factory is not something that ordinary people can take over. You have worked hard to make some money, so you can't spend it on. Before Zhou Jingjing could finish her words, Lin Yi interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Money can't buy my happiness. My long-legged cousin has dedicated her youth here. How can I bear to let her youth go to waste? These words made Zhou Jingjing's pretty face blush and she was deeply touched. But she just thought that Lin Yi was trying to cheer her up. Who would spend tens of millions to buy a factory on the verge of bankruptcy just for a sister who was not related to them by blood? But Lin Yi walked up to Feng Ming with a serious look on his face. Director Feng, you shouldn't retire at your age, right? Don't you want to make the factory bigger and stronger and create more glory? Feng Ming stared at Lin Yi blankly, and the fire in his eyes that was about to go out seemed to flame up again. He sighed subconsciously, I think so, but... Are you afraid of those guys who are plotting against the factory behind the scenes? If we really want to compete head-on, our factory will have no ability to resist at all? Lin Yi asked back with a hint of sarcasm. Feng Ming gritted his teeth and said, I, Feng Ming, have never been afraid of direct competition. I am not as unscrupulous as them. Chapter 21 The enemy behind the scenes appears. That's it, Director Feng. How much is your factory worth? I'll buy it and pay the employees back later. I can inject more capital if you need more money. Lin Yi said this casually, as if money was just paper. As he spoke, Lin Yi pulled Feng Ming, who was slumped in the chair, up. I'm helping you, but you can't let me down. No matter if those bad guys hiding in the dark corners are rats or tigers, Director Feng, you have to find them out today. If they want to bring you down, you have to kill them. Feng Ming's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. You really want to buy a factory? And inject capital? How much money do you have? Lin Yi shrugged, how much does the factory cost? Feng Ming raised 2 fingers with trembling hands. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, 20 million? Feng Ming's legs went limp and he almost collapsed. He quickly shook his head and said, no, give me 2 million in cash and I can turn the factory around. Lin Yi curled his lips, is that all?
What I said is to buy your factory, inject capital into it, and let you make it bigger and stronger, and defeat those bastards.
How much does it cost to do this?
Feng Ming didn't expect Lin Yi to be so wealthy, and his breathing became heavier. The factory, they will probably only give me about 12 million, and it will most likely be paid over several years. If you can pay in cash, I'll sell the factory to you for 10 million.
If you can still let me manage the factory, give me another 10 million, I'll beat those bastards to death.
You bastard.
Hearing this national quintessence, Lin Yi was also happy.
He just wanted to see the old factory director's bloodiness be aroused.
Okay, 20 million, I'll buy the factory.
Director Feng, please don't let me down, you must avenge my long-legged cousin. Lin Yi made the decision immediately and then called Zhou Jingjing. Sister, don't just stand there, get an account and get the contract done. Oh, by the way, the factory will be registered in your name after the transaction. After hearing what was said before, Zhou Jingjing took out her tablet and started operating. But when she heard Lin Yi's next words clearly, she was stunned.
What? Shoei, you said the factory will be registered under my name?
Lin Yi shrugged, yes, I bought the factory for you.
From now on, you will work with Director Feng. Don't let the factory raise those old-fashioned people.
I can't stand them taking advantage of you.
Zhou Jingjing was stunned. And everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Jingjing.
The security guards all looked as if they had suddenly realized something.
It turns out that Lin Yi, a rich man, spends a fortune on his beloved.
But this really opened their eyes.
Although Zhou Jingjing is very charming, she shouldn't be worth 20 million, right? Love, this must be love.
Feng Ming was also shocked by Lin Yi's actions.
Xiao Zhou, this gentleman is your brother?
Zhou Jingjing came back to her senses and responded with a blushing face.
Yes, they are my cousins.
When they were young, they always fought in school. Sometimes they would call their parents, and I would go to school to see the teacher. Zhou Jingjing was also lost in memories when she said these words. But she never dreamed that her brother Lin Yi, whom she hadn't seen for several years, would give her such a big surprise when they met again. But don't let this surprise turn into a shock.
Zhou Jingjing hurriedly asked Lin Yi. Xiao, don't scare me. Tell me the truth, do you really have so much money?
Lin Yi shrugged, sister, give me your private account. Zhou Jingjing subconsciously covered her bag.
What are you up to?
Lin Yi gave the fat man a look. The fat man reacted very quickly, snatched the bag from Zhou Jingjing's hand, and took out Zhou Jingjing's wallet from it. He found a card and threw it to Lin Yi.
Xiao Tao, don't mess around.
Zhou Jingjing wanted to stop him, but couldn't. Lin Yi took the card and started transferring money on his mobile phone.
Okay, sister, maybe the amount is too large.
The bank said we need to wait for a while, maybe half an hour.
Lin Yi clicked on the pop-up prompt window and returned the bank card to Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing was still a little confused.
But Feng Ming's eyes were shining.
He seemed to be 20 years younger in an instant.
His brain was working like crazy and he was full of energy. If the factory really had 20 million at once, Feng Ming could really let go and work hard. But just when the atmosphere was right, a greasy-haired man wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open and walked in. This guy has the same slicked-back hair as the fat guy. So as soon as I entered the door, I made eye contact with the fat man. The fat man was also looking the man with gold-rimmed glasses up and down. As a result, the man with gold-rimmed glasses rolled his eyes at the fat man and said with disdain,
"What a class! He even has the same haircut as me." The fat man almost died.
Then I saw two burly men in black suits following behind the man with gold-rimmed glasses.
The two big men were wearing sunglasses and looked very tough.
The man with gold-rimmed glasses touched his greasy hair, put the wallet tucked under his armpit aside, and sat down on the guest sofa. "Hey, Director Feng, you've made such a big fuss just to arrest Fu Jinkui. You're really incompetent." The man with gold-rimmed glasses was full of joking towards Feng Ming as soon as he opened his mouth. Feng Ming's eyes were bloodshot and red, and he looked like he was ready to kill someone at any time. Lin Yi saw everything clearly and turned around to ask Feng Ming.
"Director Feng, is this the guy who wants to buy the factory and hide behind the scenes?"
Feng Ming nodded, yes, his name is Zhong Huntao, his father is the owner of Zhengdian Home Appliances, and he has many best-selling home appliances in our local area.
Lin Yi curled his lips, hourly home appliances? Never heard of it. Zhong Huntao had long been unable to tolerate Lin Yi's attitude, and when he heard Lin Yi despising his brand, he couldn't help but curse. "Who the hell do you think you are? Get out of here, you stinky worker. Do you have the right to speak here? Before Linny could say anything, Feng Ming snorted coldly. Humph, Zhang Huntao, don't be so arrogant. This. Feng Ming was about to introduce Lin Yi's name, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't even asked Lin Yi's name yet.
Lin Yi waved his hand to resolve Feng Ming's embarrassment and introduced himself to Feng Ming.
My name is Lin Yi. I have acquired this electrical appliance factory.
I don't care who you are or what your family does.
Get out of my factory immediately.
Lin Yi's words were not harsh at all, but his calm tone was full of intimidation. The security team nearby immediately stood up straight, ready to drive people out at any time.
Zhang Huntao's eyes widened. What? You bought the factory? Bullshit, do you have money?
Then, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Zhang Huntao turned around and stared at Feng Mingdao.
Oh, I understand. Mr. Feng, stop playing tricks on me.
Don't think that I will pay a high price for your factory just because you find some people to act here. My dad originally wanted to buy your factory for 10 million, but now you're playing these stupid tricks on me and I'm really upset.
So, I'll give you 8 million. You can sell it or not. Anyway, with hourly electric appliances here, we'll kill anyone who dares to buy your factory. If you have the guts, just keep dragging it out. We'll see who can outlast it. Chapter 22, Become Bigger and Stronger, and Create Greater Glory. Zhang Huntao's attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he had completely defeated Feng Ming. Feng Ming was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. He originally thought that the lowest purchase price that Zhongdian Electric Appliances would offer him was 12 million. Unexpectedly, the other party was only willing to offer 10 million. Of the 10 million, 2 million will be spent on employee salaries, plus more than 5 million to repay bank loans. After paying for all the necessary expenses, how much will Feng Ming have left?
What's more, Zhang Huntao was even more heartless than his father and is only willing to pay 8 million. If Feng Ming sold the factory to Zhang Huntao, not only would he not have a penny left in his pocket, but he would also have to pay for his retirement. After working hard for 20 years, Feng Ming finally ended up in debt. This was simply forcing him to jump off the building. Before Feng Ming could vent his anger, Lin Yi was amused by Zhang Huntao's appearance. Lin Yi pointed at Zhang Huntao and turned to ask Feng Ming.
Has this idiot always been so rampant? Even his father can't control him?
When Zhang Huntao heard this, he immediately became furious and started cursing.
Alpaca, poor loser, you dare to scold me? Do you believe that I can break all 3 of your legs in a minute?
As soon as Zhang Huntao finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards behind him began to move forward.
They are tall and strong, and the aura and pressure they carry are quite strong.
But the fat man and the security guards on Lin Yi's side were faster.
Even the previously inexperienced security guard pulled out his electric baton. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The sparks flashed very beautifully.
The muscles on the faces of the 2 bodyguards opposite twitched noticeably.
Even tall and strong people are afraid of electric batons. Feng Ming didn't want the situation to escalate, so he suppressed his anger and stepped forward to stop the security guard on his side. But facing Zhang Huntao, Feng Ming no longer had a good face. Zhang Huntao, go back and tell your father that my electrical appliance factory has been sold to Mr. Lin for only 10 million yuan. However, Mr. Lin has injected another 10 million yuan of cash flow into our factory. If Zhongdian Electric Appliances still wants to do something, come on, Feng Ming Quan, will take it over. Feng Ming said these last few words with full of vigor, as if he was ready to challenge the opponent.
Zhang Huntao was actually shocked and took several steps back. But his triangular eyes widened and he looked at Lin Yi as if he had seen a ghost. What did you say? How could he have 20 million? He's wearing cheap clothes, and you said 20 million? Zhou Jingjing couldn't bear it anymore and scolded.
Zhang Huntao, don't go crazy in our factory.
I'm the company's financial officer. Lin Yi has already transferred 20 million to my card. I advise you not to look down on others.
Zhang Huntao stared at Zhou Jingjing's legs with lustful eyes.
Did it hit your card? Are you kidding me? Take it out and let me see it.
Zhou Jingjing blushed and bit her lower lip tightly. The money hasn't arrived yet, but
Lin Yi definitely has money.
After hearing this, Zhang Huntao laughed like crazy.
Ha, you can't just talk about being rich. Boy, looking at your behavior, can you come up with 2,000 yuan, let alone 20 million?
Zhang Huntao's ridicule was unbridled. Before Linny could respond, Zhou Jingjing scolded him again.
Didn't you see the brand new Maybach outside when you came? That car belongs to Linny.
This time, Zhong Huntao stopped laughing and stared at Linny.
Is that Maybach S680 yours? Shit, I think you rented it?
Zhong Huntao didn't believe that Linny could afford that car. You know, Zhong Huntao only drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, while his father also drives a Maybach. But it is a Maybach S450, which costs only 1.5 million yuan and cannot be compared with Linny's new car at all.
Linny smiled calmly, the car is not mine. What? Zhou Jingjing was suddenly shocked. Feng Ming's face suddenly became very ugly. Were they all deceived by Linny? Yes. How can such a young guy afford such an expensive luxury car? Feng Mingdu shook his head and laughed at himself in despair. He actually believed that Linny could come up with 20 million.
Zhong Huntao laughed even more wildly. Ha, you poor loser, I haven't even tried to scare you yet and you're already giving in. Linny shrugged and said, Maybach is too old-fashioned.
I don't like it.
That car is for my brother and he drives for me. After saying that, the fat man walked out with his chest held high. He also took out a big green book from his bag and patted Zhong Huntao on the face.
Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation?
You are nothing in front of my buddies.
Can your father afford a Maybach?
I have to say, the fat guy has endured it long enough. At this moment, he also arrogantly slapped Zhong Huntao's face, destroying Zhong Huntao's hairstyle. Zhong Huntao quickly stepped back to dodge and started cursing at the fat man.
Alpaca, how dare you hit me in the face? I hit you in the face. What? You don't accept it. Aren't you arrogant? If you can be arrogant just because you have money, then I'm much more arrogant than you.
The fat man became even crazier. He rubbed his fists as big as casserole pots and was ready to start a fight. Such an unexpected turn of events also left Feng Ming, Zhou Jingjing, and others stunned. Their hearts were pounding.
Isn't this ups and downs so exciting? Linny is actually this rich. Just casually gave his driver a luxury car worth more than 3 million? So, it doesn't seem like a big deal for Linny to spend 20 million to buy a factory, right?
But Linny's heavy breathing while speaking almost scared them into having a heart attack.
Zhong Huntao became angry and embarrassed. Fuck, you have no money at all. You wear a Balino suit, and that's considered rich?
Without waiting for Zhong Huntao to call the bodyguards to start working,
Lin Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A pleasant reminder tone also rang in Lin Yi's ears.
Congratulations to the host for successfully returning 10 times the cashback and receiving 200 million yuan.
200 million.
I finally achieved my small goals, and they were 2 small goals at once. It feels so good to spend more and more money.
However, Lin Yi's expression was surprisingly calm.
Lin Yi looked at Zhou Jingjing, who was full of expectation, smiled and raised his eyebrows. Sister, the money has arrived, you should get the contract as soon as possible, and this factory will be handed over to you. Zhou Jingjing breathed rapidly, and quickly took out her cell phone, opened her bank account, entered her password, and checked her balance.
Feng Ming, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but move forward. Did it really arrive?
Zhong Huntao was also a little nervous because of this atmosphere, but he still laughed at Lin Yi wildly.
You are such a good pretender. You are just a car rental boy, and you are still acting here. If you have 20 million, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Jingjing's scream interrupted Zhong Huntao's laughter.
Feng Ming, who was standing next to him, was startled.
But Zhou Jingjing was dancing with excitement.
She had never seen so much money in her life, and it was in her own bank account.
How could she not be happy? Xiao Zhou, don't get excited. Has the money arrived?
Feng Ming asked with a smile that couldn't be stopped from spreading. Obviously, Feng Ming already had the answer in his mind, but the surprise was too big and he was not ready yet. Zhou Jingjing came to her senses and quickly handed the phone to Feng Ming.
Director Feng, the money has arrived. 20 million, it really is 20 million. Our factory is really saved.
Feng Ming looked at his phone again and again, and finally he burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Chapter 23. Call me Sister Jingjing. Feng Ming's condition was even a little crazy. But there are people who are even crazier than him.
The young and inexperienced security guard in the security team pushed open the office door first. He howled at the workers who were still watching outside.
Our factory is saved. The big boss bought it for 20 million. Our factory is rich now. Roar, roar, roar.
All of a sudden, while there was thunderous applause outside, the workers turned into gorillas and baboons, roaring and shouting wildly.
This noise is so scary. But for Fengming, Zhou Jingjing, and other elderly factory workers, this scene was truly touching. But Zhong Huntao in the office was confused.
His face suddenly turned dark and he stretched his neck to check Zhou Jingjing's phone. He couldn't believe it even in his dreams that Lin Yi could actually come up with 20 million.
And it was transferred directly to a woman's bank account.
Are there still such rich people in their Wei city?
There is no one like Lin Yi among those top rich second generations. Besides, those top second generation rich people probably wouldn't be so stupid as to spend so much money to buy a shabby factory, right?
Zhou Jingjing noticed Zhong Huntao's actions and deliberately put her things away so that Zhong Huntao wouldn't see them. Zhong Huntao immediately looked furious.
It's such a critical moment, and you are still acting with me. You think you can fool me by renting a Maybach and finding an actor? Do you think I'm an idiot?
Zhong Huntao keeps mocking. In short, he just didn't believe Lin Yi, and was even more convinced that all this was a show put on by Fengming in order to sell the factory at a high price. Fengming protected Zhou Jingjing behind him and stared at Zhong Huntao with disdain.
Zhong Huntao, you'd better get out of here. Don't think that the two stupid bodyguards you brought with you can protect you. If you cause trouble here, even if your father comes, you will be in big trouble.
As Fengming finished his words, the young and inexperienced security guard at the door shouted outside.
Security brothers, come here quickly. The bastard who nearly bankrupted our factory is here to cause trouble. Tap tap.
Whether it was the security guards or the workers outside, they all rushed up, many of them holding weapons in their hands, looking like they were ready to kill someone. Zhong Huntao had never seen such a scene before, and he was so scared that he shrank his neck.
Fuck you. You're so cruel.
Zhong Huntao was still trying to be brave and glared at Lin Yi and said something before leaving.
And you, poor loser, I'll remember you. Bang. Lin Yi happily gave Zhong Huntao a big slap on the face.
Zhong Huntao staggered 2 steps and was supported by the bodyguard behind him. He stared at Lin Yi in confusion.
You dared to hit me? But before Lin Yi could say anything, a group of security guards came over with electric batons. I'm going to hit you. You bastard, why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? If you dare to scold our boss again, I will destroy you. A group of people started cursing aggressively. Zhong Huntao was almost frightened to death. He had never been so embarrassed before. His face turned red and his neck became thick, but he couldn't explode. Even the 2 bodyguards who were supporting him quickly spoke up to advise him. Mr. Zhong, the other side has more people and more power, let's go. Yes, if a fight really breaks out, we will definitely suffer. Zhong Huntao gritted his teeth and said, okay, I admit defeat. Your name is Lin Yi, right? I'll remember you. Let's see what happens. You still dare to show off. This time the inexperienced young security guard really rushed up and hit Zhong Huntao directly on the chest with an electric baton. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Goose, goose, goose. Zhong Huntao was immediately electrocuted into a trembling idiot. The 2 bodyguards next to him didn't dare to take any action and could only pull Zhong Huntao backwards and finally turned him over. If you continue to shock the chest like this, the heart will be damaged and the person will easily die. But it didn't matter that he turned over, because the young and inexperienced security guard directly stabbed the electric baton at Zhong Huntao's raised butt. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh my god. Zhong Huntao let out a cry of pain similar to that of a woman. Seeing that the young security guard's attack was not satisfying enough, he continued to attack. Lin Yi still spoke up to stop him. That's enough. If he keeps doing this, he'll be ruined. It's enough to teach him a lesson. This is their way of calculating the interest on our factory. We'll settle the rest slowly. The young security guard obeyed Lin Yi's words, bared his big yellow teeth, and retracted the electric baton. Boss, I listen to you. Lin Yi patted the young man's shoulder and said, not bad, young man, you have a bright future. The young security guard immediately gave the same fake military salute as the fat man and shouted slogans, serve the factory. Everyone was amused. Of course, there was also the image of Zhong Huntao and the other 2 fleeing in a panic, which was really funny. It was Fengming who stepped in and asked the workers to disperse. Otherwise, Zhang Huntao and the other two might not be able to leave the factory safely.
The fat man laughed the most happily.
Ha, that arrogant grandson, his chrysanthemum is not incomplete, it must be burnt. I can smell it. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Fatty, don't be disgusting. The fat man hugged Lin Yi and expressed his sincere gratitude. Brother, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the factory would have been ruined, and I would have let my cousin down. Nonsense, she's also my cousin. Right? Lin Yi even winked at Zhou Jingjing.
But to others, this scene seemed like Lin Yi was winking at Zhou Jingjing. Even Zhou Jingjing herself blushed. But Zhou Jingjing still boldly gave Lin Yi a big hug. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously reached down to hug him. Fortunately, the fat man was quick-witted and pulled Lin Yi away, still whispering in Lin Yi's ear. You better be careful. My cousin just got divorced, don't take advantage of her. Lin Yi was stunned. What? Long-legged cousin is divorced? Isn't her husband from the tax bureau? I think he looks quite gentle in the photo. Lin Yi was really surprised and asked subconsciously, not knowing whether his tone showed surprise or joy. The fat man spoke faster and said something subconsciously. What a gentleman! He is a hooligan. He evaded taxes and had sex with his female subordinates. He went straight to prison. He has been in prison for 20 years. He is now gray-haired when he comes out. As soon as these words came out, the fat man realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly covered his mouth. Noticing that Zhou Jingjing next to him had an unhappy expression and a somewhat flustered look, the fat man quickly apologized. I'm sorry, cousin, I didn't think Lin Yi was an outsider, so I spoke quickly. Zhou Jingjing glared at the fat man. What are you afraid of? I've said it. Everyone in the factory knows that I married a scumbag. He is not ashamed of himself, but I am. Lin Yi immediately gave Zhou Jingjing a thumbs up. It has to be my long-legged cousin. Dare to love and hate, this is the right mentality. We have a long life ahead of us, and you will definitely meet a man who loves you, long-legged cousin. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Zhou Jingjing had just received 20 million from Lin Yi, and now Lin Yi's words seemed like a confession to her. I already knew that this bad boy was interested in me, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. But he is so young, I am not worthy of him. Forget it, 20 million is enough to buy my life. With this kind of love, it's no problem for me to be his lover. In this life, I only recognize him as my man, no one else can get into my bed. Don't call me Sister Long Legs, it sounds so ugly, Xiaoyi, call me Sister Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing took Lin Yi's arm with a seductive look. Chapter 24. Something must have happened to my sister-in-law. Oh. Many people nearby were making a fuss. It looked as if Lin Yi and Zhou Jingjing were really a couple, and they finally got married. But the fat man showed a bitter face. This shouldn't be the case. This will spoil the family relationship. Lin Yi, on the other hand, really enjoyed having Zhou Jingjing hugging his arm. It has to be said that the long-legged cousin satisfied all of Lin Yi's fantasies when he was a teenager. Sister Jingjing, the factory will be handed over to you from now on. Feel free to come to me if you have any difficulties. Lin Yi still broke free from Zhou Jingjing's hand and gave her a loving reminder. Zhou Jingjing nodded with emotion. Don't worry, the factory is yours, I will definitely take good care of it for you. Lin Yi also looked at Feng Ming. Director Feng, I've also met Zhong Huntao. I don't care about hourly home appliances. If they come to attack the factory again, you'll beat them to death. Feng Ming looked serious and excitedly held Lin Yi's hand tightly. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I, Feng Ming, will definitely fight for my comeback this time. With so much money, I will definitely defeat hourly home appliances. Lin Yi clapped his hands. Okay. Very good. As long as we can defeat hourly home appliances, I will invest another 10 million in the factory. As soon as these words were spoken, the workers below started celebrating. Zhou Jingjing was even more moved, but she still reminded Lin Yi carefully. Xiaoyi, I know you are rich, but you can't spend it like this. You should save more money and marry a good wife. Don't marry someone like me. Lin Yi couldn't listen any longer and said with a stern face. Sister Jingjing, I don't like what you said. When I look for a wife, I'll look for someone like you. If it's not someone like you, I won't even bother to take a second look at her. The voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful, filled with determination. Zhou Jingjing was so moved that she wanted to push Linny down and eat him hard. Linny seemed to realize that there was something wrong with the way Zhou Jingjing looked at him, and his mind became clearer. He turned around and greeted the fat man. "Fatty, I think you shouldn't resign. You were not able to do anything in the factory before, but now you can contribute. I feel more at ease knowing you are taking care of Sister Jingjing." Upon hearing this, the fat man also felt envious. "Okay, if I have the final say, our factory will definitely have a few more decent and best-selling home appliances." Linny laughed. "Ha, you're out of breath when I say you're fat. Usually, when I have something to do, you still have to drive for me." The fat man immediately gave a puppet soldier salute. "Ah, yes'll serve the director." Hearing the title of factory director, Linny was still a little uncomfortable. However, having this title inexplicably, Linny felt that he had an extra responsibility on his shoulders. At the same time, he also understood that even if he only had a superficial understanding of many industries, it would not prevent him from taking root and making money in certain industries. The thinking of ordinary businessmen does not apply to Linny, he is capital itself. It's just like getting cash back, except that the form has changed and some methods have been used to make money continue to make money. Afterwards, Feng Ming and Zhou Jingjing enthusiastically invited Linny to come to the workshop to inspect the work. But Linny refused them all. After all, there was still a long way to go to deal with these things. Moreover, Linny has been in the spotlight too much today. The workers in the factory were so enthusiastic that some even gave flowers and banners. Maybe he would even secretly stuff the female workers' belly bands into his pockets. Therefore, Linny still greeted the fat man. The wind is strong and the wind is blowing. And just when Linny was becoming very popular in the factory. At the 3rd Municipal Hospital, my sister-in-law Song Xinchuang has been placed in the ward. All my former colleagues came to visit. There were also some male doctors with ulterior motives who came to show their courtesy, but after learning about Song Xinchuang's condition, they ran away faster than the other. Finally, a nurse stayed in the ward to take care of her personally. She was also Song Xinchuang's good sister in the hospital. With Song Xinchuang's departure, Zhang Min took over the position of head nurse of Song Xinchuang's department. She read Song Xinchuang's medical report carefully and couldn't help crying. "Xiao Shuang, you were such a good person, how could you get this disease? You are still so young. Woohoo, God is really blind." Song Xinchuang was still in a coma, and Zhang Min was standing by her bed, sobbing and crying. After crying for a while, Zhang Min took out Song Xinchuang's cell phone. Only a few phone numbers were found in the address book. The note at the top, the most conspicuous, and with a heart-shaped number, is Lin Yi's cell phone number. "My beloved brother, Lin Yi." Zhang Min bit her lower lip lightly and finally dialed Lin Yi's cell phone number. Zhang Min knew very well that Lin Yi was the closest person to Song Xinchuang in the world. Song Xinchuang's condition requires her to have relatives by her side now. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yi had just gotten into the car and left the electrical appliance factory when his cell phone rang. At first glance, the caller was Song Xinchuang. Lin Yi quickly answered the call. "Sister-in-law, where did you go to relax?" "Fatty and I came to visit you." However, unexpectedly, a somewhat unfamiliar voice came from the other side. "You are Lin Yi, right? Your sister-in-law is now." Zhang Min opened her mouth with difficulty, but just when she was halfway through her words, a hand suddenly snatched the phone from her. Zhang Min was startled and turned around to see that Song Xinchuang had woken up at some point. Song Xinchuang was trying hard to swallow his saliva, speaking as calmly as possible, and putting the phone to his ear. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Who are you? How come my sister-in-law's cell phone is in your hands?" Lin Yi was panicking. Even though he spent tens of millions, he was not so excited. When Song Xinchuang heard Lin Yi's cry, her heart broke, but she still tried hard to force a smile. "Ha, Lin Yi, why are you so anxious? Just now my best friend took the wrong phone and called you by accident." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Song Xinchuang's voice. But then he became confused. "Did you take the wrong phone? But, your best friend seemed to know me and asked where you were? Sister-in-law, where are you?" Song Xinchuang shook his head at Zhang Min, who was crying beside him, and pretended to be nonchalant. "I'm in the next city, watching the sea. I won't be home for the next 2 days. Don't worry about my sister-in-law." "Okay, that's it. I'll hang up first. I'll pick up some beautiful shells for you." Song Xinchuang finished her words almost in a coaxing tone. Then, without waiting for Lin Yi's response, he hung up the phone again. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yi listened to the busy tone coming from the phone and felt inexplicably irritated. The fat man driving in front saw that Lin Yi looked unhappy and asked hurriedly,
"What happened to Lin Yi? Why does he look so bad? Did something happen to his sister-in-law? Something happened to my sister-in-law?"
These words hit Lin Yi's heart like a heavy hammer. "No, my sister-in-law is not in a good condition. Fatty, go to my sister-in-law's neighborhood, quickly." Lin Yi didn't call back, he was just eager to go home and find clues.
And here at the hospital. After Song Xinchuan hung up the phone, she couldn't help but start coughing. He coughed so violently that he even coughed up blood.
Zhang Min next to her was so anxious that she burst into tears.
"Xiao Xuan, what are you doing? You have such a serious illness, why didn't you tell Lin Yi? He is your relative. If you leave quietly like this, he will be so sad." Song Xinchuan quickly waved to Zhang Min. "Sister Min, don't tell Lin Yi. You know my illness. There are so many people who have spent millions but still can't get cured. I can't waste the money I left for Lin Yi before I die. I have already killed 3 members of the Lin family, I can't let Lin Yi get involved again." After saying this, the light in Song Xinchuan's eyes completely disappeared. Chapter 25, I have to spend money to save my sister-in-law's life.
Zhang Min clenched Song Xinchuan's small hand and sobbed.
"Xiao Xuan, how can you say that about yourself? What about being a bad luck to others? That's all nonsense. How can a good girl like you be a bad luck to others?"
After saying that, Zhang Min couldn't help but hug Song Xinchuan tightly. A sad smile appeared on Song Xinchuan's lips. She felt that it was time for her to say goodbye to this world. "After all, I am still a person who is plagued by bad luck and has a miserable fate.
To live is to fight against fate."
May those passionate words be blown away by the wind.
Song Xinchuan just wanted to leave quietly and not implicate anyone else. Lin Yi sighed.
The fat man pushed the performance of the Maybach to its limit. After running through 17 or 18 red lights, he finally arrived downstairs of Song Xinchuan's old community. Lin Yi rushed upstairs immediately. When the fat man caught up, Lin Yi was already standing in front of Song Xinchuan's bed. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand, and lying untouched on the bedside were the 2 passbooks that Song Xinchuan had taken out last night. The fat man couldn't see Lin Yi's expression from behind, but he saw that Lin Yi's body was trembling slightly.
The situation doesn't seem good. The fat man suppressed his curiosity and did not enter the room. He just waited quietly for Lin Yi outside. Lin Yi's eyes were already bloodshot and red. The handwriting on the paper was neat and very brief.
"Lin Yi, you need to save your money and marry a good wife. Your sister-in-law is going to relax, don't worry."
Is this a travel note?
No, this is a farewell book.
Lin Yi took out his cell phone and couldn't wait to call his sister-in-law.
But the moment he touched that familiar name, Lin Yi stopped moving.
"If my sister-in-law wants to hide, she will never let me find her. What's the problem?"
Lin Yi slapped his head, complaining that his brain didn't work well at the critical moment. But after taking these few shots, it seems to be working.
"Hospital. The people in the hospital must know where my sister-in-law is."
Lin Yi turned around and called out, "Fatty, go to the 3rd Municipal Hospital."
"Okay."
The fat man put out his cigarette without a word, went downstairs, and drove the car. At the critical moment, the fat guy was still very reliable, not at all like his usual cheerful self.
The car quickly arrived at the 3rd Municipal Hospital.
Lin Yi immediately rushed to the department where his sister-in-law Song Xinchuan was. Just then Zhang Min came over to talk about the shift change.
"Excuse me, is Song Xinchuan, the head nurse of your department, absent from work due to leave?"
Lin Yi almost leaned on the counter to ask questions. Although he tried his best to control his emotions, the sweat on his forehead still betrayed how anxious he was. Zhang Min originally had her back to Lin Yi, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but shiver all over.
She knew that Lin Yi was here.
Zhang Min had seen this handsome brother that Song Xinchuan often mentioned before and was deeply impressed. However, at this moment, Zhang Min was too conflicted to turn around.
Did she really have to go against what Song Xinchuan had told her?
But if Song Xinchuan didn't tell Lin Yi the truth, she would be too pitiful. Just when Zhang Min was struggling, the nurse at the front desk looked back at Zhang Min, then spoke to Lin Yi.
"Head nurse Song has resigned. Our department's head nurse is now Sister Zhang. Who are you?"
When Lin Yi heard this, he was struck by lightning.
Resign? Why would you resign when everything is fine?
Lin Yi was so excited that even his tone of voice turned into a questioning tone. The young nurse at the front desk was startled. Zhang Min couldn't help it anymore, so she turned around and said to Lin Yi,
"You are Lin Yi, right? Stop making a fuss here. Your sister-in-law's matter."
When Lin Yi heard this voice, he immediately glared at Zhang Min and interrupted anxiously.
"You were the one who called me with my sister-in-law's phone just now? That means my sister-in-law is in the hospital, right?" Lin Yi's brain was working very fast.
After confirming that Song Xinchuan was in the hospital, Lin Yi became even more worried, and his bad premonition grew stronger. Zhang Min hurried forward and pulled Lin Yi into the next room. Seeing this, the fat man wanted to follow, but after hesitating, he waited outside. After the door was closed, Zhang Min spoke with a gloomy expression. "Lin Yi, it was me who called you just now.
Your sister-in-law is seriously ill. She is in a very bad condition now.
Not only is her body in bad condition, but she also has serious psychological problems. She has no desire to live at all. She just wants to leave this world quietly and doesn't want to implicate you, so she didn't let me tell you the truth. She wants to leave all the money she saved to you." As Zhang Min's voice fell, Lin Yi was stunned on the spot, confused. His heartbeat quickened, his breathing became heavy, and along with the onset of tinnitus, Lin Yi's vision became blurred. Zhang Min keenly noticed that Lin Yi was in a bad condition and hurried to support him.
"Lin Yi, don't worry. Your sister-in-law's illness is not completely incurable. It just costs a lot of money. You have to be prepared."
Lin Yi suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Min's wrist with his backhand. The force was so great that Zhang Min cried out in pain.
"It hurts."
Lin Yi quickly let go of Zhang Min's wrist and said anxiously,
"Sister Zhang, tell me the truth. What disease does my sister-in-law have? Money is not a problem for me at all. I have money. I am very rich. I want to hire the best doctor to treat my sister-in-law."
Zhang Min rubbed her wrist and couldn't help but sigh when she saw Lin Yi was so anxious.
"Lin Yi, don't be impulsive. It seems that your sister-in-law knows you very well. You are recklessly spending money on her medical treatment. I ask you, if the money is all gone and your sister-in-law can't be saved, what will you do?" Lin Yi was anxious. "If my sister-in-law dies, I won't live either. Damn money. I don't want it. I just want my sister-in-law to live." Zhang Min shook her head helplessly, then gave Song Xinchuan's medical record to Lin Yi.
Lin Yi flipped through the pages eagerly. He couldn't understand many of the pictures, but he could still see some of the keywords very clearly.
Acute leukemia? Organ failure. It is recommended to perform a bone marrow transplant within a week, the success rate is higher. Brush, brush, brush.
Lin Yi kept flipping through the papers in his hand, hoping to find what he wanted.
How long can my sister-in-law live? Sister Zhang, it's not written here.
Zhang Min sighed. From the current point of view, it will take at most 1 month.
And, to be honest with you, there is no need for chemotherapy. It's too painful. Lin Yi shook his head. No chemotherapy.
I want to find a suitable bone marrow for my sister-in-law as soon as possible.
This bone marrow matching needs to be found in the bone marrow bank, right? Zhang Min's face darkened.
She knew that Lin Yi would propose this treatment plan.
Your sister-in-law has already looked for one, but there is no suitable match.
She needs to check the national database for comparison, which may require some connections and cost a lot of money.
Lin Yi's eyes widened. There were actually such tricks involved. If poor people get this disease, can they just wait to die? How much will it cost? I'm talking about the fastest kind. Zhang Min was stunned. The fastest? That might cost $500,000. And even if you find a match, you won't be allowed to contact the donor privately.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, and his emotions stabilized. Things that can be solved with money are not problems.
Sister Zhang, give me your bank account.
Zhang Min shook her head subconsciously. Lin Yi, no, you can't spend your money carelessly.
Sister Zhang, stop talking nonsense, it's too late. I have money, a lot of money.
I want to spend money to save my sister-in-law's life now.
Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his scarlet eyes were very scary. Chapter 26. Who is the bone marrow donor?
Zhang Min could only provide her bank account to Lin Yi.
Lin Yi directly transferred 10 million to Zhang Min's account.
And this time, Linny directly called the bank and asked to upgrade his account level. The customer service on the other side was still trying to haggle, but Linny just paid the money and the other party immediately agreed to open a green channel.
This large transfer of 10 million took less than 30 seconds.
When Jiang Min saw the extra 10 million in her bank account, she immediately looked at Linny as if she had seen a ghost.
Linny, you have so much money? 10 million?
Linny grabbed Jiang Min's hand and nodded heavily.
Sister Zhang, you are my sister-in-law's best friend. In this hospital, I only trust you. Don't save this money for me. Spend it as much as you can. I just want to get the contact information of the bone marrow matching person. Jiang Min shuddered. 10 million, just for a contact number? This won't work.
It's just that this operation is somewhat illegal. Linny shook his head. As long as you have money, it's not against the rules.
My sister-in-law's life is important. Sister Zhang, as long as you can get the other party's contact information, the rest of the money is yours. Gulp.
Jiang Min swallowed hard, then turned and nodded heavily at Linny. Okay, Linny, don't worry, I will find a teacher in Kyoto to handle this matter right away. The Kyoto University affiliated hospital is the most authoritative in the country for this kind of surgery. I estimate that if I can get the connections and open a green channel, it should cost $1 million.
The remaining money will also be used for your sister-in-law's surgery. I won't take it.
As Jiang Min said her last sentence, she seemed to have lifted a weight off of her body. Linny was very touched.
Not everyone can say no to the temptation of such a huge sum of money. Sister Zhang, thank you.
I'll wait for you here. As for my sister-in-law, I can't meet her for the time being.
Linny sat on the chair next to him.
Although he tried his best to stay calm, his constantly rubbing hands and the slight trembling of his legs revealed how tense he was inside.
Jiang Min looked at Linny with some admiration.
Linny, you really saved your sister-in-law's life. Linny smiled bitterly and shook his head, then asked nervously, Sister Zhang, if we can't find it in the bone marrow bank. Jiang Min immediately waved her hand and said, the cost of searching will increase, but this much money is definitely enough.
We will definitely find it. Linny was greatly encouraged and nodded repeatedly. Okay, don't worry about the money. I still have more if it's not enough.
I just want my sister-in-law to live in good health. Jiang Min walked aside and started making a call. The other party didn't answer the previous few calls. It can be seen that the connections Jiang Min could contact were not very reliable.
5 minutes passed quickly.
Jiang Min took a deep breath and turned back to say to Linny, Linny, maybe you need to give people some sweet treats first before you can get things done. I'm just the head nurse of a small department in a local tertiary hospital. I don't have that much face. Linny didn't wait for Jiang Min to finish, and hurriedly waved his hand. Spend it, Sister Zhang, I said, don't save money. Jiang Min nodded, opened WeChat, and after transferring the money, she started a voice call to the other party. Sure enough, the other side responded quickly this time. Teacher son, I'm Xiaomin, yes, Jiang Min from the 14th nursing class. A friend of mine is in trouble, and I can only find you. Oh, don't worry, money is not a problem. Linny listened very carefully, watching Jiang Min nodding and bowing to the other party on the phone, and then the other party vaguely stating the price. Linny hurried over and nodded to Jiang Min. Jiang Min also readily agreed, and the other party's attitude immediately improved, and he looked a bit like he was welcoming a customer. I have to say, money really can make the world go round. Soon, Jiang Min transferred 800,000 yuan to the other party.
This is still a bit too much money. But what we want is efficiency.
1 minute earlier means your sister-in-law will suffer less. Jiang Min sighed, her hands were shaking. This was the first time in her life that she had spent such a large sum of money. And when she thought that she might have to spend more in the future, Jiang Min couldn't help but look at Linny and added cautiously. If a match is successful, the cost of obtaining the donor's information may double. After all, the other party is also taking a risk.
Linny nodded without hesitation. As long as we can find the person, no matter how much money we have, it's fine.
At this time, the fat man outside couldn't wait any longer and walked in.
Linny, what's wrong with sister-in-law?
Linny sighed and revealed Song Xinchuang's condition to the fat man. The fat man's face turned pale at first when he heard this. But soon the fat man patted Linny on the shoulder and comforted him. Linny, this disease can be cured, it just costs a little money.
You have already spent a lot of money to buy the factory. Don't worry about this little money of your sister-in-law.
Linny smiled bitterly. I don't mind spending money, I'll spend whatever it costs, I'm just worried. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Min suddenly raised a finger at the two of them, indicating that there was news. The two of them immediately shut their mouths, tensed their bodies, and pricked up their ears to listen.
Jiang Min answered the phone. Hey, classmate Xiao Min. We actually have a match for yours in our hospital. What a coincidence. The donor is from your city of Wei. Oh, look at me, this is breaking the rules. Xiao Min, do you need the teacher to help your friend contact a donor?
It was obvious from the moment the other party opened his mouth that he was a veteran. But Linny and the fat man's eyes lit up.
Found it.
My sister-in-law is saved, so everything will be fine from now on. Jiang Min hurriedly said, Teacher Sun, I need to get the donor's contact information. There was a brief silence on the other side, and then he sighed.
Student Xiao Min, you are embarrassing the teacher by doing this. The donor's information.
Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, he spoke into the phone.
5 million. I'll give you 5 million.
Jiang Min was shocked.
5 million is too much, right?
Even if Lin Yi had money, he couldn't spend it like this.
Besides, the subsequent surgery also costs money.
To find a donor, it depends on whether the other party is willing to donate bone marrow.
I don't know how much it will cost to get a donor.
If you want efficiency and you have to go through this special channel, but if you continue like this, 10 million may not be enough. But before Jiang Min could speak, the other side said 4 words decisively.
Kyoto, interview. Beep, beep, beep.
The phone was hung up.
Linny was anxious. What does this mean?
Jiang Min sighed, Linny, you are too impulsive and spend too much money.
It will cost a lot to find a donor and ask him to donate bone marrow later, but he has the final say. After all this, the money.
Linny couldn't listen to Jiang Min's words at all.
Sister Zhang, don't mention money to me. I told you, any amount is fine. I want it fast.
I don't want my sister-in-law to suffer. Jiang Min was stunned for a moment and said helplessly.
Okay, Mr. Sun's meaning is very simple.
He is not confident about transferring money for this kind of thing. He is very satisfied with the price you proposed, but he needs cash and we need to trade face to face.
Linny grabbed Jiang Min's hand and called to the fat man. Fatty, drive, step on the gas pedal. Wei City is nearly 600 kilometers away from Kyoto. The fat man arrived in just 2 hours and 20 minutes.
By the time we arrived at the professor's dormitory of Peking University Medical School where Teacher Sun lived, it was already 12:30 noon.
Teacher Sun had already arranged for authentic Kyoto copper pot mutton hot pot to entertain Linny.
But Linny didn't even pick up his chopsticks and directly put down the suitcase of cash. Teacher Sun just took a look, then smiled and kicked the suitcase under the bed, then turned around and took out a document.
Xiao Min, you are so thoughtful. I see that your friend is also eager to save people. The teacher doesn't dare to waste your time.
Linny didn't care whether the other party was speaking politely or ordering him to leave.
I opened the information on the spot and started reading it.
Just one look and Lin Yi's eyes widened.
2 subjects? Teacher Sun smiled and responded, yes, the 2 sisters are from Weisher.
Jiang Min next to him pulled Linny and bowed to Teacher Sun.
Teacher Sun, we are leaving now. Please take care of yourself and I will come to see you next time. Okay, I'll take you there. Teacher Sun stood up to see them off.
But Linny suddenly took a breath and uttered 2 names.
Xin Ye. Xin Yu. Chapter 27. A chess game is about to begin. Teacher Sun and Jiang Min were both shocked by Lin Yi's reaction. The fat man also shouted along with Lin Yi. Who are you talking about? Xin Yu and her slutty sister are a successful match?
Lin Yi gritted his teeth and frowned. Seeing this, Teacher Sun was also curious about their reactions.
What? Are these people you know? Ha, the information above is very clear. These 2 sisters should be from ordinary families and don't have much money. They donated to the bone marrow bank before to get the 3,000 yuan nutrition fee from our hospital. With your financial resources and the fact that they are acquaintances, it should be no problem to let them donate bone marrow, right?
The fat man was about to say something, but Linny stopped him and threw one of the 2 documents on the ground.
This is useless.
When Teacher Sun saw this, his face looked a little ugly.
What do you mean useless?
Jiang Min next to him also reminded Linny that the money had been spent and he should not do anything offensive here. Linny was not losing his temper. He turned to teacher's son and explained. The elder sister, Xinya, has a history of drug addiction, which started about a year ago. I have learned about the basic situation of bone marrow transplantation surgery, and her bone marrow cannot be used. Teacher's son suddenly realized and nodded. This is indeed my oversight, but these materials were also stored 3 years ago. It seems that your only hope is your sister. Linny nodded. It doesn't matter, this sister's bone marrow can still be used. She is timid and dare not touch those messy things. I just hope she doesn't get any sexually transmitted diseases. Teacher's son explained kindly. As long as it's not AIDS or syphilis, it's not a big problem. Linny was not at all upset with this gentlemanly old professor because of the high fee he asked for. Instead, he bowed sincerely. Thank you for your help. Teacher's son was stunned, as if he had never met someone so rich and who took him so seriously. You're welcome. You can always come to me if you need anything in the future. If you're not in a hurry, you don't need to spend so much. Linny stopped talking nonsense. The fat man stepped on the accelerator and drove onto the highway again. But Linny waved to the fat man. Fatty, there's no need to rush now. The fat man responded, but turned around and grinned. You know what, this luxury car is different. It runs over 200 miles per hour without any bumps at all. Linny also smiled. It is almost certain that my sister-in-law will be cured. But Jiang Min next to her asked cautiously. Linny, do you know that girl named Qinyu? You also know that her sister is a drug addict, doesn't that sound familiar to you? Linny laughed at himself and shook his head. This Qinyu is my ex-girlfriend. She is married now. And coincidentally, her son is turning 1 month old today. She is holding a 1-month banquet at Zhongshan Hotel. All our classmates will be there tonight. And she has invited me, too. Jiang Min's eyes widened in surprise. Is it such a coincidence? Then, your ex-girlfriend, you two didn't become enemies when you broke up, right? After all, this operation requires her to come to Kyoto to donate, will she agree? Hearing Jiang Min's question, before Linny responded, the fat man answered first. Sister Zhang, don't worry about this. Xinyu is a woman who only sees money. I think if I give her a few $100,000, she will be willing to help. Jiang Min's eyes also lit up. Oh, that's good, that's good. But Linny shook his head. If only it were that simple. Xinyu is extremely hostile to my sister-in-law. If I tell her the truth, she may not be willing to donate bone marrow to my sister-in-law. Jiang Min's heart skipped a beat and she quickly gave Linny some advice. Then you must never tell her that it is your sister-in-law who has acute leukemia. As long as she takes the money and donates the bone marrow, she will have no control over the rest. Linny still shook his head. He shook Qinyu's information in his hand. I can't explain to her that I got her bone marrow database information. With this woman's scheming, as long as I tell her, she will immediately make a fuss about it, and I'm afraid it will become a big deal later. When the fat man heard this, he gritted his teeth. You know what, this Qinyu is really likely to do such a thing, and once she is sure of this, she will definitely use it as leverage against you, Linny. That will be like a long-term meal ticket for her, and she will extort money from you every now and then, and it will never end. Jiang Min felt a little chilly. No way? Is this woman named Qinyu that you are talking about really that sinister and cunning? There should be a limit to greed for money, right? The atmosphere in the car fell silent. The fat man who was driving suddenly looked fierce and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, tie her up and kill her if she doesn't obey. Jiang Min was frightened by these words and she quickly huddled to the side. The fat man's appearance made Jiang Min feel that Linny was not a good person. Linny slapped the fat man on the back of his head. What the hell are you talking about? You have to use your brain when doing things. I know Qinyu's weaknesses very well. She is greedy for money and selfish. These are points that can be exploited. After saying that, Linny greeted Jiang Min. Sister Zhang, when we get back to the 3rd Municipal Hospital, I will talk to my sister-in-law. Then you will go to the affiliated hospital of Peking University without stopping and contact all the surgeons. I want the best. If you don't have enough money, you can always call me. Before 12 o'clock tonight, I will arrange for the bone marrow transplant that my sister-in-law needs. Jiang Min nodded subconsciously. But then he carefully advised Linny. Linny, you are so young and have such financial resources. You are definitely a successful person, a rare talent. Don't do anything illegal.
Linny laughed. Ha, Sister Zhang, who do you think I am?
Don't worry, I am just a love cheater tonight, it's not against the law. Zhang Min finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll take care of your sister-in-law, but the surgery team at the Beijing University-affiliated hospital has already made an appointment and the time cannot be changed casually. Otherwise, not only will the money be wasted, but they will also be pissed off and your sister-in-law's surgery will have to be done at another place. Linny looked solemn and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I won't allow any mistakes in my sister-in-law's surgery.
As he spoke, Linny opened his bank account. Just one glance and Linny's pupils shrank. Why 300 million? Could it be that when I transferred 10 million to Sister Zhang, I got 100 million in cash back?
Linny smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could get cash back this way, but the money he spent was really increasing. However, at this juncture, the more money the better. The more money we have, the more guarantee we can have that there won't be any problems with my sister-in-law's surgery.
4:35 p.m. Linny still walked into Song Xinchuan's ward.
When the sleepy Song Xinchuan saw Lin Yi's face, he became dazed.
Sister-in-law, I'm here.
Lin Yi's eyes were filled with tears. His sister-in-law's pale face was so heartbreaking. When Song Xinchuan heard Lin Yi's voice, she covered her face in panic.
Linny, why are you here? I'm fine. I just caught a cold. I was playing in the water with my bestie today and got wet by accident. Song Xinchuan's impromptu lie made Linny even more distressed.
Linny sat on the bed and hugged Song Xinchuan's soft body.
Sister-in-law, I know everything. Don't be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you. Chapter 28 I am my sister-in-law's good doctor. Song Xinchuan was stunned in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi knows everything?
At this moment, Song Xinchuan's panic disappeared. Feeling the warm embrace of this man who was 3 years younger than her, Song Xinchuan couldn't help but burst into tears. All the grievances were vented out at this moment. Only then did Lin Yi understand why Song Xinchuan cried herself to sleep last night. That was not falling asleep at all, but actually fainting from crying.
Song Xinchuan's body is already very fragile. For example, the huge emotional fluctuations last night would only cause greater damage to Song Xinchuan's body. After understanding everything, Lin Yi felt very guilty. He gently stroked his sister-in-law's back. His sister-in-law was originally quite slim. However, it was not until today that Lin Yi discovered that his sister-in-law had become so thin. Lin Yi could even clearly feel the bulge on the spine. Sister-in-law, stop crying. It's not good for your health.
Song Xinchuan stopped crying, her eyes turned red, and she broke free from Lin Yi's arms, her eyes gradually becoming determined.
Lin Yi, listen to me. My sister-in-law's illness cannot be cured. This happened too quickly. I didn't have any chance to prepare.
So, this is God trying to take my life.
This is my fate, you can't resist. I know you are rich now, but you can't waste your money on me.
Lin Yi did not stop Song Xinchuan from speaking, but just listened quietly. He felt very sorry for his sister-in-law, and tried hard to hold back his tears, not letting them fall.
As Song Xinchuan's voice fell,
not only did Lin Yi not cry, but he showed a bright smile like a sunny big boy.
Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Why do you make it seem like we are parting forever?
Song Xinchuan never dreamed that Lin Yi would react like this. The first thing she thought of was that Lin Yi must have misunderstood her condition. Lin Yi definitely didn't know that she had acute leukemia, or he didn't understand the severity of acute leukemia at all. But he didn't wait for Song Xinchuan to continue explaining.
Lin Yi said with a relaxed look. Acute leukemia is not a serious terminal illness. It's not incurable. You're exaggerating by saying that God wants to take your life, sister-in-law. Song Xinchuan was completely stunned.
She subconsciously said, Lin Yi, you don't have to comfort my sister-in-law. I have worked in the hospital for many years and have seen.
You've seen a lot of rehabilitation medical records, right?
Lin Yi interrupted Song Xinchuan this time and reached out to help Song Xinchuan smooth the messy hair on her forehead.
Lin Yi said with a relaxed look. Sister-in-law, the bone marrow matching was successful.
I came here to tell you that I have already arranged everything at the Beijing University affiliated hospital. However, the surgery time is a bit late today.
I'm afraid it will take until the early morning. You must hold on.
Buzz. There was a sudden buzzing sound in Song Xinchuan's head, and her vision became a little blurred. But Song Xinchuan soon came to her senses. She was not sure what she had heard and asked cautiously.
Linny, do you think there is a suitable bone marrow donor in Kyoto?
Linny nodded. Of course, although it will cost a little over $1 million, this amount of money is nothing to us.
I have money in my card. Sister-in-law, you can't possibly give up your life for this little money, right?
Song Xinchuang's beautiful eyes began to shine, and she even grabbed Linny's big hand with some excitement.
Linny, are you telling the truth? Can I really have the surgery today? Can I be cured with only 1 million? 1 million.
If it had happened before, Song Xinchuang would have been extremely distressed.
Because that was the money for Linny to marry a wife.
But now, Song Xinchuang knew that there was a suitable bone marrow transplant for her, so naturally she would not feel the slightest bit of pain. As long as she is alive, she can still earn back the 1 million.
Song Xinchuang can still calculate this account clearly.
That's good. I have a full moon party to attend tonight.
After it's over, I'll go to the hospital in Kyoto to accompany you. Sister-in-law, don't make yourself look like you're dying. You scared me to death. Lin Yi's tone was still very relaxed.
Perhaps it was because of Lin Yi's relaxed tone that completely infected Song Xinchuang and made her depressed mood completely dissipate.
Okay, go do whatever you want, don't worry about my sister-in-law.
As for the savings book at home and the surgery fee, my sister-in-law can only use that money first.
Don't worry, when my sister-in-law recovers, I will definitely double the money and give it back to you. Song Xinchuang wants to live and has a strong desire to survive.
When Linny saw Song Xinchuang's state, he knew that his disguise had been successful. Before entering the ward, Linny had been preparing himself mentally. He knew very well that as long as he came over with a bitter face, hugged his sister-in-law and cried bitterly, saying goodbye to life and death, then his sister-in-law would definitely have no desire to live. Even if my sister-in-law knew that the matching was successful and she could have the surgery, she would not go because the psychological burden on her was too heavy. This kind of psychological burden is my sister-in-law's biggest illness. If these psychological pressures cannot be eliminated, it will be very bad for her future recovery. Therefore, Linny must cure his sister-in-law's heart disease.
Obviously, Linny is a good doctor and he succeeded. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? We are all family, the money belongs to our family, you can spend as much as you want. Anyway, I am so handsome, I don't need a wife. If it really doesn't work out, I will spend the rest of my life with you. Linny teased with a smirk on his face. Song Xinchuang's originally pale face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she reached out and punched Linny in the chest. You are such a bastard, you are so shameless that you even take advantage of your sister-in-law. Linny took the opportunity to grab his sister-in-law's wrist. He finally put away his smile, his expression was serious, his eyes were still full of affection, and he spoke word by word. Sister-in-law, you are my only relative and the most important woman to me. If you really do something stupid again and even risk your life to leave me some money, then when you die, I will cut my throat right in front of you. Although Linny's voice was not loud when he said the last sentence, it gave people a feeling of being hoarse. Song Xinchuang's heart was stabbed and she shook her head guiltily. I'm sorry, Linny, I will never do stupid things again. I will never abandon you in the future. Linny hugged Song Xinchuang again. Sister-in-law, we must keep our promises. We will be together for the rest of our lives. Don't be afraid. I will definitely rush to Kyoto before the surgery tonight. Song Xinchuang also curled up tightly in Lin Yi's arms and nodded as thinly as a mosquito. Yes, I'll listen to you. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly opened. It was Zhang Min who walked in. When Zhang Min saw the two people hugging each other, she was stunned for a moment, but then an intriguing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ahem, Xiaoshuang, are you feeling better? Ah. Sister Zhang, I'm much better now. Much better. Song Xinchuang immediately broke free from Lin Yi's arms, her neck turned red, she spoke stutteringly, and didn't dare to look at Zhang Min at all. It looked like a little girl who had tasted the forbidden fruit and was caught by her parents. Chapter 29 My sister-in-law is mine, no one can take her away. Sister Zhang, I'll leave my sister-in-law to you. It's getting late, and Fatty and I have to prepare to attend a friend's full moon banquet. Lin Yi was very calm. He greeted Zhang Min and blinked. Zhang Min naturally understood Lin Yi's hint. Before Lin Yi came into the ward, he had already told Zhang Min how he was going to comfort his sister-in-law. All this naturally requires Zhang Min's cooperation. Zhang Min also saw Song Xinchuang's current condition, and naturally understood that the treatment of psychologist Lin Yi was very successful. This also made Zhang Min feel relieved. She waved towards Lin Yi. Go ahead, but remember to get to Kyoto as soon as possible.
Zhang Min's words had just fallen.
Song Xinchuan hurriedly gave instructions to Lin Yi, who was about to go out. Lin Yi, don't worry, just do your thing, sister-in-law will be fine with Sister Zhang by her side. Lin Yi waved his hand without even turning his head. I will definitely be there. Sister-in-law, don't worry about the money. I've transferred it all to Sister Zhang. She must not embezzle our family's money. Song Xinchuan was stunned when she heard this. Lin Yi actually gave all the money to Zhang Min? That's not a small amount of money.
Zhang Min turned around and scolded Lin Yi with a smile. You little brat, of course I won't embezzle. Turning around, Zhang Min congratulated Song Xinchuan with a bright smile on her face.
Xiao Shuang, your brother-in-law is really great. He's like a lucky star.
Not long after we found the hospital, a suitable bone marrow match for you appeared.
Moreover, this guy is really willing to spend money. He gave me 1 million directly. He also asked me to take you to the best Beijing University-affiliated hospital for surgery.
After saying this, Zhang Min was so moved that she almost cried and hugged Song Xinchuan.
Xiao Shuang, this is great. It's a sudden turn of events. It will be difficult for you to die this time. Song Xinchuan was also moved to tears.
Lin Yi directly gave Zhang Min 1 million to save his life.
This is enough to show that she means a lot to Lin Yi. Sister Zhang, I'm sorry to trouble you.
Song Xinchuan sighed, and the anger in her chest seemed to be completely released. Zhang Min pushed Song Xinchuan away and said angrily,
You're still so polite to me.
Stay here and I'll arrange for you to be transferred to another hospital soon.
Don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time.
This originally very important matter was also glossed over by Zhang Min, who changed the subject.
Hey, I have to say this, your brother-in-law is really good. I think he's even better than Dr. Lin. He's also handsome, tall, and strong. You two live together so often, so there's never any accidental sex?
After saying this, Zhang Min became no different from the old woman gossiping in the village, and even her smile seemed a little vulgar.
Song Xinchuan's pretty face suddenly turned red.
Sister Zhang, stop talking nonsense.
I'm 3 years older than Lin Yi. Hey, what's the big deal?
A girl 3 years older than you is rich.
And it's obvious that Lin Yi loves you very much.
Zhang Min was restless with a gossipy heart, and she really wanted her good sister to catch Lin Yi, this young and promising guy. Lin Yi is very rich and is very loyal to his family. If Zhang Min wasn't already married, she would have wanted to take action against Lin Yi.
Xiao Shuang, don't blame me for not reminding you.
The fact that you two lived together has been circulated in the hospital before, but it's not new to everyone.
They even think it's natural and there's nothing unethical about it. After you and Dr. Lin got the marriage certificate, you didn't even have a wedding, and you didn't even enter the bridal chamber.
It would be great if you could marry his brother.
This guy is a man of integrity, you mustn't miss him. It's a good idea to keep the wealth within the family. Song Xinchuan could no longer raise his head. Keep the wealth within the family? Can this be applied to yourself? But am I really a bit of a husband killer? If I really marry Lin Yi, will it be bad for Lin Yi?
Song Xinchuan suddenly woke up and shook his head. No, Lin Yi is still a half-grown child.
What half-grown child? What can't you do? Zhang Min lectured anxiously.
When Lin Yi marries another woman, it will be too late for you to regret.
I'm not saying anything bad about you.
These days, a man like Lin Yi who is affectionate, righteous, and handsome is an endangered species.
He is extinct. We work in the hospital. For a man with your disease, which one can just take out $1 million to save his life? We have seen many men who just run away.
If you ask me, Lin Yi saved your life, you should give yourself to him.
Song Xinchuan's heart was finally touched.
Isn't it because Zhang Min mentioned the method of repaying a favor by giving one's body in return? But Song Xinchuan really couldn't imagine how heartbroken she would be if Lin Yi married another woman.
Really, can you?
Song Xinchuan muttered to himself. Although the sound was not loud, Zhang Min heard it clearly. Zhang Min grabbed Song Xinchuan's shoulders.
You are so silly. After the operation, get well soon, get your brother-in-law down as soon as possible, give him 2 babies, and be extremely happy.
Song Xinchuan's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes were a little evasive, but the light in them was getting brighter and brighter.
That is a look of hope for the future.
But Song Xinchuan and Zhang Min would never have thought of this.
Linny walked out of the ward but actually didn't leave at all. He just leaned against the door of the ward and eavesdropped on the movements inside. Linny heard the conversation between the two clearly. No matter how thick-skinned Linny was, he couldn't help but blush at this moment. Sister-in-law, have thoughts about me? Before this, Linny had never thought about this. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I really haven't thought about it. After all, it's something completely unrelated. It's not that I'm afraid of worldly views or anything like that. Nowadays, if you live a happy life, it's yours. No matter how jealous others are and gossip about you, they can't experience your happiness. When this thought came up today, Linny inexplicably began to imagine a picture. One day, my sister-in-law was wearing a wedding dress and was held hand by another man. The moment this scene appeared, Linny tore it into pieces. No, my sister-in-law is mine, I won't trust her to anyone else. When Linny muttered these words, he was shocked. But the arrogance and determination in that tone could not deceive me, because those were my inner thoughts. Linny forced himself to suppress his rapid breathing and turned to look at the fat man who was dozing off on the recliner in the corridor. Fatty, can you still sleep? When the fat man heard Linny calling him, he jumped up immediately. What's going on? Going to Kyoto now? Linny looked at the fat man's dazed look and finally came to his senses. It takes 7 or 8 hours to go back and forth to Kyoto. The fat guy must be exhausted. Okay, I'll take you to eat pork elbow. We'll go to Zhongshan Hotel later. The classmates group is already lively. Linny called out, and the fat man immediately followed him with drooling. Linny, let's not go to the restaurant. We can't waste money recklessly. Anyway, we still have to pay for Chin Yu's son's full moon banquet. Let's just have a big meal here. The fat man got into the Maybach and started arguing with Linny. Linny curled his lips and said, can't afford to live? Don't forget who you are now. You drive a Maybach. Are you going to compete with those cows and horses for food? Hey. The fat man was speechless. What you said makes sense. Chapter 30, Meet the Pregnant Rich Woman Again. Wrong. The fat man adjusted his collar and was happily steering the Maybach. Suddenly he thought of something and turned back to glare at Linny. I already drive a Maybach. Wouldn't it be beneath my dignity if I went to a small restaurant to eat pork elbows? Linny rolled his eyes at the fat man. Okay, I'll take you to eat seafood, big lobsters, big abalone, okay? The fat man immediately drooled, nothing wrong, but unfortunately, I can't drink. Linny said seriously, don't drink if you suffer a little tonight. After we are done, we will take Chin Yu to Kyoto. The fat man also nodded seriously, don't worry, I know the severity of the situation. Sister-in-law's surgery is the most important thing, that is. The fat man stared at Linny's handsome face and asked in a deep voice. Are you sure you can let Chin Yu go to Kyoto with you? Linny smiled evilly, even if I don't let her follow, she will follow me like crazy. Not only will she follow me, but she will also give me money. She will go wherever I go. Do you believe it? The fat man's eyes widened. She gave you money? Are you sure? Chin Yu, that money-hungry woman, can you get money out of her? Linny smiled even more brightly. You don't believe it? The fat man rolled his eyes at Linny. Of course I don't believe it. You can only get water out of her. If you can get a coin out, I think you have a big dick. Linny spat, bullshit, I'm older than you, don't you want to compete with me? The fat man's mouth twitched, why are you talking about something irrelevant? It's not a skill to use your strengths to suppress other people's weaknesses. Let's see who has more strength. Linny laughed, no matter how strong you are, enoki mushrooms are useless. That's too much. Besides, we can't even be brothers anymore. The fat man's face darkened. Linny quickly coaxed, hey, okay, let's not talk about it. Let's go to the best seafood restaurant in the city. Okay, let me check my phone. The fat man began to look through all the store ratings for seafood delicacies. Finally, he looked at Linny speechlessly. It says here that the seafood in the Imperial Hall on the top floor of Zhongshan Hotel is the best. But it's too expensive, and Chin Yu and the others are at Zhongshan Hotel. If we go there now, we might run into old classmates. Linny smiled, it seems that this is all destined, then let's go to Zhongshan Hotel. The fat man glared, are you really going? At this time, they must have already arrived. Chin Yu and He Chang must have arrived a long time ago. They are waiting to collect the membership fee.
Linny shrugged, of course I really went there.
Are you afraid that they will eat with us? No,
I'm afraid of delaying my sister-in-law's work. Linny waved his hand to urge.
Hurry up, don't waste time. I know everything about my sister-in-law. The fat man had to drive.
In less than 15 minutes drive, the Maybach had already stopped in front of Zhongshan Hotel. The parking attendant wanted to come up to help park the car, but the fat man was chased away. He wasn't worried that someone would scratch his car.
It's just pure stinginess. I don't want to tip people who watch my car.
However, the fat man was not such a stingy person that he did not know the seriousness of the matter, so he went to the luxury car parking lot with a higher fee. The worst cars here are at the 56E level. After all, the average family cannot afford to pay 100 yuan in parking fees for a meal.
The Maybach S680 is not considered the most expensive one here.
Several Cullinans with license plates from first-tier cities and sports cars worth tens of millions can also be seen here. The owners of these cars are the top wealthy people in this fourth-tier city. Just as the fat man parked his car, a Cullinan came into the parking space next to him. Although it is an old model, the people who could own this car back then were extremely wealthy. The fat man was very careful when opening the car door, for fear of scratching other people's cars. Linny got out of the car on his own without waiting for the fat driver to open the door for him. After getting off the car, Linny realized that the fat man was staring at the driver of the Cullinan, and his saliva was about to flow. Linny raised his eyebrows and looked over. The driver who got off was a female with short hair, very pretty and good temperament. But Linny knew at a glance that the other person was just a driver for his boss.
However, the profile of this female driver seemed somewhat familiar. Where have I seen her before?
This thought just flashed through Lingy's mind. After all, in today's world where skits are prevalent, characters dressed like this are everywhere, so it's no surprise that they feel familiar. Linny directly put his arm around the fat man's neck and said, "You're married, why are you still looking around?
Be careful or I'll tell your wife about it."
The fat man chuckled, "Hee, I just want to see how such a young lady can drive a Cullinan." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind and called Linny.
"Hey, handsome, it's you." Linny stopped and looked back. A pregnant woman dressed very elegantly got out of the back seat.
Seeing the other person's exquisite makeup, Linny was still stunned. She was very beautiful, but a little strange. But when he saw the pregnant woman's belly, Linny suddenly thought of something.
"You are President Lon? Isn't this the pregnant woman I saw on the bus yesterday?"
The pregnant woman who has a $1 million Mercedes limousine. At that time, Linny heard her assistant call her President Lon, but he didn't know the other person's name at all. At that time, the two of them added each other on VX. Originally, Linny thought that the other party was just being polite, after all, they had only met once. I didn't expect that our fate would continue so soon. Linny also realized why the young female driver looked familiar to him.
Because I've seen it on the bus before.
When Lon Chin heard Linny's address to her, she gave Linny a coquettish look.
"Stinky little brother, why call me President Lon? My name is Lon Chin. You can call me Sister Lon, or Sister Chin."
"Sister?
I'd better call you Sister Lon."
Linny scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. It seems that the identity of this wealthy pregnant female president is really very unusual. And she is very charming, with the special charm of pregnant women, which is very unique.
Lon Chin walked up holding her big belly and took a special look at the brand new Maybach next to her. "Your Maybach? It's still new." If someone else asked this question, Linny would just make an excuse.
But for some reason, it seemed that it was because of the other party's wealthy identity that Linny subconsciously responded.
"Yes, I just bought it. Oh, this is my buddy Joe Tao.
I call him Fatty." As expected, Lon Chin's attention did not stay on the Maybach for long, but she looked at the fat man curiously.
"Fatty? Your buddy isn't fat either, huh?
But you really deceived my sister. This car is worth at least 3 million.
You took the bus yesterday? Did you wait for my sister to get on the bus?"
Linny was a little overwhelmed by Lon Chin's teasing.
"Sister Lon, you did it on purpose yesterday, but you can't do it on purpose today, right? You didn't say you still have a Cullinan."
Lon Chin looked back at Cullinan, and her expression was as if she had completely forgotten what kind of car she was riding in. He turned around and explained to Linny.
"Oh, you mean this car?
It belongs to my dead husband.
I haven't driven it for a long time. I happened to take it out for maintenance today. My husband drives a Cullinan?
Linny knew that there must be a rich man behind such a woman, which made Linny more curious.
Oh, what about your brother-in-law? Your belly is so big, is your brother-in-law too busy at work to spend time with you?
Upon hearing this, Lan Xin rolled her eyes at Linny.
I've already told you that he's a dead husband, so what is he still busy with? Is he burning firewood and cooking porridge for Mengpai in the underworld? Linny was suddenly embarrassed. Damn it. What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Lan, I didn't know my brother-in-law was dead. No, I mean, he died young.
It's really unfortunate for you, sister, you're so young, and you've become a widow. No, look at my mouth. Chapter 31, turns out to be the richest man's widow.
Linny's words became more and more confused, and his face turned red. Linny really didn't expect that Lan Xin's husband was really a dead ghost.
Dead husband? Isn't this a nickname between husband and wife? How did he really become a dead ghost?
What Linny said was 100% true. Lan Xin was such a stunning beauty, only in her early 30s, and her husband was already dead.
That damn husband was really unlucky.
Not only was Lan Xin not angry, but she was amused by Linny's words.
Ha, you naughty brother, what nonsense are you talking about?
Look at your expression, your sister's stomach hurts because of your smile.
If the baby is born prematurely, you have to take responsibility.
Linny scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
I will definitely take responsibility.
Lan Xin gave Linny another charming look.
Be a man and keep your word. Don't wait until your sister asks you to take responsibility and then you turn your back on me.
Linny blushed due to being teased.
Sister Lan, please stop teasing me. Oh, you must be here to eat too, right? Are there any other customers waiting? Don't delay your business.
Lan Xin said coquettishly, men's words are really deceiving.
Just now he said he would take responsibility, but now he is denying it.
Forget it, I won't tease you anymore, but remember to reply to your sister's WeChat next time. After saying that, Lan Xin carried her bag and was supported by the female driver next to her and went to the elevator.
Linny was stunned. Why did Lan Xin's last sentence sound a bit resentful?
Linny subconsciously took out his cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was a message from Lan Xin, but I ignored it.
Brother, do you want to work 20 years less? A brief sentence, no follow-up.
But this short sentence reveals a lot of information. Linny looked at Lan Xin's back and the corner of his mouth twitched.
This woman has set her sights on me? She wants me to take over and become her father?
Just as Linny was muttering, Lan Xin suddenly turned around and looked at him. Brother, I own the Zhongshan Hotel.
Send me your room number and I'll have someone send you a card. Please come and help me with my business in the future.
Linny was startled, and as if afraid that the other party might hear him mumbling, he quickly waved in response.
Okay, I will definitely reply to your WeChat message.
Take care, sister.
Lan Xin gave Linny another coquettish look before entering the elevator. Linny suddenly came to his senses. No, fatty, what did she just say? Did she own the Zhongshan Hotel?
The fat man had already placed the phone in front of Linny. The above is a character encyclopedia. Lan Xin, chairman of Zhongshan Group, major shareholder of Lanhua Investment, was listed on the Forbes list of emerging entrepreneurs 2 years ago.
The fat man was muttering to Linny like an idiot. Linny, you really don't know the value of gold and jade.
That person just now was the wife of the former richest man in Wei City, and she herself is a truly domineering female CEO with a very terrifying background. Unfortunately, the former richest man in Wei City was shot and killed just 6 months ago. This rich woman has become the most popular widow in Wei City.
Linny was confused.
He thought that Lan Xin's identity was not simple and she must be from a prominent family. But Linny never dreamed that Lan Xin's status would be so high. How could I be able to have a relationship with a woman of this level? No, a rich woman of this level.
Haven't you replied to the other person's WeChat yet? This isn't disrespectful, it's just really uneducated.
The fat man saw Linny in a daze and reached out to poke Linny in the waist.
Stop pretending, have you been hooking up with her for a long time?
I knew that you would rely on your looks to make a living sooner or later, but I didn't expect that you would be kept by such a rich woman.
No wonder you have so much money. Alas, my tough brother ended up eating gigolo food. Brother, is your waist okay?
Linny came to his senses and kicked the fat man in the butt.
Fuck you, what a mess. When did I become a gigolo? I only met her once yesterday. The fat man looked suspicious. Really don't know him? Linny was speechless. Of course I don't know her. I couldn't even call out her name just now, how could I know her?
The fat man seemed to believe it a little.
Linny also asked curiously, Fatty, how much money do you think this woman has? The fat man waved his phone. Doesn't it say so here? She has a very scary big family and a big financial group behind her.
That's the real capital. She has at least tens of billions of dollars.
Linny took a breath of cold air.
Hundreds of billions. The money I have now is just a fraction of his personal assets. Linny turned his head and looked at the old Rolls Royce.
Fatty, do you think she's too low-key for driving a Cullinan? The fat man nodded, then shook his head. Not really. Maybe she's just missing the old days.
After all, her husband has only been dead for half a year.
Maybe his soul is still in the car.
The news said that her husband was in the car when he was shot. Maybe it was this car, the one with the soul ring. As the fat man was talking, he actually felt a little jealous.
Linny shook his head and quickly calmed down.
She's just the widow of the richest man. I'm not a bad brother, so there's nothing wrong with making friends with her.
Besides, I didn't say I took advantage of her. She wanted to give me the card herself, right?
The fat man smiled obscenely and put his arms around Linny's neck.
How is it? Are you tempted?
Brother, although I am jealous of your gigolo status, if you can get a gigolo of this level, I will also be proud.
Linny pushed the fat man away and said, Go to hell, that's impossible. I'm not a gigolo. The fat man spat. Bah, if you have the guts, let my cousin go.
Now it was Lin Yi's turn to smile obscenely.
Long-legged cousin? Hey, that's none of your business. Fuck, I knew you were holding your fart in.
The fat man cursed. I treat you as my brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law.
Linny put his arm around the fat man's neck and walked into the elevator, joking as he walked. Brothers, it's too formal to say these things. From now on, we can talk about our own things. I'll call you Fatty and you call me brother-in-law. The fat man put his backhand on Lin Yi's neck.
If you want to touch my cousin, you'll have to get past me first. The two of them started quarreling, just like when they were 17 or 18 years old. At that time, Linny stole a glance at his long-legged cousin's legs and the fat man got angry with him. The two arrived at the hotel lobby and someone came up to greet them immediately.
Do you two have an appointment?
Linny waved his hand. Friends are hosting a banquet here, He Chang, Xinyu. Oh, it's in Hall 13 on the west side of the first floor. The receptionist casually said, turned sideways and made a guiding gesture, and then nothing happened. Linny and the fat man looked at each other. The receptionist seemed too lazy to take them to Hall 13. The fat guy was very sensitive to the different treatment he received from others. But Linny stopped the fat man and walked towards Hall 13 while speaking.
Why are you blushing? They don't look down on you. They look down on the people who are hosting the banquet.
A table here costs at least 1,000 yuan. I guess that calculating guy He Chang didn't book many tables at all.
Chapter 32 Look, this is human nature. Fuck, how stingy. We've come to Zhongshan Hotel, but they still want to have a banquet with the lowest cost? It's so embarrassing. The fat man was cursing and was very unhappy.
He Chang and Xinyu are typical guys who care about their reputation but are reluctant to take money to do things. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the door of Hall 13.
Is this a hall? I guess the only thing we can do here is a full moon bar.
Apart from 4 large tables and a fancy full moon wine decoration on the wall next to it, there was nothing else.
No, there is another table that stands out.
There was a red cloth on the table, and an old man wearing glasses was sitting in front of the table keeping accounts in a ledger. Linny had seen this Lao Deng before. He was He Chang's father.
Lao Deng is an old clerk who retired from a public institution.
When He Chang got married, Lao Deng drank too much and almost peed at the banquet. He almost made a big fool of himself that day. Therefore, Linny had a very deep impression of him. Only a year had passed, but old Deng looked 10 years older. It seems that after He Chang and Xinyu got married, they gave this retired old man a lot of trouble.
Hey, isn't this Linny and Zhou Tao?
You two brothers still have such a good relationship, inseparable. An old classmate was the first to see the two and walked over with a smile.
The other students also looked over.
There was surprise, mockery, and disdainful sneer in their eyes. Obviously, everyone knew the news that Linny was laid off, so no one looked down on Linny. Moreover, before Linny came, they had mentioned Linny in 2s and 3s. Some people even bet on whether Linny dared to come. And after coming here, how much money will Linny give as a gift? Some people speculated that Linny would give 18,000 yuan to save his face. But most people guessed that Linny would not come to ask for trouble, and even if he came, he would not give too much gift money, 500 yuan at most. And with the appearance of Linny, they naturally had something exciting to watch. Some people came over, but most of them just sat there and didn't take Linny and the fat man seriously at all. Some of the people who came over were not there because they had good relationships, and most of them were not there to greet Linny. Just watching the fun from a close distance. If you look carefully, you can find that these old classmates are not doing well among those present. Therefore, the main reason why they came together is clear. After seeing Linny, who was doing worse than them, they finally felt some sense of superiority. Even if he is not doing well, it is still much better than Linny. But there are also friends who are sincere to Linny and Fatty. That was the fat guy's roommate Dunan. Although his name is Dunan, he doesn't have any belly at all. He is a typical thin guy. Relying on his small stature, Dunan rushed to the front in no time.
Fatty, how did you become so thin?
Linny, you. When mentioning Linny, Dunan moved closer and continued in a low voice.
Why are you still here to be an outsider? These idiots are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself.
These words made Lin Yi's mouth twitch. Although Dunan talks a lot about genitals, he is actually very straightforward and shrewd, but he is too lazy to play tricks on others. He is also one of Lin Yi's recognized friends.
Ha, monkey, no matter how thin I am, I'm still fatter than you. I heard that you passed the exam to become a teacher after graduation?
You, who always talks about genitals, please don't harm the flowers of our motherland. The fat man picked up Dunan, smiled heartily and kept teasing him. Dunan struggled hard, jumped out of the fat man's arms, and punched the fat man in the chest.
Who is harming the flowers of the motherland? I am a physical education teacher.
Don't look at my thinness, I have muscles hidden between my bones. As he spoke, Dunan made a funny bodybuilding pose, turned around and scanned the fat man's body.
Fatty, you're doing pretty well, wearing all branded clothes, Balino.
As Dunan teased, others also noticed the fat man's outfit, and now, many people's eyes changed. There were also discussions about the fat man coming from behind. But the fat man straightened his collar and said proudly,
"That's about it.
I'm driving for my boss now.
Hee, I drive the latest Maybach S680.
At first, when the fat guy said that he drove for his boss, he got some cold eyes from people. But as the fat man said that the car he was driving was a Maybach, suddenly, many people behind couldn't sit still anymore. Even Yi Chang and Xinyu, who was surrounded by several girls, couldn't help but come over.
Zhou Tao, what big boss are you driving for? That's awesome, S680. It must be 3 million, right?
The latest S680 costs nearly 4 million.
Zhou Tao, you are really rich now. Following a boss like this, you should be paid at least 10,000 yuan a month, right? There was a constant stream of flattery.
The fat man was surrounded by a lot of people and walked into the hall.
Instead, Linny was left alone at the door.
The fat guy felt so light-hearted after being praised that he couldn't even think about Linny at all. Instead, Dunan, nicknamed Monkey Smash, turned around and pulled Linny, lowering his voice and speaking.
A lot of people were making fun of you getting laid off just now.
It seems like it was spread by your roommate Zhang Ming. He went to the company where you got laid off and heard that he tricked old men and women into taking healthcare drugs, making 5 or 6,000 yuan a month.
Linny now understood how the news of his layoffs was leaked.
Zhang Ming is also one of Lin Yi's 3 roommates in college. He was born in a mountain village, has a single mother, lives in extremely poor conditions, and went to college with loans. Linny was in a good condition at that time and took good care of Zhang Ming. At that time, Yi Chang and another roommate looked down on Zhang Ming and never invited Zhang Ming when they went out to eat skewers. And Zhang Ming just followed behind Lin Yi, calling him Brother Lin all the time. Unexpectedly, with the world going downhill, this kid is now trying to curry favor with Yi Chang and following everyone and mocking his brother Lin. In comparison, Dunan's brotherly love for Lin Yi is the purest. He does not look down on Lin Yi at all just because Lin Yi is unemployed, and he always gives him kind reminders.
Hey, Yi Chang is here, don't blame me for not reminding you, don't be an idiot this time, just pay 500 yuan. Du Nan poked Lin Yi's waist with his elbow, constantly reminding him. This guy is too thin, and his elbows hurt people. Lin Yi quickly stopped Du Nan's action and waved to Yi Chang, who was walking over. Xianzi, congratulations! You have a baby boy. Ah, you're welcome. Lin Yi, I'm very happy that you can come. Drink more later. I prepared some good wine for my classmates today. Yi Chang deliberately raised his voice and laughed. Then he put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders. If you don't know, you would think that the relationship between the two is really good. Your situation is known to all my classmates. Don't worry, I won't blame you if you don't give me a gift. You have to eat enough when you come here. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. This statement immediately aroused the agreement of everyone. Yes, Lin Yi, you have to eat enough. Hey, I'm unemployed and have no money to earn. Even eating has become a problem. There won't be many opportunities to eat a full meal like this. Yi Chang is such a good brother. He didn't give me any gift money but still let me eat and drink well. If I had known this, I would have said I was unemployed. Tisk, are you the kind of person who is shameless enough to come here and eat for free? Hee, I really can't do something like eating and drinking for free. I just gave a gift money, and you all saw it. It's 1,200, it's not a small amount. Hey, Lin Yi, you become such a nobody, don't be so generous. Just give him 500 yuan as a token of your appreciation. Yi Chang won't kick you out. Ha ha. Chapter 33, Is he a distinguished Maybach owner? The scene became increasingly chaotic. What started out as a teasing voice quickly turned into ridicule and even insult to Lin Yi. And those insulting words were not concealed at all. Those guys who were laughing so wildly even wanted to label Lin Yi as a poor bastard. Facing these noises, Lin Yi felt that it was a little noisy, but he didn't even feel angry at all. Instead, he took out his cell phone calmly, found Lan Qin's WeChat, and sent her a message. First floor, room 13. I wanted to put my phone back after sending it. Unexpectedly, Lan Qin sent a voice message back immediately. Lin Yi subconsciously pushed away Yi Chang, who was hugging his shoulders, put the phone to his ear with some curiosity, and clicked on the voice message from Lan Qin. This action immediately made the atmosphere awkward. Everyone stopped making noise. Because they all felt that Lin Yi ignored them. Lin Yi didn't take their unbridled ridicule seriously at all. It was as if all his attacks had failed. Some people even blushed with anger. Before they could react, they all heard the voice coming from Lin Yi's cell phone. Ha, naughty brother, there is no room 13 on the first floor. It can only be regarded as a small private room. It seems that you want to save money for your sister. Lan Qin's voice is naturally very nice. But these words were very harsh to everyone's ears. Especially Yi Chang, who was closest to Lin Yi, his face turned red. Fuck. Lin Yi, what do you mean? My son is having a full moon banquet and I invited you to Zhongshan Hotel for dinner. I'm treating you unfairly, right? Yi Chang had a seizure on the spot. Although hall number 13 is small, it is still a hall. How can it be a small private room? This is simply a humiliation to him, Yi Chang. It is also a contempt for all the guests present. Sure enough, many people followed Yi Chang and started cursing. Who is this woman? Lin Yi, you are not a gigolo, right? Are you still looking down on the standards of Zhongshan Hotel? Lin Yi, you're almost begging for food, and you're still pretending to be numb. How shameless. If you don't have money, stop pretending. Get out of here. You are so shameless. There were more and more curses at the scene, and some people even seemed to be about to take action. The fat guy got attacked first. Bang! The fat man directly overturned a table, and the glass turntable on it shattered on the spot. The noise frightened many people and they screamed. Especially those girls, each of them looks like a delicate little fairy. Just shut up. If anyone insults my brother again, I'll let him do that. The fat man's fierce shouting and cursing immediately shocked the whole audience. But then, Yi Chang rushed forward with a pale face. Zhou Tao, what do you mean? You followed Lin Yi here to mess things up, right? Well, now that you've become so powerful and dared to cause trouble at Zhongshan Hotel, all the losses here today are yours. Yi Chang originally thought that these words could scare the fat man, but he was also really worried that the amount of compensation was too large and he could not afford it. He had to take advantage of the fat man's hot-headedness and make him take the responsibility. Stop putting the blame on me. I think you are all just too bored, looking down on others. Just because I wear a Baleno and drive a Maybach, you look down on me. My brother is wearing street sportswear, and you guys are looking down on him. You are all waste in material terms and pariahs in thought. The fat man was so angry that he even brought up the topic. After I finished speaking, I felt a little elated. Dude, you even rhymed it? At this time, Linny interrupted without any haste. I'm sorry, I don't think I said anything. Why are you all so excited? Have you planned to exclude me? If you don't welcome me, I'll leave now. After saying that, Linny greeted the fat man. Fatty, go upstairs and eat abalone. Okay. The fat man responded, shook off the people around him, and spat at He Chang. Stupid guy, your son may not be your own, and you are so happy with being poor. He Chang was so angry that the base of his neck turned red. Xin Yu also scolded in shame and anger. Fatty, what the hell are you talking about? Also, Linny, you can't take Fatty away. You must compensate for the losses here. Linny turned around, stared at Xin Yu and smiled. I told you, I came with a gift, but you and He Chang clearly didn't treat me as a human being. Xin Yu snorted tenderly, humph, Linny, stop pretending to be rich. You can fool my sister, but you can't fool me. If you really brought a gift, give it out quickly. My father-in-law is waiting to record it. He turned around and stared at the fat man and continued. And Fatty, you smashed the table, you have to pay for this, otherwise I will be merciless and call the police to arrest you. When the fat man heard this, he almost exploded with anger. Why the hell did you call the police? Linny stopped the fat man, and with just a look, the fat man suddenly came to his senses. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. The fat man hurriedly apologized to Linny. But when he turned around, the fat man looked around the audience with a sneer. What a bunch of people who look down on others, mocking and humiliating my brother for being laid off, right? I'm not afraid to tell you, Linny is my boss, and I drive for Linny. As he said that, the fat man arrogantly took out the keys to the Maybach. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Xin Yu, who was holding the child, directly stuffed the child into the hands of her mother-in-law next to her, and walked towards Linny and the others with glaring eyes. Xin Yu, what are you doing? He Chang subconsciously stopped Xin Yu. Xin Yu also came back to her senses, but still stared at Linny, speaking word by word. Linny, is what Fatty said true? Did you buy a Maybach? Linny smiled contemptuously. What do you mean you bought a Maybach? Didn't you not believe what your sister Chinya said? Now you mean you believe I bought the house in Weizhou Mansion as well? Xin Yu's breathing suddenly became heavy. So, you really bought the duplex mansion worth more than 3 million in Weizhou Mansion? And you even wrote your sister-in-law's name on it? Linny shrugged without comment. Of course. Is there anything wrong with using my sister-in-law's name? I bought it for her in the first place. Xin Yu suddenly became extremely jealous. You, how could you have so much money? You really got rich. He Chang next to him was confused. The other people at the scene were stunned with shock. What's going on? Is Linny the distinguished owner of Maybach? Is that the rich boss the fat guy mentioned? And Linny also bought a house in Weizhou Mansion worth more than 3 million? A mansion worth more than 3 million was directly given to another woman? This. Are they dreaming? How could a poor guy who was laid off become a multi-millionaire in the blink of an eye? Why a multi-millionaire? Nonsense. Anyone who can afford these things must have at least tens of millions of assets. Xin Yu, what are you talking about? How could he? Linny afford a house in Weizhou Mansion? How could he be the owner of a distinguished Maybach S680? Are you crazy? He Chang went crazy and grabbed Xin Yu's shoulders and shook her hard. But Xin Yu suddenly thought of something, pushed He Chang away and pointed at He Chang's nose. What are you doing? Why did you let them mock Linny? Now it's all right. Are you satisfied now? He Chang was confused. The scene was dead silent. Only old man He Chang was still writing on the red table over there, as if he was isolated in another world. A full 2 seconds. The child in He Chang's mother's arms suddenly started crying. The dead silence was broken instantly. At this moment, the door of the hall was pushed open and several security guards rushed in. Who dares to cause trouble in Zhongshan Hotel? Smashing the table, right? The head of security had a tough look on his face.
This scene immediately made these guys, who had just graduated for less than a year, nervous. He Chang pointed at Linny with red eyes.
Linny, you are rich now, don't you drive a Maybach?
Now someone has come to the hotel, you have to pay for the money that was smashed on the table.
Chapter 34, Kill Them First.
As He Chang's voice fell,
a group of security guards also locked their eyes on Linny.
The security captain looked Linny up and down with an arrogant look on his face. Then he shook his head with disdain. It seemed as if he had already determined that Linny was just a poor loser.
One table costs 20,000 yuan.
The disturbance affected other customers.
20,000 yuan. You take out the 40,000 yuan and let this matter be forgotten today. The security captain directly gave Linny a price. Everyone around couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. $20,000 for a table? You want money for causing trouble and affecting others?
They are making noise behind closed doors.
Is the soundproofing here okay? I think it didn't disturb anyone else, right? Why do I have to pay an extra 20,000 yuan in compensation?
It was obvious that the security captain was making things difficult for Linny. This is what is called a big store bullying customers. But Zhongshan Hotel is indeed very big, and most of these people came here to eat for face. But now, this face is not only gone, but it is also very embarrassing.
That's 40,000 yuan.
The salary of most people here is not even over 10,000 yuan a month, and more than half a year's salary is just wasted. He Chang did not expect that the security captain would ask for such a huge amount of money. He swallowed hard and quickly handed the other party a cigarette.
Brother security, I booked the banquet here.
I didn't expect the person I invited to come here would be so uncultured.
Don't worry, he will definitely pay for it. If he doesn't, I will call the police to arrest him.
The security captain glanced at the little lotus that He Chang took out, and took one anyway, then spit out an eye circle at Linny in a very arrogant manner. Such a provocative action immediately made the fat man next to him red-eyed.
You're asking for too much.
$1,000 is too much for a broken table, but you're asking for 20,000.
Have you never seen money, or have you never been beaten?
The fat man's shout really scared the others.
Joke. This is someone else's territory. There are so many security guards here, how dare you, fat guy, be so arrogant?
This is clearly an attempt to make things bigger. The security captain seemed a little confused by the fat man's scolding. Seeing that the security guards next to them were about to make a move, the security captain reached out and stopped them. Then he reached out and touched the fat man's collar.
Hey, branded goods, Balino. What? You want to stand out? Do you know where this place is?
The fat man slapped the security captain's hand away and cursed, "Take your dirty claws away, of course I know where this place is, it's you who didn't figure out your own identity. You are just a small security chief, and you dare to use the name of Zhongshan Hotel to bully others and extort money, right?
I will make you regret showing up in front of me in a moment."
The fat man's arrogant attitude made the faces of a group of security guards darken. They swung out electric batons and surrounded the fat man. Seeing this, He Chang hurriedly pulled Chin next to him back. The other students stayed away from him. Instead, the thin Dunan was holding a chair and standing firmly behind Linny and the fat man, ready to pounce on them at any time. Even though the posture looked a little funny, Linny and the fat man both knew that when it came to fighting, the two of them combined were no match for Dunan.
This kid was very ruthless. Oh, you are so arrogant. You dare to pick up a chair? What? You want to fight? For today's matter, you can't leave unless you leave 100,000 yuan. The security captain laughed in anger and pointed at the fat man. You have to kneel down and kowtow to me, otherwise you can't leave even if you have money. A group of security guards immediately surrounded them. Looking so aggressive, it was obvious that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. However, a hideous and complacent sneer appeared on He Chang's face. I let you show off. You're the owner of a Maybach and you even bought a house in Wisconsin. If you were really rich, you wouldn't be fighting with people here. Who would fight with rich people? Can't you just throw tens of thousands of dollars at someone's house? As He Chang finished his words, ridicules from all around him continued to emerge. This fat guy has the same temper as he did in school, swearing at people. He has no manners. Dunan is also stupid. This matter has nothing to do with him. Why did he rush over? Ha, distinguished Maybach owner? That's hilarious. I've never seen a Maybach owner fighting with anyone.
At this time, several girls also gathered around Xinyu and started chattering.
Xinyu, don't be fooled by Linny. He doesn't even have a job, how could he drive a Maybach? That's right. How could he afford to buy a house in Weizhou?
I heard that he has no place to live and lives with his sister-in-law.
Hey, his sister-in-law is a widow. They can live together. It's really abnormal.
Xinyu, today is your son's full moon banquet.
Don't be angry because of that scoundrel Linny.
He is seeking death himself.
Let's just watch the fun.
He dared to mess with the security guard at Zhongshan Hotel.
Does he think he is the gatekeeper at our school?
These voices made Xinyu lose his judgment again. She looked at Lin Yi's very calm back with a suspicious look on her face.
What's going on with Linny? My sister didn't have to lie to me.
He just admitted that he bought a house in Weizhou Prefecture for his bitch sister-in-law, and also a Maybach. Xinyu stared at the Maybach car keys in the fat man's hand.
Is it just a model? Or a key to a lighter?
Just when Xinyu had begun to suspect that Linny was pretending to be a rich man, Linny finally raised his hand to stop the security guards from continuing to siege him.
Is this how Zhongshan Hotel entertains guests? The table is broken, we didn't say we wouldn't compensate you. It's just that your demands are a bit unreasonable.
Before Linny could finish his words, the head of security started cursing.
Fuck, are you scared now? It's too late. Even if you lose money today, don't even think about walking out like this.
As the voice came out, the electric baton in the hand of the security guard next to him was already powered on.
Dunan, who was beside Linny, even shouted.
Fuck him, kill him. The security guards on the opposite side were all stunned.
They had an absolute advantage in numbers, but the smallest guy on the opposite side actually dared to rush up and attack?
Moreover, Dunan's target was none other than the extremely arrogant security chief in front. The head of security was in high spirits and never expected that the people on the other side would dare to beat him up.
Bang!
The chair in Dunan's hand hit the security chief's shoulder directly. The chair broke into pieces. The security chief was knocked to the ground with a bloody cut on his neck.
This scene scared the people around.
However, Dunan calmly pulled back the two stool legs and threw them to Linny and the other man.
Fuck, the trouble has already happened.
We should shoulder it together as brothers.
Let's fight our way out first.
If we are surrounded by them, we will all lose half our lives.
The fat man took one of the stool legs without hesitation.
Linny also took the stool leg in his hand, but a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
I'm not here to fight, why are you getting so excited?
To be honest, Linny was very depressed because of his sister-in-law's affairs.
Now is the time to find an outlet. These security guards don't know how to live or die. Chapter 35, A Good Fight. Crazy. Linny and the others are crazy. Fuck, Dunan is so brave. The security chief is bleeding from his neck. Someone is definitely going to die.
The students screamed in surprise. The smile on Yi Chang's lips also froze.
Damn it, this is really a big deal.
Linny and Zhou Tao are both idiots.
I didn't expect that Dunan is even more crazy. Why would he kill him if it has nothing to do with him? Yi Chang immediately took out his cell phone and called the police.
The security chief covered his bleeding neck with his hands, his eyes bloodshot.
What the hell are you all standing there for? I'm injured, I've crippled them. When the group of security guards came to their senses, they were all aroused to ferocity. My left.
Dunan called out. He was very crazy and still the first to take action, but from his words it could be heard that he was very calm.
The fat man also shouted, my right side. Break their legs. Linny also laughed happily. Ha, okay, I'll do the middle. Meet at the door.
Both sides were filled with excitement, and a melee began.
Click.
Dunan was still very ruthless. Relying on his small stature, he went up and broke a security guard's leg. The security guard screamed in pain, and when he fell, the electric baton shocked his colleague next to him. So, Linny, who was in the middle, kicked one person down effortlessly. The fat guy was in a worse situation, probably because he looked the most arrogant and 3 people besieged him. The fat man had just knocked on 2 people's legs when the third man's electric baton stabbed the fat man in the waist.
I'm super. The fat man started breakdance on the spot, and it was Linny who turned around and hit the security guard with a stick, which saved the fat man. The fat man's body was very strong.
He resisted the electric baton that was approaching again and waved the wooden stick in his hand wildly. Soon, the stick broke. The fat man and Dunan were both injured, and Lin Yi's shirt was torn, but he was unusually ferocious today and was not injured at all. Instead, those security guards who usually acted arrogantly were knocked to the ground. There were two guys on the opposite side who were as skinny as monkeys. They looked like cowards and had been shouting from the back since the beginning. Seeing their companions falling to the ground one after another, the two skinny security guards were so scared that they dropped their electric batons and hugged each other. Now, everyone was stunned. It only took 30 seconds. Such a battle with such a huge disparity in numbers is over? The security chief was almost frightened to death. He dodged to the corner and started yelling at He Chang and others. "Quick, call the police, these three murderers are going to kill people." Pooh. Dunan spat a mouthful of blood on the security chief's forehead. Fuck, what a waste of emotion. They turned out to be a bunch of cowards. I thought the security guards at your Zhongshan hotel were all trained. A dozen of them can't beat the three of us. What rubbish. After saying that, Dunan called Lin Yi and the other person. Let's go, let He Chang and the others clean up this mess, they are a bunch of idiots, they deserve it. This is indeed the best chance to escape. But Lin Yi reached out and stopped Dunan. Monkey smash, don't be impulsive. Dunan was stunned. What do you mean? You don't want to leave and wait for the police to catch you? These bastards are blackmailing us first. As long as we can get out, once this matter is exposed, we won't be in trouble. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. I didn't say we'd be in trouble. I was saying that you were too impulsive just now. It was a bit unnecessary to hit me. But since you've already hit me, it can be considered as paying for a good time. After saying that, Lin Yi greeted the fat man. Please urge the bank to send me the money. Oh, okay. The fat man immediately made a phone call. He Chang and others rushed up at this time. Not only did someone snatch the fat man's mobile phone, but others also blocked the way of Lin Yi and others. You can't leave. He Chang gritted his teeth. That's right, you can't leave. We've called the police. You guys made a mess, and you want us to clean up your mess? You're dreaming. You beat people like this, so you can just wait to go to jail. You said we were idiots. Dunan, you are the biggest idiot. This had nothing to do with you in the first place, but you still beat people up. Get ready to go to jail. The faces of Lin Yi and the other two were extremely gloomy. Is this what you call a classmate? The classmates who were laughing and joking in school, in society, were actually sent to jail because of a farce caused by a dinner party? Moreover, the person who stopped Lin Yi from the opposite side was his roommate named Zhang Ming. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. He didn't know how many lunchboxes he had bought for this kid in the past. Now it seems that everything has been thrown to the dogs. No, it should be ungrateful. This guy is indeed cunning when poor and has a guilty conscience when rich. Zhang Ming, are you going to send me to jail? Lin Yi pointed at himself, but his eyes were fixed on the short man Zhang Ming opposite him. Zhang Ming's triangular eyes rolled around, and he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Yi, you've gone too far. I can't help you. If you really have money, pay it back. Otherwise, you can't leave. If you leave, we'll have to clean up your mess. Lin Yi completely lost all hope for this guy and shook his head in disdain. Get the hell out of here. With a shout, Lin Yi pointed the broken stool leg in his hand at the group of people opposite. At this, everyone was shocked and stepped back. He Chang even stammered, Lin Yi, do you still want to hit us? Xin Yu bit her lower lip and said, Lin Yi, that's enough. You did all this just to get my attention. It's too late now. I'm He Chang's wife now. Just let it go. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse, are you a fucking idiot? After saying this, Lin Yi felt a little regretful. This sudden incident somewhat ruined my plan. This is all the fat guy's fault for being too angry. Why would he overturn the table for no reason? But at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Stop, what are you doing? Huh? Who beat you guys up? Why are your legs broken? Judging from the man's attire, he was obviously the manager, and a rather high-class one, as he was wearing a famous brand watch worth 80,000 yuan. The security guards following behind him looked completely different from the security guard lying on the ground. Not only are they all tall and strong, but they are also wearing different uniforms, and their eyes are scanning the entire audience sharply. They all look like veterans. Upon seeing this, Dunan immediately came up to Linny and cursed him.
Damn it, we should have run. We're in trouble now.
The security guards who came this time are obviously retired veterans.
We can fight, but if we fight them, we'll definitely be beaten to a pulp. Linny also had a gloomy expression.
The fight was quite satisfying and he had almost vented all the depression in his heart. But the consequences still have to be borne and the trouble still has to be solved. But he didn't wait for Linny to speak. The security chief on the ground jumped up.
Manager Wang.
These three guys are the ones causing the trouble. Not only did they overturn the table and refuse to compensate us, they also beat us up.
You have to help us.
Manager Wang Chen frowned upon hearing this and his eyes fell on Linny and the other two. The fat man was about to tell the truth with a curse. Unexpectedly, the manager Wang Chen gave Linny a polite smile.
You are Lin Yi, Mr. Lin, right? Chapter 36. Take care of the aftermath.
The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. The security chief who was complaining over there widened his eyes and looked at Linny as if he had seen a ghost.
Manager Wang, who is he? Why are you so polite to him? This is a small private room, not one of those on the top floor. Shut up. Wang Chen scolded, causing the security chief to shut his mouth completely.
Now, everyone at the scene was even more confused about the situation. Linny reacted very quickly and roughly understood why Manager Wang was here. Linny raised his hand and patted Dunan on the shoulder.
Don't be nervous, monkey, the problem is solved.
What the hell? Dunan was confused. Then Linny came forward.
I'm Linny. Sister Lan asked you to come, right?
The word Sister Lan made Wang Chen's heart skip a beat, and his attitude towards Linny immediately changed again.
That's no longer politeness, it's respectfulness to the point of bowing and scraping. Yes, President Lan asked me to come and give you something.
Oh, this is the highest level Emperor card of our Zhongshan Hotel. With this card, you can go to any Emperor room on the top floor at will without making an appointment. In addition, all your meals, accommodations, and entertainment at our Zhongshan Hotel are 30% off, and you can put them on credit. If you really like our specialties, we can also provide you with a special delivery service. As long as it is in a city within the province, we can guarantee that it will be delivered within 4 hours. Wang Chen explained to Linny very carefully the privileges of the Emperor card. Finally, bend down, hold the card with both hands, and raise it above your head.
It really looked like a coronation ceremony for Linny as an emperor. There was still deathly silence all around.
They had never seen such a scene before.
It felt like a dream.
Dunan stared at Linny beside him as if he had seen a ghost. This brother made him feel strange. Only the fat man grinned.
Ha, this card is awesome. Linny, even if we get beaten up by these stupid security guards, it will be in vain.
Linny gave the fat man a look to calm down, then reached out and took the Emperor card in his hand.
Thank you, Manager Wang, for sending me here in person. I will personally thank Sister Lan later. In addition, I can explain what happened today.
Without waiting for Linny to finish his words,
Wang Chen quickly waved at Linny.
Mr. Lin, you are our most distinguished guest. I believe that what happened here today was a farce caused by these temporary workers we hired. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Zhongshan Hotel. Please don't take it to heart. These people will never appear in our Zhongshan Hotel again. If you are not satisfied with the result of this handling, please let us know and our hotel will fully cooperate. After hearing these words, He Chang and others felt dizzy.
What kind of weird development is this?
Linny and the other two not only paid the price for their impulsive beatings, but also received the punishment they deserved.
Instead, all the security guards who were beaten were fired.
Moreover, Manager Wang speaks very strictly, and these security guards have become temporary workers.
However, the security chief was so frightened that his face turned pale and he kept bending down towards Linny.
I'm sorry, sir, yes, we are wrong, this is all a misunderstanding, we will get out of here right now, get out of here right now. As he said this, he called on his brothers with broken legs and feet to get up.
Are you kidding?
Currently, Zhongshan Hotel has issued no more than 5 Emperor cards, and each person is worth tens of billions. Linny, who is so young, can actually get the Emperor card.
How could a temporary worker like him offend such a big shot?
Linny can crush him to death with just a flick of his fingers. What Manager Wang said just now was to save him. If the security chief is not a fool, he will know that he has to get out of Lin Yi's sight as soon as possible.
Wang Chen also winked at the security guard he brought with him.
They dragged out those who were unable to stand up as if they were cleaning up a scene. The service staff also walked quickly into the hall and quickly cleaned up the broken table and the broken glass on the floor. Even the floor was mopped. The classmates around him all avoided him, and all the previous pointing and talking about Lin Yi disappeared. Instead, his eyes were filled with fear and his body was shaking. It was not until this moment that they realized that what the fat man had said before was true.
Lin Yi has really become rich. No.
Not only has he become developed, but his status and position is also several levels higher than those above him.
He was already an upper-class person that they could never imagine. Even if it breaks a person's legs. Even if it was obviously the fat guy who turned the table over first, no one would hold them accountable in the end. The security guards who were beaten badly disappeared completely from sight. Lin Yi did not stop them from escaping, but after everyone had evacuated. Lin Yizai said to Wang Chen with a smile.
I noticed that there are surveillance cameras here, so I believe the hotel knows more about how many things happened than we do.
Wang Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry, this matter will definitely not alarm President Lan.
Lin Yi shrugged. I'm not worried that Sister Lan will know that I'm causing trouble here. I won't hold those temporary security guards accountable, but I still have to make it clear what I should do.
Yes, you talk, I'm listening to everything. Wang Chen's forehead began to sweat. He could probably guess the truth of the matter. But I'm afraid Lin Yi will pursue the matter. Because once Lin Yi pursues the matter, he, who is responsible for delivering the card to Lin Yi and receiving Lin Yi throughout the day, will have to be held accountable for the previous farce. At the beginning, there was a quarrel between my classmates. It was indeed my brother who overturned the table, but your security guard demanded a huge amount of compensation as soon as he came in. The amount increased from 40,000 at the beginning to 100,000. Lin Yi stated the facts calmly. The sweat on Wang Chen's forehead was getting more and more. Is this a claim? This is simply extortion.
If this matter gets out, Wang Chen will have no more work to do. Besides, your security guards have made it very clear that even if we pay them, they will break our legs and will not let us leave Zhongshan Hotel so easily. Given that the security guards were so numerous, my brother took the initiative. He was indeed the first to strike.
We admit it.
As Lin Yi spoke, he also looked at Dunan beside him. Dunan just came to his senses and could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying.
I was the first to do it. Sorry, I am embarrassed.
Lin Yi waved his hand to indicate that everything would be fine.
Then he added to Wang Chen. No matter who is right or wrong, we did not use enough force. Those temporary workers also lost their limbs. I will pay for their medical expenses. As for the aftermath, I'll trouble you, Manager Wang, to help deal with it. After saying that, Lin Yi took out his mobile phone and prepared to transfer money to Wang Chen. Wang Chen was shocked when he saw this and waved his hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Lin, I always act reasonably. If you don't want to accept the money, I will transfer it to Sister Lan. Lin Yi's words made Wang Chen shut up and he obediently provided his account number. Lin Yi casually transferred 1 million. Wang Chen's crotch got wet when he received the transfer. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Your magnanimity is admirable.
Don't worry, I will take care of the affairs of those temporary workers.
I don't know why. Wang Chen deliberately emphasized the words deal with the aftermath. Chapter 37, 2 boxes of cash reveal human nature. Knock knock knock. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yi here?
Manager Wang had just put away his phone when there was a knock on the door behind him.
Lin Yi winked at the fat man. The fat man immediately went up to open the door.
Standing outside were 2 bank employees in suits and ties, carrying 2 suitcases in their hands. They were not very big, but looked very heavy.
Hello Mr. Lin, this is the cash you need. Please sign for it in person. The bank staff mistook the fat man for Lin Yi.
While opening the password box, he also took out his mobile phone and prepared to ask Lin Yi to sign.
Click.
A crisp sound was heard. 2 coated briefcases were opened. Inside were neatly stacked $100 bills.
The fat man's eyes lit up, but he still turned around and greeted Lin Yi. Boss Lin, we need your signature in person. The 2 bank employees then hurriedly looked at Lin Yi, and after confirming Lin Yi's identity, sweat broke out on their foreheads.
I almost made a mistake with the person. There is a full 2 million in cash in here.
If this is sent to the wrong person, they will be held responsible.
He Chang and others behind him were already urinating blood with red eyes. Looking at the colorful banknotes, the shocking effect was even more obvious. Many of them had never seen so much money in their lives.
Moreover, this was delivered to the customer by someone sent personally by the bank.
Linny must be a very important customer of the bank to be able to enjoy such a service.
Linny signed casually and put away the 2 boxes of money.
When the hall door closed again, the room suddenly became lively. Dunan rushed up immediately and snatched a box of money from the fat man.
Oh my god, Linny has really made a fortune. Big boss, there must be millions of cash in here, right?
The fat man smacked his lips with a look of disgust.
TSK, you monkey, look at how you look like a worldly person. It's only 2 million, you can't even buy a Maybach.
After saying that, the fat man snatched the cash box and handed it to Linny. In fact, the fat man was also very excited. He had never seen so much cash before. However, the fat man now has something on his mind, and he is even more curious about what Linny will do next. After all, the full moon party held by He Chang and Qin Yu was basically ruined by them. And the fat man also knew that a big part of the blame was due to his previous impulsive act of overturning the table. Therefore, the fat man was very worried that his impulsive behavior would disrupt Lin Yi's plan.
It's almost 7:30 now. We must get to the Kyoto University Hospital before midnight. Time seems to be a little tight and we can't continue wasting time here. Lin Yi, you're really rich.
At this time, Zhang Ming, Lin Yi's roommate, came over, his triangular eyes fixed on the money box in the fat man's hand.
There are 2 million in there. Calculated based on Zhang Ming's current monthly salary of 5,000 yuan.
2 million is enough for him to work for 30 years without eating or drinking. This made Zhang Ming miss the days when he used to follow Lin Yi and take advantage of him. Now that Lin Yi is so rich, if Zhang Ming continues to follow Lin Yi, he will become a millionaire in no time.
Unfortunately, Lin Yi's cold eyes broke Zhang Ming's fantasy. Does my success or failure have anything to do with you?
Zhang Ming was stunned and quickly forced a flattering smile. Brother Lin, it was all a misunderstanding. As a brother, of course I believe that you have really become successful. We have been brothers who have shared a dormitory for 4 years.
Oh, I didn't say anything mocking you before.
Zhang Ming's expression changed so quickly that the fat man almost vomited out of disgust. Dunan on the side even spat. Pa, that's fucking disgusting, faster than the face changing in Sichuan opera.
However, Lin Yi looked at the classmates behind He Chang. Didn't Zhang Ming talk to you about me just now?
Ha, how come I heard that he told you that I was laid off by the company? As soon as these words came out, several girls jumped out first.
Zhang Ming, you are so shameless. It was you who told us that Lin Yi was laid off.
That's right, Zhang Ming, you just told us that Lin Yi was flirting with an old lady when he was selling health products. Yes, Lin Yi, I can testify that Zhang Ming said you sexually harassed the elderly client, yes, and the gay Lao Deng, so the company laid you off. Hearing these rumors, Lin Yi's face turned black with anger. He really didn't expect that Zhang Ming could actually do such things. Zhang Ming also panicked and turned around to curse at the girls.
What the hell are you talking about?
You are a bunch of bitches.
When did I ever say those words? Lin Yi is my brother, we live in the same dormitory, and we have a good relationship. Everyone knows that. You are trying to sow discord between us brothers.
Zhang Ming's shameless behavior immediately triggered an attack from everyone. Zhang Ming, you are such a jerk. You were the one who spread those rumors about Lin Yi before, saying that Lin Yi was not worthy of being your brother.
Now that he is rich, you don't admit it?
Lin Yi, we all believed Zhang Ming's rumors before and mocked you.
No, I was teasing you, I didn't mock you.
Zhang Ming cursed the most fiercely before, we can all testify to that. This time, even He Chang jumped out.
Lin Yi, today is my son's full moon banquet. I was there the whole time.
I can testify that Zhang Ming is a two-faced beast. After saying that, He Chang pointed at Zhang Ming's nose and started cursing.
Get out of here. I don't have a classmate like you. You spread rumors about Lin Yi. You deserve to be sentenced.
Don't forget, I called the police just now. When the police arrive, I will arrest your grandson first.
Everyone else's expressions changed so quickly when they saw He Chang.
He could no longer suppress his desire to curry favor with Lin Yi, and his attack on Zhang Ming became even more fierce.
Zhang Ming, just wait for your imprisonment. What a shame. Why don't you get out of here right now? Do you really want to go to jail?
Humph, we can all testify that you, Zhang Ming, are not a human being.
You should be arrested. Crazy.
Zhang Ming never thought in his life that he would become the target of public criticism, a rat crossing the street, and everyone would want to kill him. But Zhang Ming was unwilling to bear such retribution. He pointed at everyone's noses and started cursing.
Fuck you, Qin Ma. Who among you didn't have a part in scolding Lin Yi just now?
Except for Dunan, who among you didn't say that Lin Yi was poor?
Now you all come here to tear my face off, right? Don't even think about holding on to Lin Yi's thigh.
After cursing, Zhang Ming turned around and ran out. The students who stayed behind looked at Lin Yi in great embarrassment, and some even had panicked eyes and were frightened inside. After all, they have all witnessed Lin Yi's current status, position, and financial resources. They could still remember clearly how they had insulted Lin Yi before. If Lin Yi really held a grudge against them and was prepared to retaliate against them, then how miserable would the consequences be for them? It seems that leaving the scene is the wise choice at this time. But their eyes were rolling around, looking at the suitcase in the fat man's hand from time to time.
There is 2 million cash in there.
Why did Lin Yi take out so much cash?
Are you going to share it with them? After all, we are all old classmates. With this thought in mind, none of them wanted to leave.
Xin Yu stared at the 2 boxes intently. All the money in there must belong to her, Xin Yu.
Chapter 38. Don't make it real. The atmosphere in the hall was very awkward, even a little weird.
Manager Wang Chen, who was standing next to him, just watched everything happening in front of him silently.
Wang Chen had many doubts in his mind. How could someone of Lin Yi's status have such a group of loser classmates? Then he keenly caught Lin Yi's disgust towards everyone present.
So, Wang Chen stopped waiting, stood behind Lin Yi and bowed.
Mr. Lin, do you need me to arrange another dining room for you? As soon as these words came out, everyone else panicked. Xin Yu was the most panicked.
She absolutely could not let Lin Yi leave the scene and go to other rooms like this.
Because Xin Yu had a very strong premonition.
As long as Lin Yi disappears from her sight today, Xin Yu will never have any relationship with Lin Yi again. So, Xin Yu jumped out immediately. Lin Yi, today is our son's full moon celebration, you can't go to another box.
Everyone's eyes fell on Xin Yu.
Xin Yu's tone just now seemed to be saying that the child having a full month banquet was Lin Yi's son. These words made He Chang's eyes widen, and he subconsciously pulled Xin Yu's hand.
Xin Yu, what do you mean? Today is my son's full moon banquet.
Xin Yu pushed He Chang away, glared at him, and said coquettishly, "It's all your fault.
Why are you making such a fuss? If you hadn't snatched me away from Lin Yi, would I need to squeeze into such a small box with you to hold a full month banquet for my son? It's so embarrassing."
He Chang was struck by lightning.
What a shame.
This is Zhongshan Hotel.
Is it shameful to spend $10,000 on a full moon banquet? It's not like they invited hundreds of people. There are only 20 or 30 people here.
Now He Chang also understood Xin Yu's inner thoughts.
Xin Yu is going to dump him.
This also brought out the doubts that He Chang had always had in his mind, and he couldn't suppress his shame and anger at being a cuckold.
Grabbed Xin Yu's wrist. Xin Yu. What the hell do you mean? Are you saying that my son is not my biological son? When you said that my son was born prematurely, you were lying to me, right?
Xin Yu felt so much pain that she burst into tears.
You hurt me, He Chang, are you a man? You actually hit a woman.
I, Xin Yu, must have been blind to marry you. After saying that, Xin Yu reached out her hand towards Lin Yi pitifully.
Lin Yi, save me, I was forced to marry him by He Chang, I regret it. This scene is really wonderful.
The classmates nearby who had tried their best to curry favor with Lin Yi were now stunned. The child in He Chang's mother's arms stopped crying and seemed to be watching the show.
Lin Yi waved at Xin Yu. Hey, Xin Yu, is there any point in you telling me this now? You don't want to tell me that your son is mine, do you?
Xin Yu's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help biting her lower lip. She wanted to say that her son was Lin Yi's child, but this lie was simply not true.
Half a year before she broke up with Lin Yi stopped touching her.
Besides, Lin Yi is so rich now, and he can find out that his son is not his biological son with just a little check. No matter how stupid Xinyu is, she would never tell such a lie. But He Chang was irritated and he slapped Xinyu in the face.
Fuck it. Xinyu, you're cheating on me.
Tell me, before you broke up with Lin Yi, did you already spoil his seed?
Now that you see he's rich, you want to dump me, right?
Xinyu was knocked to the ground, and He Chang was still riding on Xinyu, ready to punch her. None of the students nearby stepped forward to stop the fight. Only He Chang's mother held her child and went to stop He Chang.
An old woman was crying and wailing. Their family had completely lost face today. Finally, Lin Yi took action. No, it should be said that he kicked. At the moment when He Chang was pressing on Xinyu, Lin Yi kicked He Chang on the shoulder. He Chang was kicked out and rolled several times on the ground before he stopped. Fuck you, Lin Yi, how dare you hit me?
You slept with my wife, and you still dare to hit me. He Chang turned over, his bloodshot eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. But before He Chang could rush forward again, Wang Chen called the security guard over.
Only 2 security guards came up and easily pinned He Chang to the ground.
Now, He Chang's mother cried even more sadly. And He Chang's father, who was sitting over there, also came over and slapped his thigh.
Hey, what's going on? Why are they fighting again? Can't everyone just wait for the meal to start and eat the pork elbow? Obviously, this old man has gone crazy.
Just when He Chang was suppressed, Xinyu jumped up from the ground, crying and trying to throw herself into Lin Yi's arms.
But Lin Yi pushed him away.
Xinyu, you are someone else's wife, please respect yourself. Lin Yi had a cold face and looked extremely heartless. But Xinyu said pitifully and affectionately, Lin Yi, I know you have me in your heart, otherwise you wouldn't help me teach He Chang a lesson.
Lin Yi, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please save me, let's get back together, I will divorce He Chang tomorrow.
Lin Yi suddenly asked, really? At this point, everyone's eyes widened.
Is Lin Yi actually interested in Xinyu? Now that you are so rich, what kind of woman can't you find? Is there really something special about Xinyu?
But Xinyu was completely ecstatic because of Lin Yi's 2 words.
Really, Lin Yi, I am willing to marry you. Let's get back together. After saying that, Xinyu wanted to hug him again. But Lin Yi kept retreating.
No, you already have a child with someone else.
If you get divorced, what will happen to the child? After all, it's your child.
Xinyu was stunned, her heart was in turmoil.
Of course, it's not about whether to have children or not. For money, she can give up everything.
What Xinyu was struggling with was whether Lin Yi cared about the fact that she had given birth to a child, or whether he disliked children.
Or is it that he loves Xinyu and loves her and her dog too?
He wants not only her, Xinyu, but also the child Xinyu gave birth to.
Lin Yi, do you dislike me for having given birth to a child? I also feel sorry for the child. I hope you can accept me as I am now. Xinyu began to plead pitifully again. Dunan behind him couldn't help it anymore. Fuck, Lin Yi, don't be fooled by this woman.
She has been played with by others. This is not the grass you've returned to, this is the shit you've returned to.
You can't eat it.
The fat man was watching the show, and he already had a vague idea of Lin Yi's plan. Dunan next to him suddenly wanted to rush forward.
This scared the fat man.
The fat man quickly hugged Dunan and cursed in his ear.
Don't fucking ruin Lin Yi's plan. This involves human lives, so just be honest. What the hell?
Dunan was confused.
The fat man shook his head, I can't tell you about this for now, anyway, just be quiet and watch Lin Yi act.
Dunan was still very smart. He rolled his eyes and looked at Lin Yi again with a look of suspicion on his face.
Acting? Don't make it real. Chapter 39 2 million can't satisfy her.
Sorry, I can't accept a woman with a child.
Lin Yi's eyes were red. Xinyu understood Lin Yi's true thoughts and responded without any hesitation. I can marry you without children. This is really shameless.
The male students were all stunned. Finally, the female students began to become restless. Several female classmates who thought they were pretty jumped out.
Lin Yi, don't trust Xinyu, she is a white lotus, a contrast bitch.
Yes, Lin Yi, I have had a crush on you since my freshman year, but I kept it in my heart.
Xinyu is not as pretty as me, and I still have my virginity.
Bullshit, this is your first time, stop fooling people, Lin Yi, they all want to cheat you out of your money, I am the one who truly likes you. The scene became chaotic again. Xinyu glared at those female classmates with murderous eyes, some of whom were her so-called good friends.
Now they were competing with her for Linny without any hesitation, each of them was like crazy.
Dunan turned around and said something to the fat man.
These are your female classmates? They're just like a bunch of bitches. The fat man glared at Dunan and cursed back.
Get lost, your classmates, they are all your female classmates, you are so rude to me.
However, Linny did not give those female classmates the opportunity to ruin his plan.
He glared at Chinyu. After all, the child is yours. I don't care who his biological father is.
Today is the child's full moon.
Having said that, Linny greeted the fat man. Fatty, bring 1 million in cash as a gift for Chinyu's son's full moon banquet.
The fat man had already prepared for this and shouted, okay, here we come.
Dunan, who was standing next to him, was startled when he saw this and subconsciously grabbed the fat man's hand.
Hey, fatty, are you serious?
There's real gold and silver in here.
The fat man shook off Dunan. Nonsense. The bank just delivered the money. How could it be fake? Stop talking nonsense. Just watch the show.
After muttering this, the fat man handed a box of money to Chinyu and threw it away.
Okay, you're lucky, woman. Others can't even get 1 million when they divide up their property after a divorce.
You've been separated for a year, and you're still able to get so much money.
Wow, you're really lucky.
Chinyu subconsciously grabbed the handle of the suitcase, her face flushed with excitement.
There was a real million in cash in it. All the women nearby were furious and wanted to snatch the cash box from Chinyu's hands. He Chang even roared at Chinyu. Chinyu, don't even think about taking the money away.
My son is also mine, and I also own half of the gift money Linny gave me.
Don't forget, you and I are not married yet. These are all marital property.
This made everyone around him confused.
Isn't he Chang trying to steal my wife? How did this turn into a money grab?
It seems that in He Chang's heart, money is far more important than Chinyu. Chinyu's heart trembled, and she realized that half of the money should be given to He Chang. But Linny shook his head with a look of disappointment.
Okay, Chinyu, everything is irreversible.
You should just live a good life with He Chang. If you accept the money, you and I will be strangers from now on. I also thank you for accompanying me for the past 3.5 years.
Goodbye.
After saying that, Linny asked the fat man to leave the scene with him. Seeing this, Chinyu became anxious, reached out and grabbed Linny, crying.
No. Linny, don't you want me anymore? You have to save me.
I really don't want to live with He Chang anymore.
He is an impotent man.
If you don't like his child, I will never take the child with me.
Please, take me away. I don't want your money. Now I know who is the one who truly loves me.
In a hurry, Chinyu stuffed the cash box back into Linny's arms. Seeing this scene, the fat man next to him almost couldn't suppress his excitement.
He looked at Linny with wide eyes full of admiration. Linny was right about everything. Not only does Chinyu not want Linny's money, she also tries desperately to return the money to Linny and says she will go with Linny no matter what. Linny threw the cash box away. Yelled at Chinyu. That's enough.
I don't love you, you heard me clearly, I don't love you anymore.
Chinyu, stop pretending, you don't love me either, you just want more money. Chinyu started to act.
She was sure in her heart that Linny still loved her. This made her sure of winning over Linny. But now she has to act out a play that moves herself, so that she can win back Linny and get more money.
No, it's not like that, Linny, I was wrong, I really love you.
I don't want this money, as long as you are willing to accept me again, I don't want anything else. Chinyu squatted on the ground holding the cash box, crying very sadly. If not everyone present knew Chinyu's true face, they would have been moved to tears. But Linny had a determined look on his face and waved his hand at the fat man.
Fatty, give her the rest of the money.
The fat man might have been addicted to acting and protected the cash box.
Linny, you are crazy.
She is already someone else's wife and has given birth to someone else's child.
Giving her 1 million is good enough, but you are giving her 2 million? Linny kicked the fat man on the butt and cursed, give her the money.
I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore, but... Having said that, Linny paused deliberately, turned around and glared at Chinyu before continuing. But I don't want to see you and He Chang living a hard life.
This money should be enough for you to improve your lives.
After saying that, Linny turned around and whispered something in the fat man's ear.
Stop acting like a bitch, there are only 3.5 hours left.
Fill up the gas tank for me and drive faster. If you delay my sister-in-law's surgery, I will castrate you, you fat bastard. When the fat man heard this, he shuddered and quickly threw the cash box to Chinyu on the ground. Chinyu, just be happy. After saying that, the fat man grabbed Linny, turned around and hugged the confused Dunan, and walked out. When Chinyu saw that Linny had really left, she jumped up in panic. Even at this time, she still hasn't forgotten to pick up the cash box. But when Chinyu was about to catch up, he hesitated. No matter what, she has now earned 2 million. She had never seen so much money before. This amount of money is enough for her to lie down for a long time, right? It even directly crosses the class level. If you deposit it in the bank, the interest earned will be almost the same as the salary that these people working hard for are like oxen. But if he catches up with him now, he must return the 2 million to Linny, otherwise he will not be able to show his sincerity. What if Linny took the money and didn't want the person? This thought only flashed through Chinyu's mind for a moment, and then was completely thrown out of his mind. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Chinyu's greed cannot be satisfied by just 2 million. So Chinyu picked up the 2 money boxes and ran out. She doesn't look like someone who just finished her confinement period. Chapter 40 Jinshan, don't run away. Have you caught up? Look back. Outside the corridor, Linny lowered his voice and spoke to the fat man. The fat man quickly looked back and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. That manager Wang has come out, but Chinyu is not making any move. Linny, you are not going to mess this up, are you? Although the two people's voices were very low, Dunan, who was right in front of them, could still hear them clearly. What the hell are you two doing? I'm totally confused. Dunan was really confused. Even though he was very smart, he couldn't analyze what the current situation was. Linny also frowned. Did I really mess it up? Have I underestimated the temptation of 2 million cash? It shouldn't be like this. Chinyu was such a greedy woman. Seeing Linny giving her 2 million in cash so readily, how could she not guess that Linny had even more money on him? How could that greedy woman let Linny go just like that? Just when Linny was muttering to himself, Wan Chen next to him actually caught up with him. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for giving you a bad experience. I'm really sorry. This is all my negligence. Linny stopped, and he had a reason to stop. Manager Wang, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't be nervous. Just stand here for a while. Lin Yi's order made Wan Chen confused. What kind of request is this? Is Lin Yi making him stand in the corner as punishment? Okay, I'll listen to you. Wan Chen couldn't figure out what Lin Yi meant, and didn't dare to think too much, so he just stood there obediently. But Lin Yi secretly looked back and saw that the hall door was clearly open. The 2 security guards who followed Wang Chen came out. But there is still no sign of Chinyu. Is it true that Chinyu is not going to chase after us? If this fails, the consequences will be very serious, which Lin Yi cannot afford. Now Lin Yi feels a little regretful. I am too conceited, or I overestimate Chinyu. 2 million is enough to satisfy this woman's appetite. If I had known earlier, I would have only left 1 million and carried the remaining 1 million away. As long as I have the bone in my hand, who would be afraid that the dog would not follow me? Just as Lin Yi was anxiously analyzing what to do next. In Hall 13. He Chang was finally released by the 2 security guards. He jumped up immediately and stopped Chinyu. Chinyu, don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Don't even think about succeeding. If you want to dump me, go make some money on your own. Don't dream on. Chinyu was anxious. Although she was holding 2 gold bars in her hands, to Chinyu, Lin Yi was a gold mine. There was a bigger gold mine waiting for her. How could she waste time here? He Chang, get out of here. You've seen clearly what happened just now. Lin Yi has me in his heart. Even if he doesn't marry me, I'll tell him later that you bullied me and you'll end up in a miserable state. Think about Lin Yi's current financial resources. You're nothing in front of him. Chinyu's words were quite straightforward, and she didn't even want to pretend anymore. He Chang shrank his neck in fear, but still cursed with gritted teeth. Stop trying to scare me. If you want to leave today, you have to leave these 2 million. Otherwise, don't even think about me letting you go. And don't even think about divorcing you. I want to see how you hook up with Lin Yi. At this point, He Chang couldn't help but ask another question. Mad, tell me the truth, is my son my own?
Xin Yu was furious and scolded, "No. Are you satisfied? Your son is born to me and your boss, are you satisfied?" Wow. There was an uproar at the back. They never thought that even after Linny left, they could still get such a big piece of melon. The son is actually not He Chang's. What a bullshit. He Chang is the cuckold. His sons all belong to other people. Coercion from my husband's boss? This is a big deal. He Chang's boss, isn't he an old man in his 50s? Xin Yu's appetite is really good. Disgusting. How could such a woman make Linny obsessed with her? He even gave her 2 million. God is really blind. Xin Yu will definitely get her comeuppance. The sounds of jealousy and envious people behind and the discussions of onlookers could be heard endlessly. But He Chang's head was buzzing. The son was actually born to his boss and Xin Yu? My boss, you knew my boss before we were together? He Chang gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that he wanted to kill Xin Yu. Xin Yu, still unaware of the danger, roared. I hooked up with your boss before I broke up with Linny. It was your boss who asked me to marry you so that we could be together later. Otherwise, did you buy all these gold and silver jewelry for me? He Chang, you are a useless husband. I chose to marry you because you are useless. Your penis is not even half the size of Lin Yi's. Is that enough? Are you satisfied? Wow. Pieces of revelations kept coming out, and the students behind were all excited. He Chang was completely enraged. You are such a good fool, Xin Yu, I will kill you. He Chang raised his hand and grabbed Xin Yu's neck. Unexpectedly, Xin Yu was well prepared and smashed the cash box into He Chang's crotch. Ah! He Chang howled miserably and collapsed. Looking at He Chang's extremely painful expression, one can tell that the damage he suffered this time was extremely terrible. It is very likely that all is lost. Xin Yu took the opportunity to bypass He Chang on the ground and chased after him with the cash box. Seeing this, Lin Yi, who was always paying attention to the movements at the hall door, immediately called out, "Here they come, hurry up and get into the elevator first." The fat man hurried to catch up. Du Nan was a little confused, but still caught up quickly. Wang Chen next to him looked confused. Mr. Lin, Lin Yi turned around and said, "Hold Xin Yu. Once we get on the elevator, you won't have anything to do with it. Sorry to bother you today." Wang Chen was about to send Lin Yi away. His eyes suddenly lit up. When he turned around, he saw Xin Yu catching up with him. Wang Chen followed Xin Yu deliberately. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" "Mr. Lin is our distinguished guest, you can't mess around." Xin Yu ran quickly, "Don't bother me. Of course I know that Lin Yi has status and position. I am his wife and will marry him soon. Don't make trouble, otherwise, I will not let you go." Wang Chen didn't care about that and dragged Xin Yu to the elevator. The elevator door just closed. Xin Yu pressed the elevator button desperately, but it was too late. She could only go to an elevator next to her. Snap, snap, snap. Hurry up, hurry up. Xin Yu was so anxious that she almost cried. It's such a painful feeling to see a gold mine slipping away from you. But Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and left quietly. His mission was successfully completed. Although Wang Chen racked his brains, he still had no idea what Lin Yi was doing. But it is natural for rich people to have some quirks. Wang Chen just needs to make sure that he does not anger Lin Yi and does not have to take the blame. Chapter 41, Can't Get Rid of Them. He Chang, don't be impulsive. You can't kill anyone. Killing is against the law. Although Xin Yu is really shameless, He Chang, you can't get yourself into trouble. He Chang in room 13 had already jumped up, but several people rushed up to him to persuade him. He Chang's mother was crying even harder. The child in her arms turned out not to be her eldest grandson. What should she do? However, none of those who tried to persuade He Chang actually held He Chang back. There was even someone nearby who deliberately waved a table knife in front of He Chang. Several girls were talking at the same time. This Xin Yu is really too messy. He Chang is so pitiful. TSK, the child is not his own, and now his wife doesn't want him anymore. He Chang is so miserable. He Chang used to be considered a cool and handsome guy in our class, but now, TSK, he has been badly harmed by Xin Yu. What can we do? After all, Lin Yi is rich. Yes, Lin Yi is rich and blind. Maybe if he lets Xin Yu coax him for a while, he will really marry her. I'm so angry. It's really unfair that a woman like Qin Yu can become a rich wife.
These words deeply hurt He Chang's nerves. It also allowed He Chang's potential to explode. He didn't care whether he was in trouble or not. He snatched the dinner knife from his classmate and rushed out.
Qin Yu. I must kill you, you bitch. He Chang howled and rushed towards Qin Yu in front of the elevator, waving a dinner knife.
The noise immediately attracted the attention of the security guard. Qin Yu was also frightened by the crazy He Chang.
Fortunately, the elevator door finally opened at this time.
Qin Yu rushed into the restricted area without looking back and kept tapping the button of the underground garage. Just as the elevator door closed, He Chang rushed over, but was also knocked to the ground by the security guard next to him. But even though he was pressed to the ground, He Chang still stared at Qin Yu with a ferocious face, roaring and cursing desperately.
Qin Yu, you bitch, you slut, you must die a horrible death, a horrible death. Qin Yu's heart was pounding with fear.
She had never thought that He Chang would have such a hideous and terrifying side. At the same time, Qin Yu also understood that from now on, she had no way out.
Bah! What a piece of shit He Chang, what a way out. The road ahead is rich and prosperous. I want to be a rich wife. I want to marry Linny, and He Chang will never be able to see me again. The moment the elevator door opened, Qin Yu locked onto the figures of Linny and the other two. The three of them had been standing next to the Maybach for a while. Even Dunan and the fat man lit a cigarette and smoked half of it. Dunan finally figured out what was going on tonight. While admiring Linny, the look he gave Qin Yu was also filled with a bit of teasing and pity. This stupid woman is really going to be cheated this time. People are coming, get in the car. Linny greeted him, opened the car door and sat in the back. Dunan flipped over the car and sat in the passenger seat. The fat guy was sitting in the driver's seat and had already started the engine. Qin Yu ran over frantically, carrying 2 cash boxes. When she saw the body lines of the Maybach S680 that were like a work of art, she almost drooled. In the future, she must ask Linny to buy her an identical luxury car. When this thought came to my mind, the 2 boxes of money in my hand no longer seemed interesting at all. Even Qin Yu began to dislike the heavy cash, which made her very tired from carrying it and almost broke her wrist. The manicure I just did is all scratched. This is not a job for a rich lady. The car was about to drive away, and Qin Yu didn't dare to smash the window, so she could only shout inside. Help me. Linny, help me. He Chang is chasing me with a knife, he wants to kill me. Linny obviously heard Qin Yu's words clearly and was also shocked. Why was he driven crazy by He Chang? Linny opened the car door and said anxiously, "Get in the car." Qin Yu jumped into the car, threw 2 boxes of money at her feet, and then fell into Linny's arms. Wow, Linny, I'm so scared. He Chang is a lunatic. He wants to kill me. He forced me to do everything. I must divorce him. I truly love you. However, Linny pushed Qin Yu away. This was not a pretense of reserve, but pure physical disgust. Such an action made Qin Yu stunned. Linny was also a little embarrassed. This scene was not easy to act. Linny, do you dislike me? Qin Yu pursed her lips and deliberately put on a pitiful look. This is her usual trick. Linny had long been immune to it, but he simply couldn't look directly at her face, because he would really vomit accidentally. Mrs. He, please respect yourself. I've already given you the money, what else do you want? I don't want anyone to die because of you. Linny pushed Qin Yu away with a cold face. Then he called out to the fat man, "Fatty, I'm in a bad mood, let's go to Kyoto to eat seafood." The fat man immediately responded, "Okay." When Qin Yu heard this, her eyes lit up. Going to Kyoto to eat seafood? The consumption there is too high. Linny is indeed a rich man now. He has to go to Kyoto just to have dinner. No, it should be considered a midnight snack when we arrive in Kyoto. Is this the life of rich people? Qin Yu already felt that her body was beginning to feel light, but she kept comforting herself in her heart that she must adapt to this kind of rich life as soon as possible. If I act too excited and too unfashionable, Linny will definitely dislike me even more. Linny, I was wrong. I shouldn't have married He Chang. Don't worry, I will divorce him tomorrow. Qin Yu wanted to grab Linny's hand, but Linny dodged quickly, looking as if no physical contact between men and women was allowed. Qin Yu could only give up continuing to have physical contact with Linny, still looking pitiful. Linny, I really don't want money. I don't care about your money, really. I will return all the money to you. I only want you. I only want you to give me a chance to pursue you again. When Xinyu said this, he was no different from a bootlicker. And this is also the effect that Lin Yi wants. Although Lin Yi was about to vomit, he still suppressed the nausea in his heart. After the car drove out of the garage and left the Zhongshan Hotel, Lin Yi spoke coldly to the fat man. Fatty, stop the car. Since Xinyu doesn't want money, let her get off here. The fat man was stunned for a moment, but still stopped the car, got out and opened the door for Xinyu. Xinyu, get off the car. Stop pestering me. After all, you have been with He Chang. To put it bluntly, who knows if you are sick or not? Lin Yi is a rich man now. He can find any woman he wants. Why does he have to find you? What does Lin Yi want from you? Do you smell like milk? I think you should go back and feed your child. The fat man's words hurt Qinyu's self-esteem. But Xinyu was still very confident that she could win back Lin Yi's heart. Fatty, don't say that. I've been with Lin Yi for 4 years, and we've been husband and wife for a long time. I was forced to marry He Chang. Turning around, Xinyu spoke anxiously to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I never want to leave you again. Besides, I have been thinking about you all the time during the past few months when I was married to He Chang. I have sent you so many messages. You should know how I feel about you, right? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Humph, is that your feelings for me? Isn't that because you are too idle and in heat? You just want to find me to relieve your loneliness. Xinyu burst into tears immediately, feeling wronged. Wow, how can you say that to me? I really love you. Chapter 42. Your cargo has been loaded. Lin Yi had an indifferent expression, his eyes were cold, and he even stared at Xinyu with disgust. The fat guy is right. I can't possibly accept you again. I'm afraid you're sick. To put it bluntly, I think you're dirty. Lin Yi spoke word by word. Qinyu's breathing became rapid. She didn't feel that Lin Yi was humiliating her now. Instead, he was even more certain that Lin Yi was just speaking in anger. The more harshly Lin Yi scolded her, the more he couldn't let her go. Lin Yi, please don't say that. I didn't let He Chang touch me. I'm very healthy. Xinyu didn't know how to prove herself, so she can only grit her teeth. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm very clean and healthy. I can even give you a son. These words really disgusted the 3 men in the car. The fat man couldn't help but grab Qinyu's arm and cursed, Fuck, you are too shameless, get off now. Xinyu struggled and said, No, fatty, you can't do this to me. The fat man yelled, I gave you money but you didn't want it, so why are you still pretending? Fatty. Suddenly, Lin Yi scolded the fat man. Lin Yi, what's wrong? The fat man asked knowingly. Lin Yi said with a cold face, Close the door, drive your car, go to Kyoto, drive faster. Okay. The fat man glared at Xinyu and increased the speed again. Only 3¼ hours remained. The fat man knew that he really couldn't continue acting here, and he had to spend the rest of his time traveling. Dunan, who was sitting on the passenger seat, secretly gave the fat man a thumbs up. Obviously, this is praising the fat man's acting skills, saying that he is worthy of winning the Best Actor award. As the car got on the highway, Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that since Lin Yi could let her stay in the car, it meant that she had succeeded. Lin Yi kicked the cash box at his feet. I'll book a ticket for you in a minute. When you get to Kyoto, you can take the money and leave. You can go wherever you want. Xinyu excitedly shook her head repeatedly. I don't want money, Lin Yi, please, I have a stomachache. Xinyu actually started pretending to be sick to divert Lin Yi's attention. Lin Yi also showed concern. You, what's wrong with you? Didn't you take good care of yourself during the confinement period? Didn't you go to the confinement rehabilitation center? Is He Chang still a man? He's reluctant to spend this little money on you? Xinyu burst into laughter. Lin Yi, I know you care about me, but the wrong things I did in the past made you angry, right? Lin Yi glared. Are you pretending to be sick? Xinyu shook her head. I didn't, I really have a stomachache. I was too tired from running just now. Lin Yi, please don't leave me again. Even if you don't want to marry me, just let me stay with you. I will only be your woman in the next life. I won't even look at other men again. The more Xinyu spoke, the more affectionate she became, and she even wanted to get into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi glared at Xinyu and warned her not to come any closer. Xinyu could only stare at Lin Yi lovingly.
I know you can't trust me completely yet, but I will spend the rest of my life proving how deep my love for you is. Lin Yi was really about to vomit and snorted coldly.
I still say the same thing. I think you're dirty. Even if you want to be my mistress, you're not qualified.
If you infect me with some disease, I won't be able to live without spending my billions of dollars.
I'm not that stupid. Xinyu's eyes widened. Billions of assets.
Lin Yi actually has so much money, no wonder Lin Yi just threw 2 million to her. These 2 cash boxes are really just a drop in the bucket compared to Lin Yi's assets.
I'm really not sick. I'm really healthy. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Yi, I've been doing private care. I'm tighter now than before. Xinyu was really too fierce.
While she was talking, she wanted to pull Lin Yi's hand, as if she wanted Lin Yi to experiment with her tightness on the spot. Of course, Lin Yi quickly pulled his hand back and glared at Xinyu.
Why have you become so slutty? Don't put your hands on me.
I told you, I think you're dirty. Don't even think about touching me before you're sure you're sick. Only then did Xinyu realize that she had gone too far.
Wasn't it because she exuded such purity that Lin Yi chose to be with her? But as time went by, Xinyu became more and more open when interacting with Lin Yi, even promiscuous.
Looking back now, Xinyu realized that when she proposed to break up, Lin Yi readily agreed because the pure spirit in her had disappeared.
It seems that I have grasped the key point, or found my core value. Lin Yi, I was corrupted by He Chang. I was not like this before.
I know you have me in your heart, but I am just too afraid of losing you. Xinyu began to cry, but this time she stayed far away from Lin Yi and pulled her revealing top tighter.
It looked like she was really a woman who was forced into prostitution.
Lin Yi ignored Xinyu and greeted the fat man. Go directly to the Beijing University Hospital and give her a full body checkup. She is in confinement and still running around crying.
She doesn't want to live anymore.
This cold concern made Xinyu smile happily and she was very touched, but Xinyu did not dare to continue to move closer to Lin Yi.
Peking University affiliated hospital?
I'm not familiar with the road, the fat man muttered. Dunan next to him said, there is navigation.
This concerted effort really puts them in a difficult position.
But Lin Yi closed his eyes and said coldly, Xinyu, I'm tired, don't bother me, lie down and take a nap.
There is a seat massage next to you, drive it yourself.
Xinyu smiled sweetly, well, I will listen to Brother Yi.
This clip sound is really nauseating.
Even the fat guy who was driving couldn't help but curse. I must clean the place where this woman sat.
She's so sexy.
Xinyu also began to enjoy the seat massage of the $1 million luxury car.
She really relaxed and fell into a sound sleep.
In the dream, Xinyu lived the life of a rich lady, frequenting various banquet halls of the upper class, wearing gold and silver jewelry in various famous brands, and all the women looked at her with envy.
Then I turned around and ordered a dozen male models with abdominal muscles in the swimming pool. It was so wonderful. Soon, Xinyu started snoring.
The fat man and his companions smiled at each other, knowing that Lin Yi's plan had been half successful. Lin Yi also sent a text message to Zhang Min's mobile phone. The goods are on the truck and are expected to arrive in 2 hours.
Zhang Min immediately sent back a message. Everything went smoothly at the hospital.
We spent an extra 2 million and hired a few authoritative people. The operation will start at 12 o'clock, and the bone marrow donor won't have to waste too much time.
Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Sister Zhang, don't save money, tell me if you run out of money.
Zhang Min smiled back, there's still more than $1 million left. I'll use it to replenish your sister-in-law's health later.
Lin Yi solemnly warned, don't let my sister-in-law get suspicious. Tell her that it's inconvenient for me to make a phone call.
I'll send her to the operating room at 12 o'clock.
Okay, I've conveyed it.
As Zhang Min's message came out, Lin Yi relaxed completely, but still gave the fat man some instructions.
Be fast but also be steady. Don't worry, I know the seriousness of the matter.
The fat man's eyes were red, but he was still energetic and didn't dare to be careless.
Chapter 43. Everything is going well, waiting for dawn. Xinyu, we're at the hospital. Didn't you say we needed a full checkup? 11:40.
Xinyu was woken up by the fat man while she was drowsy. She was somewhat unhappy about being woken up from her sweet dream, but the first thing she did after waking up was to look to the side.
The 2 boxes of money were missing.
Xinyu's face turned pale, But what made her most anxious was that Linny was also missing.
Fatty, where's Linny?
Where did he go? Where is this place?
He wouldn't abandon me, would he?
Xinyu was so flustered that she even hurt the fat man's hand. Without waiting for the fat man to answer,
Dunan said this. Too much. I really didn't realize that Linny is so rich, but he is still a bootlicker.
Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then turned back to look at Dunan. Dunan, what do you mean by this? Dunan rolled his eyes at Xinyu.
Linny has gone up to find an expert for you. A special team will examine your body in a while. Don't worry, the whole process is painless.
When you wake up from a good sleep, your body will be restored to that of a young girl.
Xinyu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Really? Then, Linny has already gone up, let's go up quickly too. It's just a physical examination, why is it so extravagant?
The fat man also cooperated and said something.
Luxury?
Linny is willing to help you spend money now, but after a set of examinations, it's better if you don't have any problems at all. If you are really found to have some disease, then you will see whether Linny will still care about you. Xinyu's heart skipped a beat, but then she bit her lower lip and said, I take good care of my body. I don't have any infectious diseases at all.
Fatty, you'd better not have so many prejudices against me. Otherwise, after Linny and I make peace, it will be difficult for you to be a good brother. The fat man's mouth twitched.
He didn't expect that Xinyu would start threatening him with the identity of Linny's girlfriend so quickly. But the fat man had no choice but to shut up, and even looked at Xinyu with some fear. Dunan also shut his mouth. Seeing that both of them shut their mouths obediently, Xinyu also revealed an expression of I'm very satisfied. After urging the two to enter the hospital and get on the elevator, Xinyu comforted them.
I will definitely make peace with Linny.
As Linny's best brothers, I hope you can help me put in a good word.
After I marry Linny, I will definitely not treat you unfairly.
Obviously, it was intimidation just now, but now it has started to be bribed. The fat man said this almost subconsciously.
Fuck, I'll use you.
Dunan next to him reacted quickly, covered the fat man's mouth with his hand, and then smiled apologetically at Xinyu.
Okay, leave this to us. Sister-in-law, go get your body checked without worry. Don't let Linny down.
You have to know that those teams are worth millions. Xinyu was even more proud and rolled her eyes at Dunan.
Dunan, you are so smart. The elevator door opened and Linny stood outside the elevator.
And behind them there was a group of people in white coats waiting.
Linny.
Xinyu wanted to hug Linny excitedly.
Linny pushed Xinyu away. And ordered coldly. Listen to the doctor. They will examine you. Don't worry. You won't feel any pain after you are given anesthesia. Also, you'd better not say anything.
They will record the whole process. If you want to influence the doctor's examination results, you will definitely not be able to see me when you wake up. Xinyu was a little nervous after hearing what Linny said, but she still nodded confidently.
Okay, Linny, don't worry, I'm absolutely healthy, and there won't be any problems no matter how many times I check.
Linny made way and Xinyu came out. Medical staff immediately came up to change Xinyu's clothes. And as Xinyu entered the so-called testing room, Linny also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the fat man. The fat man grinned.
Don't worry. I've scared this woman so many times. She definitely won't dare to lie. There's definitely no infectious disease. Linny nodded, well, it should be fine. Anyway, once we get inside, someone will tell us if she has any problems. In less than 15 minutes, someone came out.
Mr. Lin, the bone marrow donor is in very good condition.
We have obtained the bone marrow fluid and can now perform the transplant.
Linny turned around and saw his sister-in-law Song Xinchuan being pushed over.
Linny hurried over. Song Xinchuan also held Linny's hand tightly, she was still very nervous.
Linny, if your sister-in-law doesn't come out, you must not do anything stupid. The moment Song Xinchuan opened her mouth, there was a sense of separation between life and death. Linny hurriedly smiled and comforted, sister-in-law, you are saying these stupid things again, don't worry, we have invited such a professional team, it will be difficult for you to die, I will wait outside.
Song Xinchuan was sent to the operating room. Zhang Min also sat next to Linny inside.
I didn't expect you to actually do it and send the person here in such a short time. Linny shook his head, indicating that this kind of thing was not difficult. Then he thought of something and turned to greet the fat man. Fatty, I've transferred 20,000 yuan to you. Take Hausa out to eat something, then find a hotel to sleep.
Come pick me up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
When the fat man heard this, he shook his head like a rattle.
No, I'll keep an eye on you. Go and have a rest.
I'll notify you as soon as my sister-in-law finishes the surgery. Dunan slapped the fat man on the back of the head. Stop being so stubborn, fatty.
Your eyes are red as if you're going to pee blood. Go and take a rest. I'll just keep an eye on you.
Linny had no choice but to scold.
Can you two stop making trouble? Get out of here right now.
The fat man and Dunan looked at each other, and both knew that there was no way Linny would leave here to rest, so they got up and left.
Just as they reached the elevator, the fat man turned around and asked, Linny, send Xinyu back tomorrow morning. Will that woman go crazy?
Linny waved his phone towards the fat man.
Look back at the classmates group.
He Chang went crazy and injured several security guards in Zhongshan Hotel. He has been arrested by the police.
I guess he will have to stay in jail this time.
And the police have already summoned Xinyu.
Send her directly to the Wei City police station tomorrow.
This woman gave birth to a child with He Chang's boss. When the fat man heard such explosive news, his eyes widened and he quickly opened his cell phone.
Dunan kicked the fat man on the butt.
I'll see when we get back to the hotel. Hey, give me half of the 20,000 yuan Linny gave me. I'll just have 2 egg-filled pancakes. I'll save the rest to get married. The fat man cursed, fuck, you are so stingy. Nonsense, you have a wife and kids, but I'm still single. The fat man's attention was obviously still on the phone, and he was shouting excitedly.
How exciting!
It turns out that Xinyu has been cheating on He Chang for a long time. We even posted the video in our group.
Ha, it will be useless even if Xinyu goes crazy tomorrow. This bitch deserves to be killed by Linny for doing such a thing.
At this moment, Xinyu fell into a sweet dream again under anesthesia. Linny had indeed played tricks on her and deceived her.
But it is true that I spent a lot of money on her.
For this type of operation, the donor usually needs to stay in the hospital for a day or two to observe the wound recovery and so on. But with Lin Yi's financial offensive, Xinyu only needed to rest in the hospital for 1 night and could be discharged in good health, with no impact on her life at all.
Chapter 44 What you deserve cannot be taken away. 4:15 in the morning.
The lights in the operating room changed color, and Lin Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes instantly and stood up, as if by telepathy.
Zhang Min, who was sleeping on Lin Yi's shoulder, was also awakened instantly. Is the surgery done?
The door to the operating room opened.
Song Xinchuan was pushed out and seemed to be still in a coma.
Lin Yi nervously moved forward, but before he could speak, the surgeon took the initiative to speak.
Mr. Lin, please rest assured. The operation was very successful.
All you need to do next is to observe carefully.
If everything goes well, you can be discharged from the hospital within a week. Lin Yi immediately smiled happily and shook the doctor's hand excitedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, doctor. I am really sorry for the trouble. This is what we should do.
Now send the patient to the intensive care unit to rest. The medical team has gone off work.
This is the only operation they are performing tonight.
The person with the most can get 1 million, and others can also get hundreds of thousands. I have to say, being a doctor is really profitable. But compared to human lives, this money is really nothing. Lin Yi was also extremely grateful that he had linked the cashback system in time, and he frantically swiped the system to get a cashback amount of over 100 million.
Otherwise, my sister-in-law would really pass away. By then, Lin Yi won't even have time to cry. That's great, Lin Yi, you can rest assured now.
Zhang Min was also very excited and hugged Lin Yi. Lin Yi also held Zhang Min and spun around in a circle. After putting Zhang Min down, he suddenly realized that something was wrong.
Ahem, Sister Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm too excited.
Zhang Min also blushed, and then gave Lin Yi a blank look.
What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with a hug. You're quite conservative. What's wrong? Do you think I'm taking advantage of you?
Lin Yi waved his hands repeatedly. No, I think too much, hee. Zhang Min shrugged, yawned, and said, I'm going to your sister-in-law's ward to rest.
You can do whatever you need to do these days.
I will take good care of your sister-in-law.
Lin Yi nodded repeatedly. Okay, Sister Zhang, you can keep the remaining money. When my sister-in-law is discharged from the hospital, I will give you a big red envelope. Zhang Min's eyes lit up and she turned around and said in surprise. Really? There's still over $1 million left. Don't regret it. Lin Yi said solemnly, I will never regret it. If it weren't for Sister Zhang's help, my sister-in-law's surgery would not have been completed so quickly, and it would not have been completed so well. My sister-in-law is blessed to have a good sister like you. This little money is nothing to me, Sister Zhang, just accept it with peace of mind. Zhang Min nodded, but then shook his head with a wry smile. No, I can't explain such a large sum of money to my husband. Besides, I can't keep this a secret from your sister-in-law. Lin Yi frowned. Okay, I'll buy you a house in Weizhou Prefecture. If there's anything, I'll explain it to my brother-in-law. Is that okay? Zhang Min smiled. Okay, don't worry, even if you don't give me any benefits, I will take good care of your sister-in-law. I can't bear to see this good sister go like this. Lin Yi still did not leave the hospital and followed Zhang Min to his sister-in-law's ward. The intensive care unit here is truly luxurious. In addition to personal care provided by professional nursing staff, there are also rooms specially provided for family members. However, there is only one big bed in this room. Zhang Min lay down on it, while Lin Yi sat on the chair at the coffee table next to her somewhat awkwardly. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Go to bed. Zhang Min greeted. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. There is only one bed here, Sister Zhang, this is not good, right? Zhang Min rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said, What are you afraid of? Can I eat you? To be honest, I'm a little redundant here. The other nursing staff are much more professional than me. Come on, sleep for a night, and do what you need to do tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Min actually took off her coat. Lin Yi's eyes widened. I really didn't expect that such an explosive figure was hidden under the loose nurse uniform. Zhang Min was lying lazily beside him, with her long hair spread out, covering most of her originally round face. Her delicate chin line emerged, giving Zhang Min a bit more charm of a mature woman. Zhang Min seemed to be teasing Lin Yi on purpose and hooked her toes at him. Come here, little brother. Are you really afraid that your sister will eat you? Lin Yi quickly looked away. Ahem, Sister Zhang, it's almost 5 o'clock. You should take a rest. I'm not tired. Zhang Min smiled. I won't tease you anymore, come here quickly, I want to talk to you. Just chat? Lin Yi looked towards the closed door. Even if something really happened, people outside wouldn't be able to hear it because the sound insulation here is very good. Lin Yi still sat on the edge of the bed. Before he could lie down, Zhang Min pulled him onto the bed. Why are you so shy? If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are a virgin. This bed is so big, don't worry, I can't press you down. Zhang Min really did what she said and did not put pressure on Lin Yi. But one hand was drawing circles on Lin Yi's chest. This action is extremely provocative. Lin Yi wanted to struggle, but he felt that it was impolite, unromantic, and unmanly. Lin Yi, tell me the truth, are you interested in my sister-in-law? Zhang Min suddenly asked this question. Lin Yi woke up instantly, hurriedly grabbed Zhang Min's hand, and pulled the quilt to his chest. Sister Zhang, don't ask about this. After all, it's our family matter. Zhang Min rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Can you tell me how you suddenly became so rich? Lin Yi frowned. I have a factory and I made some money. Zhang Min blared, there is such a thing? You are hiding it well enough. But, it's a pity for your sister-in-law's job. She did quit because she was sick, but most likely she wanted to ask the hospital for compensation from your parents, and compensation from your eldest brother. When Lin Yi heard this, all other messy thoughts disappeared instantly. He said with a serious face. Did the hospital embezzle the compensation money from my parents and my eldest brother? Zhang Min bit her lower lip with some embarrassment, but then nodded. From what I know so far, most of the compensation should have gone to the old dean. He has already retired, so there are many things that we cannot investigate. Your sister-in-law had to throw a tantrum in the hospital to get more than 800,000 yuan. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. More than 800,000, isn't that 900,000? Zhang Min shook her head. How can there be 900,000? Add your sister-in-law's resignation fee, we should be able to make up 900,000. Lin Yi's back teeth were almost broken. Just because my sister-in-law was making a fuss in the hospital for compensation, they were going to kick her out of the hospital?
Zhang Min sighed. If your sister-in-law had known earlier that you had so much money, she wouldn't have made things so ugly. Besides, your sister-in-law has already signed the compensation confirmation contract. It's impossible for her to get the original amount.
You really lost a lot this time.
Linny shook his head. I don't care about money, but that's what our family deserves, and no one can take it away.
Chapter 45. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Sister Zhang, how much compensation did the hospital give?
Linny gritted his teeth and asked. Zhang Min was silent for a moment, then sighed again. Your father applied for a total of 1.2 million in compensation, your mother got 800,000, and your brother got 680,000.
Lin Yi's eyes widened.
That is to say, my family should have received 2.68 million in compensation, but now we have only received a fraction of that.
Zhang Min hurried to comfort Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, don't be impulsive.
There's really nothing we can do about this.
Your sister-in-law is alone and it's already difficult for her to survive in the hospital.
We also have to find a way to get back the compensation. Getting this much is already.
Lin Yi interrupted Zhang Min and sneered.
This is considered the hospital's mercy, right? That's really evil.
Very well, I'll make a note of this and settle it with them later. Zhang Min suddenly regretted telling Lin Yi about these things, but if she didn't say it, would Song Xinchuang have to shoulder all the responsibilities by herself?
Lin Yi, you are actually rich now, and you don't need the money at all. There is no need to make a big fuss about this.
Besides, this kind of thing will still be suppressed by the hospital no matter how big the public opinion is.
Lin Yi sneered. Public opinion? Public opinion is in the hands of powerful people. Does the third municipal hospital have money and power?
Maybe it is richer and more powerful than me now, but one day, I will trample it under my feet and crush it. Zhang Min was frightened by Lin Yi's expression and subconsciously turned over and hugged Lin Yi.
Brother, I don't want you to bear the hatred. Your parents and eldest brother are all good people.
They are worthy of the conscience of heaven and earth.
Even if the hospital is evil-hearted, they don't want you to get into trouble for helping them to avenge themselves.
Lin Yi shook his head. Nothing will happen to me. Fatigue suddenly hit them, and before they knew it, they fell asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Fatty and Dunan arrived at the hospital on time. The two of them partied until 3 in the morning last night and only slept for more than 4 hours, but they still looked energetic. I have to say, when a person has money in his pocket, he feels refreshed.
Lin Yi, it's time. Xin Yu has woken up and is clamoring to see you.
The fat man pushed the door open and entered the room. Then he saw Lin Yi suddenly sitting up on the bed. Zhang Min next to Lin Yi was twisting her body lazily, revealing a large, dazzling white patch on her lower back.
Oh my god, I didn't see anything, monkey, get out of here. The fat man quickly turned around and tried to drag Dunan out.
Lin Yi cursed.
Stop daydreaming and don't disturb Sister Zhang's rest.
At this time, Zhang Min's lazy voice came from behind.
Okay, I'm awake.
Oh, my whole body aches.
Lin Yi, go check on your sister-in-law. She should be awake now.
Lin Yi didn't even dare to turn his head, for fear of seeing something he shouldn't see, and hurried out. When passing by the two brothers at the door, Dunan gave Lin Yi a thumbs up.
Awesome.
You're still making trouble in someone else's hospital. The fat man also smiled obscenely. Lin Yi, your skills are still as good as ever.
You made the young lady sore all over. Lin Yi glared at the two of them. Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to go see my sister-in-law. Fatty and Dunan also quickly followed.
We just checked.
Sister-in-law is awake and in good condition.
She asked us not to wake you up, but Xin, you can't hold it back anymore.
She's going to make a scene in the hospital. It's not easy for us to deal with it.
When Lin Yi heard this, he quickly quickened his pace. When the door of the ward opened, Lin Yi saw Song Xinchuan lying on the bed with an 4 drip, and seemed to be chatting happily with the nurse next to her.
Lin Yi, you're awake. Everything is fine here at sister-in-law.
Look, you even called Xiaopang and Dunan over.
Song Xinchuan smiled gently and even wanted to sit up.
Lin Yi hurried over and held Song Xinchuan down.
Sister-in-law, don't move.
You just had surgery, you must rest well.
The fat man also came over. Hey, sister-in-law, you really scared Lin Yi.
Even though the operation was successful, he is still worried. Dunan was a little tongue-tied when facing Song Xinchuan. He can only scratch the back of his head, smile foolishly and nod. Song Xinchuan was naturally moved. She grabbed Lin Yi's hand and bit her lower lip lightly.
Don't worry, sister-in-law is fine.
The doctor just came over and said that the operation was successful and that the medicine used was very good.
You can be discharged from the hospital in a week.
I'll make you something delicious when my sister-in-law is discharged from the hospital.
Lin Yi also clenched Song Xinchuan's small hand and put it to his mouth.
His tense heartstrings completely relaxed, but tears couldn't stop falling. He is just a young man who has a lot of money and is lucky enough to be rich. How could he not be worried when his only relative had been to the gates of hell? He was worried to death and scared to death. Now that everything has finally settled, the suppressed emotions are naturally released.
Song Xinchuan was also distressed by Lin Yi's unstoppable tears.
Only then did she realize that the ease Lin Yi showed in front of her before was all a disguise.
Okay, you're already a grown man, why are you still crying like a baby? Sister-in-law, everything is fine. Song Xinchuan's gentle tone was as if she was coaxing a child.
Lin Yi just shook his head, his tears still couldn't stop. But he didn't cry out loud, as if he was worried that it would be embarrassing if his brothers saw him crying.
Fatty, you too, send that person back. Lin Yi gave the instructions without even turning his head.
Fatty and Dunan had never seen Lin Yi like this before, and they also felt sad.
The two of them responded, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and then left.
After the two of them left, Lin Yi finally burst into tears, and his tears flowed all over Song Xinchuan's hand.
Sister-in-law, you must not be so stupid in the future. If you really leave, what should I do? Woo woo woo. Song Xinchuan also started crying.
I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I know I was wrong, I will never do stupid things again, and we will never be separated.
Song Xinchuan really felt sorry for Lin Yi.
As far as she could remember, even when Lin Yi's parents and elder brother passed away, Lin Yi never cried so bitterly. 3 years ago, Lin Yi was really just a child who had not yet grown out of his immaturity. But today, Lin Yi is already a man, but he still cries because of himself. How could Song Xinchuan not know Lin Yi's feelings for her? Emotions such as heartache, guilt, and emotion are constantly churning in my heart. It was the doctor who came over to persuade the two of them not to let Song Xinchuan's emotions fluctuate too much. Lin Yi stopped crying at this point, but he still stayed by the bedside, not leaving for a moment.
The fat man and Dunan had already tricked Xinyu downstairs and into the car. Fatty, aren't you going to take me to see Lin Yi? Lin Yi is not in the hospital?
After getting in the car, Xinyu felt something was wrong and asked anxiously. The fat man started the car and drove straight to the highway intersection.
Hey, meeting Lin Yi? Are you worthy?
Damn it, if Lin Yi hadn't asked me to send you back, I would have thrown you into the cesspool. When Xinyu heard this, she went crazy.
Fatty, what did you say? You're going to send me back? Are you crazy? I am Lin Yi's woman, how dare you do this to me? You are just Lin Yi's driver. Do you really think Lin Yi treats you as a brother? Believe it or not, I will call Lin Yi and ask him to fire you right now. You will never be able to drive a Maybach in your life.
While they were shouting, Xinyu just remembered that her cell phone was missing when she woke up. The fat man had told her that he had taken the phone away because he was going for a checkup. But now it seems that the fat man has been lying to him.
Fatty, I'm going to fight you.
In desperation, Xinyu jumped up and wanted to fight with the fat man who was driving. The fat man was shocked.
This woman is crazy.
She is not afraid of getting into a car accident. Dunan was the most ruthless. Before Xinyu could grab the fat man by the back of his collar, Dunan threw a big bag over to him.
Bang! Fuck you, shut up. If you keep on whining, I'll scratch your face.
While cursing, Dunan took out a fruit knife that he had taken from the hotel and waved it in front of Xinyu. Xinyu was so scared that she peed her pants. Dunan was so ruthless.
It looked like he was definitely not joking with her.
Xinyu covered her face and huddled back, but still cursed in hatred. Okay, you two remember this, when I contact Lin Yi, you two will be dead.
Chapter 46. This woman is too fantasy. Oh my god.
Bitch, you didn't hear what I said clearly, did you? Dunan is not lenient with Xinyu at all now, and the fruit knife in his hand is approaching Xinyu's face. Xinyu was so scared that she peed her pants.
No, don't. I won't say anything anymore. I promise I won't say anything anymore.
Dunan then took back the fruit knife in his hand, but his eyes were still staring at Xinyu sharply, looking back from time to time. This made Chinyu feel extremely resentful, but she didn't dare to vent it. There are only 3 of them in the car now. If these 2 men really go crazy and do something to her, she won't be able to resist at all. The fat man driving the car turned around and gave Dunan a look. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. They have endured Chinyu for long enough. I acted with her for a long time last night, and now I can finally get rid of my anger. I feel so relieved. The car was speeding on the highway. It had only been 2 days since I picked it up, but the mileage of the car was already close to 2,000 kilometers. But the fat man was still in high spirits.
There's nothing I can do.
I've never driven such a good car before. As cars come and go, many drivers will look back at you. That envious look is enough to keep the fat man in a state of climax. Dunan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, could also feel this, but his feelings were not real.
So, not long after the car got on the highway, when Dunan realized that even if Chinyu wanted to jump out of the car she couldn't do it, he started chatting with the fat man.
Hey fatty, how does this car drive?
I haven't driven one yet. The fat man suddenly became alert like a thief.
As soon as Dunan stuck out his butt, he knew what Dunan was going to do. Of course it's fun to drive, but don't even think about touching it, this car is mine. The fat man rejected Dunan's idea very directly. Dunan's eyes suddenly widened.
Fuck, you are too disloyal, aren't you? It's just a car, what's wrong with letting me experience it?
Can I really break it?
Don't force me to tell Linny.
When the fat man heard that Dunan dared to threaten him, he immediately curled his lips in disdain.
It's useless even if you tell Linny. Hee, this car is in my wife's name. She told me from the beginning that it was allocated to me.
Look, Linny is too lazy to drive this car. So, these 2 treasures belong to me completely.
Dunan was so angry that his stomach almost burst.
Fuck, you're so stingy. Knowing that this matter could not be rushed, Dunan stopped bringing it up. But Chinyu heard clearly what the fat man said just now. Now, Chinyu is not going to accept this.
Fatty, what did you just say? This Maybach S680 is registered under your wife's name? Does Linny know about this? How dare you do this? This is a car worth more than 3 million.
The fat man was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he glanced at Chinyu through the rearview mirror and said with disdain.
It's registered under my wife's name, what's the problem? Are you jealous?
Why are you jealous?
It has nothing to do with you.
Chinyu was furious, how can it have nothing to do with me?
I reconciled with Lin Yi yesterday.
We will get married sooner or later. Lin Yi's money is also my money. You used our family's money to buy a car for your wife.
Why can't I control it?
After saying that, Chinyu reached into his trouser pocket.
Humph, if I hadn't been unable to find my phone, I would have called the police to arrest you.
Linny allowed you to be his driver because he had a good relationship with you, and you actually dared to seek personal gain. More than 3 million, the crime of fraud is enough to put you in jail for more than 10 years. The fat man's mouth twitched when he heard this.
Dunan next to him also clenched the fruit knife.
This woman Chinyu is still dreaming about being a rich woman, and she doesn't even look at herself and see what kind of person she is. The 2 looked at each other, and Dunan gritted his teeth and raised the fruit knife. Fatty, you said I would kill her and throw her directly onto the highway. How long will it take for this bitch to be crushed? The voice was not loud, but Chinyu behind him heard it clearly, and was so scared that she hugged her whole body. But the fat man still shook his head and tried to persuade Dunan.
Monkey, please don't go crazy. It's too unfair to become a murderer for such a brainless bitch. But I can't stand it anymore, unless you let me drive a Maybach when we get there. Dunan said threateningly.
The fat man's mouth twitched. Fuck, you are so cruel.
Let me make it clear that you can only skate twice. If you scratch it, I can't afford to pay for it.
Only then did Dunan put away the fruit knife in his hand with satisfaction. But he still spat at Chinyu.
Bah!
You're so disgusting. The hospital clearly disinfected your entire body yesterday, yet you still smell like a bitch.
Disgusting. When had Chinyu ever suffered such humiliation? She gritted her teeth and stared at Dunan. That resentful look seemed to want to cut Dunan into pieces.
At this moment, the fat man suddenly said something. If you think it's disgusting, just tell her the truth, and she will definitely shut up.
Chinyu keenly caught something and couldn't help but ask. What truth are you talking about? Are you hiding something from me?
After saying this, Chinyu suddenly panicked.
Oh, I get it. You two must have kidnapped me without telling Lin Yi. You two are so despicable. And you still claim to be Lin Yi's good brothers. You actually want to kidnap me and use Lin Yi's love for me to blackmail Lin Yi. Humph, in the final analysis, you just want money. Bang! Dunan turned around and gave Qin a big bag.
This time the force was strong, but also well controlled, not too jarring but not too damaging to the brain.
Qin looked at Dunan in confusion.
Dunan had already pointed at her nose and started scolding her.
You are just a piece of shit, can you use it to blackmail Lin Yi? Fatty and I are lucky enough not to pay Lin Yi. Do you really think you are worth a lot of money?
The fat man also shook his head helplessly. This woman really makes me helpless. She really thinks she is a precious rich lady. Bah, what a crap, a pile of stinky dog shit.
Qin stared at the two of them as if she had seen a ghost. Did I guess wrong? Qin, listen to me clearly. From today on, don't even think about seeing Lin Yi. You don't deserve to see Lin Yi. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Do you really think Lin Yi will marry you? You are not even qualified to lick Lin Yi's feet.
Dunan ruthlessly exposed the truth.
Qin refused to accept the fact. No, that's impossible. You're talking nonsense. I had a physical examination last night. I asked the doctors in the hospital this morning and they said I'm healthy and don't have any STDs. How could Lin Yi not want me, a girl as pure as me?
He loves me so much that he took me to a big hospital in Kyoto in the middle of the night, invited $1 million medical team to examine me, and even put me in such a high-end intensive care unit.
This is all proof of his love for me. You two poor bastards, you must have deceived Lin Yi and falsely accused me of having some disease, so Lin Yi refused to see me and asked you to send me back. Now, Dunan was speechless. This woman is so fucking imaginative.
She's completely living in her own world.
There's no solution to this problem. Chapter 47. This woman lives a wonderful life. Awesome. I admire her brain a little bit. She is really good at imagining things. The fat man couldn't help but shook his head and sighed.
Dunan also complained speechlessly, it's because our acting is too good, and this woman is too immersed in the role.
Qin immediately interrupted and said, what do you mean by being too immersed in the role? Are you acting to deceive me?
Fatty and Dunan's hearts skipped a beat. They did act and deceive Qin, but they couldn't let this matter slip out of their mouth. At that moment, the fat man stopped talking.
Dunan rolled his eyes and sneered, you are not worthy of lying to you.
Lin Yi arranged a good deal for you last night, which really proves that he has you in his heart.
Qin's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. See, I told you.
Lin Yi definitely has me in his heart.
How dare you treat me like this?
Dunan resisted the urge to vomit and changed the subject.
As for why we dare to do this to you, it's because, when you were having your physical examination last night, a big event happened in our university group.
Qin's face suddenly darkened, and she had a very bad premonition, so she asked cautiously.
What's the big deal? Did someone spread rumors about me? So Lin Yi saw those rumors and refused to see me? The fat man finally couldn't bear it anymore. What a rumor! You said last night that your son was born to you and he Chang's boss.
Zhang Ming, who was hiding at the door, filmed it all and spread it all over the alumni group.
Qin suddenly woke up.
She realized that in order to deal a psychological blow to He Chang and get rid of He Chang, she caught up with Lin Yi yesterday.
In a hurry, she let the cat out of the bag.
This really made He Chang give up and also drove him crazy, and he almost killed her. But Qin never dreamed that these things would spread throughout the university alumni group. Lin Yi was very concerned about his reputation.
After hearing these things, how could he still be with Qin?
Qin collapsed when she learned the truth.
No, how could this happen? I just said it casually, Zhang Ming.
That poor loser, how could he be so despicable and secretly take pictures of me?
No, I want to contact Lin Yi and explain this matter to him, this is all fake.
Qin was eager to get her cell phone back from the fat man and the other man.
But the fat man didn't give Qin any chance and sneered. Is it fake?
After we left yesterday, your cuckold husband stabbed the hotel security guard and almost killed someone.
Then He Chang was arrested by the police.
This is a true murder case of passion, it's just an attempted murder. So, you, the person involved, were summoned at midnight yesterday, along with He Chang's boss. The boss admitted everything, including that you were flirting with Lao Deng before you broke up with Lin Yi, and then to facilitate your affair, Lao Deng let you get into He Chang's car and marry He Chang.
As the fat man continued to talk, Xin Yu became even more devastated. No, it's impossible.
Lao Zhang framed me.
He won't admit to such a thing. The tigress in his family will not let him off.
Dunan felt very happy when he saw Xin Yu in such a devastated state. This kind of fickle and slutty woman deserves such an end.
Don't waste your energy. What's possible and what's not?
He Chang almost caused a death. With your video, it would be strange if the police didn't investigate that Lao Deng. When Lao Deng heard that someone was almost killed, he was so scared that he confessed everything at the police station.
Moreover, Lao Deng's wife was also arrested.
Just like you said, his wife is a tigress, very fierce.
Ha ha. Speaking of this, Dunan couldn't help but smile obscenely. What do you mean? How did Lao Zhang's tigress wife get involved? Xin Yu was really panicked.
She was good at fantasy and had already thought of some very bad things.
Could it be that the tigress and Lao Zhang's family went mad and was killed by Lao Zhang as well?
Both Dunan and the fat man were amused.
Ha, you really have a good connection. It's not as mysterious as you think.
The tigress was caught because of you.
Xin Yu's eyes widened. Because of me? What's going on? Why is it because of me?
Dunan still smiled obscenely. Of course it's because she uploaded all the photos and videos of you and that old man in bed, which took up a total of 1 terabyte of memory, to the alumni group.
This is definitely a crime of spreading pornographic materials.
The tigress was arrested before dawn.
Alas. Such a good person, what a pity.
The fat man reached out and pushed Dunan.
Hey, watch your words. Where are your values? How can that tigress be considered a good person?
She made my phone freeze and get so hot that it almost caught fire.
Dunan's mouth twitched. You are blaming others. Who told you to compress all the files and download them?
The fat man blushed. Bah, you are slandering people, how can you say such nonsense? Dunan didn't continue to dwell on the fat man, but turned around and looked at Xin Yu. Xin Yu, who was very excited just now looked pale as if she had lost her soul.
Hey, you're not screaming anymore?
To be honest, you're pretty good at screaming, but you're playing too perverted with that old man Deng.
Hey, what does poop taste like?
I searched online, and they said it's bitter.
I don't believe it. I think you're more authoritative. After all, you've eaten a lot.
Tell us. Dunan really has a heart to explore science and practice the truth, and he actually seriously discussed such academic issues. The fat man almost vomited because of nausea.
Oh my god, stop talking. I can already see the picture in my head when you talk about it now.
After saying that, the fat man turned around and rolled his eyes at Xin Yu.
You can't even be considered a human being now, and you still want Lin Yi to marry you?
Lin Yi feels disgusted when he looks at you for even one more second.
Xin Yu seemed to wake up from a nightmare.
Suddenly, her eyes were no longer dull, but she shook her head in fear.
No, why is this happening?
Lao Zhang clearly told me that those videos were deleted.
How could this happen? Isn't this killing me?
I'm going to marry Lin Yi soon and have billions of wealth soon.
Why are you trying to harm me?
Damn it, He Chang, Lao Zhang, and the tigress in Lao Zhang's family, they all deserve to die. Xin Yu seemed to be really crazy, and finally pointed at the fat man in Dunan.
You two deserve to die too. Bang!
Dunan still didn't get accustomed to Xin Yu, and he hit her with just the right amount of force, causing a slight concussion. Coupled with the previous emotional stimulation, Xin Yu fainted on the spot.
Fuck, you weren't beaten to death, were you?
The fat man was startled. Dunan curled his lips and said, this kind of person's life is cheap and hard, how could I kill him with just one slap?
I just want her to be quiet.
Hey, fatty, stop at the service area ahead and let me drive the Maybach. Although the fat man was unwilling, he still thought about the relationship between the two brothers.
Okay, just for a moment. You mustn't touch the car. Around 11 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Yi's phone was called by the fat man.
Hello? Have the people arrived? Lin Yi had just seen the farce in the alumni group. Many people sent him Xin Yu's videos privately.
Lin Yi didn't intend to open it, but his hand still slipped and saw a few of them, which made Lin Yi feel sick. Therefore, Lin Yi thought about catching a beast like Xin Yu as soon as possible, because he was not worthy of being a human being. The fat guy also responded happily.
She was sent to the North City police station and detained on the spot.
However, I inquired and found out that she may not be detained for too long. After all, she did not commit any substantive criminal offense. Linny frowned. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us if we hand it over to Uncle Hat. I still have to stay here with my sister-in-law. After we are discharged from the hospital, we will go back to Way City. During this time, you can help to check on the factory. By the way, bring Monkey Smash with you. We are all brothers, so we must help. The fat man was silent. Linny looked at his phone with a puzzled look on his face. Fatty, are you listening? Ahem, Brother Lin, I told you about this. I guess you don't want to help Dunan anymore. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. If the fat man called him Brother Lin, it must be something bad. Chapter 48. The truth is revealed. What happened? Linny asked again. He was already prepared for Dunan to get into trouble, and he would be the one to clean up the mess no matter what. The fat man didn't hesitate and said it directly. Dunan crashed into a newly bought Maybach. He said one thing at the beginning. I went to the store to ask, and they said it was worth 800,000. Lin Yi's mouth twitched and he quickly asked. Is he all right? The fat man was stunned for a moment. The person must be fine, the airbags didn't explode, and they were about to get off the highway, but Dunan insisted that he take over the driving, and ended up crashing into the pillar of the toll booth. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was a big deal. As long as the person is okay, you can ask the store to fix it and I'll reimburse you later. The fat man was silent. Soon Dunan's voice was heard from the other side. I always ask for things from you, but never say thank you. His singing voice is much better than the fat man's accent. But soon, the fat man interrupted Dunan. Fuck, you're stealing my booty. Dunan cursed back mercilessly. 800,000. Linny is my biological adoptive father. I am not trying to flatter him. I am sincerely grateful to him. It seemed that the two of them were about to start arguing on the other end of the phone. Linny hung up the phone speechlessly. These two clowns really know how to waste money. However, it was no big deal for Linny that no one was hurt. However, Linny overlooked one thing. He was still in the ward, sitting next to his sister-in-law Song Xinchuang's bed. Therefore, Song Xinchuang heard everything that was said on the phone just now clearly. Song Xinchuang's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Linny suddenly panicked. He knew he had let the cat out of the bag. Song Xinchuang doesn't he know about the Maybach matter yet? Song Xinchuang asked very anxiously. Linny, did Xiaopang and the others have a car accident? What kind of car would cost 800,000 to repair? You still want reimbursement, do you have any money left? Linny immediately scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. This, sister-in-law, don't worry, I have money. Just as Linny was stuttering, Zhang Min's voice suddenly came from behind him. Linny, your sister-in-law's condition has stabilized. There is no need for you to lie to her now. Linny stood up immediately, subconsciously trying to stop Zhang Min from continuing. That's right, the one who walked in from behind was Zhang Min. However, Zhang Min did not give Linny the chance to stop her from speaking. She pushed Linny away and sat down on the edge of the bed. Song Xinchuan was even more excited. Sister Zhang, what are you talking about? What did Linny lie to me about? Was his surgery very expensive? Did you spend all the money you saved to buy a wedding house, Linny? By the time Song Xinchuan finished speaking, her face had turned pale, and she looked at Linny nervously. Linny waved his hands quickly. No, sister-in-law, I. Zhang Min interrupted Linny again. Xiao Xuan, don't worry. Your brother-in-law has already made a fortune. He is very rich and even owns a factory. His net worth must be tens of millions. You are not so naive as to think that with $1 million, you can find a suitable match for you within a day, and then invite the top medical team of the Beijing University Hospital to perform surgery for you, right? Song Xinchuan became more and more anxious, grabbed Zhang Min's hand and asked. How much did it cost? Also, Linny, why did you lie to my sister-in-law? What happened with the factory? My sister-in-law knows that you made some money. Didn't you show it to my sister-in-law before? Wasn't it only 3 million? You didn't spend it all on my sister-in-law, did you? Linny was stared at by Song Xinchuan's red eyes and was stunned. He couldn't understand why Zhang Min insisted on telling the truth. It was not a wise choice to make his sister-in-law emotional at this time. But Zhang Min had other plans. Before Linny could confess, Zhang Min told him what she knew.
What, 3 million?
Your brother-in-law really trusts me. He directly transferred 10 million to me. I spent more than 5 million before, and it took me less than half a day to find a suitable bone marrow match for you.
Song Xinchuang opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at Zhang Min as if she had seen a ghost. What? The matching cost more than 5 million?
Zhang Min shrugged helplessly. There's nothing we can do. Your uncle loves you so much that he can't bear to see you suffer anymore.
We already made a trip back and forth before bringing you to Kyoto. In addition, the total cost of your surgery is more than 3 million.
Now there is 1.2 million left in this card. Originally, your brother-in-law said that this money was for my hard work.
But we are good sisters, how can I take your money? So, keep this card for yourself.
After saying that, Zhang Min stuffed the bank card into Song Xinchuang's hand.
Song Xinchuang looked at the bank card in his hand and was completely stunned.
Linny now understood what Zhang Min meant. Zhang Min told the truth because she wanted to return the money to them.
Linny hurriedly stopped him. Sister Zhang, we agreed that the rest of the money is for you. I just paid a little.
After all, you saved my sister-in-law's life. You must accept this money. And I will definitely honor the house I promised to buy for you and your brother-in-law. After saying that, Linny continued to wink at Song Xinchuang.
Song Xinchuang woke up in shock and quickly returned the bank card. Sister Zhang, this money you.
But she only said half of her words and then looked at Linny.
Linny, how do you have so much money? This is 10 million.
Zhang Min smiled bitterly and shook her head. Linny, listen to what you said. Are you talking like a human being?
What do you mean you only paid a little money?
This is a full 10 million. To be honest, your sister-in-law's life is really valuable.
If I got this disease, I think my husband would have to run away overnight and might not even be able to come up with 1,000 yuan.
After saying that, Zhang Min grabbed Song Xinchuang's hand holding the card and raised her eyebrows. Xiao Shuang, you have also been through the gates of hell. The reason I told you the truth is to let you know how deep Lin Yi's feelings for you are. This is 10 million, not 1,000 yuan. Even if you pledge your love to him, you still can't pay it back. Song Xinchuang completely understood what Zhang Min meant. Zhang Min suddenly made it clear that it was to bring Song Xinchuang and Lin Yi together.
Song Xinchuang was also shocked and moved to the extreme.
She originally thought that Lin Yi took out 1 million to save her, which made Song Xinchuang so grateful that she wanted to marry him. But the truth is, Lin Yi took out 10 million.
10 million.
Song Xinchuang knew that he would never be able to earn that much money in his lifetime. She can never repay what she owes Lin Yi.
Lin Yi.
Song Xinchuang's vision was blurred by tears, and the look she gave Lin Yi was very touching. Lin Yi hurriedly comforted her, sister-in-law, don't get excited. Believe me, this money is really nothing to me.
No amount of money can buy your life. Sister-in-law, you just had surgery, don't be too emotional, don't worry, I can easily earn this money back, don't feel bad about it.
Song Xinchuang bit her lower lip lightly. Lin Yi, my life is yours. For the rest of my life, I will repay you by working like a cow or a horse. Chapter 49. My stinky brother doesn't reply to my message again.
Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I don't want you to work like a slave. I said we will never be apart in our lifetime.
Lin Yi gently helped Song Xinchuang wipe away her tears. Zhang Min interrupted and said something.
We'll really never be apart for the rest of our lives? Then when you get married, can you still live with your sister-in-law?
At this moment, Song Xinchuang's pretty face flushed red, but her eyes just dodged for a moment, then she looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes. After all, in this kind of matter, it is better for men to speak first. Besides, Song Xinchuang has already implicitly expressed his feelings just now. She is willing to work like a slave for Lin Yi for the rest of her life.
Now it all depends on Lin Yi's response.
Lin Yi already knew what Zhang Min was thinking, and being stared at by Song Xinchuang's burning gaze, Lin Yi actually felt a little flustered for a moment.
But soon, Lin Yi responded. In order to be with my sister-in-law, I cannot marry a wife.
Song Xinchuang and Zhang Min were both stunned. They never dreamed that Lin Yi could give them such an answer.
Silly boy, what are you talking about? I must marry a wife.
Song Xinchuang said coquettishly with mixed feelings. But Lin Yi shook his head seriously and said, no, sister-in-law, I'm telling the truth. This made Song Xinchuang feel a little bit helpless. Zhang Min also rolled her eyes helplessly.
Okay, Linny, you've been in the ward for so long, go out for a walk, I'll talk to your sister-in-law. Lin Yi obediently left the ward.
As the door closed, Jiang Min stood up and locked the ward door. He turned around and said to Song Xinchuang speechlessly, "Your brother-in-law is a piece of wood after all.
You are pretending to be ignorant even though you know the truth. I've said all this, don't you still understand how you feel about him? And you're saying that you won't marry me just for your sake, can you believe that?"
Jiang Min's eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. She really tried her best, but in the end she got such a speechless answer. But what Jiang Min didn't expect was, Song Xinchuang ignored her complaints and spoke in a firm tone. "Although Lin Yi looks unreliable, he is a man of his word. I believe that what he said just now was not just a casual remark."
Jiang Min was really amused by the attitudes of Song Xinchuang and Lin Yi. "What? You really believe what he said?"
"What he said sounds nice now, but with his looks and the assets in his pocket, there will be a lot of women throwing themselves at him. I don't believe he can really not marry for you." This time, Song Xinchuang just smiled and didn't say anything else. In Song Xinchuang's opinion, Lin Yi was willing to spend tens of millions on her medical treatment, and this kindness was enough for her, Song Xinchuang, to commit to him for life.
It doesn't matter whether Lin Yi's promise is true or false.
As long as Lin Yi doesn't drive her away, she will stay by his side for the rest of her life. All she had to do was to make sure that when Lin Yi returned home he would have clean clothes to wear, meals that would warm his stomach and heart, and a cozy home.
That was enough. So what if they are not husband and wife in name, or even in reality?
As long as Lin Yi is happy, that is enough for Song Xinchuang. Jiang Min didn't know that her plan was just a matter of going with the flow.
Lin Yi walked out of the hospital and stood on the busy streets of Kyoto, feeling very complicated.
My sister-in-law knows the truth, and it seems that she really wants to marry me, but I...
Obviously, Lin Yi was pretending to be confused even though he knew the truth.
But Lin Yi also spoke his true feelings. He really could choose not to marry for the sake of Song Xinchuang. If one day, Lin Yi meets a woman he likes very much, but the other party cannot accept the existence of his sister-in-law, then Lin Yi will definitely not be able to accept this woman 100%, and may even give up the so-called love.
This feeling is very complicated.
It also proves that Lin Yi does have some concerns in his heart. After all, it's my eldest brother who married his wife. Although we're not married in reality, we're married in name only.
Mom and Dad, am I really worthy of my sister-in-law's lifelong trust? Big brother, will you bless us?
These complicated thoughts kept rolling in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became, and before I knew it, there were cigarette butts all over the floor. Lin Yi picked up the cigarette butts one by one very politely, and after making sure that they were all extinguished, he placed them in the trash can next to him.
Buzz. The phone in my trouser pocket vibrated.
Lin Yi took out his cell phone and took a look at it subconsciously.
It's a few WeChat messages. The remark name is Lanchin.
Lin Yi then remembered that the other party had someone send such a precious emperor card to him last night, and he hadn't had the chance to thank him yet. If there hadn't been that emperor card, and if manager Wang hadn't been there at the time, the situation would have been impossible to resolve. The police might have come and really arrested Lin Yi and Fatty and the others. I quickly clicked on the message. Then I saw a series of messages sent by Lanchin.
The earliest message was sent at 11 o'clock last night.
Lin Yi, you stinky little brother, you really are good at making trouble.
In the middle of the night, you asked the police to come to our hotel to arrest people. Do you know that this has a huge impact on my hotel? No words? Humph, you stinky brother, what about your promise to take responsibility? Aren't you a real man? Do you keep your word? Lin Yi, where are you? We have already dealt with the police. I just saw the surveillance video. Are you injured?
The messages were paused, and then around 6 o'clock this morning, Lanchin sent a message again.
I heard you went to Kyoto? Did you take that woman away? What's going on with you? Why don't you reply to my message? The last one popped up at this point in time.
Lin Yi, if you don't reply to my message again, I will block you and suspend your emperor card, humph. Lin Yi was really overwhelmed when he saw the news.
I really pissed off this beautiful CEO this time.
If you don't reply to a message once, you can still say you didn't see it. This is the second time, and I took advantage of others, but I still left them with a lot of trouble and made them clean up their messes. This is not just disrespectful, it's really tactless and too arrogant. Lin Yi didn't have time to reply, so a video message popped up directly.
In just 5 seconds, the other party hung up. Linny raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Are you in a meeting or something? Or is there some important work?
This made Lin Yi hesitate. After all, Lan Qin is a beautiful CEO in a high position, and she must have a lot of troublesome work to deal with. It would be a bit abrupt to just video chat with her.
Just when Linny was about to put away his phone, a message came from the other side. Humph, I just hung up once and you're not going to call again?
You're so insincere, it turns out all stinky men are the same.
Chapter 50. Are you really looking for me to be your father? This news made Lin Yi's forehead sweat.
This woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, hard to figure out.
If you wanted me to reply, why did you hang up on my video call?
I thought you were busy, but you turned around and blamed me for being insincere? There is no choice, after all, I am in the wrong.
Linny could only make the video call again.
And this time the opponent closed it in seconds.
Just refused to connect.
Linny learned his lesson this time and called back.
The result was still rejection. Linny frowned. Is this a sprint?
Linny continued to dial, but the other party continued to hang up. Just when Linny was about to dial for the 4th time, a line of words came from the other end.
We have guests, don't bother.
Linny was really speechless now. How would he know what the situation was on the other side? I had no choice but to squat on the side of the road and wait. Finally, 5 minutes later, a message came from the other side.
Okay, it's okay now.
Linny smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Since you are fine now, why don't you just call me? Helpless, Linny could only make the video call.
Then Lan Qin's delicate face appeared in the camera.
Linny was a little suspicious.
Lan Qin didn't answer his video call just now because she went to touch up her makeup. Lan Qin also saw Linny's face and rolled her eyes at him on the spot. You stinky little brother, you still remember to reply to my message, I thought you were dead.
Linny looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, Sister Lan, I really have something urgent to do here.
I had a fight in your hotel before and caused a lot of trouble.
I'm really sorry.
Lan Qin naturally wouldn't bother with Linny about these little things, but was instead worried about the fact that Linny didn't reply to her messages.
What's the urgent matter that prevents you from replying my message? You must give me a reasonable explanation today. I have never sent so many messages to any man.
Having said that, Lan Qin deliberately moved her face close to the camera, staring at Linny with sharp eyes, and spoke in a very intimidating voice.
Brother, are you playing hard to get with your sister?
Linny looked at Lan Qin's beautiful eyes and felt flustered. He was in no mood to play hard to get. Besides, after knowing Lan Qin's identity, how could Linny dare to play tricks on her?
The consequences would be quite serious.
Therefore, don't talk nonsense with Lan Qin at this time. Linny quickly adjusted his attitude and said seriously.
Sister Lan, I'm really not playing hard to get. I really have something urgent to do. My sister-in-law needs surgery. I left the hotel yesterday and came directly to Kyoto.
It wasn't until just now that I had time to walk out of the ward. After saying that, Linny also pointed the front camera of his mobile phone at the hospital building behind him. Unexpectedly, Lan Qin raised her eyebrows after just one glance.
This is the Beijing University Hospital? What's wrong with your sister-in-law? Is it serious? Then why did I hear that you took that woman away?
Linny smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sister, did you just hear that?
You must have watched the surveillance video of the underground garage, right?
Lan Qin rolled her eyes at Linny.
You stinky little brother, you have no emotional intelligence at all. Don't you know what it means to see through things but not speak out? However, since you mentioned this matter, I have to ask you clearly. What did you do with that woman? Did you do anything bad?
I heard that the woman named Qin Yu was your ex-girlfriend who you had been in love with for 4 years in college. Linny was silent for a moment, then gave the most truthful answer. My sister-in-law has acute leukemia and needs a matching bone marrow urgently. Qin Yu's bone marrow is a good match, which means that only her bone marrow can be used to save my sister-in-law. So, I had to bring her to this hospital before 12 o'clock last night. Because my sister-in-law was on the operating table waiting for surgery. Lin Yi's expression was very serious and his words were very solemn. Lan Qin gasped when she learned the truth.
Acute leukemia? How about surgery?
The attention shifted so quickly.
Linny smiled and responded, very successful.
As for Qin Yu, I had someone send her back this morning.
She should be at the police station now.
Lan Xin waved her hands. I don't care where that woman is, but. Having said that, Lan Xin shrugged helplessly.
Your reasons are really beyond my refutation. Okay, then I will forgive you for not replying to my message for the second time. Sin?
It would be a sin not to hook up with such a beautiful CEO.
What's more, it's someone who sent you a message on their own initiative.
If you don't reply twice, that would be a huge sin. Therefore, Linny still kept smiling.
Thank you, Sister Lan, for your magnanimity. I apologize again.
After saying that, Linny put his phone back in place, took 2 steps back, and bowed deeply to Lan Xin.
Go away, don't try that on me. I won't fall for it.
Lan Xin said she wouldn't fall for it, but she was actually laughing so hard that her body was shaking. When Linny saw Lan Xin smiling like that, he knew that he had resolved the issue of offending the other party. By the way, Sister Lan, the previous Emperor card is too precious.
I will return the card when I get back.
Linny took the initiative to mention this matter. He thought that he should not accept the reward without merit.
The Emperor card given by Lan Xin was indeed too precious.
But what Linny didn't expect was that Lan Xin actually glared at him and scolded him.
How dare you?
None of the things I, Lan Xin, have given away have been returned yet.
Linny scratched his head. Sister, that's not what I meant. I meant that this thing is too precious. I just swiped your card once on the bus. Including the one at Zhongshan Hotel, we have only met twice. You gave me this Emperor card, which is too precious. I feel uneasy if I accept it. After all, you can't accept rewards without merit.
Lan Xin rolled her eyes at Linny, then spoke seriously.
Since you mentioned this matter, I will talk to you about the real matter. What's the matter?
Linny was shocked by Lan Xin's serious expression. Then, Lan Xin took a deep breath, stared at Linny's handsome face, and spoke word by word.
Linny, I know about your situation. Yesterday you bought an electrical appliance factory that was about to go bankrupt. Before that, you didn't seem to be living a happy life. It seems like you suddenly became rich overnight.
Linny's heart skipped a beat and his expression instantly became serious. Lan Xin actually investigated him, and it seemed like she knew a lot about him. After all, the other party is in a high position, so it would be easy for him to investigate a small figure like me.
This also magnified the anxiety in Ling Yi's heart. It feels good to get cash back, and it feels good to get cash back all the time. But even if the bank cannot detect the unknown origin of the money, what will happen if other people investigate? And just when Linny was feeling uneasy,
Lan Xin suddenly changed the subject.
I don't care how you made your fortune.
Everyone has their own secrets, and they won't casually reveal their money-making channels to others. But I know that you are a good person, just like the first time I saw you. I believe in you. Having said this, Lan Xin paused, as if hesitating about something.
Linny frowned and asked, believe me what?
Lan Xin sighed and continued, I believe you are a good man and a reliable man, so I want you to be the father of my child.
Buzz.
Linny felt a buzzing in his ears and his mind went blank.
Are you really looking for me to be your father? Chapter 51, Beautiful CEO? She doesn't even want to pay me. Hello? Hello? Linny, did you hear what I said?
Lan Xin saw Linny in a daze, and she was stunned on the spot, thinking that the video call was stuck at the critical moment. Linny woke up in shock, and for no apparent reason, a layer of white sweat broke out on his back. The feeling of the shirt sticking to my back skin is very uncomfortable. Linny twisted his body and then forced a smile at Lan Xin.
Sister Lan, please stop making fun of me.
With your status, your looks, and your wealth, you can find any man you want.
I'm nothing.
The more Linny spoke, the more anxious he became.
Besides, I'm still a child. How can I be a good father? I'm not mentally prepared at all. Besides.
Having said that, Linny forced himself to stop. It would be very rude to say the following words.
How could Linny tolerate the idea of becoming a father?
If he wanted to live off a woman and become a father, he would have found a rich woman long ago.
Why would he have to wait until now?
Linny is not short of money now, and it is even more impossible for him to sell himself for money, status, or beauty.
If the child is not his own, what is the point of a man living?
Although there were some things Linny didn't say, with Lan Xin's intelligence, she could obviously see everything. Therefore, Lan Xin waited until Linny paused before speaking slowly.
The baby in my belly has no father. It was conceived through in vitro fertilization.
Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened.
What? IVF? Then your damn husband. No, I mean, your husband is infertile?
Lan Qin shook her head. Whether he is fertile or not has nothing to do with me. You just need to know that my marriage with him is not as simple as you think. He originally married me to protect his property, but in the end he even lost his life.
Having said that, Lan Qin's expression has become very ugly. Lin Yi's head was about to explode. What the hell is going on? Do rich people spend money like this?
Marriage and pregnancy are major life events for ordinary people, so why do they fall into the hands of these rich people, as if they were a game? Lan Qin obviously didn't want to talk too much about these things, so she changed the subject and stared at Lin Yi. Marry me, and all the assets of the Zhong family in Wei City will be yours.
With my ability, we will definitely not be limited to a small Wei City in the future. All I want is a reliable man and a competent father. I believe you can do it. Although the time is a little short, I believe in you. Lan Qin believed it every time. He even promised to give away the entire Zhong family's assets in Wei City.
The Zhong family is the family of Lan Qin's dead husband.
They are the absolute local tyrants in Wei City and own many listed companies.
It can be said that marrying Lan Qin will bring you countless wealth. If it had happened before, Lin Yi would have definitely been conflicted. After all, this kind of opportunity is just a dream for ordinary people.
Even if you are the chosen one, this opportunity only comes once, and you may not be able to seize it.
But for Lin Yi, who is not short of money at all, the hundreds of billions of assets of the Zhong family in Wei City are nothing.
Therefore, Lin Yi responded very calmly. Sister Lan, it's useless for you to believe me. A forced melon is not sweet. I can't marry you for money. I know that the child in your belly will be pitiful when he is born without a father. Otherwise, how about I be the child's godfather? When the baby is born, I will give him a big red envelope.
Lan Qin couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed when she saw Lin Yi being so calm and rejecting her so decisively.
Lin Yi, did you hear what I said? I believe in my intuition very much. I believe that you are the man I need most now. As long as you marry me, everything I have will be yours, including my money and me. And...
This time, Lin Yi did not give Lan Qin the chance to finish her words.
Interrupted abruptly. Sister Lan, I think you didn't hear clearly what I said. Neither money nor women are something that would make me sell myself out. Besides, I'm not stupid.
No matter what's hidden in your marriage with your ex-husband, whether it's true or false, after you married him, he died.
So, I have to wonder, if I marry you, will I be the next target to be shot? I'm only 25 years old. I'm still young. I haven't lived enough.
I don't want to die in such a confused state. By the end of his speech, Lin Yi's eyes were cold and he was ready to hang up the phone at any time. For other people, this is a good thing that allows them to reach the sky in one step and save several lifetimes of struggle.
But for Lin Yi, it was simply too much to ask.
Lan Qin was stunned, but soon sighed.
I can protect you very well. All I need is the role of a husband and a father. You can give it a try. I will treat you as my true love and give you everything. It only takes half a year.
If you still don't fall in love with me after half a year, you can take half of my assets away.
Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Lan Qin is really generous. Doesn't this tell Lin Yi that he can get it for free?
It only takes half a year of marriage to walk away with wealth that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Moreover, during this period of time, if Lan Qin really wanted to keep Lin Yi, she would definitely obey Lin Yi in everything, and her life would be so wonderful.
Is there such a good thing in the world? The pie in the sky just happened to hit me?
Lin Yi believed that this was definitely not a pie in the sky, but a trap. All his life's luck had been used to operate cheats. After having the system, Lin Yi didn't believe that such a big pie would fall on his head. So, Lin Yi still sighed.
Sister Lan, I can feel your sincerity, but I'm really not the right person.
Besides, for me, neither love nor marriage is a joke that can be traded.
It's useless for you to force me.
It's too pathetic for a man to sell out himself. Lan Qin smiled helplessly.
Who told you to sell yourself out? Didn't I make it clear enough? I like you, and I am willing to warm your bed. Nothing else matters. Even this is not okay?
Such straightforward words made Lin Yi scratch the back of his head in embarrassment.
Sister Lan, I'm touched by what you said, but I respect you very much.
To be honest, I'm too embarrassed to take off your pants when you're the one warming my bed. Now, Lan Qin's pretty face flushed red because of Ling Yi's words. After a slight smile, Lan Qin's expression suddenly became serious.
You really didn't disappoint me.
If you really agreed so easily, I would also worry that my judgment was wrong.
Your reaction now just proves that my intuition is still as accurate as ever. You are a reliable man. Unfortunately.
Lan Qin shook her head and her attitude became even colder.
I didn't think too much about it when I gave you the Emperor card yesterday. I think you've been dragged into this now.
But don't worry, I will cancel the card and announce it to the public, so that no one will embarrass you.
Lin Yi felt a little dizzy. What's involved? What have you been dragged into? I knew that this Emperor card is not that easy to get. Is there going to be trouble coming to me? Chapter 52 found a big cashback customer.
Lan Qin looked lonely and was about to hang up the video call.
Lin Yi suddenly saw through the strong disguise of this beautiful CEO.
His intuition told him that Lan Qin's current situation was very dangerous and she needed help badly.
So, Lin Yi asked subconsciously. Sister Lan, are you in any trouble? If it's a problem that can be solved with money, I can help.
Lan Qin was startled when she heard this, then smiled bitterly.
Many problems in this world can be solved with money.
The problems I face can also be solved with money, but Lin Yi.
Brother, you can't possibly have that much money.
But if you're willing to contribute yourself, then my sister's problem can be solved by herself.
Lin Yi was speechless. This is the first time I realized that I am so valuable. Sister Lan, now that we have come to this point, why don't you tell me the truth? How much am I worth? Lan Qin was silent for a moment.
She naturally knew what Lin Yi meant.
Lin Yi asked this because he wanted to know how much money it would cost to solve the problem Lan Qin was facing.
Although she knew that Lin Yi couldn't possibly have that much money, Lan Qin had an inexplicable expectation, so there was no need to mention the number.
Now it's at my lips. Finally, Lan Qin sighed and said, You're really valuable now, little brother. At least 50 billion.
Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He thought that the problem Lan Qin encountered would require a lot of money to solve. But this number still far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations.
50 billion. How much money would that be? If converted into coins, could it be enough to build a big villa?
Lin Yi had no idea how much money it was. But Lin Yi really has several hundred million. If you calculate it this way, it's just a matter of swiping your card a few more times to get cash back. Originally, Lin Yi felt that his current money had reached the bottleneck of cash back. After all, even if Lin Yi asked these married women he knew to apply for cash back once a day, the daily increase in funds would not be too much. Because it is impossible to give them too much money or buy them too expensive things.
Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble and your whole world will be in chaos.
But Lan Qin's appearance obviously allowed Lin Yi to find a breakthrough to solve the problem. Lin Yi's silent analysis made Lan Qin feel that it was the number she said that scared Lin Yi. She immediately forced a smile at Lin Yi and waved her hand.
Okay, little brother, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
I know you want to help, but this money can't be conjured up with just a few words, so if you really want to help, hand yourself over. What I said to you before is counted, so think about it yourself.
Lan Qin really has a very good temper.
Even though she has been rejected by Lin Yi like this, she is still giving Lin Yi a chance.
This touched Lin Yi to some extent.
Seeing that Lan Qin was about to hang up the phone, Lin Yi spoke seriously into the phone.
Sister Lan, I don't have 50 billion right now, but I still have some money on hand. I'll transfer it to you now.
Also, starting from today, I'll transfer a sum of money to you every day.
Don't ask me where the money comes from. Use it to solve your problems, and remember to pay me back. After saying this, Lin Yi hung up the video. But Lan Qin was completely confused.
Huh? What did he just say?
While Lan Qin was still confused, another message popped up on the tablet. Sister Lan, send me your account number. It's Lin Yi. Lan Qin hesitated, but still sent a reply. Brother, are you stupid? Are you really going to give money to your sister? It's very expensive to support your sister.
Lin Yi, sweating expression, Sister Lan, stop it, you are so anxious that you want me to do it for free, this trouble must be very tricky, I will get the money for you as soon as possible, send me the account number.
Lan Qin's face was filled with disbelief. Is this brat really that rich? Or is there something wrong with my investigation of him? Is there any secret about his background? Is he the heir of a secret consortium?
Lan Xin was fantasizing and sending her bank card account number with some anticipation. After sending the message, Lan Xin came back to her senses and quickly added a sentence. Little brother, spend your money within your means and don't spend all your money filling this bottomless pit of your sister's.
Bottomless pit. What adjective is this? Linny smiled and shook his head, but still made the transfer. There is still about 340 million in my account. Linny directly transferred 300 million. Soon, Linny received a notification that the transfer was successful.
Linny also quickly sent this news to Lan Xin.
Sister Lan, the money has been transferred to you. Did you see if you received it?
But there was suddenly no response from the other side.
However, a pleasant system prompt sound rang in Ling Yi's ears.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, earning 3 billion yuan.
Money? It was just a number, and it couldn't cause much ripples in Ling Yi's heart.
But his body couldn't suppress the excited physiological reaction and he jumped up on the street.
Monkey! If I had money one day.
Linny sang and danced, causing passers-by to avoid him.
Occasionally you can hear complaints from passers-by. Is this man crazy? Alas, the pressure in Kyoto is high and it's hard to survive.
It's normal for this guy to go crazy.
I don't think he's crazy.
His hips are twisted beautifully.
He must be a trainee who has been training for at least 2.5 years. Ha, you little black guy. The pleasure of receiving 3 billion came and went quickly.
In less than 3 minutes, Linny calmly sat back on the curb and lit a cigarette with trembling fingers.
Strange, why is there no movement? You didn't even tell me whether the money has arrived or not? Could it be that the wrong account was transferred? This shouldn't be the case. The system shows that the target wife is Lan Xin.
Linny was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to call Lan Xin casually. He was afraid that there would be customers coming to Lan Xin, or that Lan Xin would misunderstand him as being stingy. He had just transferred the money to her, but now he couldn't wait to ask whether the money had arrived. It was obvious that he had some ulterior motive. And just as Linny was patiently waiting for Lan Xin's response,
there are indeed customers coming to Lan Xin.
Originally, Lan Xin was also looking forward to Ling Yi's surprise transfer to her. But as the customer pushed the door open, Lan Xin subconsciously covered the tablet. After seeing who was coming, Lan Xin's expression became even gloomier, and her beautiful eyes were filled with frost. The person who came in was a young man about the same age as Lin Yi, wearing a branded suit. His temperament was not something that an ordinary family could cultivate. There were 2 people who looked like bodyguards following behind him. After he entered the room, the 2 bodyguards closed the door and stood on the left and right of the door.
Cousin Lan Xin, long time no see. How are you doing?
The man greeted her, his tone full of teasing. Lan Xin responded coldly, my husband is dead, and I have a posthumous child.
I am a widow and will soon be a single mother. How good can it be? Chapter 53. Why do you have to bully a woman like this?
Lan Hong stared at Lan Xin's indifferent face and shrugged.
Cousin Lan Xin, why do you have to speak so harshly? Now all the assets of the Zhong family are in your hands. You are much richer than the younger generation in our family.
Lan Hong and Lan Xin are both from the Lan family in Tianjin. Lan Heng's father is the 3rd child in the family, while Lan Xin's father is the eldest son.
Unfortunately, there is no eldest grandson, although there is an eldest son. By the 3rd generation, there is only Lan Xin, the eldest sister. Initially, Lan Xin was excluded from the core power of the clan because of her identity as a woman, and eventually settled in Wei City, a small 3rd or 4th tier city. I originally wanted to cooperate with Zhong Shan of the Zhong family. While supporting the rise of the Zhong family, I would also accumulate enough capital for myself to regain the right to speak in the family in the future. Lan Xin still underestimated the cruelty of these people in the family.
At a critical time when the Zhong family's business empire in Wei City was expanding rapidly and their assets were rising rapidly, Zhong Shan was shot dead. Although Lan Xin has not found any evidence that her family did this, she really can't imagine who else could target her like this. And now that she is about to give birth to a child, at this critical moment, many of the Zhong family's industries have come under attack from unknown capital. The appearance of cousin Lan Hong at this time also verified all of Lan Xin's previous guesses. It is the 3rd branch of the Lan family that is going to swallow up all the efforts I have made. It was they who forced her to leave the family. Lan Xin built a home in the midst of storms and hardships, but she never expected that this home was also a wedding dress for others. Thinking that all the suffering she had gone through was caused by the young man in front of her and the people behind him, Lan Qin did not shoot Lan Hong directly, which was already quite a show of self-cultivation. "Ha, Lan Hong, I didn't expect you to be promoted so quickly. If I remember correctly, you were studying abroad last year. How come you finished your studies and came back so soon?" Lan Qin changed the subject with a forced smile. It sounded like a casual chat, but there was a strong hint of temptation in it. Lan Hong was not an idiot, and he immediately understood the hidden meaning behind Lan Qin's words. "Thank you, cousin Lan Qin, for your concern. I have indeed completed my studies ahead of schedule. There is nothing I can do about it. I am also a member of the family, so I have to think about sharing the burden for the family, right?" After saying that, Lan Hong sat opposite Lan Qin. His posture was relaxed, but gave people a very strong feeling. Lan Qin leaned forward slightly and launched an attack, but her face still had a forced smile. "Share? You can't get involved in the family business, right? Besides, I'm already married, so my business here has nothing to do with the family, right?" Lan Hong shook his head. "It's really unethical for my cousin to say that. No matter how far away the Lan family members are, their relatives will still be concerned about them. Now that you are an orphan and a widow, you are in charge of such a large industry. You can imagine the pressure. So, my family asked me to come over to help you, cousin." Lan Qin shook her head disdainfully. "I don't need any help from you here. If you have nothing else, you can leave." Lan Hong shrugged and smiled sinisterly. "If you want to talk like that, I won't beat around the bush. The Zhong family's business cannot be managed by a woman alone." Lan Qin interrupted forcefully. "Who said that I am the only woman managing these industries? Also, there will be no Zhong family here from now on, only my Lan Qin's Lan family." Lan Hang's mouth twitched. He still underestimated this woman who had been superior to him since childhood. "Your Lan Qin's Lan family? Ha, are you going to start your own family?" Lan Qin taunted. "Why? I'm not qualified to start my own business, but do you, Lan Hong, have the qualifications?" After a brief pause, Lan Qin seemed to forget her big belly, stood up, and slammed the table and scolded. "If you hadn't taken advantage of Grandpa's illness to expel me from the family, would you have had a share in the family business? You spent the money I earned for the Jin Menlan family with such pride. Now you want to step on me to death. Do you really think that I, Lan Qin, am made of mud?" Lan Hong seemed unable to withstand Lan Qin's attack, so he slowly stood up and spread his hands. "I know you found a pretty boy and sent him a king card. Ha, but your vision in choosing people is too poor. Can such a rubbish stand up and help you bear all the pressure?" Lan Qin frowned and said, "Don't mess around. Linny has nothing to do with this matter." Lan Hong smiled. "Oh, do you think I believe it? No matter if you just pull someone out to deal with the family, you'd better protect your pretty boy, otherwise, don't forget how Zhongshan died." Lan Qin could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. He picked up the coffee cup on the table and threw it at Lan Hong. "Assholes! You beasts! Do you really think that you are lawless and no one can control you?" Lan Hong moved gracefully and avoided the attack of the coffee cup. Seeing Lan Qin's frustrated look, Lan Hong smiled even more obscenely. "Ha, now I'll give you two choices. Hand over all the Zhong family's assets within a week, and the family will kindly allow you to return to Tianjin and help you find a good in-law to marry into, but you are not allowed to bring the baby in your belly back to the Lan family. Second, after a week, we will go all out to attack the Zhong family's business. By then, the scene will be very ugly. Your pretty boy will die, and you will probably be in trouble too." After saying all this, Lan Hong pointed at Lan Qin condescendingly. "Cousin Lan Qin, I advise you to choose the first option and obey the family's arrangements. I admire your talents. As long as you are obedient, your status in the family will not be low. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself?" Lan Qin laughed out of anger. "You want me to be your obedient dog, earn money for you, and have to look at your faces and eat your leftovers? Lan Hong, you are dreaming. Since you force me, let me give it a try. Zhongshan is already dead. At worst, I can take the Zhong family's assets with me to be buried with me. By then, your third branch will also suffer heavy losses. I want to see if the second branch will take the opportunity to attack your third branch." Lan Heng's expression changed, but after adjusting the collar of his suit, he walked to the door in a dashing manner. When he walked out the door, he turned around and said something to Lan Qin. "Cousin, you are too naive. We did underestimate you before, but after you cooperated with Zhongshan, we never underestimated the Zhong family's assets. Our third branch naturally cannot swallow such a big cake, so this time I represent more than just the third branch." Lan Qin was stunned, as if her body had lost all strength. She could only support herself on the table with her hands, otherwise she would have collapsed in her chair. But Lan Hong obviously saw through Lan Qin's pretense, and smiled and blew her a kiss.
"Cousin Lan Qin, I wish you good luck." Bang!
The office door closed and the assistant outside ran in immediately.
"Boss Lan, I was just called out by a client. I didn't expect someone would dare to break into your office. Get out."
Lan Qin scolded coldly. The assistant was so frightened that he left with his neck shrunk.
The door closed again. Lan Qin finally collapsed on the seat.
She really wanted to find a shoulder to lean on. Lin Yi's handsome face appeared in front of her. If that stubborn little man was willing to listen to her arrangements, then I will definitely have the courage to fight to the death with the Lan family.
Now, knowing that the end result will be death, do you still want to fight?
Lan Qin casually opened the tablet computer in front of her. A striking text message popped up on the unlocking screen.
The account received a transfer amount of 300 million yuan.
Lan Qin widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief.
This is 300 million? Chapter 54: A Tasteful Man.
Lan Qin stood in front of the computer for a full 30 seconds before she came back to her senses from the huge emotional fluctuations.
Lin Yi? How can he have so much money? Could it be that my wild thoughts are all true? Is there something wrong with Lin Yi's background? Is there really a big financial group behind him?
Lan Qin began to have wild thoughts again, and this time she had even more guesses.
All kinds of things about Lin Yi kept appearing in front of his eyes.
At first, she just needed a man to stand by her side. Lin Yi was right in her eyes, and Lan Qin trusted her instincts very much, so she tried to pull Lin Yi into her room step by step. When Lan Qin learned that Lin Yi had some money, she was still a little happy. After all, having money is enough to prove a man's ability.
But now Lan Qin is a little flustered. Lin Yi rejected me so decisively, is it because my attitude was too condescending? From the beginning, I thought he didn't have much money. My wealth itself was an attraction to him. But now it seems, he can easily transfer 300 million to me. He may not have less money than me.
There was a reason why Lan Qin was mumbling to herself like this.
Lan Qin is different from Lin Yi. She earned her money bit by bit.
She is also a business genius and has a clearer concept of money. Even though there are rumors outside that Lan Qin has at least 10 billion assets.
But these tens of billions of assets do not mean that Lan Qin can easily come up with hundreds of millions of cash flow.
But Lin Yi was able to transfer 300 million to Lan Qin in just a video call. In Lan Qin's opinion, this is enough to prove that Lin Yi is very rich, super rich.
He wasn't just saying it casually. Is he really going to help me get the 50 billion?
Originally these were just wild ideas. But now, these unrealistic ideas have made Lan Qin look forward to it. The 50 billion that Lan Qin mentioned was not just a casual remark. The Lan family has many ways to forcibly swallow up the Zhong family's assets that she controls, such as instigating the Zhong family members in Wei City to influence Lan Qin's business layout from within. But Lan Qin had been prepared for this kind of trick. The other family members of Zhongshan had very little say in the Zhong family's business, although there were many fools among them.
But if these fools do anything out of line, Lan Qin will eliminate them without hesitation.
Therefore, the real offensive still depends on capital operation, that is, relying on money to fight a commercial war. Since the Lan family has money, they can gradually eat away at the financially short Lan Qin. If Lan Qin wants to fight with the other party, there is only one way, that is to squeeze the assets of the Zhong family bit by bit, cashing in to fight the other party, while causing the assets of the Zhong family to shrink. This approach would show Lan Qin's courage to fight to the death, and it might also make the Lan family retreat. After all, they paid so much and didn't want to get a crippled Zhong family business. But if the Lan family is determined to swallow this piece of cake even if it is a little expired, then Lan Qin will definitely not be able to hold on for long, because Lan Qin does not have that much money to fight with the other party.
Want to attract capital from outside?
Lan Qin had this idea a long time ago, but those guys who had the money knew Lan Qin's background very well. It is very clear how greedy the Lan family is for this piece of cake.
Moreover, according to the unwritten rules of the industry, that is the Lan family's own family affair.
Once outsiders intervene, it will inevitably give more capital a reason to enter.
No one would be willing to do such a thankless task. Therefore, Lan Qin didn't even expect anyone to help her with money. That was a dead end.
But now, Lin Yi suddenly transferred 300 million yuan, giving Lan Qin hope.
As long as there is enough food and grass, why fear a battle? Lan Qin's beautiful eyes were shining as she stared at Lin Yi's VX avatar.
That was a profile picture of a man with razor-sharp abdominal muscles. No matter how you look at it, this photo doesn't look like one that could be taken with Lin Yi's rather thin body.
No one would have thought that the owner of this account actually had so much money.
50 billion, just give me 50 billion, and I can set up a trap for the Lan family, causing them to suffer heavy losses, and allowing the Zhong family's industry to take off completely, no longer limited to this small piece of land in Wei City. When the two armies were fighting, food and fodder were sent first. Lan Qin saw signs that the food and fodder had arrived, and countless tactics emerged in his mind.
And if food and fodder can really arrive in a short time, Lan Qin couldn't even imagine how happy the ending would make her.
Because this time she can definitely complete her revenge on the Lan family, and also let the soul of her deceased ex-husband Zhongshan rest in peace. Zhongshan, although you and I are just partners, we are husband and wife after all.
My promise to you will be valid even if you die.
The child in my belly may not have the surname Zhong, but the people in your Zhong family will definitely reach heights that you can never reach. Lan Qin turned and entered another lounge, where Zhongshan's spirit tablet was enshrined.
Lan Qin lit 3 incense sticks for Zhongshan.
Only then did he return to his desk and video call Lin Yi again. Lin Yi was about to return to the hospital when he suddenly received a video call from Lan Qin. Lin Yi subconsciously avoided the bustling crowd around him, entered the bathroom, found a cubicle, went in, and answered the video call while sitting on the toilet.
Hey, Sister Lan, did you receive the money?
I asked you just now, but you didn't reply to my message. I also confirmed with the bank that the account is yours, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Lin Yi said this casually, as if what he transferred was not 300 million, but only 300 yuan. Lan Qin bit her lower lip lightly, and her voice became very gentle.
Lin Yi, I received the money. 300 million. Oh, as long as the amount is correct, it's fine. Sister Lan, I'll transfer some more to you tomorrow. I think the funds will be in place within a week.
Lin Yi took off his pants as he spoke. He was just squatting casually, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly feel the urge to poop. But when he stood up, Lan Qin immediately noticed something.
Hey, you, Lin Yi, where are you? What are you doing?
Lin Yi has already squatted down and started to exert his strength.
Well, I'm going to the bathroom. It's too noisy outside.
I wanted to hide here for a while, but I didn't expect my stomach to be a little bit uncomfortable. Lan Qin seemed to have heard some noise, and looking at Lin Yi's slightly red face, she already knew what Lin Yi was doing.
You are such a smelly man.
Lan Qin was really speechless about the true side of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also came back to his senses and realized that he was having a video call with a beautiful female CEO worth billions. This rush of movement seems a little ungraceful.
This is somewhat embarrassing. But when I think about it, even if you are a fairy you still have to poop, right? You control everything in the world, but can you control how I poop and fart?
So, Lin Yi didn't care and just joked to himself with a smile.
Of course I'm a man with a scent, Sister Lan. If you're fine, I'll hang up first. I plan to exercise my sphincter.
Lan Qin's pretty face flushed, but she still interrupted. You can practice later, I have something very important to ask you. Lin Yi could only shrug helplessly. Okay, you ask first, I'll come up with another group later.
Chapter 55, This child can be born just like that? Lin Yi, do you really have 50 billion?
Lan Qin bit her lower lip lightly, suppressed her discomfort, and asked the question tremblingly. When she told Lin Yi about this number before, she felt no psychological pressure at all. Because she felt that Lin Yi simply couldn't come up with so much money. It was impossible for her to borrow so much money from Lin Yi. But now Lin Yi has transferred 300 million to her. This gave Lan Qin hope, but she also felt a little embarrassed about asking someone for money. Lin Yi answered decisively, Oh, 50 billion, I don't have it now.
Lan Qin was a little disappointed. Oh, yes, so much money. But it will be available in 2 days, Sister Lan, are you in a hurry to use it? Lin Yi suddenly interrupted Lan Qin's sigh. Lan Qin was stunned, it will be there in 2 days? Can such a large amount of funds be received so quickly? Are you really willing to lend me so much money? Aren't you afraid that I will cheat you?
Lin Yi smiled, You are willing to let me have sex for free, how could you possibly be lying to me?
Even if I was really lied to buy you, the worst that can happen is that I will let you pay with your body. Linny was totally joking. But Ku Lanqin took it seriously.
Since she was born, no one has ever been so kind to her, not even her biological parents. The largest sum of money her father gave her was only 20 million. After Lanqin graduated from university, she relied on the 20 million to gain a firm foothold in the family and turned the 20 million into nearly 100 billion yuan in assets. However, with the death of her father and the serious illness of her grandfather, she was deprived of everything and ended up in Wei City with nothing. And now, a man whom she had only met twice was willing to lend her 50 billion. Even if she had to repay this favor with her body, she wouldn't hesitate at all. You must pay with your body, or I'll kill you. Ha, naughty brother, if you say that, I will really have no psychological pressure.
I will really pay you back with my body later. Don't deny what you said today.
Linny instantly became timid, thinking that he was no match for the hooligan. Ahem, Sister Lan, if you need help urgently, you'd better introduce me to some good sisters, those who are very rich and beautiful are best.
When Linny said this, the smile on Lanqin's face disappeared immediately. Brother, what do you mean by that? Do you want me to introduce you to a rich woman? Did you ask for all this money from rich women? Humph, I'm not looking down on you, but even if I introduce you to a rich woman, you can't come up with so much money even if you have a hole in your kidney. Tell me, what are your intentions?
Linny scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
These sisters are too thoughtful. How could I, Linny, be the kind of person who lives off others?
However, Linny had no way to explain to Lanqin why he wanted to make friends with the rich woman. In fact, only wealthy ladies with high spending power would not make a fuss about Linny buying something worth tens or hundreds of millions.
From now on, we will send some small gifts every now and then and get some cash back. As the number of people increases, we will be able to get 50 billion soon.
Linny did this all for Lanqin's sake, but he didn't expect that this woman would misunderstand him as a gigolo.
Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything.
Anyway, Sister Lan, if you are in urgent need of money, I will think of other ways. If you are not in a hurry, I guarantee that the funds will be in your account within a week. Lanqin stared at Linny on the screen suspiciously. That look made Linny's sphincter contract.
Linny, are you serious? Can you come up with 50 billion within a week?
Lanqin took a deep breath and her expression became serious again. And then he added one more sentence. Now, I can tell you that this money can really determine my life or death.
Linny's heart skipped a beat. Is it that serious? Let me calculate.
If you transfer 3 billion tomorrow, you can get a cash return of 30 billion. If you calculate this way, I will be able to gather the required 50 billion the day after tomorrow, and by then I will be worth 300 billion. With so much money, Linny didn't care even if there was only one cashback on the same day.
It was just transferring more money, it wasn't like he didn't have any. They are all small numbers. Thinking of this, Linny responded decisively. The day after tomorrow, at noon the day after tomorrow, all 50 billion will be credited to the account.
Lanqin's heart was in turmoil when she saw Linny speak so decisively.
What kind of identity and background does Linny have?
He was able to come up with 50 billion in just 2 or 3 days, and loaned it to someone he wasn't even familiar with.
How many children from big financial groups in the country can be so bold and generous? It's really too generous. Okay, I'll trust you this time. I'll go to the hospital right now.
As she spoke, Lanqin stood up. Linny saw Lanqin's big belly, was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly asked,
What are you going to the hospital for now? Are you going to give birth so soon?
Lanqin said casually, Time waits for no one, use some medicine, and you will have a normal birth today.
Linny was so fierce. Is this woman so fierce? Can you give birth as soon as you say so? Then you'll have to recuperate after childbirth.
Sister Lan, your tone just now sounded as if you've encountered a lot of troubles in your business.
Who will handle these things?
Lanqin rolled her eyes at Linny. Of course I'll shoulder all this by myself.
Am I going to wait for a stinky man like you who doesn't want me?
Forget it, there's no point in telling you this. You can lend me so much money, which is already a life-saving favor to me. Don't worry, I'll be your woman for the rest of my life, and I'll be there whenever you call. After saying that, Lanqin was about to hang up the video.
Linny, on the other hand, couldn't exert any strength. No, sister, are you really going to give birth? If it's really not possible, are you waiting? My sister is discharged from the hospital, I will go to see you. Lan Qin replied directly, "What the hell, I will be discharged from the hospital within one night after giving birth. I will do nothing for the next 2 days, just waiting for your money to arrive. Don't worry, it's just giving birth to a child. I'm not one of those delicate girls. Do I have to lie down for 10 days or half a month?" This time, the video was really disconnected. Linny could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Such a woman was too tough, but Linny also really admired her. "You are too ambitious." "But, she just said that she'll be mine for the rest of her life? And she'll be available whenever I call? Hee, this might be a bit exciting." Lin Yi's smile gradually became evil, but soon his sister-in-law's face appeared before his eyes. Lin Yi sobered up for a moment, but still muttered to himself. "Well, I promised my sister-in-law that I wouldn't marry for her, but I didn't say I couldn't have a girlfriend, right? We can sleep together and exchange feelings. We are all adults, so it should be easy to understand." While he was daydreaming, Lin Yi also did several sets of sphincter exercises. Lan Qin really did what she said. After arranging some work, she went straight to the hospital. Before it got dark, Lan Qin had already walked out of the ward, holding the child in one hand. Although she was still wearing a hospital gown and her steps were a little unsteady, her aura was very powerful, as if she was a female general about to go into battle. Chapter 56, Triggering the Cashback Multiple Critical Hit Again. In the evening, 7 o'clock. Lin Yi's phone vibrated twice. This time, Lin Yi took out his phone and looked at it. These are some photos of children sent by Lan Qin. It's a baby girl, weighing 6.4 gene. What's your name? When Lin Yi saw the photo of the child, his eyes became much gentler. But when he saw the line of words Lan Qin sent next, Lin Yi started to have a headache. "Sister, I have little education, I can't do the job of naming." Lan Qin sent a threatening expression. He added, "Stop talking nonsense. The child has my last name, you give him a name. I promised to be the child's godfather before, so don't deny it now." Lin Yi was confused for a while. How come Lan Qin took what he just said casually as a promise? This made me really become the child's godfather. However, this little girl was so beautiful when she was born, with her big eyes open. Her little appearance is so beautiful that it makes people's bones melt. "Sister, what do you think about naming the child Lan Nua?" "It means promise." Lin Yi sent a line of words carefully. As far as I can remember, the word Nua promise seems to be used by many girls. Isn't it too common? I guess Lan Qin won't be very satisfied with this name, right? Sure enough, the other side fell silent. Just when Lin Yi was about to withdraw the above message, Lan Qin's message came again. "Okay, let's call you Lan Nua. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Yi, if you promise 50 billion, I will only be with you for the rest of my life." Lin Yi was silent, this time he was really silent. Lan Qin seems to be really playing. She was really brave to use the name I gave to the child. Lan Nua seems to be quite nice. However, because of Lan Qin's promise, Lin Yi came up with an idea in his mind. After Lan Qin's previous investigation on him, Lin Yi knew very well that his background could be easily investigated. And the money that you obtain inexplicably can easily be discovered by others. If someone is chasing you and investigating you relentlessly, it will definitely be very annoying. But if Lan Qin is his woman, then Lan Qin's property can also be said to be his own property. I have such a big group and such a huge industry. You can't possibly say that my money just came from the wind, right? I will continue to return the money later. What can you do to me? It feels great to be rich, but it is somewhat unpleasant to have to find reasons to justify your wealth. Fortunately, now that the rationality has come together, Lin Yi will definitely accept it. Then Lin Yi replied, "Okay, I'll accept Sister Lan's kindness. Take care of yourself, take good care of the child, and have another son when you have time." The following words are a bit flirty, and it is obvious that they are meant to tease others. But what Lin Yi didn't expect was that Lan Qin actually replied with an okay expression. This made Lin Yi start to have wild thoughts. Lan Qin is such a beautiful and outstanding female president, her IQ is definitely very high and her genes are also top-notch. If she really gives birth to a son for me, that son will definitely win at the starting line. What's more, you don't even have to give the other person a home. Isn't this every man's dream? As he thought about it, a lewd smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Song Xinchuan, who was lying on the hospital bed, still noticed the change in Lin Yi's expression. "Lin Yi, why are you grinning like an idiot while holding your phone? There's no sound at all. If you're watching a short video, just turn on the sound. Don't worry about disturbing your sister-in-law. Linny was startled and quickly put away his phone. Ha, it's okay, sister-in-law. Well, Fatty and the others were chatting with me just now, and they told me a joke that was quite funny. Song Xinchuan knew from the look on Lin Yi's face that he was definitely not telling the truth. But Song Xinchuan didn't ask any more questions. Just persuading. Linny, you don't have to stay by my sister-in-law's side every day. The people here take good care of me. I can't waste my money. If I spend the money, I have to spend my time on it. It's not worth it. Lin Yi's face turned stern when he heard this. Sister-in-law, I will be unhappy if you keep saying that. I am happy to accompany you. I feel good when I see you getting better every day. I won't change it no matter how much money you give me. Song Xinchuang's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, you only know how to make your sister-in-law happy. Lin Yi leaned over and kissed Song Xinchuang on the forehead. If my sister-in-law is happy, I am happy. Hateful. This bold behavior made Song Xinchuang shyly cover herself with the quilt, not daring to look at Lin Yi. Physical closeness also proves that the so-called secular psychological barriers are collapsing. They are a single man and a woman, not related by blood, and they don't steal or rob each other. The man has feelings for her and the woman is also interested in him, so why can't they be together? Zhang Qian glanced at the door, smiled secretly, and closed the door. She thought something rice cooking was going to happen next. But Lin Yi did not take any further action. Just kidding, Lin Yi is not a pervert. Song Xinchuang had just finished surgery, how could she possibly withstand such strong force from me? At noon the next day, Lin Yi transferred the money in the private bathroom of the ward. All 3 billion, all in. A pleasant system prompt sound also rang in my ears. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback. The target's heartbeat value for the host has reached 100%, triggering a cashback multiple critical strike. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 times cashback. Successfully received 300 billion. Puff puff puff. At this moment, the sphincter failed. Lin Yi's mind was also confused. How could I forget about the cashback multiplier and critical hit rate? This also proves one thing. That means Lan Qin is 100% attracted to Lin Yi. It seems that the promises she made before were all true, and Lin Yi can win her over at any time. Such an unexpected surprise made Lin Yi's heart beat faster and his face flushed. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's a video call from Lan Qin. Lin Yi answered the call subconsciously, and only then did he see his own red face clearly on the phone. Lan Qin was also startled by Lin Yi's handsome flushed face. Then he looked at the background behind Lin Yi. Lan Qin asked subconsciously with concern. Lin Yi, is your stomach not feeling well? The medical resources at Peking University-affiliated hospital are very good. Go get a checkup and be sure to take care of your health. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. No, it's nothing, Sister Lan. I'm in good health. There's nothing wrong with my stomach and kidneys. My waist is in great shape. I just, cough, maybe I ate something bad. Lan Qin gave Lin Yi a coquettish look and then turned the camera to her daughter Lan Nuo beside her. However, Lin Yi never expected that Lan Qin would be so bold. The child was breastfeeding. Lin Yi's eyes widened at that moment. Come and see your daughter. Little Nuonuo, come and see your daddy too. Lan Qin's face was full of maternal radiance. But what Lin Yi saw was a scene that made his blood boil, and he had no time to even look at his goddaughter. Little brother, have you seen enough? I asked you to look at my daughter, not anything else. The camera returned to Lan Qin's face. She obviously noticed Lin Yi's cunning eyes, which made Lan Qin's pretty face blush. Chapter 57. Is this a 100 billion fortune? Ahem, I was looking at my daughter, not at anything else. I have to say, my daughter looks a lot like me. Lin Yi smiled very awkwardly. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Lan Qin also had some understanding of Lin Yi, so she guessed that Lin Yi might be a little concerned about his daughter's background. At that moment, Lan Qin explained seriously. My marriage to Zhongshan was a deal. Zhongshan's business had long been targeted by the Lan family, and I was abandoned by my family at the time. My business talent could help Zhongshan, so he found me. But Zhongshan and I are not actually husband and wife.
Although he has feelings for me, he still respects me. Moreover, I have helped him make a lot of money and strengthened the Zhong family.
Therefore, the Lan family's desire for the Zhong family's assets has been temporarily suppressed. As for my pregnancy, it was my own idea. I will be 30 years old soon. If I want to be a mother, it must be now. If I miss this time, I will not be able to have children. I don't know who Lan Nua's father is.
The sperm was obtained from the hospital. After Zhongshan's death, I also lost a powerful helper, but I still decided to give birth to the child. I asked you to be the father of my child because I wanted someone to help me take care of the child, so that those who covet me would shut up temporarily, and then I could give the Lan family a try. Lan Qin told all the secrets in her heart in one breath.
Lin Yi's expression became more and more serious.
He knew that Lan Qin was able to tell him all these things because she trusted him completely.
Lin Yi will naturally not let this trust down. So, now that you have money, you can defeat the Lan family?
Lan Qin smiled. As long as there is enough money, this battle can be won, but defeating the Lan family is not something I can do now.
Lin Yi asked subconsciously. How much will it cost to defeat them?
Lan Qin frowned slightly. It's not enough to just use money to defeat the Lan family. It also requires a lot of business planning, including.
Lin Yi automatically blocked out the following words because he couldn't understand what Lan Qin said at all. He nodded like a fool. Finally, he couldn't help but interrupt Lan Qin. With so much money, the Lan family won't dare to mess with you, right? How much money will be enough? 100 billion? Lan Qin looked at Lin Yi with some confusion. Lin Yi, why are you so concerned about money? Do you still want to use 100 billion to deal with the Lan family?
Lin Yi scratched the back of his head. I can tell that the Lan family is not doing their job and bullying my sister Lan.
I must help you vent your anger. If money can be solved, it must be solved with money.
Lan Qin was deeply touched. Lin Yi really wanted to give her money to deal with the Lan family. Moreover, this was the first time a man wanted to help her. Before, Zhongshan was just a partner to her. If Zhongshan could be half as manly as Lin Yi, then Lan Qin might have promised the world. Unfortunately, Zhongshan was also a short-lived person, and in the end Lan Qin became the property of Lin Yi.
Of course, the money Lin Yi spent was not cheap. No need, 50 billion is enough.
The Lan family could never have expected that I would have the capital to inject 50 billion. This amount of money will definitely hit the Lan family hard. Then naturally, other people will cause trouble for the Lan family.
While crushing the Lan family's conspiracy, my industry will also rise.
Lan Qin spoke word by word, but in the end she couldn't help but change her words.
Oh, it's our industry. Lin Yi, if it weren't for you, my best outcome would probably be to go to hell with these industries, but now, these industries will grow exponentially, and in the future, they will all be yours.
This made Lin Yi feel a little embarrassed.
I don't care whether it's an industry or not. What I care about is Sister Lan. I can't stand bad people bullying Sister Lan.
Lan Qin rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said coquettishly, okay, thank you for the 3 billion today.
Let me guess, you won't give me 30 billion tomorrow, right? You doubled the transfer amount today, is there any secret? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Lan Qin is really smart.
She had figured out everything about my cashback ratio.
This woman is so scary.
However, Lan Qin still miscalculated. Lin Yi doesn't need to send 30 billion tomorrow.
Lin Yi can transfer all the money. Sister Lan, I don't have any secrets.
Anyway, don't worry about where my money comes from.
I will transfer all the money to you tomorrow.
Lan Qin's beautiful eyes lit up.
Okay, the money is in place, you can come find me anytime.
Lin Yi was stared at by Lan Qin's seductive eyes, and he felt a little itchy, but he still forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart.
Sister Lan, joking aside, I'm not that kind of person.
It doesn't matter if the money is a loan or a gift from me, as long as it can solve your problem, that's all.
Lan Qin laughed. Stinky brother, are you really too embarrassed to take off your sister's pants?
Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. That's not the case.
Don't worry, I don't need you to take the initiative, I will take the initiative, naughty brother, I will wait for you to come back to Wei City. Lan Qin blew Lin Yi a kiss and hung up the video call.
Lin Yi actually felt as if his whole body was light.
Why do I feel like I've been scammed by a telecom scam?
Lin Yi muttered something and laughed at himself.
Lan Qin is definitely his lucky star. With the cashback multiplier, Lin Yi already has assets worth hundreds of billions. What about the richest man in Wei City, Zhongshan? That's nothing. Ask the wealthy people in Shanghai to speak out and see if they can come up with 300 billion in cash flow right now?
At this moment, Linny felt that he could let himself go and indulge his vanity and desire for consumption a little. After walking out of the bathroom, Song Xinchuan on the hospital bed was able to straighten his upper body a little, and it seemed that he was recovering well.
I have to say, it's great to have money.
The medical team was extremely professional, which helped Song Xinchuan recover very quickly.
Linny, I told you before, don't squat in the toilet all the time, it's easy to get hemorrhoids. Song Xinchuan reminded Linny with concern.
Linny felt a little guilty because he was talking to his lover.
No, it should be said that she is the mistress.
Moreover, he transferred billions to others without telling his sister-in-law.
We still have to transfer hundreds of billions tomorrow.
However, even if you tell Song Xinchuan about this, she probably won't believe it.
It's too far-fetched. You say that Linny is young and promising, and has made tens of millions of dollars in assets, which is understandable. You say he has over 100 million in savings, that's like a dream.
It is said that he can transfer billions of dollars to others easily.
That's definitely bullshit. But the fact is that Linny will transfer hundreds of billions to someone tomorrow.
However, Lin Yi's money is never wasted, and he spends more and more.
Let's just transfer 50 billion tomorrow. A tenfold cashback will be 500 billion. Ha, awesome, so awesome.
Although he was showing off in his heart, Lin Yi replied.
Sister-in-law, I just had diarrhea, I didn't play with my phone in the bathroom.
Song Xinchuan became worried when he heard this.
Are you not feeling well because of the food in Kyoto?
Zhang Min also nodded and agreed, maybe it's because of the unfamiliar climate.
Song Xinchuan hurriedly urged, Linny, then don't eat in the hospital today, go out and eat something. If it really doesn't work, sister-in-law will make something for you.
Linny was frightened and rushed over to stop him.
Sister-in-law, please don't bother me. I'm going to go out for a walk today and eat some street food. My stomach can't handle good food.
Oh, the meals cooked by sister-in-law are an exception, but I have to wait until sister-in-law gets better before cooking for me. After just a few words, Song Xinchuan was coaxed and her pretty face turned red.
And just when everything was harmonious in Kyoto, a woman in hospital gown walked out of the door of Wei City Changbei Police Station. Who else could this person be but Qin Yu? The person who picked Qin Yu out was actually Qin Yu's sister Qinya.
This pair of sisters who wished each other dead are now wearing the same pants.
Chapter 58 Shameless Sisters.
When Qinya saw her sister Qin Yu coming out, she quickly threw away the cigarette but in her hand and went up to greet her. Qin Yu looked around carefully, and only felt relieved when she saw Qinya coming over. Obviously, Qin Yu was very worried that the madman He Chang would show up. She didn't know yet that He Chang had been transferred to a prison far away, and her child was sent to be raised by He Chang's boss, Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang's wife was also sentenced to 2 years and 4 months. In the end, the nearly 50-year-old old Zhang became the ultimate beneficiary. Not only did his tiger wives go to jail, no one shared his property with him, and he also had a precious son.
However, Qin Yu didn't want to confront old Zhang and start a new family. Because in Qin Yu's opinion, she has a better choice, that is Linny. That Linny who was worth over 100 million.
It was precisely because of Linny, the prey, that Qin Yu's sister Qinya appeared here to pick her up.
Oh, my dear sister, how could you be so careless? Your photos and videos have spread all over the internet.
If you start broadcasting now, you can probably make tens of thousands of dollars a day.
Qinya was still teasing Qin Yu.
As she spoke, she relit a cigarette and handed one to Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved her hands in disgust.
I don't smoke. Just be careful and don't get caught again. It's not a pleasant feeling. I felt it this time too.
Qinya shrugged, I don't care, but you, my dear sister, how about it?
Do you believe that Linny is a rich man now? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Sister, do you know which house Linny bought in Weizhou Prefecture? Qinya nodded, yes, I know. What's the matter? You still want to ask for a breakup fee? You two have been separated for a year.
You are married and have given birth to a child for another man.
How can Linny want you? Qin Yu suddenly became anxious.
Of course. Linny has me in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't have personally sent me to Kyoto that night, and he also hired $1 million medical team to help me check my body.
If the affair between me and Lao Zhang hadn't been exposed, Linny would have married me now. Humph, but he's just a little angry in his heart. As long as I coax him well, I will definitely be able to reconcile with him.
When Xinya heard Qin Yu's words, she thought her sister was crazy.
Qin Yu, are you okay? How could Linny still want you? No matter how rich he is, it has nothing to do with you, right? Qin Yu gritted her teeth and said, of course it has something to do with me. All his money must be mine.
Sister, you have no idea how rich he is.
He is now worth over 100 million.
The house in Weizhou Mansion was just something he bought casually. Xinya's eyes widened and the cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground.
What? Worth over 100 million? Are you kidding me? How can he be that rich?
Xinya shook her head repeatedly and urged, don't worry about it for now. Anyway, there is a very rich woman who has set her eyes on Linny. However, Linny still has me in his heart. I have a lot of advantages, so you must let me contact Linny quickly.
As long as I meet him and serve him well, he will definitely reconcile with me. Xinya still thought Qin Yu was crazy. Contact him? Don't you have his phone number?
Xinya said angrily, he is angry and blocked my phone number, so I will go directly to Weizhou Prefecture and live in the house he bought.
He will come back sooner or later. As long as we meet, I can take him down. By then, all his money will be mine.
Sister, I will not treat you unfairly.
Xinya's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Xinyu nodded, of course it's true, otherwise why would I go to find Linny instead of going to Lao Zhang's place?
Think about it, the tigress over there is also in jail. Lao Zhang is obsessed with me, and I gave birth to a son for him.
He even asked someone to find out about me before. If I just nod my head now, he will marry me immediately.
Although Lao Zhang is not very rich, he still has several million. He also has a company.
If I marry him, I will be a rich wife.
It will be 10 times better than being with He Chang. The reason why I didn't look for Lao Zhang is because Lao Zhang is nothing compared to Linny. Linny is not only rich, but also young, handsome, and in good health. Before Qin Yu could continue speaking, Xinya was already convinced.
Okay, I'll take you to Weizhou Mansion. I've been to his house before and it looks like no one has been there in the past 2 days.
I'll find a locksmith and pry the lock open.
We sisters will just stay in the house and wait for him to come back. It has to be said that Xinya's style of doing things is more brutal, lawless, and reckless. But this was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. After the two sisters discussed it, they headed straight to Weizhou Prefecture. An hour later, the two sisters really moved into the duplex mansion that Linny had never lived in.
The decoration inside is simple and modern, and many things are relatively complete.
Manager Zhang put fresh fruits in the refrigerator. These are the little perks that come with buying a house. This also allowed Qin Yu to happily experience the life of a rich wife.
Xinya was lying on the sofa and sighing happily.
This is how people should live.
My dear sister, please go back and talk to Linny about whether I can move in with you too. He is so rich, it will be no problem for him to support the two of us.
Qin Yu immediately became alert when he heard this. Sister, don't mess around.
Linny is my man, you can't steal my man.
Xinya rolled her eyes. Well, Linny is so rich now, it should be okay for you to give this house to your sister, right?
Xinya frowned, but finally nodded, okay, when Linny and I reconcile, I will ask him to buy another luxury villa in the city center as our wedding house.
Then, this house will be left to you. Xinya immediately hugged Qin Yu.
My dear sister, I told you that you were destined to be a rich wife.
This time you really married into a wealthy family.
Qin Yu was flattered and happy by the praise, and she kept looking forward to a better life in the future. Linny didn't know that his house had been robbed. After all, Linny doesn't care about the small house worth several million at all now. In half a day, Linny visited some of Kyoto's bustling streets.
We had a great time eating and drinking.
It was like going back to the summer when I was 18 years old, swimming happily in the mountain lake in my hometown. That day, Linny felt that the whole world belonged to him. And today, Linny also felt that the whole world belonged to him.
Before sunset, Linny arrived at the super sports car store in Kyoto.
From Ferrari and Lamborghini, I saw Lotus and Bugatti.
I have to say, these are all boys' dreams.
In the past, Linny could only look at pictures of these cars on his mobile phone. But now, Linny can easily possess them. Moreover, Linny discovered that once you have money, walking in here, or even test driving these super sports cars, you won't feel nervous at all, and you don't need to muster up the courage.
Because for these toys, you only need a small amount of money in your bank account to own them. Finally, Linny bought a Ferrari SF90 convertible.
It was just because Linny often came across a blogger before, and that guy often drove this car. A performance beast with more than 1,000 horsepower was turned into a pure electric grid hailing car by that kid. Linny was different. He added gas and pressed the accelerator until the gas plummeted into the tank. We got on the highway that night and started racing. I received a lot of tickets while driving at lightning speed. Friendly reminder: drive legally and in compliance with regulations, do not exceed the speed limit, and do not drive after drinking.
Chapter 59. The cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest and is still arrogant.
After experiencing the supercar, Linny felt that it was just that simple. But that night, Linny did not go back to the ward to sleep, but slept in the newly bought car until midnight. Why do you say I slept until midnight? Because the car was open. It started to rain in the middle of the night, and Linny parked his car in an open-air parking lot with a nice view. Then, the car he had just bought was almost damaged by water. After closing the convertible, I fell asleep again and didn't feel the same as before. However, Linny still slept relatively comfortably. The next morning, Linny was awakened by a call from Fatty. "Hey, Fatty, what's up? Didn't I transfer the repair fee for the Maybach to you?" Linny was in a daze and answered the call without even opening his eyes. The fat man's tone was urgent. "The Maybach hasn't been repaired yet. You have to wait 2 days. What I want to talk about here is not the car, but the house you bought in Weizhou Prefecture." Linny picked the boogers under his eyes. He was indeed having trouble adapting to the climate in Kyoto recently. The air in Kyoto was too dry, and he was getting irritated. "What happened to the house in Weizhou Mansion? Didn't I ask you to go up there and help clean it up? When my sister-in-law is discharged from the hospital, we can just move in there," the fat man said anxiously. "Yeah, Dunan and I came here early this morning, intending to clean up the house, but guess what, there's actually someone living here." Before the fat man could finish his words, a woman's roar came from the opposite side. "Fatty, are you calling Linny? Let Linny answer my call." Linny, I'm Chinyu, your little yaya. I'm waiting for you at home, please come back soon, don't be angry, I will only love you from now on." When Linny heard the following words, he was suddenly startled and all sleepiness disappeared. Chinyu? This woman actually secretly moved into the house that she bought for her sister-in-law? No, why was Chinyu released so quickly? Linny muttered. The fat man opposite regained control of the phone and asked Dunan to stop Chinyu. But from the noise coming from the other side, it can be heard that Dunan seems unable to withstand Chinyu's attack. Of course, if Chinyu was the only woman, Dunan would be able to pin her to the ground in a few moves. But there was also Chinyu next to them, and the two sisters cooperated very well. They used all the skills, such as Nining Bone Claw and Dragon Claw Hand, towards Dunan. Dunan was caught off guard and almost lost his family line. Now all he could do was try his best to hold back the two men who were approaching the fat man. The fat man spoke anxiously on the phone. "I don't know what the hell is going on. These women came out so quickly. And judging from their appearance, they moved in yesterday. The whole house is stinking because of them. It's so disgusting. There are pants all over the floor." A layer of sweat broke out on Linny's forehead, and he also had some nausea reactions. He could imagine what the house he had just bought looked like. "Fatty, you just mentioned them? Who else besides Chinyu?" The fat man did not respond immediately this time, and it was obvious that he had already started fighting with one of the two sisters. "It's my sister Chinya." The fat man grabbed Chinya's neck and pressed her down on the sofa. Chinya rolled her eyes and kept roaring. "Asshole, you are a hooligan. You are killing people. Let me go. This house belongs to my brother-in-law. Who allowed you to break in? Believe it or not, I will call the police to arrest you." Bang bang bang. The fat man obviously couldn't help himself and slapped Chinya's face hard. But what the fat man didn't expect was that Chinya became more and more excited as the fight went on. "Okay, go ahead and keep hitting me. When the police come, you'll go to jail." The fat man was speechless now. He could only pinch the opponent's neck and press one leg on the opponent's chest. He also had to be on guard against the opponent's sneak attack with the 9-in white bone claw at all times. The fat man could only find time to reply to Linny. "No, the scene is too chaotic. These two women are simply crazy. If they continue like this, I'm afraid blood will really be seen. Dunan's crotch has been scratched and his face is bruised. If this continues, he will be disfigured." Linny never imagined that the fighting power of the Chinyu sisters was so strong. The combination of Fatty and Dunan were beaten so badly that they had no chance to fight back. However, this is understandable. Those two women would fight for money, and even risk their lives to keep that house. Linny could still hear Chinyu roaring over there. Linny, please save me. Dunan wants to rape me. He is a beast, and all those messed up things are just misunderstandings. Please come to me, I can explain everything, you are the only one in my heart. Linny, please save me, I will wait for you to come back home. Lin Yi's whole body was numb. This Chinyu is really crazy. I'm crazy about money. She even dared to break into Lin Yi's newly bought house, claiming that it was her house. What else is there to say to such a lunatic? Lin Yi immediately gave instructions to the fat man. Fatty, take Dunan away. Let them continue to go crazy in the house. The fat man was very unhappy. So we're just going to let these two idiots continue to ruin this house? It's such a nice house. Linny said disdainfully, they don't have much money, and they don't live in the house yet, so just let them do whatever they want. You can also take this opportunity to collect some evidence. Don't make this public. When I get back, I'll arrest them and put them in jail. Okay. The fat man chose to endure it. He let go of Chinya, who rolled her eyes and greeted Dunan. Dunan, the wind is blowing. Dunan also hurriedly pushed Chinyu away. His face was indeed scratched and his upper clothes had become a beggar's clothes. What is even more terrifying is the torn strips of cloth in the crotch. The torn strips of cloth look really shocking. The two brothers fled away in a panic. Chinyu wanted to chase after her, but Chinya pulled her back. Don't chase them. If we alert the property management staff, we will definitely be kicked out. Those two guys are not the owners of this place. As long as Linny doesn't show up, they can't cause any trouble. Let's wait for Linny here. He will definitely come back. Chinyu bit her lower lip and complained, Humph, Linny didn't even talk to me just now. Okay, I'll remember this. After we get married, I'll take care of him little by little. Yes, let him kneel on the durian. Chinya also joined in. This victory made the two even more proud. Just like a puppy that had peed on someone else's territory, their tails were raised to the sky. Fatty and Dunan squatted in the corridor of the community and took some photos to prove that the two sisters had occupied someone else's home and trespassed into someone else's house. Those photos were transferred to Lin Yi's mobile phone. Lin Yi just took a look and almost rolled his eyes in anger. I spent a long time choosing a house, but it was ruined by the Chinyu sisters. These two sisters really deserve to die. Chapter 60. Let's go back in time and open a noodle shop. Linny, what's wrong? You don't look good. What did you do yesterday? Are you tired? As soon as Linny arrived at the hospital ward, Song Xinchuang noticed that Linny was in a bad mood and his face looked bad, so she couldn't help but ask him with concern. Only then did Linny realize that he had brought bad emotions with him. Forced to smile. Nothing. Sister-in-law, how are you? Are you recovering well? Song Xinchuang shook her head. You are such a grown-up, and you still can't take care of yourself. My sister-in-law's care is always so heartwarming. Linny came to the bedside and peeled an apple for Song Xinchuang, speaking as he peeled the skin. Sister-in-law, when we return to Wei City, we will move out of your previous house. We will buy a new house and it will be our home in the future. Song Xinchuang subconsciously wanted to refuse when she heard this. She just wanted Lin Yi to save some money and not waste it. But Zhang Min next to her gave Song Xinchuang a wink. He looked so anxious that he almost pinched Song Xinchuang. Song Xinchuang finally came to her senses. What Lin Yi just said was buying a house, which would be their home in the future. A home for two people, isn't that their wedding house? Is that a hint? Song Xinchuang's pretty face flushed, and finally she nodded shyly and said softly. Well, I'll listen to you. Just make the arrangements. She looked so gentle and shy, just like a young bride who has just married into the family. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Song Xinchuang would lecture him. The final result might be that Song Xinchuang would ask him to buy a small and cozy house. But now Song Xinchuang's gentle and submissive look aroused Lin Yi's interest. His heart beat faster. Such a sister-in-law seemed more charming. Okay, sister-in-law, it's a deal. I'm going to buy you a big house. Then we can live however we want.
We don't have to be cramped in a small house anymore.
When Song Xinchuang heard this, her expression became somewhat complicated.
Linny also noticed the change in Song Xinchuang's expression and quickly changed his words. Sister-in-law, don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying that the small house we had before was too cramped. I'm saying, the small house is also quite cozy. It's just that it's a bit depressing for the two of us to live in. Besides, the supporting facilities there are a bit old, and the lights in the neighborhood are not on at night. I'm afraid that you'll be robbed by gangsters after get off work.
Linny hurriedly explained and finally said the correct words. I'm just worried about your safety, sister-in-law.
Besides, the house you bought with your frugal living is not very comfortable to live in.
Now that we have money, we should live in a big house.
I must make sure that you can have a happy ending after all the hardships you've endured.
The air in the house you live in from now on must be sweet. The last word is a bit too much sugar.
Song Xinchuang's pretty face flushed, her breathing became faster, and her beautiful eyes were full of ripples as she looked at Linny.
Linny, I know you treat me well.
I have no objection to you wanting to buy a big house. I just want you to know that you shouldn't be too stressed out by my presence. Although you didn't say it, your sister-in-law can see that it's not easy for you to make money.
You didn't come back last night. You must have been dealing with something, right? After saying that, Song Xinchuang put her hands on Linny's face. That distressed little expression touched Linny deeply.
But Linny didn't dare to tell the truth to Song Xinchuang.
How could he make any money last night? He spent money. And I stupidly fell asleep in the convertible supercar until late at night and was woken up by the rain.
I was so confused that I almost didn't find the button to close the convertible top. If I had been a little later, the car would have really been soaked in water. All in all, the house issue was settled. Linny was also really disgusted by what the Chinyu sisters did.
Especially Chinya. In Linny's impression, that woman is a walking source of poison and must not be touched.
And Linny would never let his sister-in-law live in the house where Chinya had lived.
The quickest way is to throw away that house and buy another one.
When such thoughts came to mind, Linny felt like he was drifting away. A house worth more than 3 million yuan was thrown away just like that.
That was once my dream.
But unfortunately, the dream has been stained with shit and piss.
If it's a dream that others can't pursue, why not just change it?
Lin Yi's dream was stained with shit and urine, so he was forced to change his dream. As for what his dream home looks like, Linny first considered a villa with a yard, a swimming pool, a pet room, and its own garage, the kind that could park supercars side by side. With these things popping up in his head, Linny felt that life was so beautiful. Just forget about that dirty thing called Chinyu. After accompanying Song Xinchuang for a while, it was noon again.
Linny made an excuse and said that he was going out to find food.
Then he returned to the supercar and transferred 50 billion to Lan Qin.
As soon as the transfer was successful, Lan Qin sent a video call immediately.
Linny answered the phone, and Lan Qin on the other side of the phone had a red face without makeup.
Linny, did you transfer 50 billion directly?
From Lan Qin's tone, it can be heard that she is very excited, her breathing is very rapid, and her voice is trembling slightly.
Linny smiled calmly. Sister Lan, just shout out if you are excited, don't suppress yourself. Lan Qin gave Linny a coquettish look.
Why would I call you that? Little Nuonuo is still sleeping in my arms.
How can I call you that?
This.
Linny was speechless, thinking, I didn't ask you to scream to me.
Then, Lan Qin took a deep breath, as if she had completely calmed down her excitement.
The look in her eyes as she looked at Linny became extremely affectionate. 53 billion, Linny, does this number have any special meaning?
Linny raised his eyebrows. There is no special meaning.
I am just worried that you don't have enough money to spend.
The extra money can be regarded as a red envelope I give to my children.
Lan Qin smiled bitterly and said, your red envelope is too big. Do you know what so much money means? It means that my sister Lan won't be bullied anymore.
Linny gave a perfect answer. Lan Qin bit her lower lip lightly. Stinky brother, I really regret not meeting you earlier. If I had met you 5 years ago, perhaps I wouldn't be in such a mess now.
Linny waved his hand quickly. No, that won't work.
When you met me 5 years ago, I had no money.
I am a poor guy and I can't help you with anything.
Lan Qin shook her head. Silly boy, I had nothing 5 years ago.
If I had met a man like you who could give so much for me, I could have let go of all my grudges. Even if I had to live a poor life with you, we could have opened a noodle shop, worked hard, and lived a happy life. As she spoke, Lan Qin actually burst into tears. She looked so pitiful. Lin Yi's heart beat faster as he watched this. For the first time, he felt pity for this beautiful female CEO. He wanted to reach out across the screen and hug her in his arms to comfort her. Sister Lan, you are not destined to live a poor life with me. Wait for me at home. I will help you take care of the children and you can make a great comeback. Lan Qin wiped away her tears, stared at Lin Yi with burning eyes, and nodded heavily. Okay, I will fight this battle well. With the money you give us, we can go further and stand higher. Chapter 61. Where did this female gangster come from? Without any further ado, Lin Yi took the initiative to hang up the video call this time. Different from the previous video calls. This time, Lin Yi got to know Lan Qin a little better, also because Lan Qin had completely revealed her true side to Lin Yi. Ms. Lan, you are not a female classmate without a story. Lin Yi began to sing again from his heart and also adapted the song. There is no way. Lan Qin is a very charming woman. Now that her deep stories are gradually being unearthed, Lin Yi is naturally more interested in Lan Qin. However, it is not that kind of vulgar possessiveness, but an elegant desire for exploration. Lan Qin is like a high-end blind box that suddenly appears, and this blind box will definitely contain hidden models. This will not lower people's expectations, but will make people more excited. But Lin Yi still suppressed his curiosity. He knew very well that although Lan Qin was looking forward to his early return to Wei City, Lan Qin must have more important things to do. Before a tough battle begins, a lot of preparations must be made. The money has been received, which only gives her enough confidence. Alas, a woman who just gave birth to a child has to go to the battlefield. It's really heartbreaking. Lin Yi sighed and drove to the old neighborhood of Kyoto. What are you having for lunch? This kind of thing was definitely not a problem for Lin Yi before. Because the little money in his pocket didn't give him many choices. But now it's different, Lin Yi can afford to eat anything. This turned out to be a problem for having lunch. It turns out that the worries of rich people are so plain and simple. After some hesitation, Lin Yi decided to try the traditional food in Kyoto. Or it can be said to be a traditional snack. Soybean juice. I came to a restaurant that looked very high-end, took a seat all to myself, ordered a bowl of pork trotter noodles, and then a bowl of soy milk. There were two girls at the next table, they didn't seem to be locals either, and they also ordered soy milk. One of them was holding a mobile phone and taking pictures, probably recording their beautiful life. Lin Yi didn't know that the other party was actually a small internet celebrity. Gu Xuanya is a food blogger with nearly 3 million fans online. She was born in a rural area in Hunan province. 3 years ago, during the summer vacation of the college entrance examination, she started to watch short videos. At that time, she filmed videos of herself eating. A video of a man secretly getting up in the middle of the night to make stewed noodles went viral, attracting nearly 1 million likes. After that, Gu Xuanya has been filming her gourmet life in rural Hunan. The main reason why she became popular is the contrast between her Shaoluo appearance and her Hunan rural dialect. In addition, the scenes of her catching fish and shrimp and planting vegetables and flowers in the fields are also very realistic. So it was easy to attract millions of fans at that time. At that time, university was about to start, and Gu Xuanya had only been admitted to an ordinary technical college. Having tasted the sweetness of making money from short video advertisements, Gu Xuanya naturally looked down on any college diploma and chose not to go to school at that time. However, as the content became too homogeneous, her popularity declined. Without traffic, she naturally can't make any money. During the past 2 years, Gu Xuanya has also hyped up scripts with rural internet celebrities, and even turned the fake into real life. She got married at the age of 18, divorced at the age of 19, and also hyped up various extramarital affairs. She has basically been labeled a vulgar script blogger. Even in the 3rd year, Gu Xuanya gave birth to a child after her divorce. Even during her pregnancy, Gu Xuanya was still desperately trying to hype herself up and gain traffic. This has indeed allowed her to earn money that an average person would never make in a lifetime, but more than half of her 3 million fans have become black fans. Apart from receiving some gifts like a clown, she can only take some cheap advertisements on weekdays, which has caused her monetization ability to decline rapidly. Having enjoyed the luxurious life after becoming rich, Gu Xuanya naturally did not want to give it all up. So not long ago, she left her breastfeeding child behind and ran out to shoot all kinds of weird food specials. He tried to use his initial title of food blogger to wash away the label of being a host of vulgar scripts. I have to say, this woman is really good at cooking.
She previously went viral for filming a special feature of eating various fried, boiled, and deep-fried insects at a night market in Kyoto. In 2 weeks, Gushwanya held 2 live streaming sales shows in Kyoto, which earned her nearly 3 million in commissions. This monetization ability is quite terrifying. This also made Gushwanya eager to start her second bizarre food photography trip. Because she was in Kyoto, there was a lot of demand in the comments section for devil-level food like Lao Kyoto Doji, so Gushwanya appeared in this restaurant. With Lin Yi's arrival, Gushwanya immediately set her eyes on this handsome guy.
Lin Yi's handsomeness is very conspicuous.
He is a combination of Teacher Chen and Teacher Yang, with 2 upgraded versions of handsomeness. He can smile very sunny, but that sunny smile also carries a hint of ruffianism, as if he is a bad man who wants to seduce someone's wife. Gushwanya is a person who often broadcasts scripts, and she was the first to realize that Lin Yi could become the program effect of this live broadcast.
Don't just watch it secretly, take the photo quickly. Follow me. Gushwanya greeted the photographer opposite, stood up and sat next to Lin Yi.
That intimate look made it seem as if he was very familiar with Lin Yi.
Before Lin Yi could react, the photographer opposite him had his phone almost touching his face.
Lin Yi frowned in resistance.
Just as he was about to dodge to the side, Gushwanya grabbed his arm. Don't move, you're raping me.
Little brother, you'd better be obedient, or I'll molest you. Gushwanya's clip-shaped voice combined with her Xiao Luo appearance is indeed very lethal, but the traces of time left on her are obvious.
Lin Yi has already smelled the terrifying aura of a rural old woman. Lin Yi immediately raised his hand to block the camera on the opposite side. Sorry, I don't want to be on camera.
The photographer on the other side immediately made an unhappy sound.
Why are you pretending? Are you not happy that 2 of us beauties are having dinner with you? Take your hands away quickly.
The number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing.
If everyone you mess with runs away, can you bear the consequences?
After saying that, the other party reached out his hand and clasped Lin Yi's fingers together, while moving Lin Yi's hand away. This time, the cheers in the live broadcast room really got louder. Lin Yi's face was already very handsome, not to mention the other party's live broadcast had a beauty filter on his phone, which made Lin Yi look even more handsome. The photographer on the opposite side said this very proudly.
Oh my, hottie, your hands are so long, they feel so strong when you touch me. I'm really full this time.
Obviously, the other party often plays with these live broadcast effects and knows how to make popularity soar. Gushwanya was very cooperative and even raised her hand to slap the photographer's hand away.
Don't scare the little brother, let me do it.
After saying that, she still felt very funny as she took Lin Yi's arm.
The 2 of them had a lot of fun.
But he didn't notice that the comments in the live broadcast room had changed direction.
All the fans could clearly see the change in Lin Yi's facial expression.
You 2 are going too far, openly harassing a handsome guy like this. My little brother's face has turned green.
Can you 2 have some manners?
It's over, this little brother has been tainted, this main package has a very messy private life.
Let go of that little brother, let me do it. TSK, if the genders were reversed, the main guy would have already gone to jail.
Chapter 62. A handsome passerby slaps a vulgar female internet celebrity.
Don't go too far.
Lin Yi did not yell, but just pulled his arm out of Gushwanya's arms. Unexpectedly, the woman hugged him so tightly, making Lin Yi feel a very uncomfortable sagging touch. Lin Yi also successfully dodged outside the camera. Now the photographer was anxious. Shoya, come on, the number of people in our live broadcast room just exceeded 10,000, this guy is a wave of popularity, don't let him get away.
Gushwanya's reaction was naturally quick, and this time she actually pounced directly at Lin Yi. Little brother, why are you so shy? Isn't it okay for me to give you money? I'm very rich.
The 2 women were already making quite a lot of noise. Lin Yi noticed that many people's eyes were on them.
This is the place where you can drink authentic soy milk.
It is precisely because there are many old Kyoto people who recognize this place very much, and many of the customers who come here are old Kyoto people. As these people's disgusted eyes emerged, Lin Yi also began to feel uncomfortable all over.
He immediately raised his hand to block Gushwanya and scolded coldly, don't go too far, you 2. Gushwanya didn't care about that and deliberately used her upper body to touch Lin Yi's hand. Hey, you stinky man, you're just drinking a glass of wine and not accepting it. I've already told you I'm giving you money, and that's not enough? Do you still want someone else? Bang! The photographer on the opposite side was even more straightforward and directly placed 500 yuan in cash on the table. Is a 500 yuan commission enough? You are not an internet celebrity, just an amateur. You are a little handsome and can be exchanged for money. Aren't you happy? You look like a recent college graduate. Can you earn 500 yuan a day working in Kyoto? Use money to hit people. Such behavior and such language immediately made the guests at other tables look dissatisfied. What kind of person is this? Why are there still female hooligans? You're using money to insult people? Can the people who come to this old restaurant to eat be ordinary workers? This bowl of soybean milk costs 25. Who are you looking down on? Young man, have some backbone. We won't take money from these two little girls. This is an insult. Hurry up and ask the boss to kick these two girls out. They are so disgusting. Bah, it's even more rotten than the soy milk. The curses became louder and louder. Gu Xuanya immediately realized something was wrong and quickly stood up and waved to everyone. Hey, sorry, everyone, we are in the media business. This is the effect of live broadcast. We know each other, we know the handsome guy. Her ability to talk nonsense is really amazing. Immediately, some people turned around and stopped condemning. The man whose neck was red before did not continue to shout, but muttered, "Keep the noise down. What are you doing? Don't you see where you are? This is how a farce ends." But the photographer opposite couldn't help but mutter. What kind of people are they? Do they all belong to the Yellow River? They are so nosy. After complaining, he excitedly greeted Gu Xuanya, who sat back down. 20,000 people. We haven't had 20,000 people in our live studio for a long time. This handsome guy is really special. Gu Xuanya also saw it clearly through the mobile phone on her wrist. There were so many comments popping up in the live broadcast room that she almost couldn't keep up. Although many people scolded her, there were still many people watching the fun. Some people, for some unknown reason, actually started giving gifts. Gu Xuanya's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since she received a gift worth thousands of dollars. You want to see handsome guys? Okay, I'll show it to you right away. Gu Xuanya thanked all the big brothers on the list and immediately asked the photographer to continue taking close-up photos of Lin Yi's face. And Lin Yi had already seen clearly what the two of them had done. Coincidentally, Lin Yi had actually come across Gu Xuanya and knew more about this woman's bad deeds. She was just a vulgar anchor. When Lin Yi thought about the fact that the other party had just hugged his arm, he felt nauseous. I didn't expect that there is such a disgusting photographer behind Gu Xuanya. I watched as the phone camera was about to point at me again. Lin Yi directly took out 10,000 yuan from the backpack next to him. Bang! Slap it directly on the table. This time the commotion is much bigger than before. The photographer on the opposite side almost dropped his phone on the ground out of shock. What are you doing? She screamed. When I saw the 10,000 yuan in cash on the table, I was stunned. Gu Xuanya next to her didn't expect Lin Yi to react like this. Take the money and get out of my sight. Don't be so shameless. Lin Yi pointed at the camera of the mobile phone opposite him and spoke word by word. His domineering look shocked a large number of crazy girls in the live broadcast room. But the photographer's face turned red. You throw money at me. Lin Yi interrupted with a sneer before the other party could finish speaking. I just treated you the way you treated me, why are you so anxious? The photographer's eyes widened and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But Gu Xuanya next to her sneered at Lin Yi. Little brother, don't be impulsive. It will take you a long time to earn this 10,000 yuan, right? With your personality, you will fail in society. I am a food blogger. Look, this is my account. I just want you to shoot a video and create a live broadcast effect. This is Gu Xuanya's usual trick. She would use her internet celebrity account to let passers-by see her fans, and then take pictures of the changes in their expressions. This would usually lead to a huge contrast, and the live broadcast effect would be very good. Unfortunately, Gu Xuanya offended the wrong person this time. Lin Yi raised his hand, snatched Gu Xuanya's cell phone, threw it on the ground and broke it into pieces. Before Gu Xuanya could react, Lin Yi snatched the phone from the photographer opposite and smashed it to pieces. Click. Bang. Lin Yi's movements were very quick, and the rhythm of the phone breaking into pieces was quite pleasing to the ear, at least it made Lin Yi feel good. But Gu Xuanya and the other two were furious. Are you crazy? Why did you throw my phone?
I finally managed to get 20,000 people in my live broadcast room, and you broke the phone I was using for the live broadcast.
Do you know how much money I'm going to lose? The two of them also started yelling at Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't even give the two men a chance to throw a tantrum. He pulled out 2 stacks of money from the backpack next to him. Lin Yi tore off the seal of a bundle of cash worth 100,000 yuan and threw it towards the two men's faces. This money is considered compensation for your cell phones, and the extra money is my reward to you. Get out of here right now if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Crash. The $100 bills hit the two men's faces and scattered all over the floor. At this moment, the two were really confused. The guests around stood up and applauded. Two internet beggars, shamelessly humiliating others, have they hit a wall this time? Ha ha ha. That's great.
You're still throwing money at the handsome guy. The handsome guy can use the money to throw you to death.
The handsome guy is too impulsive. With so much money, they are really happy. Gushwanya and the other person immediately became the target of public criticism.
Looking at the money on the ground and the bulging backpack next to Lin Yi, they swallowed hard and realized that they had really picked the wrong person.
Why don't you get out of here? There are surveillance cameras above your heads, recording everything you do.
There are also many people testifying in your live broadcast room. This is Kyoto, not your rural place where you can hype up vulgar scripts.
Lin Yi scolded him mercilessly again.
Such a loud noise has alarmed the security personnel in the store.
Gushwanya and the other person were also scared and knew they had to leave the scene quickly, but before leaving, they did not forget to pick up the money on the ground.
This scene was also captured by many people with their mobile phones.
Soon, the video of a man spending a large sum of money to slap the face of a vulgar female internet celebrity went viral. Lin Yi is famous.
Even Lan Qin, who was breastfeeding her baby at home, saw the video pushed on her mobile phone. However, when Lan Qin saw Lin Yi, the protagonist in the video who had become an internet sensation, her expression suddenly darkened.
It's terrible. Lin Yi was originally in Kyoto.
Lan Hong and the others wanted to cause trouble for him but couldn't find him for a while.
Now Lin Yi has exposed himself. Chapter 63, My buddy almost became an internet celebrity. Challenged Doji, failed.
Lin Yi was squatting on the side of the road, holding a trash can and vomiting when his cell phone suddenly rang.
It was Fatty calling. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the Chinyu sisters are making trouble again? After the call was connected, the fat man's obscene laughter came out. Hee hee, it's still me, brother Lin. A Sigma man will never fall into the trap of the pink skull. Ha, I'm dying of laughter.
Lin Yi was confused by the fat man's words.
Fatty, you are having a seizure. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand you at all.
The fat man's laughter stopped abruptly. Hey, he's only been in Kyoto for a few days, and he's already become a Kyoto master. Not only has he learned to drink Kyoto bean juice, but he also speaks with a Kyoto accent.
Wow, that's awesome. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat.
He looked back at the store he had just walked out of and couldn't help but shudder.
Fatty, what's going on? How do you know I drink soy milk? Why did you come to Kyoto? Where are you hiding to spy on me?
At this time, Dunan's voice came from the other side.
Lin Yi, you're famous. The video of the Sigma man beating up the vulgar female anchor is popular. Click on TikTok and you'll see that it's full of your videos. It's almost the most popular. After hearing Dunan's words clearly, Lin Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes.
He even noticed the flashing lights around him.
Suddenly looked up.
Sure enough, I saw that there were quite a few people around taking pictures of him with their mobile phones.
Have I become an internet celebrity? Oh my god. Lin Yi quickly covered his face.
He had just vomited all over the place and looked as miserable as a grandson.
Now that everything was captured on camera, where could he put his handsome face?
There was no time to respond to the calls from Fatty and Dunan. Lin Yi turned around and ran towards the Ferrari. He originally wanted to open the convertible in a showy manner, but in order to avoid being photographed, Lin Yi obediently opened the car door and got in. Sure enough, there were people around catching up, and their photographic equipment seemed to be becoming more and more professional, with some kind of photographic equipment with a large cannon barrel pointed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't dare to stay any longer. He stepped on the accelerator and shook off the person behind him.
Just 2 minutes.
The first video of Sigma Man being a rich second generation who drives a supercar has received over 100,000 likes.
There is another video that is gaining popularity. Sigma men can't resist soy milk, old Kyoto soy milk, the nemesis of Sigma men. The video naturally showed Linny vomiting while holding a trash can. Linny was speechless. Looking back, I felt a little annoyed. Why do I have nothing better to do and want to try the old Kyoto bean juice?
Otherwise, he wouldn't have met that vulgar internet celebrity Gu Shuanya, nor would he have been thrown money at by her, let alone thrown money at her. Well, everything he did was a hot topic, and now many people on the internet have begun to explore Lin Yi's true identity.
The impact of this incident far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Less than half an hour later, the fat man called again.
Lin Yi, this is trouble. Zhang Ming has exposed your true identity. This shameless guy even started a live broadcast to talk about your bedwetting incident in your sophomore year. He also showed a lot of shirtless photos of you.
Zhang Ming? It's this two-faced bastard again.
I let this bastard go last time, but I didn't expect that this bastard still doesn't repent.
Wetting the bed? When did I wet the bed during my sophomore year?
Where did he get the shirtless picture of me? Lin Yi was a little confused, his temper was growing, and his mood was becoming more and more irritated. The fat guy was also cursing.
It's just a rumor.
Zhang Ming is such a shameless guy. He just took a photo of you wetting the bed and said it was yours.
He even took out a photo of your college dormitory and made a very realistic comparison.
But the shirtless photo is real. After we finished playing, there were a lot of photos of us showering on the sidelines. Holy shit, I even suspected that Zhang Ming was gay. He also took a lot of close-ups of you. He was zooming in on your special parts in the live broadcast room and analyzing your size with netizens.
Lin Yi collapsed and couldn't help but yell at the fat man. Fatty, you saw how I was treated in the live broadcast room, why didn't you report it?
The fat man came back to his senses. Oh, I'm calling you. Then the fat man's urging voice was heard in a clearly lowered voice.
Stop recording the screen, Lin Yi is going crazy.
Report that bastard Zhang Ming. Then Dunan's voice was heard.
Hey, that bastard reported the live broadcast room, why is it still closed?
When Lin Yi heard this, his forehead was full of black lines. Dunan, this bastard, was still recording the screen and complaining that someone had reported the live broadcast room. Bad friends, they are all bad friends. But then, Dunan's voice came out again.
Oh my god, why can't I see any of the previous videos about Lin Yi? I clearly saved them all.
The fat man also started shouting.
Hey, it's true. The video of the Sigma man beating up the vulgar female internet celebrity at the beginning is gone too.
Holy shit, the account of that vulgar female internet celebrity has been banned.
After saying this, the fat man couldn't help but ask Lin Yi on the phone. Lin Yi, did you pay off the TikTok officials? Why did they remove all your videos? Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Fatty, my video is gone, are you still upset? What? Do you enjoy seeing your buddies make fun of you? Do you like collecting your buddies' dirt? The fat man suddenly felt a chill.
Every time Lin Yi spoke in this tone, Fatty knew that he must not provoke Lin Yi in the next few days, and he must always be on guard against Lin Yi, especially not letting Lin Yi stand behind him. Otherwise, Lin Yi would definitely give him several thousand years to kill.
Ahem, brother Lin, I'm going to hang up now.
Oh, by the way, the old Kyoto bean juice smells like a rag, so don't make trouble for yourself. Although netizens say that you look so handsome when you vomit, you really look like a grandson when you look so embarrassed.
Get out. Lin Yi yelled at the phone and almost threw it away and smashed it. Damn it, the fat guy is going too far. Finally, Lin Yi held back. After all, it was his cell phone, and the car window was not open.
The broken cell phone was worthless, but his car window was very expensive. After catching his breath in the car for a long time, Lin Yi finally calmed down. But after his mind cleared up, Lin Yi began to feel confused.
Something is wrong. Why did TikTok remove all my videos?
The woman was too vulgar before, so her account was banned. There were no problems with the other videos, but why is the video where I vomited gone too? As Lin Yi scrolled through his phone, all kinds of questions kept popping up in his mind.
Finally, Lin Yi confirmed one thing.
There is a mysterious force that helped me resolve this crisis of becoming an internet celebrity. But at this moment, Lin Yi's cell phone rang again. The call was from Lan Qin. When Lin Yi thought that Lan Qin might have seen his video, he felt embarrassed and almost tore his sneakers with his toes.
Chapter 64 Lan Xin's Reminder, Life is More Important. Hey, Sister Lan, have you also seen those messed up videos? This is not my fault. I don't like being an internet celebrity. Lin Yi answered the phone and started explaining. It's all that vulgar female anchor's fault. She was just looking for excitement when she had nothing better to do. She had to come up to me and touch me. Before Lin Yi could finish his chatter, Lan Xin interrupted him with a smile. Hee, Lin Yi, what are you talking about? Sister Lan, aren't you calling about the video? Lin Yi looked confused. Lan Xin really wanted to roll her eyes at Lin Yi. Then he spoke in a gentle and soothing voice. Sister, of course I know that my little man doesn't like to be famous. Besides, there are so many crazy girls on the internet who are eyeing you. This will make me jealous. So, sister helped you with emergency public relations to reduce the heat of this matter. Lin Yi's mind went blank for 2 seconds before he came to his senses and showed an awkward smile. I was wondering why all the videos were suddenly removed. I thought there was a mysterious force helping me in secret. Turns out it was you, Sister Lan. Lan Xin chuckled and said, okay, don't be too ostentatious outside in the future. This thing also cost a lot of money. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. How much did it cost? Sister, it won't affect your fighting, right? You're thinking too much. It's just a few million. It's a small matter. I know my limits, but... Lan Xin's tone suddenly changed. Lin Yi seemed to see Lan Xin's very serious face. Sister, is there anything else that's troubling you? Lan Xin said in a deep voice. Yes, the popularity of the video just now still exposed your location. I told you before that I was born in the Lan family of Tianjin. The Lan family has always been targeting me. Zhongshan's death before was related to them. And now, because I gave you the Emperor card, the Lan family has set their sights on you, so you must be careful recently, maybe. Before Lan Xin could finish her words, Lin Yi felt a chill in his spine and asked a question subconsciously. They won't send assassins to find me, will they? Will they shoot me too? This can't be blamed on Lin Yi being timid. I have never encountered anything like this before. Lin Yi is cheating and has money, but money makes cowards brave, but rich people are also afraid of death, right? Lan Xin responded, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Although it is not convenient to attack you in Kyoto, you should still be careful. It is best to hide in the hospital and not come out. The security monitoring there is relatively complete, so you may be safer this way. Lin Yi quickly started the car and drove towards the hospital while talking to Lan Xin. Sister Lan, I understand. What about you? Will the Lan family do something bad to you? Lan Xin shook her head, they have no reason to kill me, and if I die, the Zhong family's assets will not fall into their hands, so if they are not crazy, they will not do anything to me. At this point, Lan Xin's tone was already filled with apology. Lin Yi, after all, it was me who dragged you into these dirty fights. I'm sorry. When Lin Yi heard this, he straightened his chest. Sister Lan, that's a bit too polite. Don't worry about me. I value my life very much and won't let anything happen to me. Lan Xin nodded, well, in short, you'd better be careful. It's best to find a better security team. The security company in Kyoto is still very good. Okay. Sister Lan, I'll find a bodyguard right away. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then hung up the phone. Lin Yi had also returned to the hospital, but he did not go upstairs. He could already guess that his sister-in-law Song Xinshuang and Zhang Min must have seen his videos. After going up, it will definitely be chaotic for a while. After Lin Yi was reminded by Lan Xin, he only thought about saving his own life and had no time to care about other things. What a rubbish search engine. When I searched for bodyguard, all that popped up were security companies. What's the point of hiring security guards in my situation? Should I ask them to guard the gate? Lin Yi was really overwhelmed when he saw the group of security guards jumping out. After some screening, I finally found a legitimate bodyguard company. Lin Yi found out the rankings of all local bodyguard companies in Kyoto. I don't know much about the other parties' charging standards. Lin Yi chose the highest level Longdu bodyguard company. Lin Yi took a look at the above introduction. The bodyguards of this company are not trained, they work in war-torn countries every day. It can be said that the level of their bodyguards is very high. Lin Yi called directly. The person who answered the phone was a man with a very calm voice, which gave people a very reliable feeling. This is Longdu Bodyguard Company. Do you need any bodyguards?
Linny felt more at ease when he heard this voice.
The other party must be very professional. Yes, I need a bodyguard. I'm not safe these days. Someone might try to assassinate me or shoot me.
Lin Yi's voice sounded a little anxious.
The operator remained very calm, and even after hearing the uneasiness in Lin Yi's voice, he tried to comfort him very professionally.
Sir, please don't panic.
If you are in danger now, you can call the police. We can also help you call the police.
Linny shook his head. I should be fine for now.
I'm at the Beijing University affiliated hospital and would like to hire some bodyguards. When can you send someone over?
The other party answered decisively.
It depends on the level and gender of the bodyguard you want to hire, and whether he needs to be equipped with a gun.
Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Can your bodyguards carry guns? The law stipulates that it is not allowed, but if we need to escort some high-value items while protecting you, then we can apply to the Public Security Department for guns in accordance with the law.
Lin Yi immediately felt much more at ease.
He didn't hire bodyguards just to stand there and block bullets for him. Since the bodyguards also have guns, my safety factor will definitely increase a lot.
How high does a high-value item have to be worth? Can it be over 100 million? Lin Yi asked carefully.
The other party was silent for a moment, and gave a brief response, sure.
Okay, then I need 4 male bodyguards and 4 female bodyguards.
They must be the most senior, the most skilled, and the best equipped. They must all carry guns.
Otherwise, if you are really shot, you can only take the bullets and cannot fight back, which will be troublesome.
Lin Yi expressed his needs in one breath.
Okay, I have recorded your request. Now I need to let you know that the 8 bodyguards you hired are all charged by the hour.
Male bodyguards are 2,500 yuan for 12 hours, and female bodyguards are 3,000 yuan for 12 hours.
If you hire a bodyguard for more than a week, you can charge them by the day. Such an 8-person team can protect your life and property 24 hours a day.
A male bodyguard costs 15,000 yuan a week, and a female bodyguard costs 20,000 yuan.
As soon as the other party's voice fell, Lin Yi immediately gave an answer. Just 1 week first. Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money right away. Chapter 65. Your professional bodyguard team is online.
The operator seemed to have not expected Lin Yi to be so straightforward and was silent for a moment.
Okay, you can pay online.
Please log in to our website later, or download our company's app to make the payment.
We will arrange for someone to arrive right away.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi directly downloaded the Longdu Bodyguard app and paid a week's fee according to the instructions. 4 male bodyguards cost 60,000 yuan, and 4 female bodyguards cost 80,000 yuan. It only cost 140,000 in total. If it had happened before, Lin Yi would have thought that this bodyguard was too expensive. But now Lin Yi thinks this is too cheap.
They are holding guns to protect your life. I will really take the bullet for you when necessary. In less than half an hour, a GL8 appeared in Lin Yi's sight. Seeing the 8 people coming down from above, Lin Yi was stunned.
They all seemed to be wearing casual clothes. He did not look like the man in a suit and tie or wearing bulky gear as Lin Yi had imagined. Because the other party's appearance was somewhat different from what he had imagined, Lin Yi still didn't dare to raise his hand to say hello directly.
It would be quite embarrassing if I made a mistake.
But those 8 people all locked their eyes on Lin Yi with sharp eyes, and walked towards him quickly. It must be said that at this moment, Lin Yi felt their powerful aura and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The leader was a short-haired man in his early 30s, with some sparse stubble, deep eye sockets, and large, bright eyes. He walked up to Lin Yi and stretched out his hand.
Hello, Mr. Lin. We are the Longdu bodyguard team you hired. My last name is Zhang, and I am the temporary captain of the team. You can call me Captain Zhang. The 8 of us will protect your safety 24 hours a day for the next 7 days. Lin Yi held the other person's hand.
Although he had expected the other person's hand to be very strong, the moment he held it still made Lin Yi almost grimace.
Lin Yi also looked at the people behind him.
The other 3 men were relatively young, around 27 or 28 years old, and the girls were even younger, none of them looked over 26 years old. Although their clothes cover up the muscular parts that could highlight their strong bodies. But Lin Yi could feel that each of them had a very high energy. Now, Lin Yi really felt safe. But I still asked carefully.
Captain Zhang, didn't you say you could carry guns?
Also, I told you guys to get your equipment ready, why are you all dressed so casually? Captain Zhang responded neither humbly nor arrogantly.
All the equipment is in the car. As for the gun, we are still applying for it.
Now we need you, Mr. Lin, to provide us with the valuables we need to escort. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He had just agreed to it casually before, and he couldn't take out the 100 million in cash now. Well, I asked before whether 100 million cash can allow you to apply for a gun.
However, I haven't taken out the 100 million yet.
Captain Zhang frowned slightly when he heard this. In this case, I'm afraid we have to wait until the cash you need to escort appears before we can get our guns as soon as possible.
Lin Yi frowned. Where could he get 100 million in cash now? And with so much money, someone would definitely target you.
Even though this is Kyoto, not just anyone can directly withdraw 100 million in cash.
Is my car considered a valuable item?
Captain Zhang even shook his head. It would be best if it were jewelry, antiques, or cash. Lin Yi waved his hand before Captain Zhang finished speaking.
Okay, let's go to the gold shop now and get some more gold. It will be considered a valuable item, right? Captain Zhang's mouth twitched.
He didn't expect that Lin Yi was so rich that he would temporarily purchase valuable items just to give them guns.
Yes, Mr. Lin, please let us drive.
Lin Yi followed them into the car and first looked for a few gold shops on the roadside. Under the confused clerks and shocked gazes of the store managers, Lin Yi almost emptied out all the gold in their stores. But after visiting these stores, Lin Yi felt that the pace was too slow. After all the trouble, he only got a few suitcases of gold jewelry. At that moment, Lin Yi went to the bank, and 8 boxes of gold bars were taken out. The bank president even came out to entertain Lin Yi in person. Lin Yi didn't say much and called his 8 bodyguards, each of whom got into the car with a box of gold bars. Now, the guns of several people were successfully obtained. Lin Yi also saw the skillful skills of the female bodyguards in the car. The exquisite pistol was disassembled into parts in their hands in a few seconds, and then reassembled in the blink of an eye. Just by looking at the skills they showed, you can be sure that they are really professional. Captain Zhang also saw Lin Yi's financial resources and anxious look, so he asked immediately.
Mr. Lin, is someone targeting you? Do you know anything about the enemy? The more detailed the better, so that we can ensure your safety.
Lin Yi was overwhelmed and immediately called Lan Qin.
Sister Lan, you must have done a lot of research on the shooting incident at Zhongshan, right? Can you send me the details of the incident?
Lan Qin immediately realized that Lin Yi had hired a reliable bodyguard and immediately passed the information to Lin Yi. Before hanging up the phone, he gave Lin Yi a serious reminder. Lin Yi, I just received news that the people who were watching me in Wei City have returned to Tianjin.
Tianjin is too close to Kyoto.
I think they will find a chance to attack you soon.
You must be careful. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. It came so quickly. Fortunately, Lan Qin reminded us in time and we have already hired professional personnel.
Okay, Sister Lan, don't worry.
I have hired bodyguards. As long as I stay in the hospital and don't run around, they won't have a chance to attack me.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi handed the information about Zhongshan's shooting to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang looked through it and quickly handed it to the other team members. Soon they came together to discuss the matter.
Lin Yi didn't understand what they were saying, but they seemed very professional.
Soon, Captain Zhang turned around and looked at Lin Yi.
Mr. Lin, these data are very detailed. We can confirm that the gunman is a killer organization from abroad. We have fought with them before and have some understanding of their methods. Don't worry, we will do our best to ensure your safety.
Lin Yi now felt relieved.
That's good.
I feel relieved after hearing your words. I have been staying at the Beijing University-affiliated hospital for a while.
There are many people here.
If there is really a killer sneaking in, you have to be careful. Captain Zhang nodded solemnly. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry, if any suspicious person approaches the target location, we will detect it immediately.
Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Hey, can your bodyguards arrest people?
Captain Zhang frowned. In principle, no, but if you need it, we can suppress the murderer and wait for the police to arrive. But this may increase the risk factor of the bodyguard's own safety. Lin Yi knew that his request was a bit unreasonable.
Thank you for your hard work. I will give you double the commission. Team Zhang's eyes lit up.
Okay, we will do our best to suppress the murderer. Chapter 66. The backpacker killer has landed. Lin Yi was really convinced. These bodyguards are really well trained, especially Captain Zhang, who always talks about laws and regulations, and is very strict.
In a word, never cross the red line.
Even though he had clearly promised Lin Yi to arrest the murderer, he would only say that he had suppressed the murderer and was waiting for the police to arrive.
Professional, really professional.
Of course, a generous boss like Lin Yi also made the bodyguards very fond of him.
Especially the 4 female bodyguards.
They rarely protect an employer as young, handsome, and wealthy as Lin Yi, so they can't help but look at Lin Yi twice. But Lin Yi looked at the boxes of gold and couldn't help but give some instructions to them.
Asking you to escort the gold is just an excuse for you to carry guns.
If there is a situation that really threatens your life, you must throw away these useless things.
Saving your life is the most important thing. After hearing this, everyone was silent.
This seemed against the rules. But Lin Yi's concern for them really made them feel very warm.
Several people's eyes finally fell on Captain Zhang.
Captain Zhang was silent for a moment, then said to the others, "Listen to your employer."
Yes, several people responded.
But they felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts, especially those girls.
These boxes of gold are worth over 100 million.
Lin Yi actually said that these were all useless things.
You guys should pretend to be nice and just walk around the hospital. I'll just have someone on my side.
My sister-in-law is still recovering, so we won't disturb her. As Lin Yi's request was raised again, Captain Zhang immediately called out a black-skinned girl with delicate short hair.
Sun Li, is there a problem with you guarding Mr. Lin personally?
No.
Sun Li responded seriously.
But a girl with a ponytail next to her raised her hand. Captain Zhang, Lily will be very tired if she has to watch over you 24 hours a day.
Can I take turns with her?
Captain Zhang glanced at the girl with ponytail and seemed to see through her thoughts. Finally, he cast a seeking look towards Lin Yi.
Of course Lin Yi would not treat a girl as a long-term worker.
He was not a landlord from the old society, so he nodded quickly and said, "Okay, but don't get too tired. Besides, I believe that with Captain Zhang and these big brothers guarding the periphery, it is unlikely that the killer will get close to me."
Now, Lin Yi's security work can be said to be fully prepared. In fact, Lan Qin's reminder is absolutely correct and timely.
The death of Zhong Shan was caused by the third branch of the Lan family.
The killer from abroad was contacted by Lan Hong.
He was very professional. After killing Zhong Shan, he fled the country without giving the police a chance to arrest him. This time, Lan Hong locked onto Lin Yi's location, so naturally he wanted to use the same old trick again. Lan Qin is so careless that she gave birth to a child at this critical moment, while his pretty boy is still living freely in Kyoto and hyping up the script with those little internet celebrities.
Ha, he is simply courting death. Lan Hong has returned to Tianjin.
After reporting the basic situation of Wei City, the elders of the family basically agreed that Lan Hong alone should arrange the destruction plan against Lin Yi. Although for them, Lan Qin's random finding of a man did not pose much threat to their next actions, but dealing with Lin Yi would definitely undermine Lan Qin's confidence and resistance. Naturally, they would not miss such an opportunity. Maybe after Lin Yi is killed, Lan Qin will really be scared and hand over the Zhong family's assets. So, after nightfall, Lan Hong contacted the killer organization abroad.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, a killer had already entered the country quietly. He was thin, wore glasses, and carried a travel bag with some photographic equipment. It looks like a backpacker traveling around the world. Perhaps it was because of China's visa-free policy that gave the killer the opportunity to exploit a loophole, and this guy was able to enter the country easily. This is indeed because these killers are very professional and their identity information is even real. The disguise in the system started many years ago. I will not carry any prohibited items when entering or leaving the country. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the backpacker killer had arrived in Kyoto. The weapon he used to kill Lin Yi was the pistol provided by Lan Hong. After getting the pistol, the backpacker killer carefully read Lin Yi's information. It even described in detail Lin Yi's vehicle information, the ward where Song Xinchuan was located, and images captured by some surveillance equipment in the hospital.
After observing carefully for a while, the backpacker killer immediately noticed that something was wrong with the dark-skinned girl who appeared next to Lin Yi. Immediately, the backpacker killer called Lan Heng's private cell phone.
There's something wrong with the target. The price has changed. The backpacker killer spoke English with a thick Taregwo accent.
Lan Hong was a little confused when he heard this.
What's wrong with the target? The target you want to kill is just a pretty boy, not threatening at all. Can the person you are targeting drive away in that Ferrari sports car?
The backpacker killer really wanted to call Lan Hong a stupid idiot, but for the sake of the money, he didn't curse. Instead, he said with a gloomy face and a cold voice, "The target has professional bodyguards around him. We have only found one so far, but there are very likely to be others. It will be much more difficult to kill him. Either pay more or provide me with professional sniper equipment." Lan Hong heard these words clearly and was overwhelmed. "Where do you think this place is?" "This is China. It's not difficult to find you a pistol, but where the hell can I find you the professional sniper equipment you want? Once that thing shows up, it will immediately alert the top leaders. If the situation escalates, you may not even be able to escape abroad." The backpacker killer still had an indifferent voice. "Either pay more or arrange for sniper equipment." "Fuck. Okay, how much do you want to increase it?" Lan Hong finally compromised. The backpacker killer decisively raised the stakes, triple. Lan Hong really cursed loudly this time. "Fuck, 3 times. You want to charge me $900,000 to kill a pretty boy?" The original price for resolving Lin Yi's case was $300,000. That's $2 million. Lan Hong felt that this price was very expensive. If it were not for the fact that assassins from abroad would not leave any trouble, Lan Hong would have wanted to find some desperate local criminals to deal with Lin Yi. If you randomly look for people like that, there might be a large number of people out of 100,000 or 100,000 who will jump out to risk their lives. Now the price has increased to $90. A full $6 million in cash. In Lan Heng's opinion, a pretty boy like Lin Yi is not worth so much money. Twice. I'll give you a maximum of $600,000. Otherwise, forget about this order. I won't ask you to return the deposit. Go back. I won't continue to cooperate with you in the future." Lan Hong bargained decisively. He didn't want to be taken advantage of. He felt that $4 million was too expensive to deal with Lin Yi, so expensive that it hurt his kidneys. The backpacker was silent for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. "Okay, $600,000, as usual, half the deposit. I will kill the target within 2 days." Chapter 67 Hunting Time. It was noon on the 4th day of Song Xinchuan's hospitalization. When Lin Yi was eating in the ward, he received a call from Captain Zhang on his mobile phone. In order to prevent Song Xinchuan from worrying about his situation, Lin Yi did not tell anyone about the bodyguard. As for the stand-in female bodyguard who followed him, Lin Yi explained to Song Xinchuan that she was his female assistant. She had discussed some business in Kyoto. Because she had to come into contact with foreigners, the female assistant also worked as a part-time translator. The sudden appearance of this female assistant naturally made Song Xinchuan a little suspicious. However, the 2 female bodyguards spoke foreign languages fluently, some of which were minor African languages, including the languages of primitive tribes. Such professionalism left Song Xinchuan speechless. "Sister-in-law, I'm going to answer a phone call." Lin Yi naturally got up and went to the bathroom. Song Xinchuan sat up and said, "Lin Yi, you don't have to stay with me all the time. I can walk now. The doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital the day after tomorrow." Lin Yi waved his hand without saying anything. He went into the bathroom before answering Captain Zhang's call. "Captain Zhang, is there any situation?" Lin Yi asked in a deep voice. Captain Zhang's voice was also very serious. "Yes, we have found a killer from abroad. Codenamed Backpacker. We have compared and confirmed that the other party is the killer who shot Zhong Shan." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The killer actually came. Even though he had made all the necessary preparations, Lin Yi couldn't help but get nervous. "Captain Zhang, can you catch him?" Captain Zhang was silent for a moment before responding. "There's a good chance we can capture him alive. He was just probing around the hospital. He must have discovered Mr. Lin's personal bodyguards, and our position hasn't been exposed. This guy is very smart. He used some hacking techniques to monitor some footage in the hospital. He's trying to find us." Lin Yi's breathing became more rapid. "What do you need me to do? Go out and lure him into action?" Perhaps because he had watched too many TV dramas, Lin Yi thought that Captain Zhang called him and needed him to be the bait. Although it was very dangerous, Lin Yi also wanted to catch the man. Especially after hearing that this man was the killer who shot Zhong Shan. As long as this guy is caught, maybe the employer behind him can be dug out. If the Lan family is caught up in the whirlpool of public opinion about hiring a killer, they may not be able to do anything about Lan Qin. But the fact is that Lin Yi watched too much TV. Captain Zhang immediately rejected Lin Yi's wild thoughts. No, Mr. Lin, you must not leave the hospital. Judging from the current situation, the backpacker will take action in a short time. When he is sure that there are only 2 bodyguards on duty around you, he will definitely find a chance to enter the hospital and take action. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't help but ask.
Do you have a chance to do it? Yes. We will hide in advance. Now he is in the open and we are in the dark. We will suppress him only after we ensure Mr. Lin's personal safety is 100% guaranteed. Or suppressive action. You might as well say it's a capture operation and a turtle in a jar. Lin Yi nodded, okay then. Then Lin Yi couldn't help but look towards the location of the ward. Will it make a lot of noise when you do it? Captain Zhang frowned. We can't be sure of that. The killer codenamed Backpacker has very accurate shooting skills and is definitely a professional killer. If our deployment is successful, he will react in a very short time. A firefight is very likely. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. Anyway, you must pay attention to your own safety and make sure no one gets hurt. Okay, Mr. Lin. Captain Zhang responded and hung up the phone.
Lin Yi also took a deep breath, turned and walked out of the bathroom, said hello to his sister-in-law Song Xinxuan, then walked out of the ward with his personal female bodyguard, and sat in the corridor playing with his mobile phone.
The female bodyguard Sun Li next to her couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lin, there are so many people in the corridor, why are you sitting here playing with your phone instead of going back to the ward?
Lin Yi waved his hand without waiting for Sun Li to finish her words. No, I used to play with my phone in the corridor every day. If I suddenly stop now, it will definitely make the killer suspicious. Although I have invited you, I still have to disguise myself.
If he doesn't have a chance to kill me, then you won't have a chance to catch him. Sun Li looked at Lin Yi with some surprise. She obviously didn't expect that Lin Yi would be so smart and know how to confuse the enemy and lure them into deeper territory. But Sun Li was a little amused and helpless. Mr. Lin, our duty is to ensure your safety. If the other party doesn't have a chance to attack, that would be the best.
Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Sun Li.
I offered you double the salary, young lady, you have to work. Sun Li shrugged. Okay, don't worry.
Captain Zhang has already locked onto the target, so he won't be allowed to escape. The worst case scenario is that he'll be caught and killed.
Lin Yi frowned, then sighed, dead is fine, but alive is better, it will be useful if I keep him. Half an hour later, Lin Yi returned to the ward.
And everything happened just as Lin Yi had expected. In a corner of the hospital parking lot, in a shabby van with completely lightless windows, a backpacker was staring at a computer screen. The surveillance footage that appeared above was exactly the image of Lin Yi playing games just now. 2 hours later, the ponytail bodyguard came and replaced the dark-skinned bodyguard Sun Li. The backpacker's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes became sharper, as if he was a hunter who had locked onto his prey.
No words were spoken that night.
Captain Zhang and others had hardly any rest. After confirming that the hospital's surveillance system had been hacked, they kept watching it. Once the other party leaves the monitoring system, it will be time for them to take action and set up control.
We waited until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Finally, a few people had the opportunity to appear in the corridor of the intensive care unit. Some hid in the next ward, and some simply hid on the ceiling. Just like that, after the ambush was completed, the few people seemed to have completely disappeared without making any noise. Even the doctors and nurses around didn't notice that someone was hiding under their noses.
3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 5th day.
Lin Yi walked out of the ward and sat on a chair in the corridor to play games. Standing next to her was Sun Li, the female bodyguard who had just changed shifts.
Occasionally someone would walk by.
At this time, the elevator at the end of the corridor slowly arrived at the floor where Lin Yi was. At the same time, a few words popped up on Lin Yi's phone.
The target is coming up.
Even though Lin Yi was mentally prepared, his palms were still sweating. Although Sun Li seemed to be relaxing, in fact, she could pull out the pistol from her arms and shoot at any time with one hand.
She also whispered. Captain Zhang, in principle, we can't be the first to shoot, right? In principle, we are Chinese. Foreign assassins who attack China must be killed.
Captain Zhang's cold voice came from Sun Li's headphones. This voice is filled with murderous intent. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether they were bodyguards or soldiers on the battlefield.
Chapter 68. If you dare to come, don't think of going back. Got it.
Sun Li's eyes were shining. Even though Linny was very close, he couldn't hear clearly what Sun Li was muttering. He only knew that he had to raise his wrists to block his head at any time. Because he was wearing a bulletproof vest with his cuffs still on, but he didn't have a bulletproof helmet on his head. If the other party was about to shoot, Linny would definitely have to save his head. In fact, Sun Li would not give the killer any chance to shoot Linny. Even if the other party opened fire, Sun Li would use her body to block Linny in the first place. Bite. The elevator made a crisp warning sound.
But the backpacker inside did not show up in time.
Sun Li immediately became alert and subconsciously put her hands into her arms.
What happened? Didn't anyone come up? Sun Li was a little panicked. But I heard Captain Zhang's voice.
Don't panic, the other party is experienced and has climbed up to the upper floor from the elevator shaft.
The target is going down the stairwell. Pay attention to Mr. Lin's right side. Sun Li took a deep breath and said, right? The elevator is on the left.
If I turn around now, it might scare off the target.
Leave it to us.
Captain Zhang gave a command, and Sun Li pretended to be very vigilant and walked towards the open elevator entrance. At this moment, the door of the stairwell was pushed open.
A man rolled out from the ground.
He moved extremely quickly and shot at Linny the moment the pistol emerged from his arms.
Apparently, this is the killer backpacker. But Captain Zhang is even faster.
The ceiling above Linny's head shattered immediately, and Captain Zhang's tall figure appeared in front of Linny.
Bang!
The bullet hit Captain Zhang's chest, and behind him was Lin Yi's head.
Just a few tenths of a second and Lin Yi's head would have exploded.
Even though Captain Zhang was wearing a bulletproof vest, the impact still made him feel very uncomfortable. The backpacker on the opposite side had just steadied himself when his eyes widened.
Shit! There are bodyguards. The next moment, he was about to escape back towards the stairwell.
But bullets were already flying out from the ward behind him.
Bang! 3 people opened fire. 6 bullets hit the backpacker's legs and arms. Obviously, the bodyguard's shooting skills are also very accurate.
The backpacker was beaten to a bloody pulp on the spot, but he was able to raise his hand holding the gun and pulled the trigger at the nearest bodyguard.
Careful!
Linny suddenly rushed out and knocked the bodyguard not far away to the ground. The bullet grazed Lin Yi's waist and passed through, leaving a bullet hole on the ward door. Captain Zhang's eyes immediately turned red when he saw this.
Asshole! Bang bang bang! Fire 3 shots in a row.
The bullet pierced the backpacker killer's palm, upper arm, and shoulder of his other arm.
This time the backpacker really collapsed in a pool of blood and completely lost the ability to fight back. The bodyguard next to him moved quickly and grabbed the backpacker's mouth. With the butt of the rifle, he knocked out 2 of the backpacker's back teeth and took out a small ball of poison. After the assassin's operation abroad fails, he will commit suicide by taking poison in order to avoid implicating the organization. This is when the professionalism of the Longdu bodyguard team is highlighted. Now, a look of fear finally emerged in the backpacker Senhen's eyes, and his limp body continued to tremble under the suppression of several people. If he is captured alive, his fate will be worse than death. Sun Li and another female bodyguard with a ponytail helped Linny up immediately. Mr. Lin, are you okay?
The female bodyguard who was knocked to the ground by Linny also climbed up with an apologetic look on her face. She was very worried about Lin Yi's condition, and she lowered her head, unable to speak. This was her dereliction of duty. As a bodyguard, she actually let her employer block bullets for her. If this matter gets out, she will no longer be able to work in this industry.
Linny could see that the other person looked unhappy.
Although he covered his bleeding waist with one hand, he still waved to the few people.
It's okay, it's just a scratch. Fortunately, no one was injured. This is the best result.
These words touched the female bodyguard next to her very much.
But Captain Zhang turned back to Linny, checked Lin Yi's injuries, and said through gritted teeth, Mr. Lin, it is our fault that you got hurt. We will return all the commissions you provided this time. In addition, we will also apply to the company for your medical expenses.
Without waiting for Captain Zhang to finish his words, Linny reached out and patted him on the shoulder.
Hey, you're good in every way except that you're too rule-abiding. You haven't had a good night's sleep in the past 3 days. And you helped me catch this guy. Can I let you work for nothing?
Captain Zhang was stunned and gritted his teeth and said, but rules are rules.
The rules are dead, but people are alive. Do you think your employer is seeking death and you should be held responsible?
I was hit by the bullet myself.
It has nothing to do with your people. Besides, I'm fine.
Okay, call the police. With Lin Yi's comfort, the emotions of several people gradually calmed down, and everyone bowed to Lin Yi in gratitude.
Then Captain Zhang went up and arrested the backpacker.
Your shooting skills are very accurate, but unfortunately, this is China.
If you dare to come here, don't even think about going back.
Captain Zhang cursed in a domineering manner. The medical staff around were finally alarmed. Captain Zhang also went up and introduced himself very professionally and calmed everyone down. Soon the police arrived, but they were special police, along with higher-level departments.
They ensured the backpacker's life safety at the first opportunity.
In the end, the backpacker was almost wrapped like a dumpling and carried outside.
And some people came up to communicate some things with Lin Yi.
Lin Yi also took out the information about Zhong Shan's previous shooting, including some video footage, which was enough to prove that the killer at that time was the backpacker.
The officials who communicated with Lin Yi were very happy to get the information. Mr. Lin, thank you for your cooperation.
This foreign killer is engaged in criminal activities within China and is a repeat offender.
Mr. Lin played an indispensable role in capturing him this time. We will help Mr. Lin apply for reimbursement of the commission from Longdu Bodyguard Company.
Lin Yi waved his hand hurriedly. No, this is my own business.
I shouldn't add burden to the country. I just want you to find out who hired the killer.
The suspect I can provide is Lan Hong from the Lan family in Jinmen. I believe you will have a true investigation result. The other party admired Lin Yi's style of doing things, shook hands with Lin Yi, and made a promise.
Mr. Lin, please rest assured.
We will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation.
The criminals will pay the price. As everyone left, Song Xinchuan also walked out quickly. Lin Yi, what is going on? Your female assistant.
Song Xinchuan was shocked when she saw the bodyguard Sun Li still holding a gun in her hand. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and explained, Sister-in-law, actually they are the bodyguards I hired. Just now, some bad guys wanted to kill me, and they protected me. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Sun Li and others all looked ashamed. They did protect Lin Yi, but not well, and Lin Yi was still injured.
On the contrary, these bodyguards who blocked the bullets were intact. Chapter 69, You Can Arrest People. Bodyguard? What on earth is going on? Lin Yi, there was a gunshot here just now. You are injured and bleeding. Call a doctor quickly.
Song Xinchuan still discovered the wound on Lin Yi's waist and immediately became anxious. Zhang Min next to him also hurried over to help check Lin Yi's wound. Without waiting for the doctor to come, Zhang Min breathed a sigh of relief and comforted Song Xinchuan. Xiao Shuang, stop screaming, it's okay, I just scratched the sebum layer, bandage it up, it will be fine in a few days.
But even so, Song Xinchuan still cried out of heartache.
Lin Yi hurriedly hugged Song Xinchuan in his arms and rubbed Song Xinchuan's head.
Sister-in-law, why are you crying? I'm fine. Song Xinchuan sobbed. Lin Yi, what's going on? Why would there be a killer who wants to kill you? Sister-in-law, go back to the ward and I will tell you slowly.
Lin Yi supported Song Xinchuan and walked towards the ward. He turned around and greeted Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, we still have a few days left, and I'll have to trouble you to stay here, because I don't know if there will be a second wave. Captain Zhang immediately responded solemnly, Mr. Lin, please rest assured that we will not make any more mistakes. As the ward door closed, several bodyguards gathered together. Captain Zhang did not blame the female bodyguard next to him, but just said in a deep voice,
I will still report this matter to the company truthfully.
Although there were some mistakes in this work, it is also a valuable experience. Don't be discouraged, Mr. Lin is a good person, we must protect him.
Yes. Several people responded. Protecting Lin Yi was no longer just a job.
In that critical life and death crisis, Lin Yi was able to sacrifice himself to save the female bodyguard among them. This kind of personal charm has conquered them. This incident did not spread much in the hospital, and it was as if nothing had happened. In the ward, Lin Yi confessed that he knew Lan Qin and lied shamelessly.
Song Xinchuan's face was filled with shock. Lin Yi, are you saying that you are working with the owner of Zhongshan Hotel? Was this killer also brought here by that female owner?
Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. You can say that, but this can't be blamed on Sister Lan. It's not easy for her to be an orphan and a widow now. Besides, We are a partnership and her business is mine.
It's my duty to take money to do things and bear risks. Sister-in-law, you should understand, right? I have to say that Lin Yi's ability to lie is getting stronger and stronger. It's clearly heroism at work, it's clearly lust, he has some feelings for Lan Qin, and he still insists on talking about win-win cooperation and sharing risks. But these words also completely resolved all the doubts in Song Xinchuang's heart. Lin Yi, you are already so powerful. However, you must be careful in the future. No matter how much money you make, it is not as good as living a healthy life. Song Xinchuang was still very worried about Lin Yi's situation.
Lin Yi pretended to be relaxed and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, these troubles will be solved soon.
There is an old saying that wealth and honor are sought in danger. Look, I am seeking wealth and honor, right?
No kidding, sister-in-law, you really don't have to worry. You saw how well I did in preparing for today. The killer was captured alive, and the authorities are even going to give me a banner."
Song Xinchuang patted Lin Yi on the chest and said coquettishly,
"You're still so proud of yourself. You were almost shot to death, and you can still laugh."
"Really?" Lin Yi was completely relieved when he saw Song Xinchuang finally burst into laughter. "Sister-in-law, I've been nervous for several days. I'm going to take a nap."
Lin Yi greeted him and went into the accompanying lounge next door, wrapped himself in a quilt, and fell into a deep sleep.
He is really tired.
These 2 days and 2 nights were really nerve-wracking and I couldn't sleep well at all.
I have some strange dreams when I fall asleep.
But when he really faced the killer and the scene of pistols firing and bullets flying, Lin Yi was not that nervous, and was even very excited. Especially when his skin was grazed by the bullet, Lin Yi's blood boiled.
"I just regret that I didn't have a gun at that time.
Otherwise, you have to shoot that backpacker killer twice." After calming down, fatigue swept over him and Lin Yi naturally fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yi, who seldom snored, was snoring loudly at this moment. Even though the ward had good soundproofing, Song Xinchuang and Zhang Min could still hear it clearly. Suddenly, the bodyguard standing at the door felt that the snoring made her feel at ease, and she stayed by the door closely. Originally, Song Xinchuang could communicate freely with Sun Li and another bodyguard with a ponytail. But after learning Sun Li's true identity, he felt a serious sense of distance.
When Zhang Min spoke, she also deliberately lowered her voice. "Xiao Shuang, things are not looking good. Tell me, could it be that your brother-in-law has been kept by a rich woman?" Song Xinchuang frowned, very resistant to Zhang Min's gossip. "Impossible, Lin Yi is not a gigolo. He just said it very clearly, they are in a cooperative relationship."
Zhang Min rolled her eyes at Song Xinchuang.
"Are you stupid? That's Lan Qin. I just checked and she is the richest woman in Wei City. Have you read The Domineering Female CEO in the novel? These domineering female CEOs like Lin Yi, and Lan Qin is also very pretty. My God, you didn't see the photo, that figure, that big butt."
Before Zhang Min could finish, Song Xinchuang interrupted with a smile.
Sister Zhang, you think too much. Didn't Lin Yi make it very clear?
That boss Lan was an orphan with no one to take care of him. Lin Yi adopted the child as his godson.
This is enough to show that their cooperation is equal in status.
It's not that Lin Yi is dependent on her, and there is no need for him to be a gigolo. Zhang Min stared at Song Xinchuang's smiling face and really couldn't understand what was going on in Song Xinchuang's head.
"Forget it. You are just pretending to be ignorant even though you know the truth. When your brother-in-law is snatched away by someone else, you will regret it."
Song Xinchuang felt a little disappointed, but soon smiled sweetly. "If Lin Yi can really find true love, I will be happy. Besides, Lin Yi promised me that he would not leave me." Zhang Min was really speechless this time and rolled her eyes to the sky. "I'm really impressed by your love-brainness."
Just as the two sisters were discussing the relationship between Lin Yi and Lan Qin,
the killer backpacker was also escorted to the secret unit. After the interrogation, the door of the interrogation room was opened, and the interrogator who came out was wearing something like surgical gloves and holding various torture instruments. It can be seen that the interrogation scene just now must have been very exciting. The official who had communicated with Lin Yi quickly came over. The interrogator took the initiative to report. It was revealed that Lan Hong, the eldest son of the third branch of the Lan family in Tianjin, was the employer. Half a year ago, this killer entered the country once and shot and killed Zhong Shan, an entrepreneur in Wei City. The account for fund transactions is very clean, and nothing useful can be found, but the recording of his conversation with Lan Hong is still preserved, and we can use it to arrest him. After hearing this, the official's eyes lit up and he turned around and gave an order.
Go to Jean Menlan's house and arrest him. Chapter 70, Let your sister-in-law help take care of other people's children? Beep, beep, beep.
Lan Xin has called Linny more than a dozen times.
No one answered.
This made Lan Xin very anxious, and she was worried that something might happen to Linny. Just when Lan Xin could no longer contain her worry and was about to take her child to Kyoto to look for someone,
Lan Xin's cell phone suddenly rang.
Lan Xin glanced at the incoming call number on her phone, her heart skipped a beat, and her expression became extremely indifferent.
The call was connected. Lan Xiqing, is there something you want to talk to me about?
Lan Xin's voice was filled with murderous intent.
There is no name on this phone number.
But Lan Xin knew very well who his master was.
Lan Xin's third uncle.
That is the current head of the third branch of the Lan family in Tianjin. The call from the other party must have bad intentions. But what Lan Xin didn't expect was that the murderous aura in Lan Xiqing's voice was even colder than hers.
Lan Xin, you are very good.
From now on, I will spare no effort to make you be buried with my hanger.
Bang. Beep, beep, beep.
The call was hung up immediately. Lan Xin heard the busy tone coming from the phone and felt inexplicably nervous. Lan Xiqing's voice just now was hoarse and low, but it was filled with hysterical murderous intent.
Lan Hong, something happened.
Just when Lan Xin's mind was a little blank, the cell phone suddenly rang again. Lan Xin took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was Lin Yi's call, so she quickly answered it.
Linny, how are you? Are you okay? Did the killer find you?
Compared to what happened to Lan Hong, Lan Xin was naturally more concerned about Lin Yi's situation. Lin Yi's voice sounded a little lazy, obviously he had just woken up.
Oh, Sister Lan, I just fell asleep in a daze, and when I opened my eyes it was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
I'm fine here, the killer has been captured alive, and the authorities just gave me news that the killer has confessed, and the employer behind the scenes, Lan Hong, has also been arrested, and he will probably be shot. After saying this, Lin Yi yawned, as if he felt that the loss of a life was no big deal. And it was obvious that all this was caused by Lin Yi, but Lin Yi acted as if it had nothing to do with him. After hearing everything, Lan Xin's heart started beating wildly.
No wonder.
She muttered subconsciously.
Lin Yi asked in confusion, no wonder? Sister Lan, is there any movement from the Lan family?
Lan Xin said solemnly, I guess the Lan family will launch an offensive against my property in advance.
Lan Hang is the main culprit of the murder and will definitely be shot. There is no possibility of survival.
Whether for the sake of business or family reputation, the Lan family will not save Lan Hang. Just now, the head of the third branch of the Lan family, my third uncle Lan Xiqing, called me. He told me very clearly that he wanted to drag me to be buried with Lan Hang this time. When Lin Yi heard this, he instantly became alert.
What's wrong with this Lan family? Can't they change their nature? They want to kill people just by opening their mouths. Have they never been beaten?
Lan Xin said slowly, Lin Yi, don't be angry. After this failed attempt to hire a killer, the Lan family will definitely be targeted by the relevant departments.
They will definitely not dare to do anything in secret.
They can only suppress me in business.
This is exactly what I want.
Lin Yi also knew that what Lan Xin said made sense.
Okay, Sister Lan, I understand what you mean.
My sister-in-law will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow morning. I will go to your place tomorrow night to help you take care of the children.
Alternatively, you can move in with me and I will buy a new house.
When Lan Xin heard this, her pretty face turned red. But still responded decisively.
I'll move in with you. I need to clean up the people around me recently, so I'll go over to your place and recruit all of them.
Lan Xin is ready for war, but also ready to live with Lin Yi.
Recruitment? Oh, you mean aunt or something like that?
Lin Yi scratched the back of his head. He forgot that Lan Xin's background was different from his.
He was born in a large family and probably lives in a real mansion like a villa or manor.
There is a driver to take care of going out and a servant to take care of daily life. If you let someone come and live with you, then all these things are inevitable, and you also have to find a nanny to look after the children.
Should I let my sister-in-law Song Xinchuan help Lan Xin take care of the children? As soon as this idea came to his mind, Lin Yi wanted to reject it.
But when I think about it, my sister-in-law has quit her job at the hospital. She will definitely be busy after she recovers. Taking care of children seems to be a good pastime. As for drivers, the Fatty and Lin Nan brothers are the most reliable. As for the servants, Linny was not used to having strangers walking around in his house. It's just that asking my sister-in-law to take care of someone else's child is a bit too much, not to mention that the relationship between Lan Qin and I is still unclear. Thinking of this, Linny shrugged his shoulders. It would be better for him to raise the child by himself.
Song Xinchuan was a strong woman by nature.
Perhaps he could let Song Xinchuan work and study with Lan Qin. She would definitely be a strong businesswoman in the future.
After making up his mind, Linny quickly agreed. Don't worry, the people I use are absolutely reliable.
Lan Qin also responded gently, well, I believe in your judgment.
Let's do this for now. I'll wait for you to come back. Okay, let's get back in touch.
Linny hung up the phone and was about to get out of bed when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. The pain made Linny grimace in pain.
This pain also awakened Lin Yi's belated nerve reaction. Now that I think about it, it was really dangerous.
Damn, I've experienced life and death, so why would I be afraid of this little bit of pain? Linny gritted his teeth and got out of bed, went to the ward to see Song Xinchuan, and also told her about Lan Qin coming to live with him.
Song Xinchuan looked calm, as if he had expected everything.
But Zhang Min next to her couldn't help it.
Linny, you are not being honest. Tell me the truth, do you have some inconspicuous relationship with this Mr. Lan?
Such a straightforward question made Linny somewhat embarrassed. But Linny was still very calm.
It's not a shameful relationship. Sister Lan is a nice person, and we are now on the same boat. Although the assassination will not happen, the Lan family is going to launch a business war against Sister Lan.
She must solve it herself.
There is nothing I can do to help. Is it okay for me to take care of the child?
Zhang Min's eyes widened.
Take care of the child? You're not asking your sister-in-law to take care of the child for her, are you? Do you think your sister-in-law is a nanny? Besides, it's not your child, why are you so concerned about it?
This time it was Song Xinchuan who spoke up for Linny.
Sister Zhang, don't be so excited.
Linny is the child's godfather, and he also has a share in those businesses. Helping President Lan take care of the child is also to allow President Lan to better protect these businesses.
If I can help, it would be great.
Linny was so moved by his sister-in-law's words that his nose felt sore. But he still spoke.
Sister-in-law, you don't have to take care of the children. I think you can stay with Sister Lan and be an assistant first. After you gain experience, I will give you money. Wouldn't it be better for us to start our own business? Chapter 71, 80 Million Lakeside Villa. Linny, are you serious? Song Xinchuan's beautiful eyes lit up. Obviously, Song Xinchuan has always wanted to be a female entrepreneur.
The reason why she is not so hostile towards Lan Qin is because Song Xinchuan respects Lan Qin very much. Even with the relationship with Lin Yi, Song Xinchuan will still regard Lan Qin as an idol. Being able to work as an assistant to her idol and learn how to do business would definitely be a completely new life for Song Xinchuan. But Zhang Min next to her refused to do it.
What? Linny, you let your sister-in-law be an assistant to another woman? This woman has an unclear relationship with you. Do you have your sister-in-law in your heart?
Linny was embarrassed by Zhang Min's words.
Sister Zhang.
But before Linny could argue, Song Xinchuan interrupted him hastily.
Sister Zhang, please stop talking nonsense. Ms. Lan is a strong woman whom I respect very much. If I can learn from her, it will benefit me for the rest of my life.
Now, Zhang Min really had nothing to say. Song Xinchuan said excitedly, holding Lin Yi's hand.
Linny, don't worry, I will definitely learn well from President Lan and will not let you down. In the future, we can also have our own company and our own career.
Seeing Song Xinchuan so happy, Linny also smiled brightly.
Sister-in-law, I believe you can do it. Before, there were no conditions and environment for you to realize your dream. Now that we have such a platform, we must take advantage of it.
Song Xinchuan nodded heavily, wishing he could be discharged from the hospital immediately.
The next morning, Song Xinchuan was finally discharged from the hospital after 6 days of hospitalization.
Longdu Bodyguard Company dispatched a professional vehicle, which was escorted by a team of 8 people.
3 hours later, the car stopped downstairs of Song Xinchuan's dilapidated old neighborhood.
Except for Sun Li, all the bodyguards around Linny became movers and accompanied Song Xinchuan upstairs to pack things. Linny had already contacted the sales manager Zhang Chao, whose contact information he had added before. Linny really likes the location of Wife-pampering, and the community is also new enough. However, the previous duplex house had already been ruined by the Chinyu sisters. So, Linny naturally would not let his sister-in-law move in. They would not let Lanchin live there with her children. So, Linny set his sights on the top-ranked building in Weizhou Mansion that had never been sold. A lakeside villa in the center of an artificial lake. There is an exclusive asphalt road leading to the lakeside villa. This road is usually not open to people. In addition, there are special boats that can go there. The small island in the middle of the lake is very large, and the artificial lake is also very large. Even if someone is making noise on the shore, it will not affect the rest of the people in the villa in the middle of the lake. There have been many rumors about the lakeside villa before.
What kind of mansion is used to suppress the feng shui of the entire Weizhou prefecture?
Many people died when the building was being built, and there are dead bones under the artificial lake.
The villa in the middle of the lake is reserved for ghosts. It's basically all negative news. These are naturally people who are deliberately trying to discredit Weizhou Mansion. In short, due to various reasons, this veritable king of buildings has been idle until now. Even though the Wisconsin government had previously revealed its luxurious interior decoration, it hired professionals and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to shoot a promotional and marketing video. But up to now, no one is interested in it, or no one is willing to spend so much money to buy this lakeside villa. Sales manager Zhang Chao brought the big boss to meet Linny.
The big boss who was in charge of developing the Wife-pampering real estate project was also surprised when he saw Linny. Mr. Lin is so young, he is really promising. Linny had seen this boss on a local TV station and vaguely remembered that his surname was Chen. He also shook hands politely.
Mr. Chen, I have heard of your name for a long time.
I have limited time today, so I won't waste time talking nonsense.
I have bought the lakeside villa.
Mr. Chen hurriedly asked Zhang Chao to bring the contract.
The contract is ready for you, Mr. Lin, and we can trade now. Linny nodded. 80 million, right? Can't it be cheaper?
This was said half-jokingly. But Mr. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly spoke.
Mr. Lin, 80 million is not expensive.
The development cost of this artificial lake is very high, and the greening of the island in the middle of the lake also cost a lot of money. The decoration of the villa and so on were all designed by the top domestic team.
It can be said that 80 million is really the cost price.
After saying this, Mr. Chen winked at Zhang Chao next to him. Although Zhang Chao is very professional, he has never sold such an expensive house before, so he is inevitably a little nervous. However, Zhang Chao still held on in the face of pressure.
Said with a smile, Mr. Lin, the service we provide is also very valuable. The maintenance cost of your house is also very high every year.
Without waiting for Zhang Chao to finish his words, Linny waved his hand. You just mentioned my house, which makes me feel embarrassed to bargain.
Okay, let's take this price. Besides, I don't really need the services you provide.
I will hire someone to maintain the house. What you need to do is not let other owners pollute the environment of the artificial lake.
Zhang Chao nodded repeatedly. Yes, these are what we should do, and I promise you that we will do our best.
After Linny signed, he directly transferred 80 million. The house was still registered under the name of my sister-in-law Song Xinshuang. So, the 80 million was immediately converted into 800 million in cash. Of course, the 800 million yuan was definitely a huge sum of money, but for Linny, who had nearly 800 billion yuan in his bank card, the 800 million yuan was just a small amount.
Remember, don't let anyone enter my private residential area at will. My bodyguards have gun licenses.
If someone dies, it will have a bad impact. Linny gave one final reminder. The personal bodyguard Sun Li behind her also symbolically displayed her gun. Now, both Mr. Chen and Zhang Chao were even more in awe of Linny, nodding their heads like pounding garlic. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we will definitely strengthen security and hire a security team specifically for you to be in charge of the artificial lake area. After the transaction was completed, Mr. Chen wanted to treat Linny to a meal, but Linny directly refused.
Mr. Chen did not dare to say anything more and asked Zhang Chao to handle the rest of the matters. Then he took the money and left. These days, whoever has cash is the boss. Linny can directly take out 80 million to buy a house. This strength is terrifying.
If nothing unexpected happens, Wei City will have another young super rich man.
As Mr. Chen left, Linny also called Zhang Chao to his side.
Linny also hugged Zhang Chao's neck affectionately. This made Zhang Chao feel uncomfortable all over, and he wondered in his heart, could it be that Lin Yi has a crush on him? If he really had to make some sacrifices, it was not impossible. After all, Lin Yi was so rich, and he had received so much commission from the lakeside villa. Without waiting for Zhang Chao to continue his wild thoughts, Lin Yi said coldly, "Manager Zhang, someone secretly moved into the duplex house I bought before, and you didn't even know about it. This is your dereliction of duty." Zhang Chao's eyes widened when he heard this.
Someone moved in? How is that possible? They don't have the key.
Zhang Chao gasped before he could finish his sentence.
Could it be that they are picking the lock?
Lin Yi directly gave Zhang Chao the video evidence shot by Fatty in Dunan and said with a smile,
"Look for yourself, how do you think this matter should be handled?"
The more Zhang Chao watched, the more frightened he became. Lin Yi's new house was ruined beyond recognition by two crazy women.
This is Chinya? Is this woman crazy? She is looking for death.
Zhang Chao was shocked and angry. The first thing he thought of was to call the police, but he quickly calmed down.
Mr. Lin, do you think we can handle this matter internally instead of calling the police? Chapter 72, Giving Sister-in-Law a House Worth 100 Million.
Lin Yi frowned and said in embarrassment, "This matter was originally your fault. The simplest way to deal with it is to let the police arrest them and put them in jail."
What? You still want to protect them?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao immediately shook his head like a rattle.
No, how could that be? Even if you gave me two guts, I wouldn't dare to defend them.
I'm worried, after calling the police, the incident will become a big deal and affect the reputation of Wisconsin.
You know the real estate market is in a downturn right now.
If there's more noise, all the houses might have to go down in price. After saying this, Zhang Chao quickly added,
I know this is all our fault. We must be responsible for this matter.
Don't worry, I will bring people to catch them and send them to the police station personally. Lin Yi had a good impression of Zhang Chao and decided to give Zhang Chao some face.
Okay, then go and take care of it now.
Also, restore the house to its original state, and this matter will be over. Zhang Chao hurriedly called the security guard, and a group of 7 or 8 people went straight to the duplex house bought by Lin Yi.
At this time, Song Xinchuang and Zhang Min also arrived at Weizhou Mansion, accompanied by several bodyguards. This group of people coming here is quite eye-catching.
Along the way, Zhang Min was very satisfied with the green environment of Weizhou Prefecture and praised it continuously. It can be seen that she likes it here very much, and at the same time, she is looking forward to Lin Yi's previous promise to her. Lin Yi said that he would buy her a house here, but I don't know if this is still true.
Song Xinchuang, on the contrary, was very nervous. The residential environment here was so good.
After learning about the housing prices here, Song Xinchuan was even more worried about Lin Yi's wallet.
Sister-in-law, Sister Zhang. This way.
From a distance, Lin Yi greeted Song Xinchuan and the others.
Lin Yi. Hey, why are you on the boat?
Zhang Min shouted loudly while waving at Lin Yi. This attracted the attention of many passers-by.
All of a sudden, many people started talking about it. Aren't boats not allowed to enter the artificial lake? How come there are people on it besides the staff who are collecting the garbage?
No, that ship isn't the usual garbage collecting ship.
I'm afraid this ship is a bit advanced. Could it be that the lakeside villa has been sold? Is the person on the boat the owner of the lakeside villa? Oh my god. I heard the lakeside villa is selling for 100 million.
Ha, 100 million can buy a luxury house in Kyoto. Who would buy a villa in Wei City?
That may not be the case. After all, there isn't a house this good in the entire Wei City. It's a symbol of status. You think too much. The man on the boat is too young. Amid the discussions, Zhang Min also understood what was going on.
Her face immediately turned red and she looked back at Song Xinchuan in disbelief.
Song Xinchuan was startled by Zhang Min's appearance. Sister Zhang, what's wrong with you? Zhang Min pointed at Lin Yi excitedly and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Shuang, didn't Lin Yi buy the lakeside villa? That's a mansion worth hundreds of millions. He dotes on you too much, doesn't he?
Song Xinchuan's heart was pounding wildly. Seeing Lin Yi approaching the shore, Song Xinchuan stood still and dared not get closer.
Did Lin Yi really buy her a mansion worth over 100 million yuan? Sister-in-law, don't just stand there, move all the things over here.
Lin Yi began to invite everyone to walk towards the lake. The only asphalt road leading to the lakeside villa was also opened by the staff.
2 cars drove up quickly.
Song Xinchuang and a few others followed on foot and immediately heard bursts of exclamations coming from all around.
Oh my god, he really is the owner of the lakeside villa. Awesome, so awesome. Who is this young man's second-generation rich family? He is so rich. This lakeside villa is really sold. Isn't it said that the lakeside villa is haunted? TSK, what the hell is going on? That's just nonsense from jealous people. Oh, what a pity. It seems that rich second generation has a girlfriend. What's there to be afraid of if you have a girlfriend? Just chase her. If you can't catch her, steal her. If you can't steal her, rob her. I've got him for sure. Accompanied by bursts of exclamations, many female hunters are ready to go.
Song Xinchuang naturally heard all of this, and his steps became lighter.
Linny, is this lakeside villa worth hundreds of millions? Do you really have that much money? Song Xinchuang couldn't help but ask.
Linny said casually, how can it be worth 100 million?
It's just exaggerated publicity, it's only 80 million. Song Xinchuang was immediately choked by this number.
Zhang Min exclaimed, 80 million.
What's the difference between that and 100 million? Linny, sister, I really underestimated you. You are too rich.
Linny scratched the back of his head and said, Sister Zhang, there are quite a few rooms in this villa. My sister-in-law and I will live here from now on.
You can come and stay here if you have nothing to do. Zhang Min's eyes were shining, really?
But soon Zhang Min shook her head, forget it, I can't afford such an expensive villa.
Besides, aren't you going to bring President Lan over? It will be so inconvenient for me to live there.
Linny knew that Zhang Min had something else in mind, but his expression was very calm. My sister-in-law and I can't live in such a big house.
If Sister Lan brings the children here, it will be more convenient for us to take care of them. This doesn't prevent you from coming to live here, Sister Zhang. This villa is registered in the name of my sister-in-law. The last sentence is the key point. Zhang Min exclaimed, oh my god, is this villa really bought for your sister-in-law? Doesn't that mean my good sister is now worth over 100 million?
Excited, Zhang Min grabbed Song Xinchuang's little hand and kept chattering. Xiao Shuang, you've really made a fortune. Oh, I originally thought that your brother-in-law was following that President Lan as a gigolo. Now it seems that President Lan is probably also being kept by your brother-in-law.
A mansion worth 100 million yuan, that beautiful CEO wouldn't be willing to buy it and give it away, right? Song Xinchuan's brain froze. She couldn't believe that all this was true.
A few days ago, she even committed suicide because of the surgery fee. But only a week had passed, and she actually owned a mansion worth nearly 100 million yuan. Although Linny had said before that he wanted to buy a bigger and more expensive house.
But this is too big and too expensive. And just when Song Xinchuan couldn't control his wandering thoughts,
suddenly, there was a shrill noise coming from the shore of the artificial lake.
Why are you arresting us?
The security guard killed someone.
It's rape. It's outrageous. This cry immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Linny and others.
Dunan and the fat man next to them had physiological reactions when they heard the noise.
Fuck, it's those 2 crazy women from Qinyu.
Manager Zhang is not good at his job.
Why did he bring someone here? Linny couldn't help but frown.
But he was also the one who attracted the onlookers on the shore.
Moreover, this was the only way to escort Qinyu and her sister out.
And just when Qinyu arrived at the crowd over there, he looked at the path leading to the villa in the middle of the lake as if by telepathy. She locked her eyes on Linny in the crowd. He started shouting immediately.
Linny! I'm here! Linny!
It didn't matter that she shouted, but Zhang Chao next to her was frightened.
Damn it! Drag these 2 crazy women away. Quickly! Chapter 73 The Yellow Bird Behind.
Zhang Chao was so panicked that he almost peed his pants. I just promised Linny that I would definitely deal with the Qinyu sisters, but I didn't expect that this would give Qinyu the opportunity to go crazy at Linny. The security guard next to him also hurriedly held down Qinyu's arms.
Qinyu immediately let out a shrill scream. Ah! My arm is going to break. Let me go.
My husband is Linny, he is worth over 100 million, wait for him to come and catch you all in one fell swoop.
Rhymes with holding grass.
Qinya, who was standing next to them, had sharper eyes. When she saw the posture of Lin Yi and the others, she immediately started yelling at her sister Qin Yu. Qin Yu. That's the most expensive building in Weizhou Prefecture, a lakeside villa worth hundreds of millions. Could it be that Lin Yi bought the house over there? Zhang Chao became even more panicked. He grabbed the struggling Qinya and cursed her. Qinya. Are you looking for death? Do you think you can just criticize the identity of the owner of the lakeside villa? Be honest. You broke into a private house and took drugs in Mr. Lin's new house. I will send you to jail for life. When Qinya heard this, she panicked and started shouting. Qinyu, quickly ask Lin Yi to come and rescue us. If he really sends us to the police station, we'll be doomed. Qinyu didn't know where she got the strength from. She suddenly turned around and bit the wrist of a security guard. Ah! Damn, you are born in the year of the dog. The security guard let go of one of Qinyu's arms in pain. Qinyu turned around and kicked another security guard in the crotch. Ah! Another security guard also fell to the ground. While Zhang Chao was stunned, Qinyu had already rushed towards Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's personal bodyguard Sun Li immediately stood in front of everyone and pulled out a baton to warn them. Don't come over here. Qinyu knew that Sun Li was a woman and didn't take it seriously at all. She rushed forward and raised her hand to slap Sun Li in the face. Bitch, get out of here. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. But the person who got hit in the nose was Qinyu. Sun Li slapped Qinyu so hard that she spun around on the spot, and then threw her over her shoulder, pinning Qinyu to the ground. Give up resistance immediately, otherwise I will knock you out. Qinyu was knocked dizzy and felt severe pain all over her body, but after she caught her breath, she immediately looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's me, I'm Qinyu. Your beloved Xiao Yaya. How could you let this bitch bully me? I'm loyal to you and have been waiting for you to come back home. Those stinky security guards actually dared to arrest me, please help me teach them a lesson. Qinyu cried as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. This woman is really hopeless. I originally wanted to send her in quickly, but I didn't expect that this woman would disgust me before leaving. What the hell does it have to do with me? Qinyu, you don't think you're so popular, do you? Who would want you for all the dirty things you do? Lin Yi couldn't suppress the nauseous feeling anymore, and pointed at Qinyu's nose and started to curse. Qinyu was confused. The beautiful dream she had been having was completely shattered. No, you won't do this to me. Lin Yi, you're still mad at me, right? I know you want to give me a surprise. Didn't you buy that lakeside villa just to propose to me? I promised to marry you. I will live a good life with you and give you several children. Qinyu was still screaming, and even had a mad smile on his face, which was extremely hideous. She fully displayed the greed and ugliness of human nature. Lin Yi didn't even want to look at her anymore. Dunan and the fat man shook their heads again and again. This woman is really crazy. At this time, Zhang Chao also rushed over with the security guards, and Zhang Chao almost knelt down to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Yi interrupted indifferently, call the police, don't let this crazy woman hurt anyone. Now Zhang Chao was really speechless and he sighed. We've called the police just now. When we went upstairs, these two crazy women were smoking drugs in the house. There's evidence in the house. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, if you want to cancel the house, I'll process it for you right away. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently, restore the house and leave it like this. Zhang Chao was extremely grateful to Lin Yi for his magnanimity. And as the sirens sounded, Qinyu became even crazier, and she seemed to have finally faced reality. Lin Yi, you're killing me. If you want to send me to jail, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You didn't want such a good woman like me, and you actually bought a lakeside villa for that bitch Song Xinchuan. I know. You two have been sleeping in the same bed for a long time. Song Xinchuan, you bitch, disgusting. You seduced your own brother-in-law and stole my man. You will not be happy for this. The more Qinyu cursed, the more rude it became. Song Xinchuan's pretty face turned even paler. There was already murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes. After Qinyu shouted like that today, the rumor about him and his sister-in-law Song Xinchuan would probably spread among the owners of Weizhou Prefecture. I was wondering why Qinyu was so crazy. She must have overdosed on drugs. The fat guy was a little scared. Dunan shook her head and said, the ex-boyfriend she dumped turned into a billionaire.
It's hard for her not to go crazy.
Zhang Min also knew a lot about Qin Yu's affairs, and since Qin Yu cursed Song Xinchuang so harshly, Zhang Min couldn't help but curse back.
Bah, she deserves it.
This kind of woman has no sense of shame, worse than a dog. If she doesn't go to jail, she's still a nuisance. Soon, some uncles in hats came up and handcuffed the Qin Yu sisters. One of the responsible persons came to Zhang Chao. In his hand he was also holding a bag of something that looked like rock candy.
This bag of stuff is enough to sentence me to death. Manager Zhang, you've given me a big achievement.
Zhang Chao quickly waved his hands. Shame on us, we have let this kind of lunatic run into Weizhou Prefecture, it's our fault.
Oh, you said that the two of them broke into someone else's house after picking the lock, right? The owner of the house is...
When saying this, the person in charge had already looked at Lin Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Chao hurriedly introduced.
This is Mr. Lin, the owner of the duplex. The person in charge sneered, oh? It turns out to be Mr. Lin.
The two of them are suspected of possessing a large amount of drugs, and the crime is very serious, but the house is Mr. Lin's after all, so please ask Mr. Lin to come with us. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them started to panic.
Song Xinchuan even grabbed Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi, don't go with them.
Zhang Min even jumped out and scolded.
Is this how you do things? Hasn't it been proven that it was those two crazy women who broke into Lin Yi's house? What does their hiding of drugs have to do with Lin Yi?
At this time, the captain of the bodyguard team also came over and spoke in Lin Yi's ear. Mr. Lin, he has the right to take the homeowner away to cooperate with the investigation, but as long as he can prove that the homeowner does not know the criminals and does not know about their drug hiding behavior, he does not need to pay attention to them.
Lin Yi immediately understood what Captain Zhang meant.
The person in charge on the opposite side had already come up and was about to handcuff Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, as far as I know, you know the suspects, and the relationship is very complicated.
You also know that they have a history of drug use, right? Then you must come with us.
As he spoke, he looked slyly at the lakeside villa behind.
Mr. Lin is young and promising.
He is able to buy a lakeside villa worth over 100 million yuan. I believe he is also a business elite. This kind of thing is indeed very troublesome for business people, but rules are rules.
I can't do anything about it. No way?
This man's cunning eyes were filled with greed.
It was obvious that he felt he had something on Lin Yi and wanted money. Chapter 74 The Little Devil is Troublesome.
Lin Yi figured out the purpose of the person in charge and immediately sneered with disdain.
What's your name? The person in charge also smiled brightly. Changbei Police Station, Deputy Director, Zhang Jianmen.
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Zhang Jianmen thought that Lin Yi understood what he said and was preparing to build relationships and give gifts. But Lin Yi completely ignored his outstretched hand.
He even deliberately put his hands behind his back. This action immediately froze the smile on Zhang Jianmen's face.
He immediately put the handcuffs on the outstretched hand and stared at Lin Yi threateningly.
Mr. Lin, it's not easy to take back the hand I extended. Lin Yi said disdainfully, then just stretch it out here. Oh? So, Mr. Lin is not going to cooperate with our work? Do you think you can ignore the law just because you are rich and powerful and have bodyguards around you? Zhang Jianmen's eyes became more and more sinister, like a poisonous snake. Song Xinchuang was frightened and quickly reminded Lin Yi. Lin Yi, don't be impulsive.
Lin Yi patted Song Xinchuang on the shoulder, signaling Song Xinchuang not to worry. Then he said to Zhang Jianmen.
The house is not mine. Zhang Jianmen was stunned. What? The house is not yours? Zhang Chao suddenly came to his senses and said quickly, yes, the house is under Ms. Song's name. Song Xinchuang was surprised and asked, under my name?
Zhang Jianmen frowned and immediately locked his target on Song Xinchuang, although not Lin Yi himself. But looking at how close they are, their relationship must be complicated.
Okay, if that's the case, then Ms. Song should come with us.
Zhang Jianmen is going to arrest people directly this time.
But Lin Yi grabbed Zhang Jianmen's wrist. My sister-in-law has been hospitalized in Kyoto these days.
She doesn't know she owns this house, nor does she know the suspects, let alone have any relationship with them.
If you don't believe me, we have all the hospitalization information. Zhang Min next to her immediately took out the receipt for Song Xinchuan's hospitalization. Zhang Jianmen's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth began to twitch.
He originally wanted to extort some money from Lin Yi, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to be so cunning.
But how could Zhang Jianmin be willing to let go of the duck that was already in his mouth? Okay, we'll investigate it and we won't cuff you. Miss Song, come with us.
As he said this, Zhang Jianmin tried to shake off Lin Yi's hand. But Lin Yi not only did not let go, he even used more force, and Zhang Jianmin's face was distorted. Lin Yi's eyes became increasingly cold.
You have no right to take people away. If you talk about the rules, I will follow your rules. If you don't talk about the rules, then I also have ways to not talk about the rules with you. The muscles on Zhang Jianmin's face were trembling.
He shook off Lin Yi's hand with all his strength, took 2 steps back, and revealed a grim smile.
Okay, Mr. Lin, if that's the case, I won't bother you anymore.
But, if the confessions of these 2 suspects are unfavorable to Mr. Lin, then Mr. Lin will definitely have to come to our office.
After saying that, Zhang Jianmin turned and left. Lin Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. The fat man cursed even more. Fuck, this bastard is clearly threatening Lin Yi.
Qin Yu and her sister Qinya hate Lin Yi to death. If they collude with this bastard, they will definitely put the blame on Lin Yi's head.
Dunan also frowned. It's so damn dark.
Zhang Chao sighed. Mr. Lin, Zhang Jianmin is famous for his ruthless behavior. He has to get what he sets his eyes on. He told me before that he really likes your duplex house, so.
Zhang Chao's hint was already very obvious.
Lin Yi shook his head disdainfully. So, as long as I give him the house, Qin Yu and the other person's troubles won't involve me, right?
Zhang Chao smiled awkwardly.
He also realized that Lin Yi was not the kind of person who could be threatened.
Song Xinchuan gripped Lin Yi's arm even tighter.
Lin Yi, what should we do? If we encounter this kind of corrupt police, it can really kill people.
Team bodyguard Zhang frowned. The more backward a city is, the more people like this there are.
Mr. Lin, I have an old retired squad leader who is in the public security system in Wei City.
I can help you contact him.
Before Captain Zhang could finish his words, Lin Yi interrupted him with a wave of his hand.
This is the kind of person I'm least afraid of.
This guy must have offended a lot of people in his daily life. Judging from the arrogant look he showed when threatening me just now, he must have left a lot of evidence.
It's very easy to deal with him.
After saying that, Lin Yi dialed Lan Qin's cell phone.
Hey, Lin Yi, are you back in Wei City? Lan Qin's voice was filled with anticipation. I'm back, but I ran into some trouble.
Lin Yi went straight to the point and quickly gave a brief account of the situation here. Lan Qin was silent for a moment and then spoke in a deep voice.
Leave this matter to me. I've heard of Zhang Jianmin. His backer is in the city compound. These people have bad backgrounds.
Recently, a big boss has landed in the city compound and is actively attracting investment. I'll have someone send a big project over. I believe they can be caught in one fell swoop. Lin Yi smiled. He knew that Lan Qin had a way to deal with these troublesome guys.
Okay, Sister Lan, don't save money.
Lan Qin solemnly reminded, don't worry, I won't let these people bully you.
However, these people are ruthless and have no bottom line. I'm afraid they will arrest you and take you to the police station. You'd better not do anything and wait for my news.
Lin Yi looked relaxed. No problem, I won't say anything. They can't shoot me, right? I won't shoot you, but I may lynch you, so we need to hurry up on this matter. Seeing that Lan Qin was about to hang up the phone, Lin Yi quickly reminded her. Once you've dealt with this, come over to the lakeside villa and remember to bring the children with you.
Okay, see you tonight.
Lan Qin's voice became gentle. The words see you tonight sound more like they are about to enter the bridal chamber.
After Lin Yi hung up the phone, Song Xinchuan started asking nervously. Lin Yi, how is it? Does President Lan have a solution?
Without waiting for Lin Yi to answer, Zhang Min curled her lips. Look at how brightly Lin Yi is smiling, and you know that this matter has definitely been resolved.
How can a small corrupt policeman possibly defeat the high and mighty boss Lan? Lin Yi laughed and said, Sister Zhang, you can't say that. If there is really no shit in the crotch of these people, then no one else can put it in, right? Sister Lan is helping me in getting rid of harm for the people.
Zhang Min was immediately convinced.
Well, that's right. Zhang Jianmin was too arrogant just now.
He should be arrested and put in jail.
Just when Lin Yi and others finally walked into the lakeside villa and were immersed in the joy of moving into a new house,
Zhang Jianmin did not bring Qin Yu and her sister to the police station at all, but stopped at the corner of the block. The sisters Qin Yu and Qinya were basically tied up, even their mouths were sealed. They curled up in the back seat of the police car, trembling in fear, waiting for the judgment of fate. The sudden stop of the car made the two sisters even more nervous. Zhang Jianmen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and stared at the two of them, sneering. "I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it?" The two were stunned for a moment, then nodded rapidly, humming and moaning, wishing they could kneel down to Zhang Jianmen.
Zhang Jianmen smiled even more sinisterly when he saw this.
"That depends on whether you are willing to give out the drug tycoon Lin Yi behind the scenes." The two sisters were confused again.
When did Lin Yi become a drug tycoon? Chapter 75, Undercurrents. Ha!
Zhang Jianmen stared at the two confused sisters in front of him with a grim smile.
Could it be that those ice DS are your own?
Xinyu shook her head subconsciously. She would never touch those things before, but in the past 2 days, she felt that she would be a rich man's wife in the future, and this little bit of stimulating consumption was nothing. Therefore, under the influence of Xinyu also became addicted to this thing.
Now Xinyu is extremely regretful.
She didn't even know that her sister actually hid a lot of iced tea in the villa. Therefore, Xinyu naturally would not admit that those things had anything to do with her.
If you admit this, it might be a capital crime. However, Xinyu already understood the hidden meaning behind Zhang Jianmen's words.
After all, she had come into contact with many people like him.
At that moment, I nodded desperately. Zhang Jianmen untied the bandage on Xinyu's mouth.
Xinyu immediately said, "Yes, officer, those things were all given to me by Lin Yi.
He is my boss."
"No, he is the biggest drug lord in the underground world of Wei City.
He hid those things in his home."
As she spoke, Xinyu started to cry. This woman is trying her best to add drama to herself. Whoa, officer, I was forced to do this.
Lin Yi is simply a beast. He used those dirty things to control me and tortured my body inhumanely. This stinky loser was actually a poor guy before. He became rich because he secretly sold these things.
Otherwise, how could an ordinary person have so much money in such a short time?
He even bought a villa worth hundreds of millions.
Now he wants to clear himself, so he pushes us two sisters out to take the blame.
Xinyu next to him was stunned. How come Xinyu's words sound so real?
Zhang Jianmen's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Ah, very good, tell me in detail how Lin Yi sold these contraband items."
As he spoke, Zhang Jianmen also asked the driver to record his statement nearby.
Xinyu was now very excited and put all the blame on Lin Yi.
She said everything in a very realistic way.
In the end, both she and Xinyu became victims, and Lin Yi became a drug lord who did all kinds of evil. At this time Xinyu also came back to her senses. At first, she was a little worried that Xinyu's actions would completely ruin Lin Yi, and the billions of assets would have nothing to do with her. But soon, Xinyu figured it out. Lin Yi clearly didn't have her in his heart, and even wanted to send her to jail forever. So, Xinyu also started to record his testimony. According to Xinyu, Lin Yi started to come into contact with these things when he was in college, and even tortured Xinyu inhumanely. If all these crimes were committed against Lin Yi, that would definitely be enough to get him shot.
Zhang Jianmen is too proud. Isn't he going to kill Lin Yi now?
When Zhang Jianmen thought about the fact that the lakeside villa that the other party had just bought could be transferred to his name immediately, he was so happy that he scratched his crotch.
Brother Zhang, these confessions are a bit exaggerated, right?
So many crimes, and they are all serious crimes, enough to be shot 10 times. The driver next to me was a police auxiliary, and he couldn't bear to read the contents of the confession. It is obvious that all the things above are fake, a forged confession, and a false accusation against a very rich man. Once this is exposed, we will be in big trouble.
Bang!
Zhang Jianmen slapped the auxiliary police officer on the forehead.
You know nothing.
These confessions are not to be handed over to the higher-ups, but to be given to Lin Yi to read. Upon hearing this, the auxiliary police understood that Zhang Jianmen wanted to force Lin Yi to surrender and hand over the money obediently. Although this is cruel, if a person does not take care of himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth.
What can a small auxiliary police officer do?
At this time, we can only pray to God that Lin Yi will obey and give the money, and not make a big deal out of it. After all, he was the one who recorded the confession, and it was very hot. At this time, Xinyu on the opposite side also approached Zhang Jianmen with great aggressiveness.
Officer Zhang, are you satisfied with what I've done? Can you let these two innocent women go?
Zhang Jianmen is definitely a man who likes both money and beauty, but he is not very interested in Xinyu, the drug addict. Instead, he has his eyes fixed on Xinyu.
You are quite interesting. You smell like milk.
Xin Yu subconsciously tightened her shirt.
But Qinya understood what Zhang Jianmen meant and pulled her sister Qinyu up. She looks just like a brothel owner. Officer Zhang has a good eye.
My sister just finished her confinement and her breasts are swollen every day.
I think you are a good person, Officer Zhang.
Please help her. When Zhang Jianmen heard this, he laughed even more obscenely.
Oh, breast engorgement, this is something I'm an expert at.
Ha, we have just enough time, let's go to the hotel for a course of treatment, and then go find Linny later.
Qinya hurriedly pushed Xin Yu out of the car and said with gritted teeth in Xin Yu's ear.
My dear sister, this is our only chance to survive. If you serve him well, and he has something on Linny, then you can get whatever money you want.
Xin Yu stopped hesitating after hearing that, and went upstairs with Zhang Jianmen's arm in a very coquettish manner.
Xin Yu wanted to follow, but was driven back by Zhang Jianmen.
You, get back in the car and wait here obediently.
Qinya originally wanted to try her best and hook up with Zhang Jianmen, but now it seems that she has no chance.
But she didn't dare to get angry and had to force a smile. Okay, I'll listen to Officer Zhang. But I have to ask Officer Zhang for help with my sister.
You know, it's very uncomfortable to have swollen milk.
If it's blocked, she might get a fever. Tisk, do you need to call me? I'm a professional. Zhang Jianmen proudly took Qinyu upstairs. Qinya returned to the car and out of boredom began to think about the auxiliary police driver. Unfortunately, the auxiliary policeman disliked her even more.
Before she could start teasing him, the young man had already pulled out his anti-wolf spray.
Now, Qinya is completely honest.
At the same time, Linny's cell phone rang. Linny, who had just gotten familiar with the environment of the lakeside villa, took out his mobile phone and saw that it was Lan Qin calling, so he answered the call immediately.
Sister Lan, how are things arranged? Is it easy to solve? Lan Qin said it very straightforwardly without any further ado. The negotiations finally settled on a 4 billion investment.
Although the new boss is the top leader, he was parachuted in after all, and his position is unstable. This investment can help him consolidate his position. At the same time, it can also let many people see the situation clearly.
I have told him about your situation.
While expressing his gratitude to you, he also made it clear that he would use thundering means to clean up the factions behind Zhang Jianmen.
These people are all black sheep.
Their black materials and handles are filled with the petition bureau.
As long as we take action, we will definitely take them down.
Linny smiled brightly. It has to be my sister Lan, she is always efficient in doing things.
Stinky brother, your little mouth is as sweet as honey, but it's actually thanks to the money you gave me, otherwise it wouldn't be so smooth. Oh, by the way, I just got a video.
I'll send it to you.
I believe you will be interested.
Chapter 76. Ask him if he dares to break in.
Video? What video?
Linny was really curious.
You'll know when you see it. Okay, enjoy it slowly. Lan Qin hung up the phone. A video soon appeared on Lin Yi's mobile phone. There are some scenes that are not suitable for children on the video cover. Lin Yi subconsciously went into the bathroom.
Unexpectedly, the fat man and Dunan behind seemed to smell something and followed quietly.
As soon as Lin Yi clicked on the video, the two of them suddenly showed up. Hey, Lin Yi, what are you looking at?
You have good things but you don't share them with your brothers, Lin Yi.
You are getting more and more arrogant now that you have money.
Lin Yi was frightened by the two men, and was speechless when he saw their obscene looks. After Lin Yi saw the picture on the phone clearly, he couldn't help but sneer. This change in expression made Fatty and Dunan a little confused.
What's that expression on your face? European or American? No way? Lin Yi, have you changed your taste?
They both leaned their heads forward.
This time, Lin Yi did not avoid anything and just placed the phone in front of the two of them. The first thing on the screen was a surveillance video from the street. The corrupt policeman Zhang Jianmen, whom they had just met, hugged Qinyu and walked into a hotel.
There was surveillance footage of the entire process until the two people entered the house. What is unexpected is that there are cameras in the house, and from several angles.
Then, some perverted and stimulating scenes appeared. The fat man's eyes widened. Oh my god, it's so dark. This Qinyu is so disgusting, and this black policeman is like a dog.
Dunan cursed and almost vomited, and didn't continue reading.
Then the two of them came to their senses at the same time and looked at Lin Yi as if they had seen a ghost. Linny, where did you get this video? Yes, the monitoring time above seems to be just a while ago.
Linny shrugged. Yes, it was not long ago. Then he also sent a message to Lan Qin.
How did you get this thing? Do you have a hacker with you?
Lan Qin rolled her eyes at Linny and added a sentence.
What hacker? Have you watched too many science fiction movies?
80% of the businesses on this street are ours.
This hotel is also owned by our people. I informed them in advance.
When they saw Zhang Jianmen, they reported the surveillance videos to me. Linny showed a look of sudden enlightenment, and then he realized that money could be used in this way.
It's great to be rich. This is what is often said in TV dramas: rich people have connections everywhere.
Then Lan Qin sent another message. A copy of the video has been sent to the relevant departments. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will arrest Zhang Jianmen soon. As soon as Linny finished reading this sentence, Song Xinchuan's somewhat anxious voice came from outside.
Linny, Captain Zhang and the others said that the corrupt policeman is here again.
Lin Yi's face darkened when he heard this.
The fat guy next to him even cursed, "Fuck, this Zhang Jianmen is really a fast boy."
It didn't even take 2 minutes in the video, and he turned around and came here.
He didn't even bring anyone back to the bureau. Du Nan frowned and reminded.
This grandson is coming with such a fierce force. Linny, you must not follow him.
Linny shrugged. Let's go down and meet him first.
Although I know that this kind of person poses no threat to me, this guy is just a dead fly.
He doesn't bite, but he is disgusting. When the group arrived at the lobby on the first floor, Zhang Jianmen was about to bring his men in. Linny called out to Captain Zhang directly, "Captain Zhang, they don't have a search warrant. If they dare to come in, shoot them."
Captain Zhang and his 8-member bodyguard team immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Zhang Jianmen. Now, the foot that Zhang Jianmen was about to step into the villa gate was frozen in mid-air. The auxiliary police officers nearby were even more terrified.
How come they have guns? Brother Zhang, these people are not ordinary bodyguards. We don't have a search warrant. Is it considered trespassing if we rush in?
Zhang Jianmen was already so frightened that he nearly peed his pants, and after hearing this, he felt even more embarrassed and annoyed. However, the reminder from people behind him also gave Zhang Jianmen a way out.
Zhang Jianmen turned around and slapped his subordinate, then cursed, "Nonsense, do I need you to teach me how to do things?"
On the other hand, Xinyu, who was beside Zhang Jianmen, not only changed her clothes but also took a shower. She looked refreshed and stood behind him, pointing at Lin Yi, who was walking over and cursing.
"Linny, are you crazy? Even if you have money, you can't let people shoot the police, right? I tell you, no matter what, you will be arrested today." Obviously, this woman Qin Yu was still as stupid as ever. She started yelling even though she didn't see that Zhang Jianmen didn't even dare to be arrogant with a gun at his fingertips. However, this also gave Zhang Jianmen and others the opportunity to leave the villa. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the discipline of Captain Zhang and others in obeying orders. As he walked out of the villa gate, he smiled at Captain Zhang and his men. "I have already contacted your Longdu bodyguard company and bought you out from the company. From now on, you will always be by my side and be responsible for protecting me. Each of you will receive an annual salary of 2 million. When these words were spoken, Captain Zhang and others were all shocked. Bought them out? They all signed contracts with the company, which were like indentures. After all, the company spent a lot of time and money to train them. There are 8 of them, and each of them has an annual salary of 2 million, which is 16 million. But the money to buy them out would have to be at least 2 million. Lin Yi actually spent so much money on them. This not only moved them, but also made them even more shocked by Lin Yi's terrifying financial resources. Thank you, Mr. Lin. This way, my dad's illness can be cured. The ponytailed female bodyguard next to her was so moved that she started to cry. Their salaries sound quite high. I can earn 3,000 yuan a day, but if I work full-time for a year, it's only 1 million. But in fact, even for bodyguards of their level, most of them only have an annual salary of around 500,000 or 600,000. Lin Yi directly offered them a high salary of 2 million per year. This amount of money can completely solve the difficulties many of them face in their lives. Lin Yi patted the other person on the shoulder. When you asked me to protect you in the hospital, I already knew about your situation. As for your father, I have already contacted the doctors at the Beijing University Hospital and have taken him over. He is paralyzed on one side due to a cerebral infarction, so it will be more difficult to recover, but at least the chance of a recurrence will be kept to a minimum.
The ponytailed female bodyguard was so moved that she burst into tears after hearing this and almost knelt down to Linny. My colleagues beside me also had tears in their eyes. They never thought that they would meet a noble man like Linny in this life. From today on, they all made up their minds to work hard for Linny. Linny spent money on the female bodyguards not for cashback. After all, they were not married and not wives, so they did not meet the conditions for cashback. Linny simply wanted them to protect themselves without any worries. Just like the situation we encountered today. If it weren't for Captain Zhang and the others, if they hadn't decisively followed my orders and drawn their guns to threaten me. I don't know how arrogant Zhang Jianmen from the opposite side will be after he breaks in. After calming down the ponytail bodyguard, Lin Yi's gaze fell on Zhang Jianmen and Qin Yu. Zhang Jianmen inexplicably felt a chill on his back. But Qin Yu stiffened her neck, her eyes red, and cursed at Linny as if she hated him to death. Linny, don't think you are great just because you are rich. Do you really think you can shoot people lawlessly just because you bribed some guard dogs? Linny shook his head disdainfully. I dare not? Then asked Zhang Jianmen next to him, does he dare to enter my villa? Chapter 77 was taken down at that time. Qin Yu subconsciously looked at Zhang Jianmen. However, Zhang Jianmen deliberately avoided Qin Yu's gaze and glared at Linny with shame and anger on his face. Linny, you are really arrogant. I want to see if you can still be so arrogant when you get to our police station. Qin Yu immediately got angry. Yes, catch him. Humph, Linny, today I will make you regret everything you have done to me. Linny ignored Qin Yu and said indifferently. You knew that you had slept with Qin Yu, and you asked the two sisters to give false testimony to frame me, right? The corner of Zhang Jianmen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Linny to see through his plan so quickly. But why did Linny know that he had slept with Qin Yu? It obviously only took less than 3 minutes, no one should have noticed, right? Perhaps because he felt guilty or perhaps because he was ashamed, Zhang Jianmen became even more annoyed. Linny, no matter what you say today, I have people around me reporting all kinds of criminal activities against you. I will arrest you now and take you back to the police station to cooperate with our investigation. If you dare to arrest me, I will also draw my gun. After saying that, Zhang Jianmen pretended to draw his gun, but when he touched his waist, he realized that he had forgotten to bring his service gun. He could only cover his hands with clothes. He looked very powerful, but his movements were so lame. This posture can indeed deceive Lin Yi and others. This made Song Xinshuang and others behind Lin Yi even more worried and their faces turned pale. But to professionals like Captain Zhang and other bodyguards, Zhang Jianmen's actions were not only funny, but also very stupid. Captain Zhang immediately exposed Zhang Jianmen as idiotic behavior. Don't pretend, you probably forgot to bring your gun, right? Zhang Jianmen's whole body suddenly stiffened. He couldn't retract his movement or pull his hand back. This made Qin Yu very anxious. Brother Zhang, why don't you draw your gun? Let me see your gun. Your gun must be very impressive. Bang! Before Qin Yu could finish her coquettish words, Zhang Jianmen slapped her. Fuck you. I told you not to come with me, but you insisted on coming. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue. Qin Yu's mouth was bleeding from the beating and she looked confused. She didn't understand why Zhang Jianmen hit her. But she knew that this humiliation was also brought to her by Lin Yi. Therefore, Qin Yu glared at Lin Yi with resentful eyes again. But Zhang Jianmen questioned Lin Yi again. Lin Yi, I'm giving you one last warning. Are you willing to cooperate with our investigation? Lin Yi didn't even bother to pay attention to this idiot Zhang Jianmen. The fat man laughed and teased. I say, you fast boy, it turns out you really don't have a gun. How dare you be so arrogant without a gun? Do you think Lin Yi is a bitch like Qin Yu? You can flatten it if you want to, and you can round it if you want to? Zhang Jianmen's eyes suddenly widened and he pointed at the fat man and cursed. What the hell did you say? Before the fat man could speak, Dunan stood up. Mandarin. Can't you fucking understand? Stupid thing, I'm not afraid to tell you, our brother Lin has a video of you and Qin Yu in bed. After you arrested her, you didn't go back to the police station, but went straight to the hotel, taking off and putting on clothes, and it took less than 3 minutes in total. If this video is exposed, you're fucking dead. After these words were spoken, the auxiliary policemen nearby were all stunned. Only the auxiliary policeman who was in charge of driving and recording the statement was sweating profusely. Because he knew that what Fatty told Dunan was true.
If this matter were to be exposed, Zhang Jianmen would definitely be finished, and he would be finished too. Zhang Jianmen and Qin Yu looked at Lin Yi as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Qin Yu, her whole body was shaking like a sieve. You, Lin Yi, how come you have a video? Did you secretly film me? Zhang Jianmen started cursing even more. Impossible, this is fucking impossible. You must have followed my car, you were so brave. Lin Yi, if you don't come with me, I will call for help. Buzz buzz buzz. As Zhang Jianmen finished speaking, sirens suddenly sounded. However, those police cars were parked on the shore of the artificial lake and were stopped by the security personnel who had just been arranged by the community. Zhang Jianmen grinned upon seeing this. My uncle must have known that I was in trouble, so he called for reinforcements. After saying that, Zhang Jianmen pointed at Lin Yi and cursed. No matter how you got the video, you were still too naive to fight me, Zhang Jianmen. Do you know who my uncle is? Humph. Lin Yi was also thoroughly amused by Zhang Jianmen's arrogance. Or it could be said that he was laughing from anger. I don't know how many good people this bastard has harmed. He deserves to be shot 1,000 times. Lin Yi walked towards Zhang Jianmen. I didn't want to know who your aunts and uncles are, but because of what you did today, your aunts and uncles will definitely want to chop you into pieces. Zhang Jianmen's mouth twitched. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing Lin Yi taking the initiative to walk towards the police car on the shore, Zhang Jianmen smiled triumphantly. After all that nonsense, you still have to listen to me. You'll suffer the consequences when we get to the police station. Qin Yu next to her also laughed. Hee, brother Zhang, you are awesome. Being rich isn't that great. Power is the real deal. Zhang Jianmen enjoyed Qin Yu's praise very much, and reached out and pinched Qin Yu hard. Did you put honey on your little mouth? I want to taste its sweetness later. Qin Yu said coquettishly, Brother Zhang, you are annoying. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and glanced at the villa in the middle of the lake, his eyes full of greed. Brother Zhang, we must make Lin Yi pay a heavy price this time. At least make him hand over the lakeside villa. He has never lived in such an expensive mansion. Zhang Jianmen is even more greedy. This is also the first time I've caught such a big fish. I'm sure I'll have enough to eat. However, a villa is nothing. At least make him pay tens of millions. Otherwise, I'll take his life. The two men smiled triumphantly and their steps became more hurried. As soon as he reached the shore, Zhang Jianmen began to show off his power. Brothers, I'm Zhang Jianmen, he's the suspect, Lin Yi, cuff him, and his bodyguards, and those women behind him, arrest them all. Before he could finish his words, two uncles in hats suddenly came up and pressed him to the ground. Qin Yu was also pinned to the ground. Even the auxiliary police officers nearby were suppressed and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. What the hell are you doing? I'm Zhang Jianmen, the deputy director of Changbei. Who of you dares to arrest me? Do you know who my uncle is? Zhang Jianmen was pinned to the ground but still acted arrogantly. But soon he couldn't scream anymore. Because a man with a much higher police rank than him walked quickly to Lin Yi and was shaking hands with Lin Yi politely. Hey, Mr. Lin, you have made a huge contribution to the economic development of our city of Wei. You also helped us catch the black sheep in the police force. I will definitely give you a banner. Lin Yi didn't know the other party's identity either, so he just smiled and urged, don't be polite with Jinxi, just arrest them quickly. I haven't even moved into this house yet, and they've already made it so chaotic. Okay, I'll take care of it, and I'll take him away right away. Zhang Jianmen was stunned. He finally saw clearly who the person who was nodding and bowing in front of Lin Yi was. The boss of the city team? This person is on the same level as his uncle.